Chapter 1. The sun shines brightly, and the sky is clear. Seagulls occasionally cry out in the air, flapping their wings. Soaring freely above the vast expanse of the ocean, the sky is a deep azure. Reminiscent of a sapphire, the surface of the sea is devoid of any ripples, with a gentle breeze caressing the tranquility. At that moment, a medium-sized, double-masted sailboat suddenly flashed across the previously solitary sea. The vessel was not moving swiftly, it glided leisurely over the water, akin to a proud peacock, yet no one could have anticipated that this ship was, in fact, a pirate vessel indeed. It bore the emblem of a skull, a symbol that unmistakably represented piracy. On the deck of the ship stood a number of fearsome ruffians, dressed casually as they indulged in boisterous drinking and merriment. Once they set sail, they embraced a life of plunder and savagery. However, among these pirates, one individual stood out distinctly. He was clad in colorful shorts that exposed his knees, sporting casual flip-flops, and donned a pair of dark sunglasses, making him a remarkable figure amidst the ruffians at that moment. He was at the helm, steering the ship's course. "I estimate that in a short while, we shall reach the kingdom of Goya. This band of pirates likely remains unaware of my unilateral course alteration," Su Tsang silently hoped. The ship's navigator had succumbed to illness, and by sheer coincidence, Su Tsang appeared before this group of pirates, leading to his forceful invitation aboard. Of course, the pirates did not regard Su Tsang as one of their own, but merely as a tool to be exploited for these ruthless marauders. As long as Su Tsang guided them to their destination, they would mercilessly dispose of him and subsequently recruit fresh blood. "Hey, kid, we should have arrived at our destination this morning. Why is it now noon? And we still haven't sighted land?" The speaker was the ship's captain, who also led the pirate crew, known as Yabu. Captain Yabu was a particularly vicious brigand, with a bounty of several million berries on his head. His pride lay in his marksmanship, as he was reputed to be a pirate who never missed his target. Su Tsang, being a clever individual, recognized the captain's fury and immediately sought to placate him. "Mr. Yabu, it seems we may have strayed slightly off course. Allow me a moment to adjust, and we shall arrive shortly." Captain Yabu's temper was far from forgiving. He seized Su Tsang and effortlessly slammed him to the ground with a resounding thud. Su Tsang fell, his stylish sunglasses shattered. "You wretched brat! The only reason you are alive and at the helm is due to my mercy and the value you possess." Captain Yabu revealed his malicious nature with ease. "Don't think I'm unaware that you've been feeding that pair of captive mother and daughter. I've already stated that they are not to be fed. If you dare defy me again, beware that I'll toss you overboard to feed the sharks." Captain Yabu glared menacingly at Su Tsang, who, at a loss for words, could only nod in silence. Seeing Su Tsang acquiesce, Captain Yabu turned away. "Wretch." Su Tsang cursed inwardly, though he felt immense indignation. He had to endure ever since he traversed into the pirate world. He had yet to awaken any special abilities, rendering him powerless to fight back and forcing him to accept his current predicament. "As a transmigrator, my situation is utterly dismal, isn't it? Others possess golden fingers and special powers, yet I have nothing. How could this be?" Su Tsang pondered, unable to comprehend whether he would lead such an ordinary life. However, just as he grappled with thoughts of his future, he caught sight of land not far ahead. "That must be the kingdom of Goya. I recall that Windmill village within this kingdom is said to be the hometown of the pirate protagonist, Luffy." As a transmigrator, Su Tsang naturally held a keen interest in anime characters. In the next moment, a sudden voice filled him with renewed hope. "Ding, ding, ding. Congratulations. You have arrived at Windmill Village. You have successfully signed in. This is the first location you have reached, and the divine sign-in system has been successfully activated. Congratulations. You have received a reward. Super Devil Fruit." The voice was loud and unexpected, startling Su Tsang, who quickly turned around, fearful that others might have heard it as well. Yet he overestimated the situation. The pirates on the deck were presently focused on Windmill Village, their faces contorted with malicious intent as they prepared their weapons. Eager to commit acts of arson and pillage, they appeared oblivious to the booming voice that had just echoed. When Su Tsang turned back, he was astonished to find an exquisitely crafted box before him. The intricate and delicate patterns adorning the box could only be described as a masterpiece. Most importantly, Su Tsang sensed that the contents within the box were inexplicably tied to him. Let's take a look. Gently lifting the lid of the box, he discovered a black fruit resting quietly inside, resembling an oversized black strawberry. This is the devil fruit I've seen in the anime. The Zoan, Paramecia, and Logia types don't resemble this at all. This is a super devil fruit. You may consume it without concern, the mysterious voice echoed. Once more, though, Su Tsang felt wary of the unfamiliar voice. He steeled himself, realizing he could not allow the pirates to dictate his existence. Whatever. It's better to take a risk than to be tormented to death by these pirates. He'll eat it, Su Tsang resolved, seizing the black fruit and taking a bite. Ugh. Su Tsang nearly retched. He had never tasted anything so vile instinctively. He wanted to spit it out, yet the allure of the mysterious power of the devil fruit compelled him to resist. With all his might, Su Tsang managed to swallow that single bite, but he lacked the courage to take a second. However, one bite was sufficient to grant him the fruit's abilities, rendering a second unnecessary. Soon after, Su Tsang experienced an extraordinary sensation. A warmth began to envelop his entire body, spreading to every corner of his being, akin to soaking in a hot spring, filling him with immense comfort. He felt his physical capabilities rapidly enhancing, and his heart brimmed with excitement. Logically, the stronger one was, the more potent the fruit's power would manifest. Yet, this time, Su Tsang sensed that this particular fruit bestowed upon him tremendous enhancement. His previously frail physique and subtle muscles were now becoming robust under the fruit's influence. In less than a minute, Su Tsang realized he had transformed from a loser into a fitness model. His muscles, while not overly exaggerated, were impressively toned, creating a pleasing appearance. This transformation naturally caught the attention of Captain Yabu and the surrounding pirates. Damn it, Su Gang, what the hell are you doing? The pirates were drawn to Su Tsang's remarkable change, bombarding him with inquiries. How come you look so spirited? What's going on? You can't possibly be thinking of joining us in looting, can you? I say, do you wish to become a pirate too? Ha 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 ha. Silence. At this moment, Captain Yabu stepped forward, observing Su Tsang's peculiar demeanor. He seized Su Tsang and threatened him fiercely. Kid, I advise you not to pull any tricks. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. Captain Yabu was taken aback, realizing that Su Tsang stood rigidly before him, immovable despite his attempts to pull him away. What's going on? Did you eat a waitstone or something? Captain Yabu exclaimed, glaring at his subordinates who were watching the spectacle, before barking orders. You useless lot. Why aren't you handling this brat properly? I can't believe this little punk, who eats my food and drinks my drink, now dares to resist me. How dare he oppose the captain? Does this guy have a death wish? The members of Yabu's pirate crew immediately sprang into action, using their numerical advantage to surround Su Tsang. Those armed with guns raised their firearms, aiming them at Su Tsang. In the past, Su Tsang would undoubtedly have bowed his head and endured. He was merely an ordinary individual back then. However, now awakened with a god-tier signing-in system, he has transformed into someone extraordinary. No longer must he live with his tail between his legs. Do you wish to teach me a lesson? Have you considered whether you possess the qualifications to do so? The corners of Su Tsang's mouth curled slightly upward, his eyes brimming with disdain, his words exuding immense confidence and contempt for this band of pirates. You bastard! If that is the case, let me show you what true despair feels like. Captain Yabu, known for his fiery temper, could no longer contain himself at this moment. He waved his hand toward his subordinates, commanding, eliminate him. We have already located our target. He is of no further use. You brat, do not blame us. Blame yourself. The surrounding pirates raised their firearms, having long since locked onto Su Tsang, and under the captain's order, they pulled the triggers. The air was filled with the deafening sound of countless gunshots. Countless bullets surged forth, their target unmistakably Su Tsang. Yet, Su Tsang remained unfazed, for he was the one who had acquired that extraordinary devil fruit. Let me witness your abilities. The legendary devil fruit. Su Tsang's inner voice resounded, and in an instant, an endless darkness began to emanate from his entire being. Simultaneously, a shadow emerged behind Su Tsang, attaching itself to his back while the precise form of the shadow remained elusive. Its crimson eyes were clearly visible. Gazing into those eyes evoked an inexplicable chill and coldness, as if one had plummeted into an abyss of despair. In the next moment, the entire Yabu pirate crew stood in stunned silence. Most of them were bewildered, having anticipated that Sued Song would be struck down, yet he stood before them unharmed more terrifyingly. He had transformed into such a monstrous figure. What do you think? I told you, you lack the qualifications to contend with me, Sued Song stated nonchalantly, entirely dismissing the presence of these pirates. Captain Yabu's face turned pale with shock, and then suddenly a realization struck him. Everyone remained calm. This guy must be a devil fruit user. I never imagined he could hide it so well. Not afraid of bullets. Then he must fear blades. Everyone, let's chop him into meat paste. Under Captain Yabu's leadership, all the pirates sprang into action, brandishing their knives, charging at Sued Song with ferocity. Sued Song shook his head slightly, saying, "You still do not comprehend the chasm that separates us very well. I shall stretch my limbs and demonstrate my fruit's ability." After uttering these words, Sued Song finally nodded and took a step forward, thrusting his palm outward. Simultaneously, the shadowy figure behind him extended its long arms, seemingly propelled by Sued Song's push. The enormous black arm, imbued with formidable power, sliced through the air with a resounding whoosh. With a single thrust, Sued Song sent the band of pirates who had attempted to strike him with their knives, hurtling backward. What terrifying strength! He defeated us with a single blow. Is this truly the power of the devil fruit? Or perhaps this fellow is the devil himself? What are we to do? We are no match for this guy. Quickly, fetch the cannons. Fire upon him. I refuse to believe we cannot take down this bastard. Captain Yabu seemed to have lost his grip on reason. He had never anticipated that the boy he had always oppressed would turn the tide. He had to eliminate Sued Song to establish his authority. He needed to prove to Sued Song that he was the captain of this ship. Sued Song's counterattack did not cease. He spun around, and the massive, elongated black arm extended outward. Clenching his fists, the devil's claws transformed into a devil's fist, and with a mighty punch, he struck, producing a sound that sliced through the air, instantly injuring the surrounding pirates. Many were even sent flying overboard, splashing into the water. Captain Yabu, I have been patient with you, yet you have grown increasingly bold, disregarding me as a person now. I shall make you pay the price. I trust you are prepared. Sued Song then gently extended his hand for a light grasp simultaneously. The devil's black arm behind him also reached out, effortlessly seizing Captain Yabu and holding him firmly in his palm. Despite Captain Yabu's desperate struggles, exerting all his strength, he could not break free. Let me go. Sued Song, you bastard. You little brat. If it weren't for me, you would have drowned in the sea. If you fall into my hands, I will ensure you experience a fate worse than death. Though Captain Yabu's life was firmly in Sued Song's grasp, he continued to hurl insults with an air of superiority, provoking Sued Song's murderous intent to surge. At that precise moment, a pirate wheeled out a cannon and aimed it at Sued Song, firing with a resounding bang. Almost instantaneously, the cannonball was hurtling towards Sued Song. Yet, at that critical juncture, Sued Song's powerful form trembled, and a pair of immense black wings unfurled from his silhouette, enveloping him entirely, in an astonishing display. As the projectile neared him, Sued Song deftly swatted it away with his wings, sending the cannonball careening harmlessly into the distance instead of detonating. Who on earth are you? Captain Yabu was genuinely taken aback. Even among those endowed with the powers of the devil fruit, such extraordinary abilities seemed implausible. Was he a Logia type? No, he did not conform to that classification. Perhaps he was an animal type? Yet, no known creature bore such characteristics. The depths of Yabu's heart began to fill with dread, not solely due to Sued Song's immense power, but more so from the fear of the unknown capabilities he possessed. What on earth was happening? It was inconceivable that he had concealed his strength just moments ago had he not subdued him. Had this transformation only just begun? Could it be that this individual had recently consumed a devil fruit? Captain Yabu's self-assured demeanor began to crumble as the realization dawned upon him. Sued Song, spare me my life. Otherwise, I will kill that mother and daughter. Faced with imminent death, Captain Yabu displayed no remorse. Maintaining his arrogant facade, Sootsong could no longer contain himself. You dare threaten me, even when you are within my grasp. Worry not, I shall rescue them. But as for everyone else, there is no need for them to continue living. You have perpetrated countless evils. It is time for you to reap the consequences of your actions. Sootsong's eyes grew increasingly frigid, his grip tightened, and Captain Yabu found himself bereft of any ability to resist. Before long, the nefarious Captain Yabu was crushed beneath Sootsong's might. The remaining pirates, upon witnessing the demise of their captain, launched another attack against Sootsong that he weaved through them with remarkable agility. The mysterious shadow trailing behind him resembling a harbinger of death, swiftly swinging its arms and wings that in mere moments. The majority of the pirates aboard the ship had been slaughtered. You are a demon. You are a demon. The few remaining pirates on the ship ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness amidst their disbelief, once Sootsong confirmed that he had eradicated all the pirates aboard the vessel. He reigned in his powers, and what, pray tell, was the shadow that lingered behind him? It was, in fact, a demon. The devil fruit Sootsong had consumed was unlike any commonly found in the categories of paramecia, logia, or zoan. It was a demon, an entirely unprecedented devil fruit. Even within the original narrative, Sootsong's fruit granted him the unique ability to host the demon itself, thereby augmenting his own powers. This fruit bore some resemblance to the zoan type due to its remarkable explosive potential, yet it also encompassed the superhuman abilities characteristic of the paramecia type, along with the elemental control of the logia type. Even Sootsong, at that moment, felt exceedingly satisfied. This is more like it, system. You have finally arrived. Had you delayed any longer, I might have lost hope in this world. Shortly thereafter, the pirate ship docked at an island. Sootsong proceeded to enter the dimly lit cabin. However, endowed as he was with the powers of a demon, Sootsong possessed numerous superhuman abilities, including night vision, allowing him to see clearly even in the darkness. Upon reaching the door of a room, Sootsong knocked gently. Immediately, a voice filled with desperation emanated from within. Do not enter. Pirate, if you come in, I will die before your eyes, and then you will never discover the location of the mysterious treasure. The speaker was a middle-aged woman whose voice betrayed her profound fear. Sootsong promptly replied, Auntie, hello, I am Sootsong. That group of pirates is dead and will no longer harm you, so you can rest easy. What? Is that true? The woman inside expressed doubt, but ultimately, she opened the door. Inside stood a girl of similar stature to Sootsong, alongside the middle-aged woman. They both recognized Sootsong. Previously, Captain Yabu had imprisoned them, and Sootsong had secretly delivered food to them. Is what you say true? Sootsong, have those pirates truly perished? Who was it that killed them? The middle-aged woman was taken aback. After all, Yabu was a notorious pirate in the East Sea with a bounty of several million berries, and it was hard to believe that an ordinary person could best him. Sootsong was at a loss for how to explain, so he fabricated a simple excuse. They were taken care of by someone else. I am not clear on the details, but now there are only the three of us left on this ship. Let us disembark and take a look. Subsequently, at Sootsong's invitation, the two women followed him off the pirate ship. This is the Goya Kingdom, and not far from here is a village with windmills called Windmill Village. Let us go there to rest. I believe it is safe to leave the ship here. Sootsong explained while pointing to the map. The middle-aged woman introduced herself as Halaya, while her daughter was named Neri. They had originally been aboard a merchant vessel, but when the pirates attacked, they ruthlessly plundered it in the end. Nearly everyone aboard was slaughtered, and Halaya revealed that she and her daughter had been spared due to a mysterious piece of information she possessed regarding a treasure. Captain Yabu had intended to torture them for this information, but the significance of the treasure's whereabouts had compelled him to imprison them instead. It was during that tumultuous time that Sootsong had fortuitously traversed into this world and had been captured by the wicked Captain Yabu, who, unwittingly, learned of Sootsong's navigational skills, leading to his role as the navigator for Yabu's pirate crew. The trio eventually arrived at Windmill Village. The surroundings were idyllic and tranquil, offering a profound sense of serenity. Sootsong gazed at the grand windmill, unable to suppress his thoughts. What a splendid place. I wonder where we stand in the timeline of piracy now. As Sootsong pondered, the system's sudden voice echoed once more. Host, you may communicate with me whenever you have questions, the system stated. Sootsong cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Rest assured, no one but you can hear my voice in this world, the system assured him. I see. That is indeed quite considerate. System, I wish to learn more about you. I feel I haven't had the opportunity to do so before. Sootsong sat cross-legged on the ground, preparing for an earnest conversation with the system. Of course, this system is known as the Supreme Sign-In System. As the name implies, signing in at different locations grants you various abilities, the system explained. Since this is your first sign-in, the system has awarded you the Super Demon Fruit as a reward. However, this variety of devil fruit does not exist in this world. Sootsong nodded in understanding. Indeed, I have never heard of the demon fruit, but it is undeniably powerful. Even my usual state has been positively affected. The system responded with a hint of pride. That is correct. The reason this fruit is termed the Super Demon Fruit is due to its comprehensive capabilities. Not only does it enable the user to grow stronger over time, but it also possesses a myriad of potentials and can synergize with many abilities. Most importantly, this fruit does not instill a fear of the sea. The system's repeated revelations filled Sootsong with astonishment. Having only utilized his powers once, he had not thoroughly comprehended the extent of his abilities. Now, with the system's explanation, his excitement only grew. If I have any further questions regarding the fruit, I will inquire later. For now, I would like to know where I can check in to receive rewards, Sootsong asked. The system replied, you should be aware of Monkey D. Luffy, correct? Yes, of course that he is the protagonist of the original story. Sootsong affirmed. The iconic locations he visits will serve as sign-in points, and each sign-in will yield random rewards, including abilities from the pirate world as well as items from other realms. In summary, you can expect surprises that will both delight and astound you, the system teased. Alright, but how can I ensure a successful sign-in? Sootsong inquired once more. This is quite simple. You merely need to linger in this vicinity for a while, and that will suffice, the system replied. How delightful. Sootsong initially believed that the super devil fruit he had acquired was the pinnacle of fortune. But it appeared that even greater surprises awaited him. The notion that he need not exert himself in any manner, merely arriving at a specific location to reap rewards, was exhilarating, causing Sootsong to grin widely, almost to the point of losing his teeth. Lastly, could you enlighten me about the current timeline? Sootsong posed the question he most yearned to ask. Sootsong inquired again, yet the system remained silent. You should visit the tavern. Once there, you will understand, the system finally said after a brief pause, and then fell silent. A tavern. Had he not read the original text, Sootsong would have found it hard to believe that such a quaint town would have a tavern. Moreover, this establishment seemed to operate around the clock, commencing its service in broad daylight. Sootsong then entered the small tavern, where a woman was diligently polishing a glass at the bar. The tavern was rather empty, filled only with a faint scent of alcohol and a hint of floral fragrance. Sootsong took a seat at the bar and ordered a standard beer. After taking a hearty gulp, he noticed some meat skewers on the menu and ordered a few. Feeling quite content, Sootsong then produced the belly he had seized from the pirate ship. Excuse me, could you tell me if there is someone named Luffy here? He asked the proprietor. The female staff member returned the belly to Sootsong, inquiring, May I ask who you are? I am a friend of Luffy. Sootsong replied somewhat nonsensically. However, the staff member immediately smiled and nodded, saying, you are a friend of Luffy. We cannot accept this belly. Otherwise, Luffy would surely hold it against me. When will Luffy arrive? Sootsong asked directly, knowing that the tavern in Fusha village was a place with a high probability of Luffy's appearance. Well, he might not come at any specific time. Before she could finish, a loud crash echoed through the tavern. Bang! The tavern's door was kicked open. A group of individuals, who appeared rather menacing, sauntered toward the bar, while Sootsong continued to enjoy his skewers and beer, seemingly unfazed. Hey, bring us your drinks. I want all your liquor. The one speaking was clearly the leader. Exuding an intimidating presence, Sootsong glanced sideways at them and immediately recognized that they were merely a band of mountain bandits, ordinary and somewhat arrogant. All right, please wait a moment. The female staff member's expression shifted slightly, and she began to prepare the beer. At that moment, the bandit leader approached Sootsong's side and unceremoniously said, This place belongs to us. You should leave. Boss, these meat skewers are quite good. I'll have 2 more, and also 2 fine beers, please, Sootsong remarked, almost ignoring the bandit leader. The leader, undeterred by Sootsong's indifference, coldly smirked and asked, Hey, didn't you hear me? Do you want to provoke me? The female staff member felt awkward, unsure whether to serve Sootsong or not. Serve me. Don't worry about anything else, Suitsong confidently replied, seeing Suitsong dismiss him so brazenly. The bandit leader's anger flared. This brat is asking for trouble. Let's deal with him. Just as the leader prepared to strike Suitsong, a loud bang resounded at the entrance. Goma Goma no pistol. A youthful voice called out, and a boy wearing a straw hat and dressed similarly to Suitsong launched a punch, his arm extending impossibly long. Although it was just a single move, it knocked down several bandits effortlessly. Upon seeing Luffy, Suitsong felt a surge of excitement, while the bandit leader pressed a knife against Suitsong's neck, seemingly ready to take him hostage. Hey, who the heck are you? We mean no harm to each other. The bandit leader's heart raced, realizing that the boy before him had effortlessly taken down all his subordinates. How infuriating! Using someone as a hostage, Luffy exclaimed, witnessing the situation with great indignation. However, no matter how fast he was, he couldn't outpace the bandit leader's knife, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Yet Suitsong remained completely unperturbed. You intend to take me hostage? Do you think you have the right? As soon as Suitsong posed the question, he transformed into a wisp of black smoke and extended his devil's hand, firmly grasping the bandit leader's head. The enormous devil hand held the leader's head as if it were a mere ant. What kind of monster are you? The bandit leader stammered, utterly terrified. The shock was shared by Luffy and the female staff member as well. This is the power of the devil fruit, Suitsong declared. And with his devilish claws, he captured all the bandits, ultimately tossing them out of the tavern. In the end, the bandits were left severely injured, if not dead. Naturally, the most intrigued by this spectacle was Luffy. Wow, are you also a devil fruit user? What kind of ability is that? It looks amazing, Luffy exclaimed, his eyes wide with curiosity. The female staff member interjected, Luffy, aren't you friends? Don't you recognize him? Before Luffy could respond, Suitsong interrupted with a smile, addressing the female staff member. My apologies, miss. Consider this money a compensation for your troubles. Additionally, please bring me an endless supply of meat and ale. I wish to have a proper conversation with Luffy. Understood, the female staff member replied without hesitation, while Luffy's mouth watered at the thought of the feast. You are too generous. Meat. What is your name? Do we really know each other? Luffy excitedly engaged Suitsong in conversation. I am Suitsong, a devil fruit user. We did not know each other before, but from now on, we are friends. I can treat you to meat for a lifetime. However, I have a request, Suitsong stated. What is it? Luffy asked, devouring his food. Are you planning to set sail soon? May I join you? Suitsong inquired. According to the system's prompts, as long as he accompanied Luffy to various locations, he would naturally receive diverse rewards, which would significantly enhance his strength. How did you know? My dream is to become the Pirate King. I will set sail soon. Of course, you can join me, Luffy replied, his face lighting up with enthusiasm. However, I have a suggestion. If you are the captain, I shall be the first mate until you become the Pirate King. What do you think? Suitsong tentatively proposed. That sounds good, but you must help me with something too. Is that all right? Luffy asked while munching away. What is it? Suitsong inquired. Let's have a proper fight. I just feel like it would be fun, and your ability seems entertaining, Luffy said innocently. Suitsong smiled. My abilities are not to be trifled with. A careless moment could lead to your demise. However, if a spar is necessary for me to board your ship, then I shall oblige. After finishing their meal and drinks, they proceeded to an open space in Fusha village as agreed. My name is Suitsong. Suitsong reiterated his introduction. My name is Monkey D. Luffy, the man destined to become the Pirate King. Luffy responded earnestly as well. They both assumed their battle stances, ready to engage in combat. Here we go. Luffy firmly grasped the ground with both hands, pulling his entire body backward, then utilizing the elasticity and extensibility of his rubber form to launch himself directly towards Suitsong. In the blink of an eye, Luffy had surged forward at a remarkable speed, now standing right before Suitsong, who was poised for action, ready to unleash a powerful impact on Suitsong with his hands positioned behind him. It was none other than the rubber rocket. Suitsong immediately discerned Luffy's attack and swiftly prepared to counter. Suitsong's speed was even greater. With a subtle turn, he nimbly evaded, causing Luffy's strike to miss entirely. Simultaneously, Suitsong seized Luffy's somewhat weightless body, using his own strength to spin him around in a dizzying 360 degrees. After several rotations, Suitsong finally released Luffy, who, due to his loss of weight and the disorientation from the spins, found himself unable to regain control upon landing. Dizzily, he exclaimed, Wow, I feel so dizzy. Your reaction speed is incredible. Let's go again. Sootsong understood that Luffy would not easily concede defeat and encouraged him to try once more. True to form, Luffy stood up after a brief pause and declared, "Rubber machine gun." This time, he unleashed one of his more formidable techniques, attacking his target with the rapid-fire capabilities of his rubber fruit. Sootsong, undeterred, summoned the power of his own devil fruit, manifesting a demonic presence behind him. With just a single wing, he effortlessly blocked Luffy's barrage of rubber bullets. Luffy was astonished, yet he did not relent. Continuing his relentless assault, bang, 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 countless strikes landed upon Sootsong's wing, yet he remained completely unscathed. That Sootsong remarked, "Luffy, you possess quite the tenacity. However, do not forget that I have yet to truly commence my attack." As soon as his words fell, the wings propelled outward, unleashing a tremendous counterforce from the demonic wings on Sootsong's back. Luffy, akin to a cannonball, was forcefully propelled away. Lying on the ground, he swiftly regained his footing. "Luffy, you are no match for me at this moment. However, if you wish to try again, I am more than willing to oblige." Sootsong was aware that Luffy would never easily give up. As anticipated, Luffy charged towards Sootsong once more, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. Yet, this time, Sootsong had no intention of wasting time. He unleashed the power of his devil fruit, sprouting black, demonic wings from his back, accompanied by elongated black, demonic arms extending outward. What is this? Luffy had never encountered such a scene before, momentarily forgetting to attack. Sootsong merely nudged him, sending Luffy hurtling away once again. This time, despite Luffy's immense willpower, he could not rise to his feet. After all, Sootsong wielded a superior devil fruit. Observing Luffy's defeat, Sootsong felt no joy. It was merely to be expected. He promptly took Luffy to the doctor for treatment. How could this guy be so severely injured? The village doctor, recognizing Luffy, was taken aback by his condition. Any normal person would have succumbed to such injuries. Fortunately, Luffy, being the protagonist, was not so easily dispatched. Under the doctor's meticulous care, he gradually improved. Understanding Luffy's nature, Sootsong prepared a copious amount of meat, which Luffy devoured with the zeal of a monkey encountering a banana. Remarkably, he completely recovered afterward. "Sootsong, you are truly formidable. I've made up my mind. From now on, you shall be the captain, and I will be the first mate." Luffy seemed to take this title lightly, and Sootsong did not find it particularly credible. After all, if the fundamental plot were altered, how would Sootsong manage to sign in later? Despite Sootsong's repeated refusals, Luffy was resolute in his decision to recognize Sootsong as captain. Ultimately, Sootsong conceded, stating that once their pirate crew expanded, there would be 2 captains. Finally, Luffy agreed. Days passed, and Sootsong dedicated himself to familiarizing himself with his abilities while procuring essential supplies for their voyage. At last, Sootsong resolved to set sail alongside Luffy. The two boarded the ship previously owned by the Yabu pirates and replaced their flag with the Straw Hat Pirates banner, though the manner of their departure was unconventional. It commenced in a manner akin to the original tale. As for the mother and daughter duo, they chose to remain in Windmill Village in gratitude for Sootsong's rescue. The middle-aged woman disclosed the information about a mysterious treasure to him. Thus, with uncontainable excitement, Sootsong and Luffy embarked on their maritime adventure. Initially, the sea was calm and serene, with no clouds in sight, and the sun shining warmly. However, as they ventured further, a tempest emerged, accompanied by thunder and lightning. And due to their almost non-existent synergy, the ship became completely disoriented. Frustrated, the two began their aimless journey across the ocean. "I'm starving. Sootsong, can you conjure up some food? Can your wings be eaten?" Luffy was so famished that he began to speak nonsensically. "Enough with the jokes, Luffy. Although our ship is sizable, we are running low on supplies. If we don't find food soon, I fear we may not endure much longer." Sootsong replied wearily. With Luffy's presence, navigating the sea was proving to be even more arduous than when he had been alone. "Hey, look, what is that?" Sootsong spotted a ship sailing across the sea and immediately shared the discovery with Luffy. Upon seeing it, Luffy joyfully leapt into the air. "Wow, a ship! We're saved." In a burst of enthusiasm, Luffy grasped the mast and propelled himself toward the vessel. Has he completely lost his mind? Doesn't he see the pirate flag? Sootsong shook his head but swiftly utilized his demonic wings to fly over to the pirate ship. Although using his powers drained Sootsong's energy, it was not an overwhelming toll. Upon landing on the deck, he found Luffy surrounded by pirates. We just want some food. Why are you acting like this? Luffy was perplexed as the crew turned hostile, preparing to attack. Fool, this is a pirate ship. Suit Song explained, we're pirates too. Luffy pointed to himself. The opposing pirates grew increasingly agitated. Thus, an unexpected conflict erupted. The ship's crew surged forth, encircling Luffy and Suit Song. The pirates appeared menacing, led by an overweight and unattractive woman wearing a white hat. Clad in a uniform, with a massive spiked club in her hand, behind her stood a bespectacled boy with a buzz cut. KB, the woman barked fiercely. Present. In this sea, who is the fairest of them all? The woman inquired. KB scratched his head, responding with utmost respect. That would undoubtedly be the captain of this ship, Miss Alvida. Ha! Well said. These fools command a pirate ship. They seem like excellent prey. Capture them. Alvida commanded the attack. Yes, her crew responded in unison, charging toward Luffy and Suit Song. The female pirate, Alvida? Wasn't she the pirate featured at the beginning of the Pirate King saga? It appeared that everything was unfolding according to the narrative. Much to Suit Song's relief, he was concerned about disrupting the plot and being unable to sign in or grow stronger. Although the pirates outnumbered them, their combat abilities were dismal. With ease, Luffy began to knock them down one by one. How is this possible? Captain, his arms have elongated. How can this be? Is he a monster? The pirates were at a loss as to how to proceed. Damn it. Don't be afraid. This guy must be a devil fruit user. Just attack the other one. Yalta was aware that persimmons are best picked when soft, prompting her subordinates to rush towards Suit Song. Suit Song calmly remarked, you have truly chosen the wrong person. Following this, Suit Song unleashed the power of his devil fruit, and a demonic form manifested behind him. The shadow, which initially resembled pure energy, gradually solidified into a tangible entity, significantly augmenting Suit Song's strength. Confronted by the pirates who had arrived, Suit Song showed no mercy. With a mere flick of his arm and a few powerful kicks, he unleashed terrifying force upon the pirates, causing numerous foes to collapse to the ground. This fellow is even more formidable than that brat. Captain, what should we do now? These two are far too mysterious. We are no match for them. The captain, Yalta, wore an expression of utmost despair as she slammed her wolf-toothed club onto the deck. Glaring at Luffy and Suit Song. You two brats, allow me, the beautiful Yalta, to handle this. Waha? Beautiful Yalta? Luffy erupted in laughter upon hearing this. What are you laughing at, you brat? Am I wrong? Yalta snapped, turning to KB. Quickly tell me, am I not the most beautiful woman on the sea? Suit Song interjected. KB, do not let her power suppress your true self, that I know you have the courage to speak your mind. Indeed, do not speak falsehoods. Just say what you truly think, Luffy encouraged. Finally, KB mustered the courage to declare, Captain Yalta, you are the ugliest, most hideous old hag on this sea. Wah! Luffy couldn't contain his laughter. You brat. I will kill you. At that moment, Yalta swung her wolf-toothed club again, aiming to strike KB. Suit Song. Utilizing the wings of the demon, swiftly intervened and seized the club, despite Yalta exerting all her strength. She was unable to budge Suit Song. How is this possible? There is someone stronger than me. Yalta was taken aback. Suit Song effortlessly lifted Yalta, and, with the demon's shadow growing larger behind him, he hurled her into the boundless sky. Once this was concluded, Suit Song glanced at KB to offer some reassurance. The ship served as the stronghold for Yalta's pirate crew, and after casting the pirates into the sea, Suit Song and Luffy naturally took possession of it, abandoning their previous battered vessel. However, just as Luffy and Suit Song were engrossed in combat with Yalta and her crew, their former ship, the Yabu pirate vessel, seemed to have been commandeered by others. Luffy, still bewildered, inquired, what is going on here? Upon catching sight of the orange-haired figure responsible for the theft, Suit Song already had an inkling of the situation but feigned ignorance. Not to worry, that ship had little of value left. Let us make this our vessel instead. With a simple change of the pirate flag, we can set sail anew, Suit Song suggested. That sounds splendid. Luffy readily acknowledged, aware that this new ship contained ample provisions and water for their forthcoming adventures. KB, observing Suit Song and Luffy, initially struggled to find the right words. Yet, Suit Song soon encouraged KB to momentarily set aside the trauma inflicted by Yalta and to open his heart. My dream is to become a marine. What about you? KB asked. My dream is to be the pirate king, Luffy declared with enthusiastic fervor. With a smile, Soothsong replied, "My dream is to accompany the Pirate King on adventures," ultimately witnessing him claim the title. Upon hearing this dream, Luffy's gaze towards Soothsong shifted once more. "Goodness, Soothsong, you are truly destined to be my comrade," Luffy exclaimed excitedly. Soothsong smiled gently. "As your captain, you must strive harder. Otherwise, you will be unable to protect even your crew, and that is unacceptable. Fear not. I shall certainly protect my companions." Luffy's eyes sparkled with fierce determination. Their next course of action was to transport KB to the nearest marine base. After all, KB was better suited for development within the Marines, and a good training session with Carp could significantly bolster his abilities. Both KB and Soothsong possessed a modicum of nautical knowledge. Thus the ship naturally navigated along the correct path. "Hey, KB, are we really getting there?" Luffy asked, doubt evident in his voice that of course, this is the most fundamental skill of a navigator. "Do you not steer the ship?" KB retorted, "Trust me, he is indeed directionally challenged." Although Luffy's navigational skills were slightly better than Zoro's, it was only marginally so. Haha, Luffy chuckled at this. "Luffy, now is not the time for laughter. Roronoa Zoro is currently being captured over there." KB recalled the notorious bounty hunter, Roronoa Zoro, his expression revealing a hint of fear. He was likened to a bloodthirsty beast, harvesting the heads of bountied pirates and leaving no trace of their remains. Known as the beast cloaked in human skin, KB spoke uneasily. Soothsong, noticing KB's trepidation, smiled and remarked to Luffy, "Such a fearsome individual. Perhaps we should invite him aboard as our crewmate. What do you think?" "That is indeed an excellent idea," Luffy concurred, finding it quite reasonable. KB, taken aback, exclaimed incredulously, "Are you two even listening? I just told you he is an extremely ruthless demon." Unfazed by KB's protests, Soothsong continued steering the ship towards the marine base. The atmosphere aboard the vessel grew slightly peculiar, but soon enough, they arrived at a town from which the marine base was visible. In the distance lay the marine base, while nearby was a peaceful town bustling with a vibrant market. Upon seeing this, Luffy excitedly raised his hand and shouted, "We've finally landed. It has been ages since I set foot on land. As pirates, we should maintain a low profile as much as possible," Soothsong advised, to which KB wholeheartedly agreed. However, Luffy paid no heed to this point. Luffy had already disembarked and was eagerly urging the others to follow him into the market. The streets were lined with small vendors, showcasing a dazzling array of goods, including a variety of fruits and vegetables that left Luffy's eyes sparkling with excitement. KB quickly cautioned, "Luffy, Soothsong, seeking such individuals as companions is exceedingly reckless. I have not made a decision yet. But if he is a good person, I will certainly consider him a comrade," Luffy explained. "Only bad people get captured," KB retorted. Luffy produced a fruit, exchanging it for a coin with a vendor, and inquired, "Is that fellow named Zoro at the base?" At this question, the townsfolk recoiled in fear. Apparently, mentioning Zoro's name was a taboo that Soothsong observed. "For now, let us head to the base. KB, you wish to become a Marine?" "Correct? Yes, but I am not quite prepared yet," KB admitted hesitantly. "I heard there is a captain named Monka," KB mentioned, prompting the townsfolk to once more flinch in fear. Luffy, amused, remarked, "This town is truly entertaining." KB, now visibly anxious, pondered aloud, "It is strange. Why do people fear Captain Monka when they do not even mention Zoro? I am starting to feel uneasy. Did he do something wrong? How could that be?" KB and Luffy continued their discussion as they walked along. Meanwhile, Soothsong remained silent, for upon hearing Monka's name, he had already realized his current predicament. Soon, an automated voice echoed, eliciting yet another wave of excitement from Soothsong. "Congratulations, host. Congratulations on successfully checking in at Shell's Town and the Navy's 153rd Division. A reward for your check-in has been prepared for you. Ding ding ding. Congratulations, you have received a Zanpakuto from the world of death. This is your exclusive Zanpakuto, and in this realm, its quality is of the highest supreme grade. However, you must uncover the name of your Zanpakuto yourself." After the system's announcement, Soothsong found a sword at his waist, which appeared to be somewhat longer than an ordinary katana. The blade was slightly longer than those found in the pirate world, with exquisitely intricate patterns adorning both the hilt and sheath, exuding a profound artistic aura. Although Soothsong continued to walk, he could hardly contain his curiosity and excitement, and with a swift motion, he drew the sword. Under the sunlight, the blade shimmered brilliantly. It was exceptionally sharp, yet I seemed unaware of its name. Only by discovering the name could I utilize the Shurkai abilities unique to the world of death. To master the Bankai, one must first achieve the physical manifestation and submission of the Zanpakuto's essence. Only then could true power be attained. Suitsong realized he could no longer overly rely on his devil fruit abilities. In battles within the pirate world, the strength of the fruit was only one aspect. Swordsmanship, Haki, and other elements were also crucial determinants of victory. However, they had yet to enter the Grand Line, making these considerations feel distant for Suitsong. The trio had arrived at the entrance of the naval base. Finally, it was time for their parting. Although the time spent with Mr. Luffy and Mr. Suitsong was brief, Kobe had already begun to shed tears. While Luffy climbed the wall in search of Zoro, where could the monster be? To his surprise, Luffy indeed found Zoro in the open space before him, clad in a black headscarf and a green belt. Suitsong confirmed it was undoubtedly Zoro. If only the ropes could be untied, they could easily set him free, Luffy inquired with a grin. Kobe, however, hurriedly interjected. If you release such a person, who knows what might happen? He would surely kill you as well. Rest assured, both Suitsong and I are quite strong, Luffy confidently declared, dismissing Kobe's warnings. Kobe felt utterly speechless. Realizing this person was beyond saving, he glanced at Suitsong, who showed no signs of persuading Luffy, filling Kobe's heart with despair. Hey, you three, you're quite bothersome. Disappear at once. Zoro suddenly spoke harshly. Duh. Mr. Luffy, if you want to consider such a person a classmate, you won't have enough lives to spare. Kobe was trying to dissuade Luffy when suddenly a ladder appeared against the wall. A little girl climbed up, bringing rice balls to Zoro. The girl presented the rice balls, saying, although this is my first attempt, I put a lot of effort into making them. However, Zoro persistently declined. At that moment, a blonde punk entered, accompanied by two Navy soldiers. To his surprise, you seem in good spirits, Roronoa Zoro, the blonde punk remarked. Wonderful, they must be Navy personnel. Kobe felt a sense of relief. Yet shortly after, the blonde man took a bite of the rice ball, grimacing at its taste before tossing the other one on the ground and stomping it into the dirt. Did you not see the notice? Anyone who aids a criminal is subject to the death penalty. This is Colonel Monka's order. Even a little brat should understand the terror of my father, right? Hey, throw this little brat out, the blonde youth commanded. However, one of the Navy soldiers hesitated, feeling reluctant to act, as she was still just a child. I said throw her out. Did you not hear my orders? Be careful. I'll complain to my father. Under the repeated demands and threats from the blonde youth, the Navy soldier had no choice but to throw the girl outside. The frail little girl, cast out, would surely face dire consequences. Witnessing this, Luffy sprang into action, wrapping his arms around the girl protectively. Seeing Luffy take action, Suitsong conserved his energy, redirecting his attention to the open space. This blonde brat is truly insufferable, Suitsong thought. After setting the child down, Luffy approached the clearing and began conversing with Zoro, who had remained behind at that moment. The blonde man had already departed. I heard you're a bad guy, Luffy stated though. So you're still here? Zoro replied, looking at Luffy. Tied up here for display. Are you really that strong? Luffy inquired. None of your business. Zoro's words carried a dismissive tone towards Luffy. Meanwhile, Suitsong had also scaled the wall, quickly arriving before Zoro. Huh, you haven't left either, brat, Zoro remarked, but soon his gaze was drawn to the sword at Suitsong's waist. The Zanpakuto of supreme quality immediately captured Zoro's attention. You're a swordsman, this sword. I can't recall its name, but it feels like a remarkable weapon. Zoro scrutinized the sword at Suitsong's waist for a while, but failed to recognize it. Huh, when did you acquire that sword? I had no idea. Luffy asked, genuinely puzzled, as he had spent numerous days with Suitsong without ever seeing him wield a sword. I just purchased it. Suitsong replied nonchalantly, although he didn't know the sword's name. He was certain it was among the finest in the world, and he wanted to entice Zoro. After gazing for a considerable time, Zoro asked, are you a swordsman as well? How about a challenge? Let us duel, and if I win, you might as well give me that sword. Suitsong chuckled heartily. I see no need to battle a dead man. Do I? Dead? I won't die so easily. My willpower is unlike anyone else's, Zoro insisted firmly. They won't allow you to last that long. They will surely kill you midway. That's how Monka and his ilk operate, Suitsong remarked at that moment. Kobe entered the conversation. That's unlikely. After all, they are the righteous Navy. Ha. Suitsong merely smiled, choosing not to respond. By the way, could you help me retrieve that? Zoro glanced at the food that had been soiled on the ground. You want to eat that? It's all sandy now, Luffy inquired. Shut up, just let me eat it, Zoro replied, opening his mouth as Luffy fed him the rice ball. Zoro chewed with great enjoyment. This is delicious. I'm full now, Zoro declared with satisfaction. Sootsong then remarked. Roronoa Zoro, if that blonde brat executes you tomorrow, wouldn't that ruin your agreement? So, are you willingly walking to your death, or will you fight alongside us? Zoro fell silent, seemingly pondering the question, unsure how to respond to Sootsong. Luffy, observing Sootsong, also asked, is that blonde youth really that insufferable? If so, I'd love to give him a beating. Absolutely not. He is Colonel Monka's son. Kobe continued to urge caution, unaware that the Navy had already strayed from its path. Seeing this, Sootsong finally spoke. Seriously, you can't still naively believe that guy. Can you? Kuina seems to have misjudged him. You're not even willing to uphold your agreement now. What? Zoro's eyes widened in disbelief. Upon hearing the name of someone he deeply cared for, Zoro was instantly captivated. How do you know that person's name? What do you know? Zoro asked anxiously, astonished. What I know is none of your concern. However, if you perish meaninglessly, we will lose a companion, Sootsong said, glancing at Luffy. Companion? Right? Luffy stepped forward. Since Sootsong says you're a good person, then you must be a good person. I'll help you untie those ropes, and you can join us as our companion. Luffy proposed. What are you saying? Zoro seemed confused by Luffy's words. I'm looking for comrades to become pirates together. Luffy explained. I refuse. Do you want me to willingly become a villain? Don't waste your breath. Zoro flatly rejected. Pirates are scoundrels. Who would want to be one? Zoro once again declined. What does it matter? You have always been referred to as an infamous bounty hunter, regardless of how others perceive me. I have never committed any acts that I would regret, no matter what. I shall survive and pursue my aspirations, Zoro declared with fervent yearning. Sootsong remarked, as a swordsman, what you desire most is surely to defeat the man known as Hawkeye. Is it not? That is the pact between you two that you have upheld this current agreement. Yet you have forsaken a lifelong promise to a dear friend. Are you truly satisfied with that? This time, Zoro was not composed. He immediately retorted, who are you to know so much? It is not that I can see into your soul. Rather, I possess an understanding of your past. I know you will not remain idle. And I have faith that you will make the right choice. Sootsong's eyes radiated belief, leaving Zoro in contemplative silence. Indeed, it appears you are no ordinary individual, Zoro said, gazing at Sootsong with profound meaning. Luffy nodded in agreement, resolutely stating, I have made up my mind. I want you to be my companion. We will help you reclaim your sword. Both Luffy and Sootsong spoke in unison. Ha. Let me think it over. Zoro replied, falling into silence as he reflected on his past. Meanwhile, Sootsong and Luffy were not idle. They rushed towards the naval base together. Luffy soared straight to the top of the naval base tower, damaging Colonel Monka's statue. Immediately, Colonel Monka, enraged, ordered his subordinates to capture Luffy. As Sootsong flew up, he witnessed this scene unfold. Luffy is indeed full of surprises. However, Sootsong reacted swiftly, seizing Luffy and the blonde-haired Baratie, instructing the latter to lead them to Zoro's sword. In a short time, Zoro's sword was located. 3 swords. Which one belongs to Zoro? Luffy inquired, but unbeknownst to them, Baratie had already fainted. All 3 are his. He wields the 3-sword style, Sootsong stated. If I am not mistaken, Kobe has already untied Zoro, and Monka is now preparing to eliminate them. We must hasten, Sootsong speculated based on the unfolding events. What? Luffy exclaimed, peering through the window, confirming that the Navy had their guns aimed at Zoro and Kobe. This is bad. In a moment of desperation, Luffy propelled himself through the window, using his rubber elasticity. Landing directly in front of Zoro and Kobe. Being made of rubber, he could deflect all bullets, and his arrival shielded Zoro and Kobe. Useless. Huh? Luffy exclaimed joyfully. Who are you? Zoro was equally astonished, not expecting Luffy to possess such extraordinary abilities. I am Monkey D. Luffy, a man determined to become the Pirate King, Luffy declared, raising his thumb. Following closely, Sootsong swiftly flew through the window as well. And I am Sootsong, here to safeguard the path to becoming the Pirate King. Sootsong tossed the 3 swords to Zoro. What? The Pirate King? Are you serious? Do you even understand what that means? Zoro asked incredulously, considering the declaration came from someone not much older than himself. Luffy is serious. That is simply who he is, He aims to become the Pirate King and obtain the ultimate treasure of the world, the One Piece. Kobe affirmed. Forget it. Rather than be killed here, I would prefer to become your companion. Zoro ultimately declared. Wonderful. You are willing to join us? Splendid. Luffy exclaimed, brimming with excitement that his Straw Hat Pirates had gained another member, Zoro, in addition to Suit Song. Fool, if you understand, then hurry and untie the ropes, Zoro urged. Meanwhile, the Navy remained in a state of utter shock. What is going on? How could he possibly bounce the bullets back? Colonel Monka, possessing some knowledge, was momentarily stunned before stating, that Straw Hat Kid is no ordinary person. He must have consumed a legendary devil fruit. Devil fruit, the treasure of the seas? It is said that those who consume it gain unimaginable powers, powers to breathe fire, to summon tsunamis. That I have heard many legends, and due to their variety, specifics remain unclear. The secret is said to lie within the Grand Line. The abilities exhibited by that Straw Hat Kid are undoubtedly those of a devil fruit user. And the one with wings must also be a user of similar powers, Colonel Monka asserted earnestly. However, regardless of who they are, anyone who stands against me is doomed to perish, if guns are ineffective. Then cut them down. With Colonel Monka's command, the Navy surged forward, brandishing their blades against Luffy, Suit Song, Zoro, and the others. In a crucial moment, Suit Song severed Zoro's bindings. Just then, Zoro grasped his three swords, skillfully and swiftly blocking all incoming attacks from the crowd. The sight of a single man fending off so many attacks left the Navy astounded. This guy is incredibly strong. The Navy members hesitated, ceasing their assaults. You fools! Why are you daydreaming? Get rid of them now. Colonel Monka bellowed. Duck, Zoro, Luffy suddenly shouted. Rubber whip. Luffy executed a sweeping kick, sending a group of Navy flying. Suit Song, as Luffy's kick approached, transformed his body, rendering him immune to Luffy's attack. That we won. Incredible, Kobe exclaimed, filled with excitement at the spectacle. Who are you guys? Zoro inquired, astonished at Luffy's prowess. That I am a rubber man who ate the rubber fruit. Luffy replied, I am a demon man who consumed a devil fruit. Suit Song stated nonchalantly. At last, they understood why the two were so formidable. They were both users of devil fruits. We must eliminate this fellow swiftly. Otherwise, our journey will be delayed. Suit Song then dashed toward Axe Hand Monka at breakneck speed, delivering a powerful punch to Monka's massive axe. With a resounding boom, a significant crack appeared in Monka's weapon. How is this possible? I am Colonel Monka of the Navy, Monka exclaimed, swinging his colossal axe. Although his strike appeared formidable, it lacked agility. Suit Song's attacks were exceedingly powerful. In mere moments, Axe Hand Monka was exhausted. Goodness! Colonel Monka is being overwhelmingly beaten. Monka was nearly defeated when Barumide, wielding a pistol, seized Kobe, threatening, Stop! If you don't, I will shoot. With Luffy and Zoro present, Suit Song need not worry about Kobe. Colonel Monka, it is time for you to fall. Suit Song then manifested the demon behind him, which took on an increasingly tangible form. Following this, Suit Song struck with a forceful palm. Axe Hand Monka raised his axe, intending to bring it down heavily, but ultimately, with a resounding boom, Monka's axe shattered. And his final conscious thought was, impossible. No way. He was then sent flying. Losing consciousness as for the remaining Navy, they dared not resist, realizing they could not handle even Zoro alone, let alone the two peculiar individuals, Luffy and Suit Song. Thank you, Suit Song. Thank you, Zoro. Luffy expressed his gratitude. It was nothing, Captain. Zoro replied with a slight smile. I require some as well? I am a captain too, Suit Song remarked, exchanging a knowing smile with Luffy. If anyone else wishes to capture us, feel free to announce your name, Zoro declared, surveying the surrounding Navy. To his surprise, as soon as he finished speaking, all the Navy members excitedly dropped their weapons. Wonderful! Finally, we are free from Monka's tyranny. Long live the Navy! This is fantastic. It turned out that the Navy had also suffered under Colonel Monka's oppression, and now they felt a sense of liberation. Having expressed his hunger, Zoro suddenly collapsed onto the ground. What a character! Ha! Subsequently, Suit Song, Luffy, and Kobe carried Zoro to find a young girl, whose mother prepared a sumptuous feast. That on one hand, they expressed gratitude to Zoro, and on the other, they celebrated the downfall of Colonel Monka. After finishing their meal, Zoro casually inquired, So, how many comrades have you gathered now? I recall you mentioning that you were recruiting companions, right? Since you declared your ambition to become the Pirate King. You must have amassed quite a few allies, haven't you? Zoro asked innocently. No, apart from Suit Song. It's just you, Luffy replied bluntly. Can 3 people really form a pirate crew? Zoro asked in astonishment. What does it matter? We're strong enough, Luffy asserted. Suit Song added. We only recruit true companions. Those with dreams, goals, and special skills. At the very least, we should enjoy good food and drink together. That's absolutely right, Luffy nodded and said. This guy here, Suit Song, is our captain. I'm also a captain, but he's incredibly strong. By the way, what's the story behind that sword of yours? Zoro expressed great interest in Suit Song's blade. Since we're companions, I'll let you take a look. Suit Song generously handed the sword to Zoro. Zoro examined it closely before finally drawing it out. However, he still couldn't discern what kind of sword it was. The quality is exceptional, yet I have truly never seen this sword before. Could it possibly be the legendary Supreme Great Blade? Zoro inquired. Not quite, but its quality rivals that of the Supreme Great Blade. However, what's truly important is not the sword itself, but the one wielding it. Suit Song suddenly recalled a classic line and articulated it. Well, if given the opportunity, we must engage in a duel, Zoro remarked, then asked, where's our ship? It's right there, Suit Song pointed out, upon seeing the decent-looking ship outside the window. Zoro felt somewhat reassured. After some conversation, the Navy finally arrived. Although you've dealt with the cruel Colonel Monka, knowing that you're pirates, we must ask you to leave at once, the Navy insisted. However, Kobe ended up receiving a good beating from Luffy, which led the Navy to conclude that they were not part of the same group. Thus, the trio returned to their ship and departed from Shell's town. Before leaving, Kobe expressed his gratitude to Luffy and Suit Song for all they had done for him. Yet, the ship was already drifting further towards the open sea. Unlike the original story, thanks to Suit Song, the ship remained on the correct course, and this voyage across the East Sea was relatively calm. However, it was unclear if it was merely a coincidence, but once again, the ship ran out of food. On that day, Luffy, in a rather whimsical manner, decided to catch birds from the sky, resulting in him being carried away by one. Suit Song quickly adjusted the ship's speed to its maximum in an attempt to chase after Luffy. Just then, a cry for help from someone overboard echoed across the sea. What is that? Zoro spotted the person struggling in the water. There's no time to rescue you. Just climb aboard. Ultimately, the unfortunate swimmer clumsily managed to board the ship. However, upon arriving, these individuals attempted to seize the ship, only to be swiftly taught a lesson by Zoro. Despite Suit Song's frantic pursuit, one was in the water while the other was in the sky, making it nearly impossible to catch up. However, upon seeing the 2 individuals whom Zoro had reprimanded, Suit Song noticed the distinct mark of Buggy the Clown on them and couldn't help but inquire, your captain must be Buggy the Clown. Am I correct? Yes, yes, the 2 subordinates of Buggy replied, visibly anxious. If I'm not mistaken, the treasure aboard your ship was stolen by a girl with orange hair, right? Suit Song scrutinized their eyes as he asked. The 2 exchanged glances before immediately responding. That's correct. How did you know? That thief stole our treasure and our ship, and then we unfortunately encountered a storm, and then the ship sank, and we were adrift at sea for quite a while. One of Buggy's subordinates recounted their tale of woe, yet Suit Song felt no sympathy for them. Very well. If you tell me where Buggy is, I shall spare your lives, Suit Song generously declared. Huh? Aren't you going to find Luffy? Zoro was also somewhat bewildered by the situation. The location of Buggy is the only nearby island. It's highly likely that Luffy is there, Suit Song explained, and Zoro instantly understood. Indeed, you 2, quickly show us the way, Zoro commanded, and the 2, frightened, hurriedly pointed the direction. After a while, under the guidance of Buggy's subordinates, they finally arrived at a town that Suit Song surveyed the surroundings and said, let us go. Let these 2 lead the way to find Buggy. With the 2 Buggy subordinates as their guides, Suit Song and Zoro effortlessly reached Buggy's stronghold. Upon arrival, they immediately perceived the dire situation. At that moment, a cannon was aimed at Luffy, while an orange-haired girl was extinguishing the fuse, and 3 pirates leaped into the air, ready to strike her down. In an instant, Zoro sprang into action, using only the sheath of his sword to knock the 3 pirates to the ground. Meanwhile, Suit Song had already reached Luffy's side. Zoro, Suit Song, Luffy exclaimed with delight. The orange-haired girl was none other than Nami, known as the Little Thief. Hey, are you unhurt? What's going on? I thought you were taken away by a bird, but it turns out you were locked in a cage. Zoro was still trying to grasp the situation. In any case, our enemy now should be Buggy the Clown, right? Suit Song inquired. However, at that moment, not many in Buggy's crew were paying attention to Suit Song. Rather, they were fixated on Zoro, astonished, after all. Zoro had already gained some notoriety in the East Sea, being referred to as a beast among bounty hunters, while Suit Song was merely a rookie setting sail for the first time. Is this the companion you were speaking of, Zoro? Nami asked, surprised, eyeing the black-haired youth to tea that moment. Buggy interjected, what brings you here? Are you here to claim my head? No, I'm not interested. I've ceased being a bounty hunter. Zoro replied nonchalantly. However, I am quite intrigued by you. If I kill you, my name will spread far and wide. Buggy boasted arrogantly. Not a chance. You will meet your demise, Zoro declared with great authority. Is that so? Buggy responded while the knives in his hands began to whirl. You wouldn't understand even if I told you, Zoro sighed. Feeling increasingly anxious at that moment, Buggy was prepared to confront Zoro. However, noticing Zoro's impatience, Suit Song stepped forward. Zoro, you go save Luffy. This guy is a devil fruit user, and I'll handle him, Suit Song said humbly, taking a step forward, his gaze fixed on Buggy. Who do you think you are to challenge me? Buggy the Great. Buggy appeared to look down upon Suit Song. That Suit Song replied, if you can't defeat a nameless rookie like me, you certainly won't stand a chance against Zoro. That red-nosed clown. That Suit Song's final remark was nothing short of a fatal blow, causing Buggy to explode in anger, unable to endure the insult any longer. You bastard. How dare you call me that? I will kill you. Buggy charged forward with fury. It was then that Suit Song drew his Zanpakuto for the first time. And as the razor-sharp weapon was unsheathed, it instantly cleaved Buggy into pieces. Yet, the cries of the pirates did not cease. In no way. This guy is far too easy to defeat. Zoro found it hard to believe. How weak. Luffy also seemed perplexed. The captain has been slain, and they're still laughing. What is going on? Nami too was bewildered. However, Suit Song understood Buggy's devil fruit abilities, though he chose to remain discreet. Just then, Buggy's hand suddenly lunged at them from behind. Now's your chance. A pair of enormous demonic wings suddenly unfurled from Suit Song's back. What? The clown Buggy was taken aback. What is this? Nami, who had never witnessed Suit Song's abilities, was utterly astonished as well. The gigantic wings obscured Suit Song's figure completely, rendering Buggy's flying knives utterly ineffective. The laughter of the pirates watching from the sidelines abruptly ceased. They simply could not comprehend the scene before them. This fellow has consumed the split fruit, making him a split man. However, I too am a devil fruit user, a demon man. Let us see whose fruit abilities prevail. After Suit Song's declaration, the wings forcefully propelled outward. Even though Buggy attempted to control his fragmented body, the sheer force sent him flying. The pirates stood in stunned silence, unable to accept that their formidable Captain Buggy had been effortlessly struck down by a mysterious young man with devil fruit abilities. Captain Buggy, are you all right? Lord Buggy, the pirates expressed their concern. Incredible, I never expected this black-haired youth to be so powerful, Nami exclaimed in astonishment. How infuriating. Buggy, having sustained little injury, clambered to his feet and cursed, no one is escaping today. That is not for you to decide. In the next instant, Suit Song appeared before Buggy, delivering a powerful kick before Buggy could react. Buggy prepared to utilize his split ability against Suit Song. Suit Song effortlessly activated his Logia powers to end the early stages of the pirate world. The outcome of a battle between Paramecia and Logia was nearly always predetermined. In other words, Buggy could only passively endure Suit Song's onslaught, while Suit Song remained unscathed. As Suit Song engaged Buggy, Zoro turned to Nami and inquired, "Who is that guy?" "He is our navigator," Luffy replied with a smile, regarding Nami as if she were a comrade. "Luffy, be ready," Zoro cautioned, then promptly pushed Luffy's cage off the rooftop. At that moment, Buggy finally regained his composure and spat angrily. "Those four dare to underestimate me. They must be declaring war." Reinforcements soon appeared for Buggy, with a figure and a beast materializing simultaneously. "Is that you, Machi?" Buggy called out, recognizing the tamer among his ranks. The beast tamer Machi was naturally intrigued by the renowned bounty hunter Zoro and proposed, "Let me take the head of Roronoa Zoro." "Sure, leave this guy to me." Buggy regarded Suit Song as his adversary. "I never expected you to be a devil fruit user as well. However, I've never heard of a devil fruit that embodies demons," Buggy remarked, shaking his head. "Kid, Regardless of the circumstances, you must answer for yourself today. Buggy was particularly sensitive about remarks concerning his large red nose, and Suitsong intended to provoke him. Split. Buggy activated his devil fruit ability once more, his body splitting into hands, feet, and a head, appearing quite bizarre. Armed with flying knives, he charged at Suitsong. Yet, Suitsong remained unfazed. Although both were devil fruit users, the disparity between their powers was vast. Buggy's split fruit was merely average, possessing both strengths and weaknesses. In contrast, Suitsong's fruit was a legendary super devil fruit, a fusion of the advantages of Logia, Paramecia, and Zoan types. Thus, when facing Buggy, Suitsong effortlessly evaded his attack with a simple transformation into his elemental form. Subsequently, Suitsong utilized his demonic hand to firmly grasp several parts of Buggy's fragmented body. While Buggy could split apart, he could not further divide his already fragmented form. In other words, the split fruit primarily excelled in flexibility. However, Suitsong's firm grip effectively immobilized Buggy's body, rendering his remaining head nearly powerless. The split fruit, perhaps it possesses great potential, but you cannot defeat me in your current state. After Suitsong's words, he swiftly procured a rope and bound Buggy's dismembered parts together. He then extended his long arm once more. No, please. Buggy seemed to realize Suitsong's intentions. Suitsong slowly approached the cannon and, with brute force, shoved Buggy's body into it before igniting the fuse. Boom! Buggy's body vanished entirely from Orangetown. What? The onlookers no longer regarded Suitsong with disdain. Terror gripped them. The captain of the Buggy pirate crew, a devil fruit user, had been effortlessly defeated by this mysterious figure. What chance did they have? They promptly scattered in every direction. Suitsong shook his head, pondering, with such a powerful devil fruit, I truly am invincible in the East Blue. I wonder what potential my fruit holds for the future. Will it enable me to contend with those formidable masters who wield Haki? Just as Suitsong prepared to leap from the tower in search of Luffy and Zoro, a voice drew him to another realm. Ding ding ding. Congratulations, host. You have arrived at Orangetown. Congratulations on successfully signing in. The system has gifted you the bloodline limit of the Naruto world, Indra's bloodline. You have initially awakened the Sharingan. Of course, the Sharingan bestowed upon you by the system currently possesses only one tomo, that if you accumulate more sign-in locations, you can automatically enhance the Sharingan's abilities. A single tomo Sharingan, huh? Suitsong reflected in the world of Naruto. The Sharingan is renowned as a powerful bloodline limit. Should it continue to evolve, it would not only grant the powers of the Mangeki, but also the capabilities of the Rinnegan. Recognizing the might of the Sharingan, Suitsong felt quite content. The East Blue and the first half of the Grand Line would suffice for upgrading the Sharingan, as there were no formidable opponents here. I should be able to activate it now, right? Sharingan, activate. Suitsong felt a slight itch in his eyes and quickly found a mirror, where he beheld his crimson irises, complete with a single tomo. However, he did not feel entirely at ease. He sensed a peculiar energy flowing from his body. This energy felt different from the powers derived from devil fruit abilities in the pirate world. It seems that nothing comes without a cost. The single tomo Sharingan indeed enhances my combat prowess, but it consumes my chakra, which appears to be quite limited. It seems I must endeavor to condense and refine my chakra in the future, or else I will be unable to utilize any special ninjutsu rewards from the system. After closing the Sharingan, Suitsong leaped from the tower, landing on the ground with a clear understanding of the recent events. Thanks to Suitsong's intervention, Zoro had not been ambushed by Buggy and thus remained uninjured. That moment, Zoro was engaged in combat with Machi the beast tamer and his massive lion. Oh, have you dealt with that fellow named Buggy? Luffy, who appeared harmless, asked while Zoro was fighting. I took care of him. By the way, Luffy, why haven't you come out yet? Suitsong inquired, puzzled. As soon as I came down, these guys showed up, Zoro explained, indicating Luffy. Meanwhile, Zoro found himself near Luffy's cage and, noticing Suitsong, said, leave these two to me, Suitsong. You find a way to free Luffy. Suitsong, exasperated, patted his head and replied, all right, but don't take too long. Otherwise, I'll look down on you. Luffy then turned to Suitsong and asked, is this cage very sturdy? Can it be broken? Let us give it a try. After all, my usual method of attack has always been through punches and kicks. This time, I shall wield my blade. Suitsong's gaze sharpened as he gently unsheathed the knife from his waist, swiftly drawing it with remarkable speed. Songlong, The sound of the blade being drawn resonated, revealing that this weapon was far from ordinary. At last, Soothsong swung the knife, its razor-sharp edge slicing through the outer bars of the cage as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. Duck. Soothsong's warning seemed to come too late, for the strike had already been executed. In that critical moment, Luffy grasped the overhead bars with both hands, utilizing his inherent elasticity to leap upwards. How exhilarating! Luffy laughed innocently. That scared me. I thought it was the end. Soothsong, too, was quite alarmed, realizing that his previous strike had nearly cost Luffy his life. Who would have thought that his Zanpakuto could be so extraordinarily sharp? Well then, now that I am free, this fellow is all mine. At that moment, Luffy was filled with fighting spirit, eager to join forces with Zoro to confront the Beastmaster Machi and his lion, Rickied. As Luffy charged forward, a girl with orange hair suddenly appeared behind Soothsong. Are you Soothsong? The speaker was, of course, Nami, who appeared slightly bashful, as all of this was indeed her doing. Yes, I am Soothsong. There's something you need, Nami? Soothsong turned to inquire. Nami was taken aback, immediately countering, how do you know my name? I don't believe I introduced myself. It was Buggy who mentioned it. Soothsong replied. I see. By the way, how is Buggy doing? Nami asked. I sent him flying. Dealing with a pirate of his caliber was effortless, Soothsong said nonchalantly, then took a couple of steps towards Nami, fixing his gaze upon her as he asked, I assume this is what you're truly concerned about. Soothsong produced a map, revealing the nautical chart of the Grand Line. Originally, the chart was in Buggy's possession, but it seemed Nami had taken it, only for it to be reclaimed by Buggy later on. After defeating Buggy, the chart naturally returned to Soothsong's hands. Nami nodded, feigning cuteness as she said, Mister, could you possibly give me the Grand Line map? I really need it. Upon witnessing this, Soothsong pretended to be astonished and asked, You? Why do you need this map? Didn't that guy Luffy say? I'm our navigator, so naturally, I have the greatest need for this map, Nami replied, half-jokingly that Soothsong chose not to expose her pretense. Instead nodding in understanding, I see that if you're one of us, then it's no issue. He easily handed the nautical chart to Nami, but his next words sent a shiver down her spine. Nami, next time you go after Arlong, just let me know, and I'll help you deal with him. The weather conditions in the Grand Line are so treacherous that this map is practically useless. Nami's wariness surged, and she quickly grasped the stick she always carried, adopting a defensive stance. What do you know? Nami retorted, subconsciously stepping back to obscure the Arlong pirate's insignia on her shoulder. Me? Just assume I know nothing. The captain is Luffy. He decides where we go, but I imagine he will assist you as well, Soothsong mused, then walked away towards Luffy, leaving a bewildered Nami in his wake. At this moment, Luffy and Zoro had already reached the entrance of a pet shop. The small white dog at the entrance was the former owner's loyal companion, who continued to guard the shop even after the owner's demise. When the great lion Ricky burst in, the little dog attempted to stop him but was effortlessly swatted aside. Ultimately, Luffy came to the aid of the little dog, shielding it from the Beastmaster and his lion. However, amidst their enemies, a juggler appeared, clearly a remnant of Buggy's crew. These two were considered officers of Buggy's pirates. As Luffy and Zoro engaged in battle, their strength steadily escalated, and they quickly adapted to their opponent's attack patterns, ultimately overpowering them with their combined advantages. The outcome was evident. Luffy triumphed over the Beastmaster and his lion, while Zoro defeated the juggler as for the great boss, the clown Buggy. He had already been dispatched by Soothsong. Luffy, Zoro, and Soothsong had not only safeguarded the pet shop and the little dog, but also the entire Orange Town. Eventually, the trio returned to the port, raising the anchor and setting sail away from Orange Town. This time, their journey included the company of Nami. We are partners now, Luffy exclaimed joyfully at Nami's joining, while Zoro looked on with amusement at Luffy being teased by Nami. Yet, only Soothsong could sense the mutual wariness between Nami and himself. Nevertheless, Soothsong skillfully masked this apprehension at that moment. The four trusted Nami's navigational skills, allowing her to lead them to the next island. Strangely enough, during their voyage with Nami, they encountered almost no inclement weather. What is going on? Soothsong couldn't help, but inquired, Is it luck? Nami shook her head, explaining, there are certain areas with severe weather that I generally avoid. As long as you have a clear sense of direction at sea, you can steer clear of them. Of course, these techniques only apply to the East Blue. Indeed, Having a competent navigator makes a significant difference compared to following two headless flies, Zoro remarked, glancing at Luffy and Sootsong. Are you calling us headless flies? Sootsong silently scoffed at Zoro. Among all the pirates in the world, the most notorious for being directionally challenged was Zoro himself, who now had the audacity to criticize others. It is said that when battling Zoro, if you retreat just a few meters, he will lose track of you. Though this might sound exaggerated, it certainly highlighted Zoro's infamous spatial awareness. Throughout the journey, Luffy indulged in eating and playing, while Nami naturally took charge of navigation, and Zoro spent his free time either sleeping or training. As for Sootsong, he isolated himself in his quarters, remaining silent. Suddenly, a realization struck. Yes, that's it. Inside the cabin, a young boy was radiating blue energy. This energy was difficult to describe, and nearly imperceptible to those in this world. It was a form of chakra, entirely distinct from anything else present. Indeed, Sootsong had been diligently working on harnessing chakra within the cabin. Although this endeavor proved challenging, he gradually began to find his rhythm. He was now able to condense and refine chakra, marking a significant breakthrough. Just as Sootsong prepared to continue his exploration and training, he heard the voices of Nami and the others above deck. Sootsong emerged from the cabin to discover that the ship had reached a new island. The vessel docked on the beach, and the four disembarked. It's been so long since we've set foot on land. Luffy stretched his limbs, exclaiming, "Do you think there's a small village here?" Nami examined the map, replying, "It seems there is." Luffy, drooling with anticipation, added, "Wow. Then it must be meat. 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 There should be delicious food in that village, right?" The provisions on the ship were merely leftovers from their previous supplies, and Luffy had grown tired of them long ago. Nami shot Luffy an exasperated glance. "Could you please think about something other than meat?" Zoro, feeling the comfort, stifled a yawn. The beach surrounding them was tranquil and pleasant. Yet Zoro suddenly sensed something amiss and gently drew his sword, warning, "Be careful, there are presences nearby." Where are they? Luffy remained completely unguarded. Sootsong scanned the area, already discerning the location and identities of these individuals. "Danger!" Zoro shouted, just as countless stones rained down from above, landing at Luffy's feet, prompting him to frantically dodge. That moment, from the dense grass on the hillside, numerous pirate flags were raised. "Wow, how impressive!" Luffy exclaimed in admiration. Is now really the time to admire others? Nami could not help but express her disdain at that very moment. A man stood proudly atop the hill, declaring with an imposing presence, "I am Usopp, the captain of the pirate crew that governs this village. People sing my praises and refer to me as our captain, Captain Usopp. If you intend to attack this village, I advise you to reconsider. For my 800 million subordinates will not spare you." The speaker was none other than Usopp, known for his grandiose tales among the pirates. Among the four, only Luffy exclaimed in astonishment, "Incredible." However, Nami promptly questioned, "Is that a lie?" Upon hearing doubt cast upon his words, Usopp admitted, "You've seen through me." Shortly thereafter, the three little ones, also recognized by Nami, scampered away in a hurry. Sootsong, observing this, decided not to waste any more time and took a step forward, saying, "So Usopp, is it? Fear not, we are not your enemies." Usopp, still somewhat wary, replied, "Do you think I would believe that? Your father is named Jesus Burgess, right? A subordinate of red-haired Shanks." Upon Sootsong's revelation, Usopp's guard lowered significantly. "I see now. I thought he resembled someone." Luffy remarked that I met Jesus Burgess when I was a child. After clarifying the misunderstanding, Usopp naturally invited Luffy, Sootsong, and the others to the village for a hearty meal. As they conversed, they inadvertently drifted into a discussion about the villa on the mountain. "By the way, I suddenly forgot something. I must attend to a matter." Usopp then hurriedly departed, leaving Luffy, Sootsong, and the others behind. What could he be up to? Nami, feeling perplexed, found him quite odd that Sootsong then directly asked, "Luffy, what do you think of Usopp?" "He's great. I like him a lot." Luffy nodded enthusiastically. "Are you suggesting we invite him to join us?" Luffy inquired. "Indeed, but before that, we must attend to certain matters." Sootsong replied mysteriously. "What matters?" the others asked, bewildered. "Just follow me," Sootsong said, leading them up the mountain. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the magnificent villa. Numerous guards clad in black stood at the gate, making it quite challenging for an ordinary person to enter undetected. However, As a user of a devil fruit ability, Sootsong extended his wings and effortlessly carried everyone into the garden. Is this your power? Nami, though aware of Sootsong's prowess, had never experienced his strength so closely. Although they had entered smoothly, Luffy questioned, "But what exactly are we here to do?" "Yes, Sootsong, what is your intention?" Zoro also inquired eagerly. Sootsong then began to explain what he knew. There was once a pirate crew known as the Black Pirates, led by Captain Kuro, an exceptionally cunning and ruthless pirate. In pursuit of greater wealth, he stealthily infiltrated a wealthy family, ultimately becoming their butler, and secretly murdered the head of the household. Now, he plans to harm the family's daughter. I seem to recall Captain Kuro. But I heard he had been killed, Zoro commented, showing some awareness. Years ago, Kuro eliminated all the pirates who pursued him, leaving only one Navy soldier alive. He broke the soldier's jaw and then used the powers of his subordinate, a hypnotist, to make him believe that someone resembling Captain Kuro was, in fact, Kuro himself. Simultaneously, he transformed him into a fiercely temperamental Navy officer, who eventually rose to the rank of Navy Colonel. Luffy and Zoro. You should both be aware of this, Sootsong revealed, directly naming the figure in the dream. Could it be Monka? Zoro said, incredulous. Indeed, Sootsong nodded. So, where is this Kuro now? Luffy asked urgently. Nami glanced at the villa and seemed to have guessed. Yes, Nami is correct. Captain Kuro is currently disguised as Kurabatel, serving as the butler for this family, and Usopp is likely fond of their daughter. Sootsong explained. So, the daughter is in danger? Shouldn't we rescue her immediately? Luffy questioned. Sootsong shook his head. As pirates, no one would believe our words unless. He then shared his strategy with the group. However, Luffy asked, is that really a good idea? What if this person is the pirate you claim? Sootsong chuckled and suddenly launched an attack toward Luffy and Zoro. Though they were caught off guard, they instinctively dodged and defended against the strike. That Sootsong then remarked, "See, a normal person would not possess such agility and reflexes. We will soon ascertain the truth of my words. Let us proceed as I suggest." The others finally understood and nodded in agreement with Sootsong's plan. Meanwhile, in the back garden, Usopp was telling a story to Kaya when Kuro discovered them. Kuro was devising ways to provoke Usopp, and after Usopp felt humiliated, he impulsively decided to attack Kuro, inadvertently playing into Kuro's hands. Ultimately, Kuro drove Usopp away. Just then, Sootsong suddenly appeared before Usopp and Kuro. "Hey, Sootsong, what are you doing here?" Usopp asked, both puzzled and surprised, unaware of how Sootsong had found him or what his intentions were. Sootsong approached Kuro with a grim expression. "Who are you?" "Unauthorized entry into private premises. What is your business here?" Kuro feigned innocence. "The captain of the Black Pirates. Kuro, is that not correct?" Sootsong's words caused a flicker of fear in Kuro's eyes. "That I did not understand what you said." Kuro managed to maintain his composure, still presenting the facade of a butler. "A pirate? How could the butler be a pirate?" Usopp was taken aback. Though he disliked the butler, he was unaware of this truth. "Impossible. Kurabatel is a good person. How could he be a pirate?" Kaya naturally did not believe it. "Such a noble individual as I could never be a lowly pirate. You pirates think to tarnish my reputation with lies. No one will believe you." Kuro continued his charade, adjusting his glasses with a flourish. "I mean, though he may be a bit extreme, he shouldn't be a pirate, right?" Usopp also expressed some disbelief. Sootsong snorted. "Kuro, others may not recognize you, but how could I not? The reason you adjust your glasses is due to your long fingernails, is it not?" Sootsong continued. "Many years ago, you murdered my parents. I witnessed you commit the act. But I was well hidden, and no one discovered me." Sootsong was, of course, fabricating this tale, hoping to provoke Kuro into revealing his true nature. "I also heard that you were captured by someone named Monka. However, that individual was clearly not you. It was obviously a hypnotist from your crew who manipulated him." Kuro's heart began to race with panic. After all, this was a plan years in the making. Apart from his closest subordinates, no one else was aware. Yet, Kuro never expected that someone would uncover his schemes. Realizing that his plot was on the verge of being exposed, Kuro could not reveal his identity as a pirate. The only option left was to interrupt Sootsong. "You scoundrel, stop your nonsense. Adjusting my glasses is merely a habit. What you speak is pure fabrication. I have never heard of it. If you do not leave, I shall summon the guards." Kuro suppressed his urge to kill Sootsong. At that moment, Kaya interjected. "Usopp, take your friends and leave. I will not allow you to slander Kurabatel any further. Let us go." Suitsong. Usopp knew he had no evidence, and Suitsong's words amounted to mere hearsay, ultimately leading them to leave the villa. However, just as they were about to depart, Suitsong called out loudly to Kuro. Kuro, tomorrow evening, at the beach, let us settle this matter once and for all, or I shall disclose your identity to everyone in the village and reveal your intentions. Kuro scoffed disdainfully, declaring, I will not make any agreements with a pirate. And the villagers will hardly believe the words of a scoundrel like you. Thereafter, Suitsong departed with the others. Once they had left, only Usopp remained puzzled, persistently questioning what had transpired. If my intuition serves me correctly, Miss Kaya is likely to meet her demise at the hands of Kuro tonight, Suitsong asserted with unwavering conviction. What? Impossible. Why would he do such a thing? Usopp was bewildered, as were the others. If I were Kuro and my identity was exposed by a stranger, I would be compelled to act. There are two choices. First, discreetly eliminate the stranger, maintain my relationship with Miss Kaya, and wait for the opportune moment to kill her and seize all her wealth. The second option would be to believe the moment is ripe, to strike down Kaya directly, and then silence the stranger, thus inheriting her fortune without contest. Suitsong continued. Hence, I surmise that Miss Kaya will likely be slain by Kuro tonight. Usopp, upon hearing Suitsong's words, was initially incredulous. Tonight, we shall stealthily infiltrate Miss Kaya's chamber. The outcome will reveal itself in due course, Suitsong stated earnestly. As night swiftly descended, Suitsong effortlessly infiltrated the villa using the abilities granted by his devil fruit. With Usopp's assistance, he located Miss Kaya's room. Miss Kaya, clearly in distress, was currently weeping quietly. Nonetheless, this provided an opportune moment for the group to stealthily conceal themselves beneath her bed and within her wardrobe. Although Miss Kaya nearly discovered their presence due to her carelessness, they ultimately managed to hide in their prearranged spots without incident. As time passed, Miss Kaya fell asleep on her bed that moment. A figure entered her room. The gleaming eyes behind the glasses and the long, razor-sharp blade in hand were unmistakable. Usopp was rendered speechless at the sight. Suitsong immediately gestured for silence, signaling Usopp to remain quiet and composed. Kuro poised his blade above Kaya, hesitating, as the blood on the blade attested to his prior deeds. That instant, a shadow suddenly erupted from beneath the bed, launching an assault on Kuro. One of the most feared pirates in the East Blue. Kuro's reflexes were lightning fast, and he swiftly countered the attack. However, the assailant was no ordinary foe. It was the swordsman Zoro. Everyone emerged from their hiding spots, and Usopp roused Miss Kaya. Upon witnessing the blood on Kuro's hands and the fierce skirmish between him and Zoro, Miss Kaya's expression was one of disbelief. Cunningly, Kuro struck Zoro away and feigned innocence, exclaiming, My lady, these individuals have come to kill you. They also murdered Mary. Mary, of course, was another of Kaya's devoted servants and the renowned designer of the Going Merry. Miss Kaya was left in a state of confusion, unsure of whom to trust, as her most reliable ally was now implicated in the turmoil. Everyone's astonishment, Mary, battered but resolute, crawled from the scene of the initial attack. Gasping, My lady, it is not as Kuro claims. I was injured by that scoundrel. He is a pirate. Mary's words prompted Kuro to abandon his charade. How infuriating, just as I was on the brink of success. You insignificant pests had to meddle, and of all moments, you stumble upon this scene? No matter, everyone here tonight must perish. Kuro finally revealed his true self. Indeed, I am Kuro, captain of the Black Cat Pirates. I am not to be trifled with by the likes of you. Tomorrow morning, my crew will storm this place, and you shall have no hope of escape. This cannot be happening. Miss Kaya's heart nearly shattered at the revelation. Meanwhile, Suitsong could not suppress his laughter. Ha! All attention shifted towards him. What is so amusing? I cannot believe you still find humor in your impending doom. Kuro sneered, his malice evident to me. I laugh at your arrogance. Suitsong retorted, I have long been aware of your scheme. All of this has merely been orchestrated to allow Miss Kaya to see your true nature. So what? Even if she recognizes my true self. Once she is dead, she will know nothing, Kuro replied. Foolish ones, had you truly uncovered my identity, you should have announced my plans and identity from the outset. Now, your ignorance will be the death of you. Kuro's chilling laughter echoed, his confidence unyielding. He had never entertained the thought of defeat. Foolish, I beg to differ. Rather, you may very well meet your end here tonight. Huh, how laughable. Kuro assumed a combat-ready stance. The resolution was imminent. As Suitsong stated calmly, the outcome shall soon be revealed. Wow! A powerful shout shattered the tense standoff. Surprisingly, it was not Suitsong who struck, but Luffy. Having learned of Kuro's nefarious plot, Luffy was filled with unbridled rage. He threw a punch that sent Kuro crashing through the window. Kuro sensed the formidable presence of Zoro and Suitsong, yet was caught off guard by Luffy's unexpected attack, which utilized his stretching abilities to land a blow before Kuro could react. Please, save Mary. Miss Kaya's focus shifted to the unconscious Mary in her arms. Usopp and Nami took it upon themselves to tend to Mary and comfort Kaya. Meanwhile, Zoro, Suitsong, and Luffy confronted Kuro in the courtyard. Encircling him, Kuro regarded Luffy with newfound understanding. Ah, so this is the power you rely upon. Devil fruit abilities? I merely need to eliminate you. Zoro brandished his sword, ready to display his three-sword style, while Suitsong appeared relaxed, exuding an aura of danger. Very well, I shall not hold back, Kuro declared, closing his eyes as his feet began to move like a phantom. Silent steps. Kuro's ultimate technique. Spoon. Suitsong warned. Watch out. Simultaneously, he shouted, Sharingan. Activate. The single Tomo Sharingan awakened, enhancing his perception. Though not as potent as its other forms, it granted Suitsong insight into Kuro's attack patterns, allowing him to counter effectively, bolstered by his devil fruit abilities. Kuro's technique, while formidable, lacked precision, posing a risk of harming his own crew. However, Luffy and Zoro found themselves momentarily overwhelmed. You have no idea what a true pirate is, Kuro boasted, reveling in the chaos. That I will show you the terror of a pirate who has danced with death countless times. As Luffy and Zoro sustained more injuries, Luffy could no longer contain his frustration. You scoundrel! You know nothing of what it means to be a pirate. How can you speak of camaraderie while disregarding your own companions? Luffy roared. Kaya is merely a tool to me, a stepping stone to seize her family's fortune, just a part of my plan. Kuro's words shattered Kaya's heart. Seizing the moment, Luffy managed to grab Kuro during a brief lapse in his defense, slamming him forcefully to the ground. Do you think that will harm me? Kuro retorted, once again activating his spoon technique. That moment, Luffy sprang to life, using his rubbery form to ensnare Kuro's upper body. Let go of me, you bastard. Kuro struggled, but Luffy's grip was unyielding. Now, your 3-year scheme has met its inevitable failure. Luffy has already begun to prepare for the final strike. My plan. It will absolutely not fail. Crocodile fervently exclaimed at the last moment. However, at this point, Luffy declared, rubber clock, stretching his head far back before delivering a resounding blow to Crocodile's head. Such a heavy hit instantly incapacitated Crocodile, who collapsed to the ground. Silenced forever. I am Monkey D. Luffy. I will never be defeated by a pirate who forsakes his own name. Luffy proclaimed with great authority. Suitsong, initially intending to intervene, naturally stepped aside alongside Zoro upon witnessing Luffy's fervent spirit. Although Crocodile had been vanquished, the matter was far from over. Suitsong soon returned to Kaya's room to inform everyone of the developments. I will do my utmost to convey the situation to the villagers. We can unite to resist external threats, Kaya stated. However, Suitsong, Zoro, and the others shook their heads, saying, never mind, leave the rest to us. What about me? Luffy inquired. You have already defeated Crocodile. Leave the others to us. Zoro replied with a cunning smile. This time, I want to protect everyone. Usopp and his 3 subordinates ultimately decided to join the battle. The next day, before dawn, everyone poured oil on the 2 slopes leading to the island, one for Suitsong and one for Zoro. The Black Pirate crew first landed on Zoro's side, but they could not breach the island. However, they spotted Suitsong's ship, and a group of pirates directly destroyed it with cannon fire before circling around to the other side of the island, only to run into Suitsong. Suitsong swiftly descended the slope, overpowering the pirates effortlessly. Crocodile's subordinates, naturally, were the Brother Brothers and the hypnotist Zhongyao. Together, the Brother Brothers appeared formidable, yet, in the presence of Suitsong, they proved inadequate. Utilizing the single Tomo Sharingan, Suitsong treated the Brother Brothers as a testing stone, honing his swordsmanship with each blow. Eventually, unable to contain himself any longer, Suitsong unleashed the power of his devil fruit, severely injuring the pirates and destroying their ship. Thus, the Black Pirate crew was left in disarray. As for the hypnotist Zhongyao, Suitsong effortlessly sent him flying with a single palm strike. With this, Crocodile's plan to invade West Rob village was utterly shattered. Meanwhile, as Zoro arrived breathless on the other side, the battle had already concluded. Without you, the village would certainly have fallen. Usopp expressed his gratitude. Not at all. If you hadn't made up your mind, we wouldn't have done anything either. But those guys destroyed our ship. Zoro responded, in no matter. I had already retrieved everything beforehand, including the pirate's treasure. Nami had stealthily infiltrated the enemy ship during the battle, hauling out all the treasure. She felt quite proud at that moment. Haha. Usopp had never felt so elated, gazing at the blue sky and white clouds. Taking this opportunity, I've made a decision to as a man. I must venture into the vast ocean. I am leaving this village, and my reason is simple. The pirate flag is calling to me. I want to become a true pirate. The others exchanged glances and ultimately laughed. Unexpectedly, both the beginning and conclusion of the story had been anticipated by Sootsong. Usopp then bid farewell to his three subordinates, entrusting his will to them, and invited everyone to a grand feast at the restaurant. At that moment, Kaya approached them, entering the dining area. Please allow me to thank you. I have prepared a gift for you all as a token of my gratitude that I sincerely hope you will accept it. Kaya said kindly. She then led everyone to a surprise. Unsurprisingly, what appeared before them was a sleek sailing ship. The Going Merry. Sootsong felt a surge of excitement, for this ship was indeed the one belonging to the Straw Hat crew. Thankfully, their previous ship had been destroyed by the Black Pirate crew. Otherwise, they might have missed this vessel entirely, Sootsong mused. Upon seeing the ship, Luffy was equally exhilarated, although he had previously sailed on larger ships. There was something inexplicably profound about this particular vessel, as if it were bound to them by fate. Is this really for us? Luffy asked excitedly. The butler of the Kaya household, Mary, replied, although the design may be somewhat outdated. This is my creation. I am grateful for your assistance. You not only saved me, but also saved Miss Kaya. This ship is called the Going Merry. It employs a triangular sail with a central rudder for maneuvering. Mary meticulously explained the operational methods. Sootsong listened with a vague understanding, while Luffy was completely lost. However, the most attentive listener was undoubtedly Nami, as she was the sole navigator among the Straw Hat crew. Just then, Usopp, having shouldered a large backpack, tumbled down the steep slope. This guy really knows how to worry people. Sootsong easily used his devil arm to halt Usopp's descent. Kaya, watching Usopp, ultimately waved goodbye. Usopp had initially planned to set off on his own to become an independent pirate, but the others naturally invited him to join them. In their hearts, they had already accepted Usopp as one of their own. Sootsong held a favorable impression of this boastful individual as a comic relief character. Usopp would undoubtedly be essential for future adventures. Otherwise, things would surely become rather dull. Finally, everyone set sail, embarking together into the boundless sea. As Sootsong departed West Rob village, he once again received a prompt from his system. Ding ding ding. Congratulations, host. You have arrived at West Rob village and successfully departed. Check-in successful. Rewards have been issued. 100 times swordsmanship comprehension card. You may use it at any time. Valid for 24 hours. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Sootsong immediately posed a question. System, previously, you counted my check-in as successful even before reaching my destination. Why is it only considered successful upon departure now? The system promptly replied, let me explain. Initially, when the check-in system was activated, the requirements were lowered for you. As you progress and grow step by step, the requirements and difficulties of the check-in system will gradually increase, and you will need to face greater pressure and challenges to obtain more substantial rewards. Sootsong nodded, then continued to inquire. So, what exactly is this swordsmanship comprehension card? Could you provide a detailed explanation? The system immediately responded. This card is a consumable item. Once used, it will enhance your comprehension of swordsmanship 100-fold, of course. The duration is 24 hours, meaning you will experience explosive growth in your swordsmanship during that period. I recommend you rest well beforehand and then immerse yourself fully in swordsmanship practice for a continuous 24 hours. This will be the most beneficial approach for you. Sootsong nodded slightly. Understanding the system's point. I see. It seems that any interruptions would be counterproductive. Therefore, I must prepare in advance. The adventures at sea are often filled with long, monotonous stretches of sailing. The vast ocean holds nothing in sight, stretching endlessly. It would take several days to reach the next island. Sootsong informed his companions aboard the ship of his need for secluded training. In doing so, Suit Song secured 24 hours of practice time that he locked himself in his cabin's resting area and declared, "System, I wish to use the swordsmanship comprehension card now. Confirm usage?" The system inquired. "Confirm usage." Suit Song nodded, and immediately, a mysterious ray of spiritual light materialized before him, enveloping his body. At that moment, Suit Song felt an extraordinary clarity in his mind, and the sword in his hand seemed to possess a newfound essence. So this is the power of the swordsmanship comprehension card. What constitutes a sword? How does one attack? How does one defend? Countless questions began to evolve within Suit Song's mind, and myriad combat scenarios started to manifest. Beyond the fundamental sword techniques, Suit Song attained a deeper understanding of the Tao pertaining to blades. With his eyes closed, he appeared to be in a meditative state, while time flowed by like a fleeting shadow. It was not until the sound of knocking echoed from outside that Suit Song awakened. Glancing at the unchanged sky, he realized that he had been engrossed in his swordsmanship comprehension card for 3 whole days. At that moment, a stranger stood aboard the ship, a person Suit Song did not recognize. "Big brother? What are you doing here?" the stranger exclaimed, staring at Zoro in astonishment. "Huh, isn't Joseph with you?" Zoro also instantly recognized the identity of the newcomer. Suit Song quickly deduced that he was Johnny, Zoro's subordinate. Joseph, mentioned by Zoro, was also one of Zoro's former subordinates. However, it soon became evident that Luffy and Usopp had inadvertently caused a calamity, having nearly injured Joseph while practicing cannon firing not long ago. Suit Song observed Joseph's ashen face and glanced at Nami, who was equally aware of the situation. "Aren't there limes on the ship? Hurry and bring them," Nami commanded. Usopp and Luffy rushed to fetch some limes, squeezing them into juice for Joseph to drink. "It's scurvy. He will recover in a few days," Nami reassured. "Wow, is that true, big sister?" Johnny, Zoro's subordinate, exclaimed just as Joseph managed to dance alongside him, though he quickly collapsed back onto the deck. As scurvy does not heal so swiftly, anxiety soon enveloped the crew as they sailed across the ocean, facing not only the uncertainties of their voyage and formidable foes, but also the critical importance of their diet. Without someone to provide them with nutritionally balanced meals, instances of scurvy could proliferate. Suit Song naturally speculated on the crew's next course of action. "It seems we need an additional cook on board." Following Suit Song's suggestion, Luffy and the others nodded in agreement. "Exactly. This way, we can enjoy delicious meals at sea," Usopp exclaimed excitedly. "Indeed, we need to find a culinary expert to join us as a companion," Luffy declared to the group. At that moment, Johnny spoke up. "If we're looking for such a cook, I know just the place." "Where is it?" Luffy asked eagerly. "However, it is quite close to the Grand Line. And there are rumors that it is where the man known as Hawkeye, whom Big Brother has been searching for, can be found. The heading is northeast," Johnny replied earnestly. "Hey," Suit Song grinned widely, witnessing the enthusiasm radiating from the crew. The Going Merry then set sail at full speed towards Johnny's indicated direction. It wasn't long before they spotted an extraordinary structure rising from the sea. Its front proudly displayed the full English name of Baratie. With its bow shaped like a fish's mouth and its stern resembling a fish's tail, the entire restaurant was essentially a grand 2-masted sailing vessel, albeit quite sizable. "What do you think, everyone?" Johnny remarked upon noticing their astonished expressions. "Wow, that's a huge fish," Luffy exclaimed, equally thrilled. However, at that moment, another vessel appeared alongside the Mary, its sails emblazoned with the Navy's insignia and name. It was a naval ship. What on earth is a Navy ship doing here? Joseph, having just emerged from the cabin, was taken aback, remembering they were aboard a pirate ship. "Hey, they aren't planning to attack us, are they?" Usopp asked nervously. Sensing trouble, Zoro placed his hand on his sword, ready for a confrontation. Suit Song, however, remained remarkably composed, asserting, "Do not panic. This fellow does not seem inclined to engage. Should he dare to act, I shall ensure their vessel sinks eternally into these waters." That a naval officer stepped out from the ship, surveying the Going Merry before declaring, "I am Lieutenant Iron Fist Hoppity." "Who is the captain? State your name." "I am Luffy." Luffy stepped forward to, "I am Usopp." Usopp followed suit. The naval lieutenant found their demeanor amusing. Those two over there? They seem to be bounty hunters targeting weak pirates. Have they finally been captured by pirates?" The lieutenant had no intention of initiating a conflict, merely offering a sarcastic remark, "We should leave." A striking woman tugged at the lieutenant's arm, prompting him to turn and disregard the Straw Hat crew. Johnny and Joseph, indignant, tossed out the bounties they had accumulated, exclaiming, "Do you dare suggest that this was the work of bounty hunters targeting small fry?" The bounties scattered across the deck, with one prominently featuring a bounty of 20 million berries for a man named Arlong, while others bore a mark indicating they had been taken down by the duo. Nami, of course, noticed the bounty for Arlong. She crouched on the ground, trembling as she stared at the poster, lost in thought that Suitsong observed this and hesitated to place a comforting hand on her shoulder. He did not believe in the concept of empathy, as he had not endured the same suffering as Nami, making it difficult for him to comprehend. He felt that the best way to console her was to follow the original storyline and defeat the vile Arlong. However, at that moment, the crew's attention was drawn back to the naval ship, where the disdainful lieutenant had issued an order to sink the pirate ship. The enemy's cannonballs swiftly hurtled toward the Going Merry. At this critical juncture, Suitsong cast aside his reservations to in an instant. Demonic wings manifested behind him, and his speed reached an unparalleled zenith, as if everything around him had slowed, with a swift motion. He drew his Zanpakuto, feeling an inexplicable connection to it. Without hesitation, he swung the blade, unleashing a surge of sword energy. The verdant blade of energy cleaved the cannonball in two. Not only that, but it also severed the ship's cannon into fragments. Had it not been for a slight misalignment, the entire naval vessel would have been obliterated by Suitsong's strike. That my goodness. Usopp gasped, his mouth agape, at a loss for words. That Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Incredible!" Zoro, equally astonished, remarked, "What a powerful strike. This guy's swordsmanship seems to have progressed tremendously. How is that possible? Has he truly grown this strong after just a day and night of seclusion? What does that make my training?" Suitsong sheathed his sword, casting a cold gaze upon the naval soldiers on the opposing ship. At this very moment, they were all rendered speechless, hesitant to make any unnecessary movements. The naval lieutenant, blissfully unaware of these events, had already arrived at Baratie aboard a small boat with the enchanting woman. Under Suitsong's suggestion, Luffy and the others launched a direct assault on the nearby naval ship, effortlessly dismantling all the cannons aboard and dispatching the naval personnel with ease. After ensuring that they would not attack the Going Merry, they left Johnny and Joseph to guard the ship. The group then officially entered the floating restaurant, Baratie, via their small boat. Upon stepping into Baratie, they were greeted by a striking figure, a golden-haired man clad in black, with curled eyebrows, smoking a cigarette while gripping the naval lieutenant. Looking quite satisfied, "Do not waste food on my watch. To oppose a chef at sea is akin to courting disaster. Remember this." This golden-haired man was none other than Sanji, the future chef of the Straw Hat Pirates. The naval lieutenant, unable to contain his anger, threatened to destroy the restaurant, which only incited Sanji's fury further. However, the other chefs of Baratie quickly intervened, restraining Sanji. Soon, the head chef Zeph appeared, chastising both Sanji and the lieutenant. The naval lieutenant, bewildered, could not comprehend how a restaurant could be so audacious as to attack its patrons. Yet, matters did not end there. A marine rushed into Baratie, exclaiming, "Lieutenant, our ship has been attacked by a pirate vessel, and all the prisoners have escaped." "What?" The lieutenant responded, not with anger, but with a hint of fear. "What about Captain Kuro's subordinates? They fled. We dispatched 7 men to investigate Kuro's whereabouts, and it took considerable effort to apprehend them." "Impossible. We starved him for days, and he had no means to escape alone." "What? Kuro? Isn't he the captain of the East Blue's most formidable pirate crew?" Upon hearing Kuro's name, the surrounding patrons were filled with dread. Just then, a gunshot captured their attention completely. Bang! A figure at the entrance shot the naval officer dead. It was clear that this person was one of Kuro's subordinates. He sauntered in, took a seat, and weakly stated, "Whatever it is, hurry up and serve the food. This is a restaurant, isn't it?" "Do you have any money?" asked Patty, one of Baratie's chefs. "That we only welcome wealthy guests, not penniless scoundrels," the man intended to threaten. But Patty swiftly knocked him to the ground. No one expected a chef to possess such strength, and applause erupted around the room. At this moment, Patty noticed Suitsong and the others and inquired, "May I ask, gentlemen, do you have any money?" Not wishing to linger on the matter, Suitsong produced his belly and replied, "Of course, we 5 do." Patty immediately donned a sycophantic demeanor, exclaiming, "Welcome, gentlemen. Please take a seat." The group began to indulge in the culinary delights of the pirate world. while Kuro's subordinate was unceremoniously tossed out of the restaurant. Subsequently, Luffy boldly volunteered to recruit Sanji. Suitsong had never before witnessed Luffy's enthusiasm for gathering companions surpassing even that of enjoying a meal. Thus, Suitsong, Zoro, Usopp, and Nami immersed themselves in the exquisite cuisine of Baratie. The restaurant's ambience was delightful, and with wealth came top-notch service. However, upon Sanji and Luffy's return, chaos ensued as Sanji presented a rose to Nami. Declaring his affection at this juncture, Zeph remarked, "This is a splendid opportunity, Sanji. Perhaps you should join them in becoming pirates? This establishment no longer requires your services." "What do you mean?" Sanji retorted immediately. This restaurant. "You are but a burden." "That is precisely what I mean," Zeph stated earnestly, gazing at Sanji. "The chefs do not favor you. You might as well become a pirate and leave this place." "Humph, old man. No matter what you say, I will remain a chef here. Your opinion is irrelevant." Sanji and Zeph were embroiled in a heated dispute. Suitsong rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on in an effort to persuade Sanji. The others made repeated attempts to convince him, but Sanji firmly believed Baratie was where he belonged. Suitsong and Luffy resolved to stay at Baratie for a few more days to see if Sanji would change his mind. However, after multiple failed attempts, everyone was on the verge of giving up when, amidst the foggy weather, they spotted a massive ship approaching Baratie. As the ship drew closer, the guests could clearly see the pirate flag and the insignia at the bow, a skull flanked by hourglasses. A clear sign of the East Blue's tyrant, Captain Kuro. The entire restaurant was thrown into chaos, not only in the dining area but also in the kitchen. After all, the most formidable pirate crew in the East Blue was indeed Kuro's. As the pirate ship neared, it became apparent that it was in a state of disrepair. "What is going on?" Sanji pondered, observing that it did not appear to have suffered cannon fire, nor did it seem like it had been deliberately damaged. "Hey, Suitsong, what should we do?" Usopp asked, looking to Suitsong, who he deemed stronger than Luffy. "Let us wait and see," Suitsong replied with a smile. "Zoro, you must have some insight into the cracks on that ship?" Zoro immediately grasped the implication. That a slash. Indeed, it appeared as though it had been struck by a blade's energy. Whoever caused this damage must be a formidable swordsman. Zoro squinted, his eyes narrowing. Kuro soon entered the main hall, supported by his subordinate, Django, earnestly begging for food and water. However, given Kuro's notorious reputation, no one was inclined to offer him even a morsel of tea this moment. Sanji once again produced food. And as Kuro ravenously consumed it, he predictably launched an attack on Sanji. "Hey, this guy truly is despicable," Usopp exclaimed, stepping back in fear. Yet, Zoro, Luffy, and Suitsong stood their ground, refusing to retreat. Kuro, however, did not strike at the trio. Instead, he surveyed the room and declared, "This restaurant is quite impressive. I'll take this ship for myself. Ours has fallen into disrepair, and we are in dire need of a new one once you finish your work." "You can leave," Kuro commanded. "Currently, I have about 100 subordinates alive, all starving and injured. Prepare 100 servings of food and water immediately. Some have already perished from hunger. Hurry." "Impossible, knowing full well you would attack us." "You still expect us to assist you?" The chefs protested in unison. "Refusal? Do not misunderstand. I am not placing an order. I am giving orders. None of you are permitted to defy me," Kuro roared imperiously. At this point, Sanji slowly rose to his feet, stating, "I will prepare 100 servings of food and water." Sanji's actions were beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. However, all the chefs obstructed him, deeming Sanji a traitor. Finally, Sanji articulated his resolute conviction. "I do not care whether the other party is a villain. I am a chef. If someone is hungry, I will feed them. It is as simple as that." "Is that not the essence of being a chef?" Seeing this, Suitsong stepped forward and declared, "Let Sanji go. This is his chef's creed, and there is no reason to obstruct him." With no alternative, the chefs reluctantly allowed Sanji to proceed. Kuro, meanwhile, grinned with satisfaction, exclaiming, "Haha. Exactly. Just do your jobs, and I will graciously spare your lives. Haha." Clique was exceedingly pleased, believing that his fearsome reputation had intimidated everyone around him. The self-satisfied Clique continued to display his audacious demeanor. However, at that moment, Suitsong had already taken action. The power of the demon surged through him in an instant, and then, with a swift kick, he propelled himself forward at an astonishing speed. With a resounding thud, the fearsome clique was unexpectedly sent flying out of Baratie. Sanji performed the duties of a chef, while I carried out my own responsibilities. Surely, this cannot be considered bullying the weak, right? After all, he is a vicious pirate with a full stomach, Suitsong remarked with charm, garnering the attention and praise of everyone present. The leader of the strongest pirate crew in the East Sea was effortlessly struck down. Who could possibly possess such terrifying strength, yet still question whether they were bullying the weak? The patrons of Baratie were both shocked and delighted. Luffy grinned widely, knowing full well Suitsong's prowess and understanding his intentions. Usopp was at a loss for words. He recognized Suitsong's strength, but had lacked a point of reference until now, and with this comparison, he was certain that Suitsong was the strongest on the ship. Suitsong, you made it too easy. Can I take over from here? Luffy asked. Of course. This fellow is perfectly suited for you. As for his subordinates, I'll leave them to you all, Suitsong replied, having lost interest in clique. Suitsong did not deliver a fatal blow, but merely sent clique flying. Now, clique, having found a way to return to Baratie, charged at Suitsong in a fit of rage that moment. Chef Zeph stepped forward slowly, handing clique 100 servings of food and water, stating, "Do not trouble them any further. Simply depart." Clique responded with a cold smile, but first took the provisions aboard his ship. Meanwhile, Akin seized this opportunity to recount everything that had transpired in the Grand Line. Oh, that was it. The man known as Hawkeye Zoro pondered Suitsong's previous words, and everything became clear. At this moment, the sounds of fury from Clique's crew could be heard within the cabin, as all the chefs prepared to defend Baratie with their lives. Suddenly, a figure appeared upon the sea, merely waving the sword in his hand, and Clique's flagship was effortlessly severed in two upon the water. How is this possible? How could something so absurd happen? Clique was utterly astonished. Being struck down by a small-time pirate from the East Sea was one thing. But now his massive flagship had been cleaved asunder. The crowd immediately rushed outside, as Joseph and Johnny swam over from the sea. "Where's the ship?" Usopp exclaimed in shock, fearing it had been affected by the waves. "Where's Nami?" Zoro inquired. "I'm sorry, brother, but she is no longer here," Johnny and Joseph replied. Clearly no match for the cunning Nami. "Nami took the Mary and all the treasure and escaped," Joseph said bitterly. "What did you say?" Luffy, Usopp, and Zoro were all taken aback. "How can you remain so calm?" Usopp was equally perplexed. Suitsong reassured them. "Don't worry, I know where Nami is gone. But perhaps you should pay attention to that direction." Hawkeye Mihawk, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the strongest swordsman in the world, Suitsong directly revealed the identity of the figure. Zoro's pupils dilated in shock as he beheld a lone figure in a small boat, carrying a cross-shaped sword on his back, wearing a black western hat, with eyes as sharp as an eagle. Could this truly be the man known as Hawkeye? Zoro felt a mix of excitement and anticipation. He had set out to sea in search of Mihawk. By the way, Suitsong, do you know where Nami went? What happened? Luffy asked. "Hey, could you at least fill us in on the details?" Usopp pressed for an explanation. Usopp and Zoro were soon filled with outrage. How despicable. She actually took advantage of such a critical moment. Zoro naturally despised the feeling of being deceived. That ship was a gift from Kaya. Usopp cherished the Mary even more. Nevertheless, Luffy ultimately declared, "I must have her as our navigator." "What do you think, Suitsong? By the way, you mentioned you know where Nami is headed. What is the situation?" All eyes turned to Suitsong. "I wonder, who was Nami looking at when she checked the bounty?" Suitsong inquired of Johnny and Joseph. "Fishman Arlong. This guy has a bounty of 20 million berries. Among the pirates in the East Sea, there is no one who can match him in a one-on-one fight, for he is indeed a fishman." The truth was that Nami's actions were driven by necessity. She had to return to her village, which was under the tyrannical control of the notorious fishman Arlong. Arlong had told her that if she could gather 100 million berries, he would release their village. Suitsong explained, that's how it is." Luffy and the others finally understood. "But how did you know all this, Suitsong?" the group asked, puzzled. "You all call me a prophet. It's only natural I would know such things." Suitsong deftly deflected the question, opting not to elaborate. Since he is a tyrant, he surely won't keep his word, right? Usopp speculated. "Of course, if Suitsong says he is a tyrant, it must be true." Zoro concurred. Among the Straw Hats, while Luffy was the captain in name, he often sought Suitsong's opinions on critical decisions, and the others held Suitsong in high regard. The group deliberated on what to do next. While Suitsong would chart their course, he was like the brain of the ship. while Luffy served as the soul of the Straw Hats. Zoro, Usopp, and I will pursue Nami, while Luffy stays here to do what you must. Soothsong proposed, allowing Luffy to recruit Sanji, while Zoro would have the opportunity to confront Mihawk. Shortly thereafter, Johnny and Joseph brought their small boat over, and the three immediately boarded, setting off in pursuit of the Mary. However, before long, Zoro was drawn to Mihawk, and he unsheathed his sword, leaping off the boat to challenge the swordsman to a duel. How pitifully weak you are! Mihawk regarded Zoro with disdain. He then instantly appeared on the deck of Zoro's ship, saying, "Even without a clash, it is clear to see the disparity in our strengths. O dare raise your sword against me. Shall I commend your courage or lament your ignorance? It is driven by my ambition. And for the sake of a promise made to my dear friend," Zoro declared, readying himself for battle. Yet, Mihawk merely withdrew a pendant from around his neck, revealing a small dagger within. "Although you are a swordsman of some renown, we are in the East Sea, the weakest of the four seas. Unfortunately, I have no smaller blade than this," Mihawk stated. "There must be a limit to your contempt," Zoro shouted, charging forward. Mihawk retorted, "You are merely a frog at the bottom of a well. Allow me to show you the vastness of the blue sky," Zoro bellowed. Onigiri. To his shock, Zoro's most powerful attack was effortlessly deflected by Mihawk's small dagger. How is this possible? Zoro was astounded. He had not anticipated that his strongest strike could be so easily blocked. And no matter how Zoro swung his sword, he could not land a blow on Mihawk, who blocked every attempt with ease. It can't be this much of a difference. Zoro was repeatedly knocked down, the disparity in strength proving insurmountable. Just like in the story, Zoro was no match for Mihawk. Ultimately, Zoro was defeated, yet he would not concede his failure. This stubbornness and determination intrigued Mihawk. "State your name, boy," Mihawk demanded. "Roronoa Zoro." Zoro replied that I shall remember this. It has been long since I encountered a worthy opponent. As he spoke, Mihawk unsheathed his sword, declaring, as a show of respect for swordsmen, "I shall send you to the depths of the sea with this strongest black blade." Mihawk seemed to state a fact. "I am most grateful." Zoro spun the blades in his hands, while Mihawk charged directly towards him. Three-sword style, 3,000 worlds. The two swordsmen crossed paths. Merely a second later, Zoro's sword shattered into pieces. Is this truly the might of the strongest in the world? Zoro turned around, suddenly opening his arms towards Mihawk. "What?" Mihawk failed to comprehend Zoro's intentions. The scars on his back were a swordsman's disgrace. Zoro smirked devilishly, as if he had come to terms with life and death. "Impressive." Mihawk swung down with his sword, and Zoro's blood immediately splattered forth, followed by his loss of bodily control as he fell into the water. "Zoro!" Luffy shouted in concern. "Zoro!" Usopp exclaimed in horror. "Brother!" Joseph and Johnny were naturally engulfed in sorrow. "Stand back, Luffy. Leave the rest to me." Soothsong uttered those 4 words before vanishing in an instant. When he reappeared, he had already placed Zoro on the ship's deck. Immediately afterward, Soothsong materialized before Mihawk, who was equally astonished to see him. "You must be Zoro's comrade. Having rescued him from the sea without a drop of water on you, I can see you are also a swordsman. And you seem quite formidable. That I appreciate that you have refrained from intervening." Mihawk expressed his gratitude before addressing Zoro. "You are too early to seek death. I am Dracula Mihawk. Recognize yourself, understand the world, and grow stronger. No matter how many years pass, I will await your arrival at this pinnacle. Surpass this sword. Surpass me." "Roronoa Zoro," Mihawk proclaimed. He then turned to Soothsong and said, "Kid, let South find another place to duel." "I am of the same mind. Please hold on a moment." Soothsong, realizing Mihawk had discerned his strength, called out, "Luffy, Usopp, proceed with our original plan. I will do my best to regroup with you." "Go ahead. We understand." Everyone felt reassured by Soothsong, allowing him to depart. "Let us go. There's an uninhabited island not far from here where we can fight." After Mihawk spoke, he boarded his small boat and utilized a slash to create tremendous propulsion, swiftly propelling his vessel in one direction. Soothsong, on the other hand, activated his devil fruit powers, sprouting demonic wings and soaring at an even greater speed, quickly surpassing Mihawk, the swordsman with the ability of a devil fruit. How intriguing! I did not expect my journey to the East Blue to lead me to such an interesting opponent. Soothsong flew through the air at an incredible pace and soon spotted the nearest island. This island was desolate, seemingly devoid of even plants, let alone animals. However, such a barren land was precisely what Sootsong required at that moment. The system's voice arrived belatedly. Ding ding ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully arrived at the renowned floating restaurant Baratie and have successfully departed. Congratulations, you have obtained a set of demon gear. Upon hearing this, Sootsong felt a peculiar change in his attire. His clothing was now enveloped in a golden glow, emanating an extraordinary radiance. Sootsong was unclear about the nature of the demon gear and thus inquired. System, while Mihawk has yet to arrive, could you explain what the demon gear entails? The system promptly responded. The demon gear is attire that complements your devil fruit abilities to AS. Your fruit ability is of the demonic category. This gear will automatically adorn your body. Moreover, you can control the demon gear with your mind, allowing it to transform into various forms at will. This gear possesses remarkable extensibility and defensive capabilities. Hence, wearing the demon gear effectively defends against most attacks and can automatically cleanse your body. During sleep, it will seamlessly change into sleepwear while still protecting you from any assaults. After the system's explanation, Sootsong finally grasped its significance. Control by thought? Is that so? Sootsong merely concentrated, and to his astonishment, his attire transformed instantly. At that moment, a long black cloak appeared on his back. The gloves on his hands were dark, yet exquisitely adorned. And his shoes were both comfortable and stylish, complemented by fitting trousers and a dashing hat.in essence. Sootsong had effortlessly transformed into a striking figure, coupled with the Zanpakuto at his waist. His appearance was nothing short of remarkable. How splendid! This demon gear is indeed convenient. It ignites my interest. Sootsong chuckled in satisfaction. Just then, Mihawk had arrived. Upon seeing Sootsong, he appeared unfazed in an instant. Mihawk teleported to Sootsong's side. Did you just change outfits out of thin air? Is this also your fruit ability? Mihawk inquired. You could say that. It's merely one of my limited abilities. Sootsong replied, not drawing his sword but instead lifting it slowly. Seeing this, Mihawk wasted no time and unsheathed his supreme blade. Yoru, locking his hawk-like gaze on his Sootsong. With your current strength, there are no opponents in the East Blue who can rival you. I am curious. What do you seek? Mihawk asked Sootsong about his motives. Sootsong replied with a calm smile. What I aim to do is to accompany everyone and reach Laughtail together. Becoming the Pirate King is your goal? Mihawk probed. No. To simply become the Pirate King is not a grand ambition in my eyes. I have far greater aspirations. Sootsong's words astonished Mihawk. It seems you will make a formidable opponent. I look forward to witnessing your prowess. Show me your strength and let us see if it aligns with your ambitions. Are you a bird soaring to great heights or merely a fraud content with speaking big words? We shall soon find out. Mihawk emanated a subtle chill as he prepared for battle. Whoosh! With a sharp sound slicing through the air, Mihawk utilized his speed to appear before Sootsong. Sootsong, undeterred, drew his Zanpakuto. Clang! The blades clashed together with a resounding impact. Not bad. Again, Mihawk's eyes gleamed with intensity as he realized Sootsong was no ordinary foe. He quickly retracted his blade and struck towards Sootsong once more. Initially, Mihawk's strikes were not exceedingly fast. However, after some time, his attacks reached an extraordinary speed that even Sootsong found challenging to keep up with. Is this truly the world's strongest swordsman? How powerful! In the realm of martial arts, speed reigns supreme. Mihawk's slashes were swift and forceful, seemingly without him exerting his full strength. Sootsong's 24-hour comprehension of the sword played a significant role, allowing him to rapidly adapt and match Mihawk's combat rhythm despite starting at a disadvantage. Open your eyes. Sootsong activated another of his abilities, the Sharingan. Though it was still a single tomo, his observational prowess had significantly improved, enabling him to discern Mihawk's attack trajectories. Clang! Sootsong and Mihawk clashed their swords repeatedly. Mihawk's face gradually breaking into a faint smile. I expected you to utilize your fruit abilities, but I am impressed that you have managed to battle me for so long purely with swordsmanship. Your sword skills are commendable, but I believe your potential for growth is even more terrifying. Mihawk's spirit surged as the fight intensified, and he began to swing his arms with fervor. The world's strongest slash was unleashed, sending waves of green sword light hurtling towards Sootsong at breakneck speed. The world's strongest swordsman unleashed his strike. Sootsong could not afford to underestimate it. Block it. Sootsong assessed his Zanpakuto. We cannot fall here. Our journey still stretches far ahead. At this moment, Suitsong chose to place his faith in the Zanpakuto in his hand, as well as in his own swordsmanship, yet he refrained from utilizing the power of the devil fruit. After all, this was a duel between swordsmen, marked by its fairness. Should either party resort to the powers of the devil fruit, the purity of the contest would be compromised. Nevertheless, no matter how formidable Suitsong might be, he found himself unable to contend with the serious demeanor of Hawkeye. His body was sent flying, and the Zanpakuto in his grasp was knocked away. Your strength should surpass this. I can sense it. When will you unleash your true power against me? Hawkeye inquired as he approached Suitsong. Suitsong shook his head and replied, I have exerted all my strength. However, if I truly wish to surpass you at this moment, only one friend could assist me. Hawkeye failed to grasp Suitsong's meaning. Meanwhile, Suitsong glanced at the fallen Zanpakuto. As he fixed his gaze upon it, the Zanpakuto miraculously returned to his hand. At that moment, a subtle shift occurred within Suitsong's inner world. A figure, remarkably similar to him, appeared on the boundless sea, both standing upon a stone. Who are you? Suitsong asked. I am your Zanpakuto. You are quite remarkable for being able to delve into your inner self during battle. The figure responded, astonished. Now that you have arrived here, I shall not stand idly by. That man, Hawkeye, is indeed powerful. But he serves as a perfect test for you. When the time comes, call my name. I am Shura. The figure suddenly vanished. Suitsong found himself back on the island where he had been battling Hawkeye. Upon his return, Hawkeye sensed a change in Suitsong. This fellow's aura has shifted, he muttered. What on earth has transpired? At that moment, Suitsong raised his Zanpakuto high and addressed it. I have long been unaware of your name, and it is truly a disservice to you that your power has remained dormant. Now, unleash your unbridled slaughter. Shura, as Suitsong's words echoed, he transformed. His eyes morphed into a crimson hue, resembling the Sharingan. However, unlike before, this time it bore the form of the double tomo. The double tomo Sharingan not only enhanced his observational abilities but also allowed him to replicate some of his opponent's actions. Beyond the transformation of his eyes, the most significant change was the color of Suitsong's skin, which had turned blood red, reminiscent of the Eighth Gate's death door, with an aura of bloodlust and invincibility. Suitsong faced Hawkeye, intrigued by this formidable opponent. Shura, you say? Excellent. I have yet to slay a Shura, Hawkeye replied, stepping forward with heightened excitement. Mihawk, be cautious. I am now dead serious. Suitsong accelerated once more. Mihawk, too, wielded his black sword. Yoru, with greater speed, and the two resumed their fierce clash. However, this time, Suitsong seemed to hold the upper hand. Impressive, truly impressive, Mihawk observed, realizing that Suitsong not only surpassed him in strength, but also in speed and endurance. With his swordsmanship rapidly advancing, this fellow appears to be learning my techniques, Mihawk thought. Astonished, he had never encountered anyone capable of mastering a technique merely by observing it once. It was akin to replication. Seeing this, Mihawk decided to no longer conceal his strength, unleashing a power that elevated him to the level of a warlord of the sea. Suitsong quickly sensed that Mihawk's black sword had grown even stronger. He felt a pressure before his Shura could even make contact. That so? You've harnessed Haki? Suitsong inquired. Indeed, with your current strength, I have exerted my utmost effort, Hawkeye replied. How about this? I shall unleash my strongest slash against you. If you can withstand it, then I shall be left with no options against you. What say you? Suitsong was undeterred, responding, merely defending does not prove anything. Let us both unleash our slashes and see the final outcome. An excellent proposal. Let it be so. Mihawk prepared himself, as did Suitsong. The crimson hue enveloped his Shura, and his Sharingan locked on a Hawkeye's aura. With all his might, Suitsong swung forth. Here it comes. Mihawk likewise unleashed his full power, a terrifying green blade of light hurtling towards Suitsong. A red light and a green light collided with tremendous force, creating a cataclysmic spectacle. The entire island became the epicenter of a vortex. A colossal wind swept across the island, with the two as its focal point, unleashing a devastating shockwave. The island itself bore the brunt of the onslaught, while the surrounding sea erupted in countless waves. The ocean churned, unleashing a torrent that seemed capable of consuming all. However, this scene did not persist for long. After a brief moment, tranquility returned, leaving behind a massive crater where their swords had clashed. Both Hawkeye and Sootsong were left panting. This marked Sootsong's first experience of such disarray in the world of pirates. Yet, it was also the most exhilarating battle he had engaged in since his arrival in this world. Sootsong's clothing bore the scars of destruction, though the devil's outfit displayed remarkable regenerative properties, promptly mending itself. Hawkeye, too, sheathed his black sword and regarded Sootsong. Not only did you withstand my slash, but you also remain standing. You are truly remarkable. You are still young, and soon you will far surpass me. Hawkeye then inquired, I am intrigued by the slash you just executed. What is its name? Sootsong pondered for a moment before replying. It has no name, but since you asked, I shall call it Shura/It is my most powerful strike after transforming into Shura, quite impressive and bloodthirsty. You have developed your own style, Hawkeye remarked, no longer inclined to continue the skirmish. Given that Sootsong managed to match him without mastering Haki, it was merely a matter of time before he would surpass him. Thus, there was no need to prolong the encounter. Very well. Go find your companions that I thank you for allowing me to witness the vastness of the swordsmanship. We shall undoubtedly meet again, and by then, I will have grown stronger, until we battle again. With a smile, Hawkeye turned and departed, but Sootsong, utterly drained of energy, collapsed on the deserted island. Having battled Hawkeye, the overexertion of his Sharingan had depleted his chakra, compounded by the full liberation of his Zanpakuto, leaving him incapable of sustaining further combat. After Hawkeye's departure, Sootsong lay on the solitary island while the devil's outfit silently safeguarded him. Time passed, and eventually, Sootsong opened his eyes, greeted by the heavy scent of seawater. He moved his body, feeling pain throughout, yet he managed to stand. How long has it been? I hadn't anticipated that Hawkeye would be this formidable. Although he did not use the power of the devil fruit, I employed my Sharingan and Shurkai, and still only matched him. Truly, he is the world's greatest swordsman. That Sootsong noticed that his Zanpakuto, Shura, had undergone a transformation. Its once black sheath now bore a hint of blood red. Feeling a sense of comfort, Sootsong realized that the sheath's blood color would grow even more vibrant and complete. So, it is like this. My sword should be able to maintain its Shurkai state for an extended period, much like Ichigo's Zangetsu. If I were to master Bankai, I wonder if I could defeat Hawkeye? The battle with Hawkeye had imparted much to Sootsong. Once he had sufficiently recovered and prepared, Sootsong activated the power of his devil fruit and took to the skies. He initially retraced his steps back to the Baratie, only to discover that Sanji and Luffy had already departed in a different direction. The head chef, Hong Jiao Jiapu, clearly indicated the direction for Luffy and his companions to Sootsong, who then spread his enormous demonic wings and took flight towards the indicated path. The weather along the way was nothing short of perfect, allowing Sootsong to maintain a steady pace without consuming much of his demonic power. After an undetermined duration of flight, Sootsong finally spotted an island amidst the vast ocean and descended directly at that location. Upon reaching the shore, he was immediately surrounded by mermen, who bore human-like physiques yet displayed distinct fish-like features. Approaching Sootsong, they inquired, "Who are you? You seem unfamiliar." Sootsong replied candidly, "I hail from another place. What should we do?" The two mermen exchanged glances and deliberated. "Let's take him to Brother Arlong for now." Thus, the two seemingly weak mermen escorted Sootsong towards Arlong's location, to which Sootsong did not object. He understood that the presence of mermen indicated that Arlong had not been defeated. As long as Arlong was alive, not much time could have passed, and Nami and the others would surely be there. On the way to Arlong Park, Sootsong witnessed the ruins of several towns, a testament to the cruelty and malevolence of Arlong. Eventually, he was brought to Arlong Park, which bore a striking resemblance to the Marine headquarters in Marineford. Sootsong was led into a hall reminiscent of a swimming pool, where the leader, possessing a jagged nose and the merman's signature blue skin, donned a yellow short-sleeved shirt emblazoned with the former symbol of the Sun Pirates. This individual was none other than Arlong, the captain of the Arlong Pirates, a formidable foe even more powerful than the Korizumi Pirates in the East Blue. Arlong scrutinized Sootsong and demanded, "Who are you? What brings you here?" Sootsong responded, "I am searching for Nami, Luffy, and Usopp. Have you a half-fish seen them?" Arlong, with an air of arrogance, laughed derisively. "A mere lowly human, so haughty. Are we? For now, I shall forgive you, but do not let me hear the term half-fish from you again. We mermen are the evolutionary superior of humans, capable of breathing underwater, and our abilities far exceed yours. Arlong proclaimed with pride. Remember well, we mermen are the true apex of all beings. To defy us is to defy the natural order. At that moment, a young woman stepped forward. I've grown weary of your foolish theories, Arlong, she said, wearing sandals and a tank top. That it was Nami, revealing her shoulders, adorned with the glaring insignia of the Arlong pirates on her shoulder. Do not display that frightful expression. Among humans, you are unique, for you are our esteemed navigator who provides us with accurate sea charts. Arlong remarked upon seeing Nami. Of course, I possess a mind unlike yours. Nami retorted. Nami, have Luffy and the others come looking for you, or did I arrive first? Suit Song inquired. Arlong interjected. What? So you know each other? Nami swiftly countered. Stop the nonsense. He is merely my prey, and I've managed to extract a considerable fortune from him. He was deceived and shamefully followed me here. Truly foolish. Suit Song merely smiled and replied. Nami, others may not have guessed, but I am already aware of the matters you have concealed from me. On the ship, did they not say I know everything? Suit Song continued. I should have warned you. Arlong alone cannot stand against me. Suit Song's words rendered Nami momentarily speechless, as she wished to protect him. Yet his revelations left her astonished. Ha ha! The laughter of Arlong Park soon echoed throughout, for while mermen had heard their fair share of arrogant statements, none had dared to utter such audacious claims. Ha! Human, are you so eager to meet your demise? Arlong mocked Suit Song. Ha! Nami, how will you deal with this fellow? Arlong sought to leverage Nami's influence, thus granting her a measure of respect. Nami waved her hand dismissively. Let him go. He is of no use to us anymore, and killing him would serve no purpose. Indeed, we must capture those invading pirates. Arlong stood up, showing complete disregard for Suit Song. However, at that moment, a surprising event unfolded. That Arlong's body suddenly erupted in a cloud of smoke. Run! In the midst of the haze, Suit Song felt someone pulling him, and with no other choice, he followed. As the smoke cleared, Arlong realized that Suit Song had vanished before his eyes. Damn it! Who was that? Arlong seethed with rage, clearly knowing that the assailant was human. Suit Song soon discovered that the valiant figure was none other than Usopp. Why are you here? Where are you taking me? Usopp, Suit Song asked. Follow me. I'll explain later, Usopp urged, dragging Suit Song away in haste. Before long, they arrived in a village where Usopp led Suit Song into a house. To Suit Song's astonishment, familiar faces awaited him inside. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Johnny, Joseph, and a blue-haired young woman. I am Nojiko, Nami's adoptive sister. The blue-haired lady introduced herself, being the child of Belmere, a retired female marine, just like Nami. With everyone gathered, Suit Song was taken aback. Suit Song, Nojiko has already informed us. Everything has transpired as you foretold. If we wish for Nami to continue as our navigator, we must utterly defeat Arlong, Luffy declared. But before that, we must ensure Arlong breaks his promise, Nojiko added. You mentioned that Nami has been saving money to save the village, correct? Once Arlong betrays his word, Nami will no longer harbor any hopes for him. Usopp explained. I see. It appears we must wait a little longer. Suit Song nodded. However, at that moment, a swarm of mermen descended upon Cocoa Village, intent on capturing Suit Song and the so-called invading Straw Hat crew. Regardless of how long we wait for the right moment, we must still act, Zoro stated. Sanji lit a cigarette, and everyone rushed out of the room. Without hesitation, the Straw Hat crew confronted the mermen, effortlessly defeating them. News of their victory spread swiftly, inciting Arlong's wrath as he led all his subordinates to Cocoa Village. Despicable human pirates, if you do not emerge, I shall annihilate this Cocoa Village. Arlong threatened. I will count to 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As Arlong prepared to destroy the village, Nami stepped forward. Stop! You shall not harm Cocoa Village. Nami interjected, raising her hands in protest. I ask that you, Nami, do you wish to stop me? Arlong inquired. Do not forget our agreement. The money has been gathered. You have never been one to break your word, Nami reminded him. Arlong chuckled. Of course I haven't forgotten. Hand over the money, and I will cease my actions. However, at that moment, Arlong seized all of Nami's accumulated funds. How can this be? This is my treasure, Nami exclaimed, visibly agitated. Is it yours? Is there a name on it? Whoever finds it, it belongs to them. Now, where is your 100 million berries? Since there is no alternative, you shall not impede my destruction of Cocoa Village, or perhaps you are still willing to make a pact with me. At this moment, The fishman Arlong is utterly despicable. Watching Nami with a derisive smile. Everyone knows that Arlong dispatched his men to steal Nami's treasure map, and just now, he ordered his subordinates to snatch away the 100 million berries she had saved. Abominable. Truly abhorrent. Nami attempted to retaliate, but was easily knocked to the ground by Arlong. I in your current state. You are as laughable as your deceased mother. Your kind, a lowly race, deserves nothing less than our fishman dominion. Apologies for the harshness. Haha. Surely, you do not mind, do you? Or do you intend to oppose me? Arlong's gang exuded an intimidating presence, leaving Nami utterly powerless at this moment. The villagers could no longer bear the sight, and they all brandished their farming tools. Though their weapons had been confiscated by Arlong, they resolved to fight to the bitter end. The villagers had long known that Nami had joined Arlong's ranks to save their village. And now that her hopes had been dashed, they naturally united once more to retaliate. However, the fishmen possessed an inherent advantage. Their strength was tenfold that of humans. Even the lowliest fishmen surpassed ordinary humans in prowess. Consequently, as soon as the villagers struck, they found themselves at a significant disadvantage. No. Nami tried to intervene, but she too was cast down to the ground. Don't harm her. She is our treasure. Although Arlong berated his fishmen, he spoke with a sinister grin, observing as everyone was poised to meet a gruesome fate at his hands. Even the resilient Nami could no longer contain her tears at this moment. Arlong, cease your actions. I am sorry, everyone. Nami was at a loss for her own feelings. What she desperately yearned for was the genuine camaraderie of her Straw Hat crew. Just then, her cries were answered. If everyone is here, please help me. Nami shouted aloud. In an instant, a long arm shot forth, accompanied by a fiery fist that a voice echoed. I care not who you are, but you shall not bring tears to my navigator. Bang! This sudden assault struck Arlong squarely, sending him flying like a cannonball. Arlong, brother, he was actually knocked away with a single punch. This is impossible. Who could it be? Is it a human? All the fishmen were taken aback. To them, Arlong was their leader and protector, but now their foundation had crumbled. The assailant was not Sootsong, but rather Luffy. That Sootsong deemed it more fitting for the charismatic Luffy to take action at this moment. You bastard! You scoundrel! Human pirate! I will kill you! Naturally, Arlong would not be defeated by Luffy's blow and swiftly returned to the fray. As for Arlong's cadre, they too sought their respective opponents. Xiao Ba faced off against Zoro. Chu battled Usopp. New companion Sanji took on the fishman karate master Kurubi. Meanwhile, Sootsong focused his gaze on the other fishmen. Xiao Ba's potential in swordsmanship paled in comparison to Zoro's mastery. And the outcome was all too evident. Usopp, though struggling, ultimately triumphed over the ink-spitting Chu thanks to his clever wits. Sanji, having honed his leg techniques under the tutelage of the red-leg Zeph, also secured victory against Kurubi. Enraged, Luffy clashed with Arlong, and Arlong, with his cunning, occasionally utilized the water's advantage against Luffy. However, as a fruit user, Luffy found it challenging to subdue Arlong at that moment. Yet, after their respective victories, the others rescued Luffy. And ultimately, Luffy delivered a decisive blow with his Gum Gum axe, rendering Arlong incapable of further movement, thus securing a complete victory for Sootsong. With his eerie footsteps and formidable swordsmanship, he swiftly dispatched all the minions of the Arlong pirates. Thoroughly defeating Arlong's gang and liberating Cocoa Village from its plight, Nami looked at everyone, and they exchanged smiles. However, just then, a most irritating figure reappeared. This man, clad in a navy uniform, was clearly no good. With a treacherous smile, he declared, "Wow, what incredible fortune today. Thank you. You have provided me with a splendid spectacle of battle. Though it was by chance, I never expected that these nameless pirates could actually defeat you. Nevertheless, thanks to you, the money that was to be given to the dragon, along with the treasures hidden within the Arlong pirates, now belongs to me. Everyone, lay down your weapons. Your merits shall be claimed by me." Captain Rat of the 16th Division of the Navy. At this moment, Zoro seized Captain Rat by the collar and admonished, "While one is celebrating, do refrain from dousing cold water." He then easily dealt a beating to the Navy personnel. "Dare to strike me, and you shall face dire consequences." Though Captain Rat had been thoroughly beaten, he still threatened with bravado. Nami, unable to contain her anger, dealt Captain Rat another blow. As for Sootsong, he calmly approached Captain Rat, placing his blade against the captain's throat. The cowardly Rat exclaimed, "What do you intend to do?" "I am a Navy officer." "Indeed, I am a pirate, and thus, I can take your life at any moment. Sootsong replied coldly. What do you want? Captain Rat inquired. If you wish for me to spare your miserable life, you must agree to 3 conditions. Otherwise, I will easily dispose of you, Sootsong threatened. Speak, speak. Captain Rat genuinely felt the weight of Sootsong's threat. First, eliminate the remaining fishmen. Second, assist in the reconstruction of the towns devastated by Arlongias for the funds. Not a single berry shall be touched. That is the island's money. After Sootsong finished speaking, Nami nodded solemnly. For what Sootsong proposed resonated with her own desires. As for the third, you should be aware that we have defeated Arlong. Correct? Pirates like us, notorious and formidable, who dare to threaten the Navy, surely deserve the highest bounty in the East Blue. Do you not agree? Sootsong left Captain Rat dumbfounded. Are you implying that? Captain Rat hesitated to confirm. Precisely, as you surmised, I wish for our pirate crew's bounty to be as high as possible. Elevate it to the highest limit within your authority. Do you comprehend now? I am out of patience. Sootsong stated fiercely. Understood, understood. Captain Rat was on the verge of tears that he never anticipated that in this day and age, such audacity would exist, that a pirate would threaten him to increase his bounty. Soon after, Sootsong and Luffy's crew took the initiative to have the Navy capture several striking photographs of them, akin to a personal photo shoot. Following this, Sootsong relayed their information to Captain Rat. The Navy subsequently departed Cocoa Village. Navy ID 00733, requesting headquarters. Listen closely, identify a pirate wearing a straw hat named Luffy, along with a swordsman named Sootsong and his associates, as enemies of our government. They pose a considerable threat, having vanquished the notorious Arlong pirates, recently deemed invincible in Fishman Paradise. Considering their terrifying potential, please assign them the highest bounty in the East Blue. Send the photographs at once. I possess their detailed information. They divulged it themselves. In summary, raise the bounty as high as possible. Captain Rat exerted himself to the utmost, not only to serve Sootsong, but also for revenge. These pirates, I will make you regret this. Captain Rat vowed vehemently. In the following days, not only did Cocoa Village celebrate, but all 20 regions previously under Arlong's dominion commenced their own festivities. The Straw Hat crew indulged in feasting and revelry. Johnny and Joseph expressed their intent to return to their lives as bounty hunters. Sootsong approached the memorial site, where Nami, Nojiko, and the others were paying respects to their mother, Belmere. Have you made your decision? Will you embark on this journey with us? Sootsong inquired. When shall we depart? Now, Nami responded suddenly, taking Sootsong's hand and swiftly boarding the Going Merry. Hey, we're setting off, Sootsong exclaimed loudly. Is it really happening this suddenly? Although Zoro and the others were perplexed, they too hastened to board the ship. It'd be by the time the others realized what was happening. The Straw Hat crew had already boarded the Going Merry. 100 million berries, it's for everyone. Wait, we haven't had the chance to properly thank you. The villagers of Cocoa Village attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Nami, being quite decisive, leaped aboard the Golden Mary. The villagers could only watch helplessly as Nami grew distant at that moment. Nami also shook out all the wallets she had pilfered from them. Bastard, you actually stole our wallets. Little thief, Usopp remarked, exasperated. Is she going to betray us again? Zoro added, slapping his forehead. Take care of yourselves. Nami waved goodbye to everyone. However, Sootsong understood that the money Nami left behind far exceeded what she had just stolen. It was merely her way of confronting parting. A more genuine and straightforward approach. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, a meeting was convened amid a flurry of activity. So, it seems that their group is no longer something the branch can handle, inquired a senior officer from the audience. The naval officer responsible for analysis stated, since they formed their pirate crew, beginning with the naval branch's Colonel Axan Morgan, their momentum has been unstoppable. Crocodile Buggy, 15 million berries. Pirate Captain Krieg, 17 million berries. Fishman Pirate Gang Sawtooth Dragon, 20 million berries. Additionally, rumors circulated that their most formidable member, Sootsong, had clashed with the warlord of the sea, Dracul Mihawk. Though the outcome was unknown, the only certainty was that he was still alive. The analyzing officer added, and everyone grasped the implications of his words, that in the East Sea, where the average bounty is merely 3 million berries, these individuals could be considered major pirates, yet they were all defeated by them. Hence, the one known as Luffy had an astonishing initial bounty of 30 million berries. As for Suit Song, due to a lack of definitive evidence proving he had triumphed over a warlord, his bounty was set at 50 million berries. This was indeed an exceptional case in the world. However, at present, these bounty amounts appeared rather modest. Such a burgeoning threat should be eradicated swiftly to prevent its future growth. Just as they departed Cocoa Village, Suit Song once again heard a familiar voice. Ding ding ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in at Cocoa Village. Congratulations on receiving the magical bag. Suddenly, a beautifully crafted small bag appeared at Suit Song's waist. As always, Suit Song was intrigued by the items gifted by the system, and while toying with it, he inquired, "System, what is this magical bag?" Aside from the versatile devil fruit suit, it was the first time he had acquired such a peculiar item. The system began to explain. The magical bag, as its name implies, is quite extraordinary. You can retrieve whatever you need directly from the bag, but there is a limit of 3 uses per day. In other words, you could pull out any object you desired from the bag, as long as you truly wished for it. After the system's explanation, Suit Song nodded in excitement. What about the devil fruit? He asked eagerly. Unfortunately, the system dampened his enthusiasm. Some special items aside, when I said you can obtain anything, I meant common items such as drinks, berries, and food. The system hadn't expected Suit Song to desire a devil fruit. Moreover, in this world, you can no longer consume a devil fruit, as you already possess a super devil fruit. Suit Song confirmed this multiple times until he understood the purpose of the magical bag. The bag's greatest utility lay in its ability to provide supplies. When everyone lacked food and water, they could easily retrieve items from this bag, even berries, making it akin to a divine artifact. At that moment, the sun shone warmly at noon, the sky was clear, and the sea was extraordinarily calm. Numerous seagulls soared above. Just then, a bird carrying a newspaper pouch descended from the sky. It was the newsbird of the high seas. Nami purchased a newspaper, which featured the latest bounties of pirates in the East. To her shock, she discovered that 2 formidable figures had emerged on her pirate ship. Luffy, Suit Song, you 2 have been bounty hunted by the Navy. Nami exclaimed in alarm, realizing that being targeted signified they had embarked on an irreversible path. That moment, Luffy proudly displayed his bounty of 30 million berries, boasting to the others. Meanwhile, Suit Song noticed his own bounty had reached 50 million. I never imagined my initial bounty would be so high. It seems that Colonel Mouse truly fears me. Suit Song couldn't help but chuckle. You don't realize the gravity of the situation. This means they've set their sights on your lives. Nami lamented, her head throbbing, as this indicated that future adventures would become increasingly perilous. With bounties like those of Suit Song and Luffy, they had undoubtedly captured the attention of the Navy and formidable bounty hunters. At that moment, the newsbird had disseminated the bounties of Suit Song and Luffy to the entire world. Meanwhile, Nami and the others were strategizing on how to enter the Grand Line. It seems the only way to enter the Grand Line is through Reverse Mountain. However, we are unclear about the specifics of how to enter. Nami was somewhat troubled. As a navigator, she could not afford to take it lightly. At this juncture, Suit Song stepped forward, stating, "There are 4 seas in the world, and we are in the East. To enter the Grand Line, we must ascend Reverse Mountain. First, we follow the currents to reach the summit, and then we descend the mountain along the currents to reach the entrance of the Grand Line. As for our next destination, I suggest we head to Logtown." Being well versed in the storyline, Suit Song had already formulated the next step of the plan. Logtown? I was thinking the same. Nami nodded, relieved to have found someone with whom she could communicate. What? Is it a famous place for meat? Luffy asked. Also known as the town of beginnings and ends. I believe that's what I heard, Zoro said leisurely. This is the town where the Pirate King, Roger, was born, the town where the Pirate King met his demise. Luffy seemed to recall something. Shall we go? Nami inquired. I want to see the town where the man who obtained the One Piece was born and died, where the man who attained everything in this world came from. Luffy declared resolutely. In the time that followed, Suit Song meticulously reflected on his previous battle with Mihawk, diligently refining and consolidating his chakra, resulting in a notable enhancement of his strength, despite possessing the magical bag. Suit Song still intended to sign in at Logtown. After all, for him, traveling to a significant location for Luffy would enable him to grow stronger. With Sanji, Nami, Usopp, Zoro, Luffy, and Suit Song himself aboard, the crew had now expanded to 6 members, making their adventures feel increasingly less solitary. Everyone easily integrated with one another, transforming into true companions. Time swiftly passed, and at last, the Straw Hat crew arrived at the last town in the East Sea before the entrance to the Grand Line, Town. As they disembarked, they lifted their heads to see the enormous characters spelling Town amidst the bustling crowd around them. This town had once been a gathering place for pirates aiming for the Grand Line, where all necessary items could be found. Nami reminded them. All right, for the grand adventure that lies ahead, I'm going to gather some supplies, Usopp declared enthusiastically. Looks like we can procure some excellent ingredients. And beautiful women. The flirtatious Chef Sanji couldn't help but notice several lovely ladies. Revealing his lecherous nature, I also have some things I want to buy, Zoro exclaimed. Oh dear, what do you intend to buy? Nami's words left him in a quandary, and she subsequently revealed a cunning smile. All right, I wish to see the execution platform. I want to witness the place where the Pirate King is executed, Luffy declared with great excitement, promptly vanishing into the crowd. Hey, we haven't even decided on a meeting point, Usopp called out, but Luffy had already disappeared without a trace, leaving him speechless. There's just no dealing with him. Then let us follow my suggestion. Everyone, wander about a bit, buy what you need, and wait for us on the ship. Sootsong organized the plan quite sensibly. By the way, take this with you. If you need assistance, just pull on this, Sootsong said, retrieving several cloud-piercing arrows from his magical bag. As the saying goes, a single cloud-piercing arrow can summon 1,000 troops. Upon seeing this, everyone rushed to provide support. Sootsong and Luffy were polar opposites in personality. One was carefree and boisterous, while the other was meticulous and thoughtful. Sootsong truly has a considerate mind, the group remarked before preparing to disperse. Don't you have anything you wish to purchase? Nami inquired of Sootsong. That I'm not sure yet. I'll just meander a bit. That I have my own funds. No need to borrow from you. Haha. Sootsong had seen through Nami's scheme early on. It was evident that she intended to lend him money at exorbitant interest, hoping to profit from him. What a pity, Nami thought, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Not expecting Sootsong to be so hard to deceive. Soon after, Luffy was eagerly searching for the execution platform of the Pirate King. Sanji sought ingredients to feast his eyes upon, while Nami tried on various outfits without making any purchases. Usopp ventured into a peculiar shop filled with strange items. Sootsong strolled leisurely through the streets, feeling an unprecedented sense of tranquility and contentment since arriving in this world. How wonderful it would be to stay in this city peacefully for a while. However, Sootsong was acutely aware that having traversed into this world and possessing such an extraordinary ability, he was destined to become a legend upon the sea. Living a mundane life would indeed be a waste of his journey in the world of pirates. While Sootsong was lost in thought, a pirate suddenly sprang forth from nowhere, appearing quite arrogant as he allowed his subordinates to engage in robbery nearby. Make sure to loot everything. This is precious food meant for my lord. The Pirate King of the Crescent Moon, the pirate boasted, demanding, hand it all over with gratitude. At that moment, a white-haired man with 2 large cigars dangling from his mouth approached the pirate boldly. Who is your leader? He asked with great authority. Who are you? Are you Monkey D. Luffy or Sootsong? The pirate sneered. What nonsense are you spouting, Marines? The pirate felt a sense of foreboding upon seeing the navy. Let me see if you're worthy to step foot in my jurisdiction, the man declared, gearing up for a confrontation. Smoker, Sootsong instantly recognized the identity of the white-haired man, but chose to remain silent. Simply observing. Take him down, the pirate, claiming to be Crescent Moon, commanded his lackeys to attack. However, Smoker, a user of the smoke fruit, was nearly invincible in the East Blue due to his Logia powers in an instant. Smoker subdued the group of pirates effortlessly. A nearby marine remarked, incredible. As expected of Captain Smoker, he dispatched the straw hats with such ease. Are your eyes merely for decoration? How could such small fry be the straw hats? If these lowlifes are worth 30 million berries, then the world is doomed, Smoker retorted. So, where are Luffy and Sootsong? The marine awkwardly inquired. Luffy is unknown, but Sootsong is right here. Had enough? Pirate Sootsong. Sootsong did not anticipate that the seemingly brash Smoker would possess such discernment and recognize him amidst the battle. Thus, Sootsong decided to reveal his identity, stepping forward as expected of Captain Smoker of the Marines. Your perception is truly sharp. Sootsong approached, slowly lowering his hood to reveal his visage. Smoker smiled slightly and said, since you have arrived in Town, there is no need for you to proceed further. As the most wanted pirate in the East Blue, Capturing you will surely lead to the downfall of your companions. Suitsong shook his head and replied, that is not the case. Capturing me does not guarantee you will apprehend them. Especially since you cannot catch me at all. Oh, are you that confident? Smoker questioned, now fully prepared for combat. Indeed, I am quite confident, Suitsong asserted, and then both fell into silence. Without further ado, Smoker charged at Suitsong. He was cautious, despite a hint of arrogance. He did not underestimate Suitsong. He unleashed the powers of his smoke fruit with a shout, white smoke launcher, and propelled himself towards Suitsong at astonishing speed. Aiming to seize him swiftly. In response, Suitsong executed a series of backflips, evading Smoker's assault with remarkable agility. Smoker was taken aback, realizing, this guy is incredibly fast. Even with the white smoke launcher, I cannot catch him. Yet, he refused to relent and threw a punch. White fist. Smoker's white fist involved transforming his wrist into smoke, enhancing both speed and reach. Knowing that his opponent was a Logia user, Suitsong chose not to evade this time, instead opting to transform himself. Let it not be forgotten that Suitsong's devil fruit encompasses the strengths of Zoan, Paramecia, and Logia types. When Smoker's white fist struck Suitsong, it passed right through him, leaving Smoker astonished. A devil fruit, a Logia user. This guy is also one of the rare Logia fruit users. Smoker realized he could no longer afford to underestimate Suitsong and swiftly drew his weapon, Jit, preparing to use his agility and speed to counter Suitsong. However, Suitsong, unperturbed by seawater, had no fear of Smoker's sea stone weaponry. Yet, he decided to temporarily conceal this fact. Thus, he unsheathed his sword. Shura. At that moment, Shura gleamed a deep crimson, ready to channel its power to Suitsong. However, Suitsong did not intend to do so, for his current opponent was not a formidable figure like Mihawk, but rather a Logia user, Marine Captain Smoker. Utilizing Shura against someone like Smoker would be a disservice to its name. Against an adversary of Smoker's caliber, simple swordsmanship would suffice. Consequently, Suitsong drew Shura, and the clash of their weapons rang out loudly. Indeed, a master knows the strength of his opponent with a single exchange. Smoker felt his strength easily nullified, clearly realizing that Suitsong's blade was no mere decoration. What a surprise! I didn't expect this guy to be not only a devil fruit user, but also a swordsman. This is rather troublesome. Though Smoker felt a headache coming on, he continued to swing his weapon with confidence in his abilities. Previously, Suitsong had believed that with his swordsmanship alone, he might not stand a chance against Smoker. However, after his battle with Mihawk and his previous insights into the way of the sword, Suitsong's swordsmanship had reached an elevated level. Smoker, at this moment, was far from being a match for him. After several exchanges, Smoker found himself gasping for breath. Suitsong could have easily dispatched him, but that would be counterproductive, as defeating Smoker would significantly impact the original plot. Damn pirate, I didn't expect you to be quite strong. It seems the highest bounty in the East Blue is not unfounded. Smoker acknowledged Suitsong with high regard. Truly, you are worthy of the name Smoker. Your strength far surpasses that of ordinary marine officers. However, before me, you still fall short, Suitsong replied. Humph, don't get too cocky. I will capture you and throw you into prison, Smoker shouted. White Vine. This maneuver employs the smoke fruit, allowing the user to transform their entire body into smoke, subsequently ensnaring the opponent. A technique that can certainly be regarded as one of Smoker's more formidable skills. However, Suitsong naturally retorted, do not forget, I am also of the Logia type, hence your attacks cannot harm me. Indeed, as Smoker approached, he discovered that Suitsong had transformed, his entire being enveloped in a mysterious black element, leaving Smoker perplexed. With no other recourse, Smoker continued to engage Suitsong in close combat. What fruit are you wielding? I have never encountered such a Logia fruit, Smoker inquired amidst the clash. Hey, I won't tell you. Suitsong nearly drove Smoker to exasperation. If you have the ability, refrain from using your fruit powers, Smoker shouted vehemently, finding Suitsong's Logia abilities exceedingly bothersome. Suitsong, quick to retort, replied, in close combat, you are no match for me. As for fruit abilities, we are both Logia types, thus you cannot overcome me. Why not let me go? Continuing this struggle benefits neither of us. Humph, I shall not concede. Smoker, as a Navy officer, could never compromise with a pirate. Observing Smoker's obstinacy, Suitsong stated, you are the one who has brought this upon yourself. Do not blame me when I unleash my fury. Come on. Although Smoker did not fully grasp Suitsong's meaning, He readied himself to end the conflict decisively. Smoker then bellowed once more, "White Gale." His limbs transformed into smoke, unleashing a powerful storm that swept outward. "Is that all?" Sootsong scoffed, and then his form began to shift dramatically. An aura reminiscent of a demon enveloped him, the surrounding darkness intensifying. "Since you call it White Gale, then I shall name mine Black Gale." Upon uttering these words, Sootsong harnessed the dark power and charged at Smoker with full force. Smoker gasped in shock. "How is this possible? How do you possess such formidable mimetic abilities?" In truth, Sootsong had merely replicated Smoker's technique through his Sharingan and unleashed it anew using his demonic power. The resultant force sent Smoker and the Navy sprawling, seemingly unconscious on the roadside. Sigh, truly fragile, Sootsong observed as onlookers began to fixate on him, prompting his swift departure from the scene. Unintentionally, he found himself before a CF, intending to take refuge, only to witness two men intimidating a woman at the entrance. "Stop whining. Our boss was imprisoned because of her." One of them threatened that. "Haven't you learned your lesson yet?" retorted the woman with dark blue hair. "Indeed, we cannot swallow this grievance. We shall present your corpse before him," the two pirates menaced. "Understood. I am more than willing to oblige," the blue-haired woman said, effortlessly dispatching her assailants. As she stumbled, her glasses fell before Zoro. Alas, what a pair of adversaries. The woman, a Navy officer, bore an uncanny resemblance to Zoro's former comrade Kwa, leaving Sootsong apprehensive about the ensuing developments. Thus, he hastily vacated the scene of this unwelcome romantic entanglement. How dreary. What a rare outing. Only to first encounter a smoke user, and then das Bones, Sootsong, overwhelmed by ennui, sought a barbershop to trim his waist-length hair. "How would you like it cut?" "Dear customer," the proprietor inquired politely. "My hair is too long. Please shorten it and style it back while dyeing it white," Sootsong replied, having ample time and funds to spare. After some time spent at the barbershop, he gazed into the mirror and barely recognized his reflection. With a white slicked-back hairstyle and matching eyebrows, he appeared as though he had stepped out of an anime. After tipping the barber, Sootsong exited, immediately donning the attire of Virgil from Devil May Cry using his demonic ensemble, transforming his entire aesthetic. However, at that moment, the atmosphere on the streets had shifted drastically. The once peaceful streets were now filled with dread. Rogue Town had become shrouded in ominous clouds, and many were fleeing in panic. Sootsong hurriedly inquired, "What has transpired?" A terrified young woman replied, "Pirates have invaded Rogue Town." "Where?" Sootsong pressed, the execution platform. She responded before swiftly fleeing. Could it be Luffy? Sootsong's concern for his comrades surged at that moment. A beautiful firework erupted above Rogue Town, illuminating the sky and revealing the emblem of the Straw Hat Pirates. "Oh no, a signal that indicates my comrades are in peril." Sootsong promptly made his way toward the source of the signal. To his astonishment, he found it emanating from the execution platform square. There, the clown Buggy had ensnared Luffy, evidently intent on executing him. "You're about to die, Luffy," Buggy declared, prepared to deliver the fatal blow. Just then, Sanji and Zoro charged forth, but the slippery abilities of Alvida and her crew momentarily impeded their progress. Sootsong could also discern the Navy's ambush encircling them. Once gunfire erupted, all pirates would be trapped. That moment, a bolt of lightning struck, directly hitting the execution platform. Thanks to Luffy's rubbery physique, he remained unscathed, while Buggy found himself struck by the electric surge. In that instant, the entirety of the Navy in Rogue Town arrived, swiftly surrounding all the pirates. The ensuing battle between pirates and Navy commenced, prompting Sootsong to finally breathe a sigh of relief. "Monchi D. Dragon truly terrified me just now," Sootsong mused to himself. "Run, Luffy. If you don't leave now, you won't make it to the Grand Line," urged Sanji and the others. "Let us go. I'll cover your retreat," Sootsong proclaimed. "Thank you." Luffy, aware of Sootsong's capabilities, chose to trust him as he and the others hurried toward the port. Meanwhile, Smoker had issued orders. "I will not allow them to escape." However, Sootsong swiftly felled the Navy officers, leaving them helpless as they watched Sootsong and the Straw Hats make their escape. "I, Navy Captain Smoker, will not permit their departure from this island," he vowed, launching yet another assault. That moment, Sootsong keenly sensed a powerful presence. In an instant, he followed the figure, who inquired, "What brings you here?" "Sir, Monchi D. Dragon. I am a companion of Luffy." Sootsong promptly identified him. you know me, and you can keep up with me? It seems you possess considerable strength and keen judgment, Dragon acknowledged, neither confirming nor denying his identity. Thank you for your praise. I am not here for any particular reason. Since you are here to see Luffy, I shall represent him and meet you out of respect, Sootsong asserted, exuding confidence with a hint of respect. With you as Luffy's companion, I shall have much less to worry about. The storm of fate is about to arrive, Dragon proclaimed before vanishing. What a strange father, so eccentric, Sootsong remarked, disregarding Dragon and hastily pursuing Luffy and the others. He understood that Monchi D. Dragon would likely buy them some time. Due to the rain, Buggy's crew had failed to incinerate the Going Merry. Soon, Usopp, Nami, and the others returned, leaping onto the ship with utmost haste. With the Navy's relentless assault, Nami and the others were forced to set sail prematurely. It was initially presumed that Smoker's confrontation with Buggy and Alvida would grant the Straw Hats ample time. However, due to Smoker's formidable abilities, he effortlessly captured Buggy, Alvida, and others. Riding his motorcycle, Smoker swiftly caught up with Luffy and his companions. Bones began to engage in combat with Zoro, while Luffy faced off against Smoker. As for Sootsong, he directly leaped onto the ship with Sanji. Luffy and Zoro had yet to board, but it was imperative that they depart. Nami found herself in a predicament, as the currents were far too swift. Rendering any attempt to dock futile, Zoro triumphed over Bones, ultimately choosing to show mercy. Luffy, however, was no match for Smoker, as defeating a Logia-type Devil Fruit user was an exceedingly daunting task. Nevertheless, in the end, Monkey D. Dragon made his appearance and unleashed his powers, summoning a fierce wind that enabled Luffy and Zoro to escape Smoker and his pursuers. Ultimately, Luffy utilized his rubber abilities to catapult both himself and Zoro onto the Going Merry. At last, the entire Straw Hat crew was assembled. Although their journey to Lowtown had been fraught with chaos, they emerged unscathed, each having accomplished their respective goals. The storm raged on, yet the wind direction proved favorable. The Going Merry swiftly vanished into the vast ocean, leaving the Marines with no means to track them down. The Straw Hat crew had successfully evaded Lowtown, achieving complete safety. Shortly after setting sail, they spotted a lighthouse towering in the distance. Look at that light, Nami pointed out. Is that the island's lighthouse? Usopp inquired. That it's the guiding light. The entrance to the Grand Line lies at the end of that beam, Nami declared. The Grand Line right ahead. Luffy could hardly contain his excitement. Everyone was brimming with enthusiasm, and Sanji proposed, to celebrate our imminent entry into the Grand Line, let's hold a launching ceremony. Sanji then placed his foot atop a barrel and proclaimed, I am here to find the All Blue. Luffy followed suit, confidently stating, I aim to become the Pirate King. I strive to become a master swordsman. Zoro asserted with ambition that I seek to chart the world's map. Nami declared, I wish to become a brave warrior of the sea. Usopp added, summoning his courage. Yet, Sootsong remained silent, prompting puzzled looks from the others. Do I have to? Sootsong asked. Of course. Everyone exclaimed. Come on, share your dream. After a moment of contemplation, Sootsong placed his foot atop the barrel and said, well, I aim to fulfill all your wishes. How noble, but is that truly attainable? Usopp expressed skepticism. I believe in him. Luffy smiled. That we all believe in you. The crew chimed in unison, filling Sootsong's heart with warmth. To be comrades with the protagonists of the original story and embark on adventures alongside them was a dream he had long cherished. Set sail to the Grand Line, Luffy announced. The crew collectively lifted their feet and placed them back down, ready to immerse themselves fully in the forthcoming adventures. That moment, the voice Sootsong had longed for once more echoed in his mind. Ding ding ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully entered and exited Lowtown. Check-in successful. The system rewards you with the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan from the Naruto world. What? The bloodline of the Uzumaki clan? Sootsong was overjoyed. After diligently honing his chakra, he never anticipated that it would now be bestowed upon him. Naruto Uzumaki's chakra was formidable, not only because he was the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, but also due to his innate Uzumaki bloodline, which granted him chakra far surpassing that of ordinary ninjas. With the system granting him the Uzumaki bloodline, Sootsong's total chakra capacity experienced a significant increase, although Sootsong could not maintain the double Tomo Sharingan state for long. His usage duration had greatly improved compared to before. This meant that he might be able to employ ninjutsu in future battles. Sootsong looked forward to the rewards that awaited him. Some might wonder, since Suitsong possessed chakra, why he did not delve into ninjutsu research that in fact, he had explored various techniques during his free time, such as the Rasengan. However, he had no understanding of how to utilize these techniques. And aside from the Sharingan, he was unfamiliar with any other jutsu. Time passed amidst a series of studies and enhancements. Hey, I see it. I see an incredible mountain, Luffy suddenly called out from the deck, drawing everyone's attention to an enormous mountain, shrouded in clouds that obscured its peak. Is this the red line? Luffy asked, brimming with excitement. Zoro, peering through a telescope, could not contain his amazement, exclaiming, "This is astonishing. The sea is actually climbing up the mountain." Soon, the Going Merry surged forward, propelled by the rising water towards the summit of the mountain. After a while, the Going Merry soared to the peak and did not linger there long before plunging downwards. However, everyone soon heard a strange sound. "Did you hear anything just now?" Zoro inquired. "What did you say?" Nami retorted, as the noise from the descending Going Merry was deafening. "Did you not hear that odd sound?" Zoro asked again. "It must be the wind. The terrain here is just so peculiar," Nami asserted confidently. Yet, Usopp spotted an unidentified object ahead. "Hey, Miss Nami, I see a mountain up ahead," Usopp exclaimed. "That's impossible," Nami replied, recalling that there were no mountains after entering the Grand Line. "But there really is one," Usopp insisted. "Whatever, full speed ahead." Luffy remained exuberant. "Don't worry, it's going to be fine," Suitsong reassured him, allowing Usopp to relax. Suitsong's words always brought comfort, as he had maintained a perfect accuracy rate thus far. Aside from the earlier mention of Twin Cape, it should be all sea, Nami concurred. However, as they finally descended, they discovered that what lay before them was not a mountain at all, but a colossal whale, covered in scars. Panic ensued among the crew. They attempted to steer left to evade the massive whale, but the rudder had broken that moment. Suitsong made a striking entrance, halting Luffy from firing the cannon and fully channeling the powers of his devil fruit. Suitsong's shadow rapidly expanded into a giant form. "Stop," Suitsong commanded, pushing against the whale, causing the Going Merry to come to a complete halt without sustaining any damage. Although the Going Merry was now safely anchored, Nami, Usopp, and the others kept their eyes tightly shut, unable to bear witnessing the unfolding events. "Why is it silent? What happened?" Usopp and the others slowly opened their eyes, upon seeing Suitsong successfully prevent the Going Merry from colliding with the whale. Their racing hearts finally eased. If it weren't for Suitsong, we could have perished, Nami thought, still feeling a chill from the earlier scene. Had they crashed their ship after just passing through the Grand Line, it would have been a tragic farce. Zoro, Luffy, and the others swallowed hard, and once Suitsong confirmed the ship had come to a standstill, he retracted his devil powers. "Quick, let's escape while we can," Zoro urged. The crew swiftly began to paddle, and the Going Merry darted through the gap beside the whale. The whale let out a loud cry, prompting everyone to cover their ears. My ears hurt." "Get away from it," Usopp shouted. However, the whale unexpectedly opened its mouth, and before anyone could react, the Thousand Sunny and the Straw Hat crew were effortlessly swallowed into the belly of the whale. "Hey, Utsong, do something quickly," Nami urged immediately. "Yes, we're in this situation, and you still seem so unhurried." Usopp's tears were on the verge of spilling. "What's there to be anxious about? It's just being swallowed by a whale," Utsong replied nonchalantly. The others nearly fainted. Thus, the whale closed its mouth, having consumed both the crew and the Sunny. But unfortunately, Luffy found himself separated from his companions, just as everyone anticipated their imminent demise. They discovered that their surroundings were unexpectedly wondrous. "What do you think?" Sanji inquired. "What do you mean? What do I think? How should I know what I'm supposed to think?" At this moment, Zoro was equally at a loss for words in response to Sanji. "I thought we were definitely swallowed by the whale. Is this a dream?" Sanji gazed at a small island beside the Thousand Sunny, which surprisingly had a small house on it, observing the colorful clouds and sea. Utsong remarked, "You might not believe me, but we are currently inside the belly of a whale. In a way." Nami was also incredulous. "But if we truly are inside a whale, what does that little island and house represent?" Nami asked. At that moment, a voice suddenly emerged not far from the front of the Thousand Sunny, and a gigantic octopus charged forth. The Straw Hat crew prepared for battle. However, from that house, an array of weapons was fired, effortlessly subduing the massive octopus. Just then, a figure stepped out from the room. He was dressed in a red shirt and wore round glasses, but his hair was peculiar, adorned with many flowers. Who is this old man? He easily defeated that giant octopus. Was it to save us? Eventually, the old man emerged and casually sat down on a bench to read a newspaper. What are you talking about? Sanji couldn't help but scoff. The old man, belatedly noticing the Thousand Sunny, remarked, "Oh, so there are people here. Old man, where is this place? And who are you? Could you kindly enlighten us?" Sanji inquired directly, "Isn't it polite to introduce yourself first when asking someone questions?" The old man retorted. Seeing this, Zoro quickly interjected, "That's a fair point. My apologies that my name is." But to everyone's surprise, the old man took the initiative to introduce himself. "I am Caroltas, the lighthouse keeper of Twin Cape. 71 years old, a Gemini, and of blood type AB. Zoro growled, "Can I chop him up? You ask me where this is? You barged into my private vacation center and speak so arrogantly. Do you think this is inside a rat's belly?" After Caroltas spoke, the group became even more certain that they had indeed been swallowed by the whale. "What will happen to us now?" "I don't want to be digested," Nami said anxiously. "The exit is right there." Caroltas pointed, and unexpectedly, they discovered a large door inside the whale's belly. "Wait, why is there an exit inside a whale's belly?" Nami expressed her confusion. They soon realized that the sky, sea, and seagulls within the whale's belly were all painted. However, just as the group intended to leave, the whale began to thrash about. The crew on the Thousand Sunny and Caroltas' little island started to shake violently. Is it starting? Caroltas said mysteriously. "What is starting?" "Explain," Usopp asked urgently. "This whale is about to ram the red line," Caroltas declared. "So, this man intends to kill it from the inside? We need to leave quickly. We have no obligation to rescue this whale." Sanji and Zoro asserted that moment. Everyone began to row frantically, trying to escape the whale's belly. However, just then, Caroltas jumped into the whale's stomach acid and soon began crawling towards a small door above the exit. Suddenly, a loud "ah" echoed as three figures flew in through that small door. Caroltas was somewhat uncertain about these newcomers. However, Yutsong immediately recognized the arrivals among the Straw Hat crew. One was Luffy, another was a Baroque Works agent dressed in green, and the third was Vivi, the blue-haired princess of Alabasta. The three plummeted into the sea of stomach acid. "Help me," Luffy cried before disappearing beneath the acid. The whale gradually stabilized, and everyone subsequently rescued the three who had fallen into the acid. "Who are these people?" Mr. 9, Vivi, with her blue hair, asked. "They're probably pirates." Miss Wednesday, Mr. 9, with orange hair and a crown, replied that at this moment, Caroltas returned and sternly stated, "You rascals are still here. As long as I'm around, I will never allow you to harm a single hair on Laboon. Even if you say that, we still can't go back. Killing this whale is our mission, and today, you shall not hinder us from whaling." Vivi and her partner chimed in. "I'll make a big hole in his stomach." The Baroque duo grabbed a cannon, intending to blast the whale's insides. However, at that moment, Caroltas leaped up and used his body to shield the two cannonballs. With two loud booms, the cannonballs exploded. That old man actually used his body to block the cannonballs. Usopp exclaimed in shock. He had never seen anyone go to such lengths for a whale. Is he protecting the whale? Sanji wondered. "Ha! Stop doing something so meaningless," Vivi remarked. "If you want to protect it, go ahead and try. This whale is going to be our town's food," Mr. 9 said smugly, seemingly determined to capture Laboon. However, at that moment, Luffy took the initiative and dealt with the two. "I don't know why, but I just felt like hitting them," Luffy said. Soon after, Caroltas invited everyone back to his little island. "Thank you for helping me." "Though I don't know why," Caroltas expressed gratitude. "I didn't do it to help you. I just couldn't stand them for some reason," Luffy replied. "What are you doing here?" Luffy asked. "What are you doing inside this whale's belly?" Everyone inquired. "These villains are after Laboon. If they catch him, they could have food for 2 or 3 years in town. Laboon is the name of this whale. He is an island whale, the largest kind of whale that only lives in the West Sea." Caroltas provided a brief introduction about Laboon. The reason he keeps ramming the red line and shouting towards Reverse Mountain has a purpose. Following this, Caroltas began to recount the tale of the whale Laboon and the Rumbar pirates. "All right, now let me take you all out of here." Caroltas then boarded the Thousand Sunny with the Straw Hat crew, leading them toward the exit. "What a magnificent waterway. I can't believe he survived alone through so many caves." Everyone was utterly amazed that I'm a doctor. "Don't underestimate me," Caroltas said proudly. "And I was the ship's doctor on Joel D. Rogers' ship. Yutsong, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke, shocking everyone in a way. This old man? Everyone looked at Yutsong and Kuroltas in disbelief. Is it true? Luffy fixed his gaze on Kulotas and inquired. Well, may I ask who you are, sir? Kulotas awkwardly turned to Suitsong and replied. Suitsong first bowed slightly in reverence before responding. We are undoubtedly all pirates, in pursuit of distant horizons, and the vast SEODMY name is Suitsong, and my initial bounty is 50 million berries. Indeed, youth is formidable. It seems the ocean is about to become lively once more. Kulotas deftly sidestepped any association with the Pirate King, Roger. However, Luffy immediately extended an invitation. Grandpa, you're so impressive. Why not join our ship as our doctor? There's no need for that. I no longer possess the strength to frolic about like you youngsters. After all, age catches up with you. Is that why you're in the belly of a whale? Tending to Laboon? Everyone finally grasped the situation's context. Indeed, his injuries were severe and could not be treated externally. Now, I shall proceed to open the door. Kulotas then opened the large door, and soon they emerged from a certain part of Laboon's body aboard the Going Merry. At that moment, Miss Wednesday and Mr. Nine began to awaken, and during their casual conversation, the topic of why Laboon's friends had yet to appear arose. I have received word. The Rumbar pirates have fled. Escaping the Grand Line, Kulotas stated, in a way. Why didn't you inform Laboon? If you had, he wouldn't have harmed himself. Nami and the others exclaimed. If it were that simple, it would be a different story, Kulotas replied. Could they have disregarded their previous agreement? Sanji also found these individuals rather incomprehensible. The Grand Line is indeed a terrifying place. Perhaps they have given up on adventure, Kulotas remarked uncertainly. No, the Rumbar pirates did not escape the Grand Line. Suitsong asserted. Why do you say that? The group was intrigued by Suitsong's words, as everything he had stated thus far had proven true. Among his companions, they affectionately nicknamed Suitsong the Prophet. Or perhaps the term seer was more fitting. I can sense that the entire Rumbar pirates have perished within the Grand Line. However, one person remains alive. Suitsong spoke mysteriously, while Kulotas appeared skeptical. Oh, who is it? Kulotas inquired, as he remembered the names of nearly everyone. A musician by the name of Brook. He should be somewhere in the first half of the Grand Line, and I have a feeling we will encounter him sooner or later. Upon hearing Brook's name, Kulotas was left astonished. It seemed Suitsong truly possessed knowledge of everything. However, at that moment, the sedative in Laboon's body appeared to have lost its effect, causing Laboon to go berserk once more, launching an attack on the Going Merry. Meanwhile, Luffy, invigorated, charged at Laboon. Though Luffy's actions seemed vigorous and fierce, everyone believed that he would never harm Laboon. They simply momentarily failed to understand Luffy's intentions. What on earth does this guy mean? Sanji and the others pondered, perplexed. If this continues, both Laboon and Luffy will be hurt. Nami said with great concern, we must stop them. Usopp prepared to intervene. Calm down. Luffy certainly has his own way of doing things. Suitsong interjected, preventing the others from getting involved. At that moment, Luffy was sent flying by Laboon but rose and declared, it's a draw. I'm strong, right? You want to defeat me? We haven't determined the victor yet. So we must continue fighting. Even though your companions are gone, I will always be your rival. We will find you again after we circle the Grand Line, and then we shall have another battle. Luffy smiled. Suddenly, Laboon felt that his existence regained significance, and tears streamed from his eyes. Subsequently, Luffy drew a grotesque depiction of a straw hat on Laboon's head and said, make sure not to break it before we return. Everyone couldn't help but smile faintly. It appeared to be a perfect conclusion. Soon after, they diligently repaired the Going Merry and prepared to depart from Twin Cape, officially entering the Grand Line. They asked for Princess Vivi and her companion. Suitsong had already witnessed their departure. However, he did not intervene, merely retrieving their log posed discreetly at that moment. While everyone was busy with pre-departure tasks, Nami suddenly shouted that the compass was broken. Suitsong stepped forward and handed the log post to Nami, stating, the islands within the Grand Line are laden with magnetic minerals. Therefore, the magnetic field throughout the entire route is quite unusual, with ocean currents and wind directions constantly shifting. Thus, to navigate the Grand Line, one must possess a log pose, which is what I have given you. This is a special compass that records magnetic forces. Without it, one cannot sail along the route. Following Suitsong's moment of brilliance, Kulotas applauded. It appears that someone among you has done their homework. He was correct. What was now known was that the islands scattered throughout the Grand Line were linked together by a certain magnetic principle. In other words, one must record the magnetic forces connecting the islands with the log pose to determine the route to the next island. In this sea, where one cannot even ascertain their exact location. The only reliable guide is the magnetic data recorded by the log posts. First, you must choose one of the 7 magnetic lines extending from this reverse mountain, regardless of which island you depart from. The route will ultimately converge on a single line, leading you to that particular island, Raftel, the endpoint of the Grand Line. Historically, only the Pirate King has reached that island. It is truly a legendary place. After Kulotas and Sootsong finished speaking, the Straw Hat crew gained a deeper understanding of the Grand Line. So, it should be there, one piece. Usopp exclaimed, who knows? Although this theory is the most convincing. No one has ever been there, Kulotas replied. Aren't you the doctor of the Pirate King? Usopp asked. Look, what is that flying in the sky? Kulotas exclaimed. Everyone turned their heads, and when they looked back, Kulotas had already prepared to leave. Acknowledging that Kulotas did not wish to discuss matters related to Roger, they naturally refrained from pressing further. Subsequently, due to Luffy devouring all the food Sanji had prepared, Sanji attacked Luffy, resulting in Nami's log pose being damaged. Do you even realize the significance of this item? Nami was on the verge of exploding, but Kulotas waved his hand in no need to panic. I shall give you mine as a token of gratitude for saving Laboon. Kulotas ultimately handed his log pose to Nami, who took great care to preserve it. Just then, Vivi and her companions suddenly appeared, lowering their postures and saying, "We have a request." They then conveyed to Luffy and the others their desire to travel to Whiskey Peak. Whiskey Peak? What is that? Luffy inquired. It is the first stop along one of the routes in the Grand Line, Sootsong hinted, and everyone finally understood. Yes, it is the town where we reside. Our ship is broken. Mr. 9 added. On what grounds do you think we would assist you? You just tried to kill Laboon, didn't you? Nami retorted. Who are you? Mr. 9 responded. I am the king. Who would believe that? Nami couldn't help but scoff. Vivi then said, I can't say. However, we want to return to town, and we don't wish to be so secretive about it. Regardless, our company is inherently mysterious, so we cannot disclose anything, Mr. 9 and Vivi explained. Immediately, everyone turned their gaze towards Sootsong. What are you looking at me for? Sootsong retorted. Prophet, speak up. Should we take them with us? Could they stab us in the back? A multitude of inquiries arose. Upon witnessing this, Sootsong wiped the sweat from his brow, astonished that his companions had genuinely regarded him as a seer. After a brief moment of hesitation, Sootsong, with a hint of feigned mystery, declared, I have discerned your identities. It appears you are agents of the Baroque works. The moment his words fell, the two became noticeably tense, for their identities were classified, known only to a select few. However, they were taken aback when Sootsong added, one is a false king, and the other is, astonishingly, a princess. The revelation sent a wave of anxiety through Vivi, as not only was her role as an agent exposed, but her secret identity was also uncovered. What time is it for jokes? Nami urged. Are we bringing them along or not? Sootsong. We beseech you. We sought your assistance because we value your character. And we promise to repay this kindness. The two implored once more, hoping for a chance to be taken aboard. Nonetheless, Kuroda's interjected, no matter what they say, these individuals are not to be trusted. Let us take them along. That is my suggestion. Sootsong pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Really, Sootsong? Are you certain you want to bring these two aboard? The crew members reiterated. However, on a different note, this should be the final recording pointer. If it were to break, it would be lost forever. Nami remarked, if they do not come with us, they may never return. Very well. Then, you may board, Luffy declared, sensing no objections from the others, and with Sootsong's approval. You mentioned you were headed to Whiskey Peak, correct? Then let us proceed there, Luffy confirmed. Since Sootsong had consented, the others felt it improper to voice further concerns, though their wariness remained intact, given that these two were reputedly villains. All right, it's about time we set sail, Luffy proclaimed. And who might you be? Princess Vivi inquired. I am someone destined to become the Pirate King, Luffy asserted with unwavering resolve. That haha. Foolish pirate. Vivi and her companion chuckled quietly. Subsequently, under the warm glow of the setting sun, Luffy and his crew announced their departure. They bid farewell to Kuroda's and the whale Laboon as they sailed forth across the sea like the wind. Strangely, despite having left Twin Cape, the system had yet to make an appearance. In frustration, Suitsong called upon the system directly. System, what is happening? Why have I not received any reward notifications this time? The system promptly replied, Greetings, host. Twin Cape is not within the designated sign-in range. Our sign-in locations are restricted to the primary islands visited alongside Luffy, specifically those in the Grand Line. Suitsong nodded in disappointment. I see now that do not be disheartened, host. The rewards on the Grand Line are truly worth anticipating. Compared to the islands of the East Blue, those rewards are significantly more substantial. The system encouraged. Understood, since you say so. I have no grounds to argue further. During the voyage across the sea, Suitsong was diligently refining his chakra in his quarters. However, before long, a knocking sound interrupted him. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Suitsong inquired. Good day, Mr. Suitsong. I am Miss Wednesday. It is you. What brings you here? Come in. The door is unlocked, Suitsong replied, and Princess Vivi entered his room. Upon entering, she was taken aback, despite being of an age typically associated with arrogance and recklessness. The room was impeccably tidy. Every article of clothing was neatly folded, and a subtle fragrance lingered in the air. The space was orderly and devoid of any unpleasant odors. Some might speculate he was either a delicate soul or perhaps even gay. Although many of Suitsong's friends in his previous world had made similar comments, most of them were uncultured men unfamiliar with refined living. Those who appreciated sophistication naturally preferred Suitsong's company. Is there something you need, Miss Wednesday, or should I refer to you as Princess? Suitsong asked. Can you truly foresee everything? Everyone claims you are a prophet or seer. Is it possible you can truly predict the future? Princess Vivi asked, somewhat impatiently, yet striving to maintain her composure. I am not a prophet. I merely possess knowledge of certain matters, Suitsong replied, subtly embellishing his persona. You are the Princess of Alabasta, covertly infiltrating Baroque works to become one of their agents. Codenamed Miss Wednesday. Am I correct? Princess Vivi fell silent, unable to confirm or deny his assertion. Your silence indicates agreement. You have infiltrated Baroque works to uncover the truth behind the drought and the ensuing conflict in your homeland. Correct? Suitsong's revelations convinced Princess Vivi entirely. Suitsong the prophet. What should I do? She asked discreetly. We cannot disclose that. At that moment, Nami quietly entered the room and firmly shut the door. Suitsong had already surmised that Nami had been eavesdropping outside. Though he was uncertain of her intentions, nevertheless, having two young women in his room was an unexpectedly pleasant situation. I cannot believe you are truly a princess. If we assist you, you must at least offer some form of compensation. Nami proposed. You heard everything, Vivi said. Unsure of how to respond, Suitsong quickly interjected. Nami, since you have overheard, I shall be forthright. Princess Vivi's nation is in a state of emergency. Her infiltration as an agent is to uncover certain truths. While we may not receive much money now, once we arrive, we can directly ask the king. What do you think? Suitsong's reasoning was sound, and even Nami nodded in agreement. Let us do this. You two pretend you have not visited me here and proceed with your original plan. Suitsong suggested. But regarding Whiskey Peak, Vivi began, but Suitsong interrupted. Enough? I am the prophet. If you speak, it may hinder our ability to assist you. Now go. Thus, Nami and Vivi exited Suitsong's quarters. The brief interlude passed. And soon after, the Mary had reached a new maritime expanse. Just moments before basking in sunshine, they were now met with a sudden flurry of heavy snow, accumulating rapidly upon the deck, leaving everyone perplexed. The most bewildered of all was Navigator Nami, who could not help but voice her confusion. What on earth is this snowfall? It was just so warm moments ago. Meanwhile, Luffy and Usopp had begun building snowmen and engaging in snowball fights on the deck. How can they have so much energy in this cold, dressed so lightly? Nami thought, utterly baffled by Luffy and his crew's behavior. Sanji obediently wielded a shovel, clearing the snow from the deck. However, before long, the sky darkened ominously, thunder rumbled, and fierce winds began to blow. What kind of wretched weather is this? Nami exclaimed, utterly perplexed by the chaotic shift in conditions. Just moments ago, it had been clear skies, only to be followed by snow, then thunder. The seasons and weather had become a chaotic tangle. Nami's complaints were overheard by Princess Vivi and Mr. Nine, who subsequently remarked, as Suitsong and Kuroltas have stated, this is the Grand Line. and it seems you are utterly oblivious. Haven't you been steering since earlier? Isn't that a concern? Vivi inquired that I have confirmed the direction. It should be fine at that moment. Nami approached the helm, only to discover someone else was already at the wheel. Su-song, what are you doing steering? Nami asked in bewilderment. How audacious can you be on the Grand Line? Merely setting a course and abandoning the ship could lead it astray long ago. I have been doing my best to stabilize the direction. Su-song replied. It was then that Nami noticed the compass needle had indeed deviated, and that was while Su-song had been attempting to maintain stability. Without Su-song, the vessel would likely have remained trapped in this treacherous sea indefinitely. Soon after, the weather shifted dramatically, as a thick fog enveloped the surroundings, obscuring visibility over the ocean. Suddenly, Usopp exclaimed in alarm. Wow, there's an iceberg ahead. Due to the ship's high speed, there was no time to evade. Su-song swiftly drew his sword, declaring, Kaido. In an instant, the iceberg vanished as if it had never existed, allowing the Mary to pass safely. Meanwhile, Zoro was still sound asleep, seemingly unfazed by the chaos. What a bunch! How can they be so carefree when the sky is falling? A series of urgent issues soon arose. The ship's bottom is leaking. Hurry and patch it up. The clouds are moving swiftly. A storm is approaching. Quickly, lower the sails, or we risk capsizing. Nami took charge. While Su-song diligently repaired the Married, it was unclear how much time had passed when everyone, exhausted, collapsed onto the deck. Zoro then stretched and declared, I'm awake now. He stepped onto the deck and saw the others sprawled out, saying, Hey, even with the weather being fine, you all seem awfully lazy. Shouldn't we be on our course? In response, the crew unleashed a flurry of reprimands upon Zoro, who was left bewildered about his supposed wrongdoing. The weather on the Grand Line is truly harsh. Even I find it challenging to cope. But somehow, there will always be a way, Nami pointed out, gesturing toward the horizon. Indeed, the crew soon spotted a new island. Their faces brimming with excitement, Su-song too felt a surge of joy, as this marked the first island in the Grand Line, promising more rewarding treasures to come. What a peculiar island. Look at that gigantic cactus. We must be nearing Whiskey Peak, Su-song remarked. Now that we have arrived, I extend my gratitude to all of you for the journey. We bid you farewell. As they spoke, Vivi and her partner leaped into the water, fully committing to Su-song's plan, pretending not to recognize him. The Mary sailed along a river, flanked by mountains on either side. It seems we can navigate inland by boat, Nami observed. What if there are monsters or something? Usopp voiced his concerns. Whatever the probability, there's bound to be something. Don't forget, we are on the Grand Line. Sanji stated earnestly, if we encounter monsters, we can simply flee the island, right? Luffy said, displaying his usual fearlessness. Wait, don't forget, we must remain on this island for a while if the log doesn't record the magnetic force of this island. We won't be able to reach the next one. Different islands record at different speeds. Some take merely hours, while others require several days, Nami explained. What does that mean? Are you saying that even if this is a monster island from which we must escape immediately, we still have to stay until the magnetic recording is complete? Usopp realized the gravity of the situation. Indeed, Nami nodded. What is there to fear? I'm here, on the Grand Line. We have everything we need. And nothing can hinder us. That Su-song encouraged the crew, restoring their confidence. If we truly encounter monsters, we'll figure out what to do then, Luffy said with a grin. Let us go. Overthinking won't help. We should set off, Zoro concurred. No matter what happens, I will protect Miss Nami, Sanji declared, ever devoted to her. Then, we shall venture forth. Listen closely, do not forget to prepare for both escape and battle, Nami instructed her companions. Gradually, the Going Merry sailed into the inland, surrounded by a swirling fog that obscured what lay ahead. Within the haze, Su-song sensed that they were being watched by unseen eyes. The deeper they sailed, the more silhouettes appeared around them. Everyone, be cautious. Nami and the others began to recognize something was amiss. However, when the fog lifted, they found themselves greeted by countless townsfolk lining the banks, all cheering in unison. Welcome, welcome to the first stop on the Grand Line. Welcome to our quaint town. Welcome to the hospitable town of Whiskey Peak. The excitement and joy of the townspeople did not seem feigned. They genuinely appeared to welcome the arrival of pirates. Not only are there no monsters, but we are also being welcomed, Usopp mused, perplexed that I say, let us not let our guard down. These people may not be as they seem. Su-song's warning rekindled the crew's caution, yet Luffy remained lost in his joy, Pirates, welcome, heroes of the sea, huzzah! Caught up in the townspeople's enthusiasm, the crew soon dismissed Su Tsong's words and gradually lowered their defenses. Su Tsong found himself at a loss, realizing he had chosen to sail alongside Luffy. Finally, the ship docked at a harbor, where a curly-haired man resembling a musician greeted them. Welcome, welcome. I am Icolum, the mayor of Whiskey Peak. I'm Luffy. Hey, old man, your hair is way too curly, Luffy exclaimed, pointing at Icolum. This is a town renowned for its brewing and music, and we take immense pride in hosting guests. Here, we have fine wines as splendid as the sea, complemented by your adventurous tales as appetizers. Come, let us enjoy a banquet together. Icolum proposed enthusiastically. Delighted, Sanji, Luffy, and Usopp were completely captivated. 3 fools, Nami muttered, then asked, how long does it take to record the magnetic force of this island? Recording? Let us set aside such tedious matters for now. Let us alleviate our travel fatigue. Come on, let us prepare the banquet and treat our adventurers well, Icolum said warmly, wrapping an arm around Nami's shoulder. Zoro said nothing, driven by his love for fine wine, and he too lowered his guard upon hearing of the promised drinks. Seeing the unfolding situation, Su Tsong felt powerless to resist and reluctantly joined the others in attending the banquet hosted by Icolum. The entire afternoon was consumed by a wild celebration filled with music, beer, and delectable food. Usopp boasted without restraint, while Icolum orchestrated a drinking contest. Even Nami participated. Tempted by the stakes. For Zoro, he was soon inebriated beyond recognition. Luffy, true to form, indulged in gluttony, devouring plate after plate of meat, leaving everyone astounded. Sanji, meanwhile, was busy charming the ladies. Basking in the sweetness of the moment, Su Tsong found himself bored, playing marbles with a group, which surprised everyone. However, being aware of the true identities of these individuals, Su Tsong remained vigilant. Icolum, observing the lively scene, remarked, "Ah, what a splendid night. It is truly delightful to witness the joy radiating from everyone." As time gradually slips away, amidst the drinking competition, Nami emerges victorious, albeit collapsing right on the spot. Meanwhile, Luffy, having indulged to his heart's content, lies sprawled on the ground, fast asleep. As for Usopp and Sanji, they are peacefully resting on the ground, lost in slumber. Observing this, Su Tsong too succumbs to fatigue, pretending to be asleep. This moment, all members of the Straw Hat crew have succumbed to slumber. As Icarus departs, he remarks, "Have you played enough to fall asleep? I wish you sweet dreams, adventurers." Tonight, the Cactus Rock dances beautifully under the moonlight. Following this, Icarus meets with Princess Vivi and her companion. Ultimately, he reveals their bounty poster. What? 30 million berries. I never expected that the gluttonous Straw Hat Kid would have such a high bounty. Surely, this must be a mistake. The Baroque trio appears utterly incredulous. There is no mistake. It is indeed them. Moreover, there is one individual whose bounty surpasses his. Take a closer look. Icarus finally unveils Su Tsong's bounty poster. What? 50 million berries. Everyone is taken aback. In a way, is it really them? Could there be a bounty of 50 million berries? Icarus then educates. Judging a pirate's abilities by their appearance is quite foolish, Miss. Miss Monday. However, it seems I can report good news to the boss. Let's hasten to seize the treasure aboard their ship. And what of them? If we kill them, the bounty will decrease by 30%. As the government wishes to execute them publicly. Go. Capture them alive. Icarus commands. Just then, a voice emerges under the moonlight. Excuse me, but could we allow them to sleep peacefully? They are quite exhausted from the day's sailing. The speaker is none other than Zoro, who raises a sword high while seated atop the roof that a group of individuals, in a state of alarm, rush out of the room, exclaiming, "Monday!" At some point, that man in the waistcloth escaped from the house. He is right there, Princess Vivi states. Icarus, perplexed, inquires, shouldn't you be fast asleep? As a swordsman, I can never be taken down by you careless fools, Zoro retorts. Indeed, this is a bounty hunter's lair for those pirates who swagger into the Grand Line. They are promptly looted. There are about 100 bounty hunters here, and I will be your opponent. Baroque Works. Zoro directly names their organization. How do you know our company name? Icarus exclaims in shock. When I was previously in your line of work, your company sought to recruit me, but I declined. The employees within the company are entirely unaware of each other's backgrounds, referring to one another only by code names. Naturally, The boss's location and true identity remain a mystery to the members. You are merely a criminal organization that faithfully executes orders. Baroque works. Is it not? Zoro's words send a chill down the spines of the bounty hunters on Cactus Island. Honestly, I thought I was the only clever one. Suitsong emerges slowly from the room. What? How is this possible? Why are you still awake? Icarus and the others are once again astonished. Zoro remains vigilant. But how is it that this white-haired youth is also awake? I have long known your identities, which is why I was initially not overly friendly. My pretense of sleep was merely to observe your next move. Suitsong states, well, since you are aware of our secret, we can only kill you now. Cactus Rock shall soon have 2 more tombstones, Icarus declares with a bloodthirsty gleam in his eyes. Charge, after Icarus finally issues the command to attack. Both Zoro and Suitsong vanish simultaneously. Where have they gone? Icarus and his men frantically search, but cannot locate the two. Ultimately, Zoro and Suitsong stealthily appear in the midst of the crowd. All right, let's get this started, Zoro announces. Shall we see who can fell more foes? The loser buys a round of drinks. What do you say? Suitsong proposes. Ha, sounds interesting. Let us do it. Zoro agrees. The bounty hunters in front of them immediately raise their guns, commencing fire with a resounding bang, bang, bang. However, the two once again disappear simultaneously, causing the hunters' bullets to strike their own comrades. These fools, they are shooting each other. Icarus fumes with anger. Quickly, take them down. They are merely 2 swordsmen. Just as Icarus finishes speaking, Zoro's sword has already embedded itself in Icarus's voluminous hair. Let me ask you something. Is it just one more tombstone that you wish to add? Zoro inquires. At this moment, the bounty hunters all aim their guns at Icarus, ready to pull the trigger. You intend to kill me as well, do you? Saxophone shotgun. Icarus then proceeds to knock down the bounty hunters around him. Meanwhile, Zoro cunningly hides behind a wall. That T.O. wields such a dangerous weapon. Is that a shotgun? We must take these two seriously. They are formidable. The Baroque agents exchange apprehensive glances. Humph. Do they truly believe they can take on all of us with just 2 individuals? Icarus scoffs. This does not sound like the words of someone who has truly understood Baroque works. Zoro, don't be timid. Let us go. Suitsong encourages upon seeing Zoro hiding, but as countless bullets fly towards Suitsong. He effortlessly redirects them with the sheath of his sword. That Suitsong's sword has transformed. It is no longer rigid, but rather a harmonious blend of hardness and softness, capable of severing both water and metal. Quick, everyone, surround this guy. Even if we must wear him down, we shall not let him escape. Icarus commands. However, what caliber of individual is Suitsong? In his developmental stage, he had matched the world's strongest swordsman. Mihawk, taking on a mere group of bounty hunters is a trivial matter. Suitsong is merely engaging to loosen his muscles. If he genuinely intended to kill, he would have drawn his shura long ago. Instead, he merely uses the sheath to topple dozens of foes. This the 50 million berries pirate, merely using the sheath. Is it because we are unworthy of him drawing his blade? Icarus and his companions are stunned. Their power is simply in a different dimension. At that moment, Zoro too is discovered by the bounty hunters, and they both find themselves besieged. Ultimately, Miss Monday takes action, initially suppressing Zoro, but soon enough, Zoro firmly grasps Miss Monday's head, ultimately pushing her to the ground. How terrifying. These guys. Icarus retreats a step in fear. Mr. 9. Miss Wednesday, let us join forces. Icarus calls to the others, then immediately unleashes his signature technique. Saxophone wind. Suitsong makes no move, merely swinging the sheath of his sword at incredible speed, redirecting the pellets to other locations. Miss Wednesday, let us go. Mr. 9 shouts. Hot-blooded 9. Mr. 9 flips down from the sky, proclaiming, Staff of Perseverance. Suitsong easily deflects these attacks. Ah, this is a metal rod. Don't bend your sword. Mr. 9 boasts proudly. Are you an idiot? Perhaps you should visit a neurologist. Suitsong kicks Mr. 9 towards Zoro. Even Zoro completely overwhelms Mr. 9, I must say. A Baroque agent devoid of any fruit abilities ranks as the weakest character to make an appearance, though perhaps slightly stronger than the likes of a million-year-old elder. Ultimately, Zoro effortlessly vanquished Mr. 9 without breaking a sweat. Brace yourself, samurai. Come, savor the allure of my beauty. Princess Vivi stood atop the swift runner, revealing the perfume she held in her hand. Behold, my enchanting perfume dance. Immediately following this, Princess Vivi began to dance. and upon inhaling the fragrance, Zoro found himself utterly drained of strength, crouching on the spot. Princess Vivi then twirled the peacock saw in her hand and charged toward Zoro. However, in her haste, the swift runner overshot, leading her to tumble from the rooftop. That I truly feel ashamed to be engaged in combat with these fools, Zoro thought, feeling somewhat helpless. Meanwhile, Suitsong was decisively taking down a significant number of bounty hunters. The remaining bounty hunters were at a loss, utterly powerless against Suitsong's overwhelming strength. What a headache! At this moment, Ikolum wished to intervene, but was forced to confront Zoro instead. Just then, Mr. Nine seized one of Zoro's arms, while Princess Vivi captured Luffy, holding him as a hostage. Ikolum shouted, "Curly hair cannon!" Beneath his voluminous curls lay hidden numerous cannonballs, which he promptly launched at Zoro, is a mere toy. At the critical moment, Zoro exerted all his might, yanking Mr. Nine, who had bound his arm with chains, and flinging him away, effectively using him as a shield. Zoro then swung the chains, easily knocking Princess Vivi and the swift runner aside. Curly hair cannon! Ikolum attacked Zoro once more. In this dire moment, Zoro stepped upon Luffy's abdomen, then leapt into the air, drawing his sword to strike at Ikolum. Clash! Blood erupted as Ikolum fell to the ground, incapacitated. Turning back, Zoro discovered that all the bounty hunters had been subdued by Suitsong. Suitsong remained spotless, as if he had not engaged in battle at all. The night had finally returned to tranquility. Zoro remarked, "You lost? You owe me a fine drink," Suitsong replied. "Well, I merely faced a particularly troublesome foe. You dealt with the easier ones. It's just a drink, so I concede," Zoro said with a smile. At that moment, an explosion erupted once more in a distant corner. "What is this?" Zoro exclaimed in astonishment. Could there still be remnants? "Perhaps. I suspect that higher-ranking Baroque agents have also emerged," Suitsong speculated. Ikolum was desperately crawling on the ground, proclaiming, "I cannot die. I have a special mission." Just then, a voice rang out. "How pitiful it is to be defeated by a mere swordsman." All eyes turned to the speaker. To the left stood a woman wielding an umbrella, while to the right was a man clad in a trench coat and sunglasses. "Miss Valentine, Mr. Five?" "Are you jesting?" Mr. Five retorted. "It all boils down to our differing ranks, doesn't it?" Miss Valentine remarked. "Are you here to mock us?" Ikolum inquired. "That is indeed part of our purpose. Of course, we are here to carry out a mission. At this moment, Mr. Nine expressed his gratitude, saying, "If you lend us your aid, those fiends will be no match for us. Indeed, please, swiftly defeat that swordsman," Princess Vivi urged. "Spare us such trivial jests. Do you think we ventured to this remote corner of the Grand Line to assist you?" Miss Valentine and Mr. Five both chimed in. "Then what are you here for?" Mr. Nine asked, filled with curiosity. "The sinner who warranted our boss sending us here is right before us. The boss stated that my secret was discovered. Although I am unaware of what that secret entails, the company creed is secrecy. No one's background can ever be investigated. That is the rule. That if someone uncovers the boss's secret, it can only lead to death," Mr. Point Five stated. "Thus, we sought to uncover who knew the boss's secret, and the results were astounding. We discovered that a significant figure from a certain kingdom had infiltrated our Baroque works," Miss Valentine explained. "Wait, though I wear a crown, I am not a king. It is merely a personal interest," Mr. Nine hurriedly clarified. "Not you. The sinner is none other than the currently missing royal of Alabasta." Mr. Five's words were cut short as Ikolum launched an attack against them. "Curly hair cannon! I will not allow you to lay a finger on the princess. I stake my title as captain of the Alabasta Royal Guard," Ikolum declared resolutely, yet he failed to inflict even the slightest harm on Mr. Five or Miss Valentine. "Captain Ikolum of the Alabasta Royal Guard, along with Princess Nefertari Vivi, I, under the orders of the Baroque Works boss, have come to eliminate you," Mr. Five announced. Meanwhile, Zoro remarked, "I see, Suitsong. Did you already know the identities of these individuals, including the princess named Vivi?" "Of course," Suitsong replied with a faint smile that exuded mystery. "What about Luffy? He is still below?" Zoro questioned. "No need to fret. Let us observe how the situation unfolds," Suitsong replied, not rushing to intervene. "That if all proceeds as he envisions, then Vivi and the others will surely emerge unscathed. Hurry, Princess Vivi, escape swiftly." Ikolum persisted in launching attacks toward Mr. Five. However, at that moment, Mr. Five seemed to have propelled something forward, which promptly collided with Ikolum, resulting in an explosion. Ikolum ultimately collapsed to the ground. Icolum. Princess Vivi cried out, deeply concerned. It is futile. Huh. Miss Valentine descended from above, effortlessly shattering the iron ring Vivi used to tie her hair. Vivi's hair cascaded down in disarray. Monster, Vivi exclaimed, so you are a princess? Miss Wednesday. Mr. Nine knelt down in deep respect. Stop acting foolishly, Mr. Nine. Vivi scolded. What a perfect opportunity. Zoro seized this moment, grasping Luffy and fleeing in the opposite direction. What a raucous night it is. Feel free to fight at will, Princess Vivi. Do not worry about me. Flee at once. Icolum said in great agony. Do you think you can escape our grasp? Mr. Five said, while casually picking his nose. Do not underestimate us. Princess Vivi began to twirl her earrings, refusing to be so easily captured. Meanwhile, Mr. Nine, displaying great loyalty, said, although I am unclear about the situation, I will buy you some time. Miss Wednesday. Immediately, Mr. Nine charged toward Mr. Five. All we require is the will to complete our mission. Tedious companions only invite death. Take heed of this. With a flick of his finger, Mr. Five launched a projectile, leading to a massive explosion. In the end, Mr. Nine was sent flying with a single blow to that moment. Icolum grasped Suitsong's leg, pleading, Swordsman, seeing your formidable strength, I have an unreasonable request, given that both members of that duo are fruit users. We cannot withstand them. Could you protect the princess in my stead? Icolum inquired. Suitsong did not deliberate for long, promptly responding, this matter, I fear I must first seek approval from our captain. However, prior to that, rest assured that the princess named Vivi will undoubtedly not meet her demise, remarked Suitsong with a rather nonchalant demeanor. Observing a glimmer of hope, Icolum finally exhaled in relief. Should you escort Princess Vivi to the distant eastern nation of Alabasta, you are certain to receive a substantial reward, Icolum urged. Noticing Suitsong's inclination to agree to that moment, Princess Vivi had already mounted the swift steed and departed from the scene. Suddenly, Nami appeared, engaging in brief conversation with Icolum before setting a price for rescuing the princess. I say, there's no need to await Luffy's decision. Alabasta seems to be an inevitable destination for us. And were you not already aware of Princess Vivi's identity? Nami remarked, gazing at Suitsong. In that case, let us tentatively agree to assist him. Suitsong acquiesced, resolving to protect Princess Vivi henceforth. Meanwhile, Miss Valentine's Day and Mr. Five had already pursued them, prompting Suitsong and his companions to follow suit. At that moment, Princess Vivi was riding swiftly, hastening her escape from Whiskey Peak. Run, a ship is docked behind Cactus Rock. We shall take that vessel to leave this place and return to Alabasta. Yet, as Princess Vivi raced forward, she suddenly felt the shockwave of an explosion. Stop. Upon halting, she scrutinized the source of the explosion, only to glimpse a figure amidst the billowing smoke. It was none other than Mr. Five and Miss Valentine's Day. Run. Princess Vivi promptly turned to flee. Futile. This is a pointless struggle, Mr. Five declared. Unfazed, Princess Vivi maintained her speed, suddenly spotting Miss Monday resembling a formidable warrior. If we pass through here, we shall find a ship. Allow me to hold them off, Miss Monday proclaimed with unwavering loyalty. However, before Princess Vivi could respond, she was interrupted by Miss Monday. Regardless, we shall face the consequences of failure. Since we are destined to die, I would rather perish protecting my friends. Go. Miss Monday brandished a massive branch, resolutely obstructing Mr. Five and Miss Valentine's Day. I shall not permit you to pass here. I swear upon my honor. Ha! Miss Monday, how laughable. You are the disgrace of Baroque works. Mr. Five swiftly advanced towards Miss Monday. In a mere exchange, he effortlessly defeated her. Mr. Five then proceeded to introduce himself with enthusiasm. I am the exploding man, capable of detonating my entire being. With the power of the bomb fruit, there is no task I cannot accomplish. Ha! Allow me to bury the traitor, Miss Monday, beneath the ground with my feather fruit abilities. Miss Valentine's Day effortlessly floated in midair. I can freely alter my weight. Currently, I am light enough to soar with the wind. Watch closely, for I shall now gradually increase my weight. The speed of her descent intensified. And in no time, she augmented her weight to 10,000 kilograms, crashing heavily onto the ground. The earth was utterly obliterated, showcasing immense power. After demonstrating their strength, Miss Valentine's Day and Mr. Five taunted, "What do you think? Do you still believe you can escape alive? You are utterly trapped in our grasp." Their words weighed heavily on Princess Vivi. Though lacking confidence, she resolutely encouraged herself. I will return alive. I will make it back to Alabasta. Huh. At that moment, Mr. Five aimed to shatter Princess Vivi's illusions with reality. Once more, he began to pick his nose, flinging the residue, and exclaiming, "Nasal blast." Just then, a figure materialized before Princess Vivi, clad in a dashing, devilish trench coat. With a stylish white slicked-back hairstyle and a long blade named Shura at his waist, the identity of this individual was unmistakable: Su Tsang. At that moment, Su Tsang made no unnecessary movements, merely waving the sheath of his sword. Instantly, a resounding explosion erupted around him, enveloping the surroundings in thick smoke. However, when the smoke cleared, it became evident that the blast had no effect on either Su Tsang or Princess Vivi. Initially taken aback, they soon stared in astonishment at the road beneath them, which had been utterly devastated, yet they remained unharmed. Mr. Five and Miss Valentine's Day shifted their focus to Su Tsang, questioning, "How could you withstand our explosions? It appears you possess considerable skill. Are you the one who defeated all the bounty hunters in this town? Why do you protect the Princess of Alabasta?" Su Tsang responded, "There is no particular reason. If I must provide one, it may simply be a matter of convenience." What a splendid excuse. Nonetheless, it matters not. Regardless, you are our enemy, are you not? Such an annoyance, Mr. Five remarked. Indeed, truly bothersome. Miss Valentine's Day concurred. Just then, an enraged voice rang out. "Found you, Su Tsang." Su Tsang tapped his head, surprised that Luffy had awakened, fearing he might have been misunderstood. "That I will not spare you. Let's have a battle," Luffy roared. "You, ungrateful wretch, shall be the one I send flying." Luffy added, "You dare to slay those who welcomed us to this island and ensured our fill. I will not forgive you." Princess Vivi interjected, "What a remarkably dull-witted individual." Even the swift steed nodded in agreement. "Is there infighting?" Mr. Five seemed to grasp the situation. "That we shall simply eliminate anyone who hinders our mission," Miss Valentine's Day remarked nonchalantly. Meanwhile, Luffy had charged at Su Tsang with all his might. Zoro, standing by, attempted to explain the situation to Su Tsang, but it was futile. Luffy was consumed by rage. As Luffy swung his fist, Su Tsang effortlessly sidestepped, avoiding the rubbery strike. Luffy followed with a kick and a headbutt. Yet Su Tsang evaded them with his peculiar agility. Observing Luffy's seriousness, even Mr. Five and Miss Valentine's Day noted, "It seems they do not intend to obstruct us." Indeed. In that case, let us hasten to complete our task. Mr. Point Five prepared to eliminate Vivi. However, at that moment, Zoro stood protectively in front of Princess Vivi. Although he was unaware of the specifics of the confrontation, he resolutely declared, "Before anything else, I shall not allow you to harm this princess." Zoro had recently received new instructions from Su Tsang and Nami to safeguard the princess. "Luffy, out of courtesy, I have allowed you 3 strikes. Now, I shall counter. Do not perish." Su Tsang perceived it as an opportune moment to strike Luffy. "Come on, who fears you?" Luffy, blinded by fury, recklessly swung his rubbery techniques at Su Tsang. At this juncture, Su Tsang unleashed his devilish powers, effortlessly blocking all of Luffy's attacks, and ultimately delivered a powerful punch that sent the well-fed Luffy flying. Coincidentally, as Luffy was propelled backward, Mr. Five and Miss Valentine's Day were also caught in the blast, and all 3 collided against a wall simultaneously before coming to a halt. What the hell? What kind of nonsense is this? Since you enjoy infighting so much, shall we conveniently eliminate both of you as well? What do you say? Immediately thereafter, Mr. Five unleashed his explosive fruit powers, allowing Miss Valentine's Day to soar into the air propelled by the blast's force. "Die, let me vanquish you with my float fruit. Prepare yourself," Miss Valentine's Day declared, addressing Su Tsang as she ascended with the explosive air currents, weighing a mere 1 kilogram. "Mr. Su Tsang, quickly, evade that woman. Princess Vivi has witnessed the might of the float fruit." Su Tsang warned, "There's no time to concern ourselves with her. After all, our opponent is Luffy." Su Tsang continued, causing Princess Vivi to widen her eyes in astonishment as she beheld Luffy, who was effortlessly holding Mr. Five while approaching them. Meanwhile, the bloated figure had vanished, returning to Luffy's original size. "That I've finally digested everything I consumed," Luffy remarked. "This is unbelievable. A high-ranking agent of Baroque works, Mr. Five." Princess Vivi could hardly comprehend the scene before her. "I told you, Luffy, these individuals are bounty hunters. They deliberately fed us to ambush us. Nami, Zoro, and I are well aware of this," Su Tsang explained during the brief pause. Impossible. The enemy would never feed us well. Luffy asserted firmly that it seems that no matter what I say, it's futile. Suitsong shook his head. Persuading Luffy was beyond his capabilities. In that case, let us settle this once and for all. Suitsong's eyes transformed into the double Tomo Sharingan, locking onto Luffy intently. Just then, Miss Valentine's Day descended from the sky, her weight increasing to 10,000 kilograms. However, Suitsong merely sidestepped, and she crashed heavily to the ground. Suitsong had no intention of employing his swordsmanship against Luffy. Instead, he aimed to deliver a decisive blow using the powers of his devil fruit. Must they truly resort to infighting at this moment? Zoro pondered, at a loss for words. Originally, Zoro was the one misunderstood, yet now it was Suitsong who found himself misjudged by Luffy. Aren't you all on the same side? What on earth is happening? Princess Vivi exclaimed, equally perplexed, while Luffy remained oblivious to the unfolding situation. Rubber rocket launcher. Luffy swung his arms forcefully behind him, then sprinted towards Suitsong, unleashing his attack. Demonic impact. Suitsong's devil fruit powers enveloped him completely. And with the aid of his Sharingan, he discerned Luffy's weakness as he charged. The force of Suitsong's assault was terrifying. Even Luffy was sent flying from a direct hit. The match is far from over. Luffy's resolve was remarkable. After sustaining a blow, he charged forward once more, delivering a relentless series of punches. I know you're formidable, but hitting me won't be so simple. Suitsong boldly shielded himself with the wings of his devil fruit. As Luffy's rubber machine gun punches struck against them, the wing's defensive capabilities were astonishing, and Suitsong felt no sensation of being attacked whatsoever. How can they be this resilient? Luffy exclaimed in disbelief. Fall to the ground. Suitsong commanded. Demonic fist. The immense force of his punch descended upon Luffy, who crossed his arms in a desperate attempt to resist. To his shock, Suitsong's strike was equally powerful, pushing Luffy's arms to stretch like rubber. Boom! Suitsong's fist breached Luffy's defenses, striking his chest directly. Luffy collapsed, gasping for breath. That moment, Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine's Day emerged, exclaiming, "To think we've been humiliated by such a foe. This is a disgrace to the name of high-ranking agents of Baroque works. Let them witness our true terror," Mr. 5 urged. "Onward, Miss Valentine's Day." "Right," she replied. The two agents of Baroque works charged towards Suitsong and Luffy. "Don't underestimate the high-ranking agents of Baroque works," they shouted, inadvertently striking a nerve with Suitsong and Luffy. "Enough of this prattle. You're disrupting our duel." Suitsong and Luffy simply waved them aside, sending the two agents crashing to the ground once more, just as Luffy prepared to unleash his strongest technique against Suitsong. A sudden punch sent him flying. However, Suitsong swiftly evaded the attack. Upon looking up and seeing Nami, Suitsong couldn't help but comment, "Luffy is adamant about battling me after I took down the bounty hunters on this island." Even after Zoro explained, he refuses to listen. Cleverly diverting Nami's wrath, Suitsong prompted her to angrily confront Luffy. "What are you doing, Luffy?" Nami then pummeled Luffy mercilessly, eventually stating, "Thank goodness that girl is unharmed. Otherwise, I would have lost 10 billion berries." Upon seeing Nami, Princess Vivi refrained from saying much, as she was already aware of Nami and Suitsong's true identities. Subsequently, Nami, Zoro, and Princess Vivi explained the situation to Luffy, allowing him to finally grasp the circumstances. "Ha!" Luffy laughed unabashedly. "What? Suitsong? You should have mentioned it earlier. I thought you were chopping them up because they didn't serve you your favorite food. Who would act on such trivial matters? Apologize to me," Suitsong retorted bluntly. "Sorry," Luffy replied straightforwardly. "Forget it. I forgive you." Knowing Luffy's forthright nature, Suitsong was unconcerned. However, he still felt he hadn't had enough of a scuffle with Luffy, as Luffy was remarkably resilient. Meanwhile, Nami informed Princess Vivi about Akaram's agreement and what he had promised them. "Thus, I seek a reward of 10 billion berries. You must understand how formidable these individuals are." Nami calculated shrewdly, yet Vivi responded candidly, "That's impossible. I am grateful for your rescue." "Thank you. Aren't you a princess? 10 billion should be nothing for you." Nami initially aimed high, believing 10 billion to be a trivial sum for royalty. Alabasta is currently in turmoil. The populace has been revolting for years, and the nation is descending into chaos. One day, I learned of an organization called Baroque Works. We discovered they have been inciting the people. However, whenever we trace the information, all leads are severed, leaving us helpless. So, I sought the help of Akaram. who has cared for me since childhood, hoping he could infiltrate Baroque works. That way, we could uncover the identity and motives of the mastermind behind it all. Have you discerned their true intentions? Zoro inquired. While they claim to establish an ideal nation that is merely a facade, the reality is far more sinister. Their true aim is to seize the Alabasta kingdom. We must return home swiftly and inform everyone to quell the people's unrest. So, who is the mastermind? Luffy asked, his curiosity piqued that I cannot disclose that. Revealing it would put your lives in danger. Princess Vivi quickly waved her hands. Indeed, no matter how skilled you are, you cannot contend with him. One of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile, Princess Vivi inadvertently let slip this crucial detail. At that moment, the ominous duo became aware of this information and took flight. Nami nearly lost her composure, but Sootsong, Luffy, and Zoro, being the main combatants, felt a rush of anticipation that I must leave quickly while my appearance remains concealed. Nami prepared to depart, only to be intercepted once more by the ominous duo. Thus, Sootsong, Zoro, Luffy, and Nami became prime targets for Baroque works. Just then, a Karam emerged, dressed in attire identical to that of Princess Vivi's. Sootsong gazed at the figure of Icolum before him. He felt on the verge of fainting. Lady Vivi, please listen carefully. If the Baroque works sets its sights on us, we will immediately be pursued, especially now that they are aware of the master's secret. It appears that our pursuers will number around 1,000. Vivi stated. Thus, I will disguise myself as a princess, accompanied by 4 dummies, and we will set sail directly back to the Alabasta kingdom. While the pursuers are drawn towards me, Lady Vivi and the others can take the usual route to Alabasta. Icolum explained. Is Crocodile that formidable? Luffy inquired. Indeed, he is one of the 7 warlords and thus has not been offered a bounty by the Navy. However, prior to becoming a warlord, his bounty was already a staggering 80 million berries. Icolum replied. 80 million is 4 times that of Arlong, isn't it? We must refuse this, Nami exclaimed, clearly unwilling to engage in such a losing venture. Previously, she had thought there was profit to be made, but now it seemed purely charitable, not to mention that her companions might face life-threatening dangers. Are you willing to send her back? Icolum asked Sootsong. He is our captain. I will follow his lead. Sootsong stated, looking at Luffy. Luffy nodded enthusiastically. Let's go. It sounds like it will be quite interesting. Huh? Nami nearly fainted as well. Thank you then, Icolum said, leading everyone to the ship. He then took the permanent log pose from Princess Vivi. What is a permanent log pose? Nami inquired, somewhat confused. In simple terms, it is a permanent version of the log pose. Unlike the regular log pose, which always points towards the next island, a permanent log pose never loses the magnetic record of the island it points to. It will forever direct you to that particular island. This one records Alabasta, Icolum explained. In other words, Princess Vivi would return to Alabasta with the Straw Hat crew, while Icolum would divert the attention of Baroque works pursuers. Then we entrust the princess to you to be cautious. This journey will be fraught with challenges, Icolum advised. Just as the ship Icolum was on departed, a massive explosion erupted aboard. Boom! Smoke billowed into the air. How is that possible? The pursuers are already here? Quick! Set sail! Nami shouted. Vivi bit her lip in anguish, tears nearly spilling from her eyes, as Nami rushed to embrace her, saying, Don't worry, we will ensure you return safely. Regardless of them, we have saved the East Blue. What are Baroque works and the 7 warlords to us? We don't fear them at all, Nami declared. Subsequently, Luffy hurried back to where the villagers were hosting him. Grabbing Usopp by the nose and Sanji by the hair, and swiftly dragging them onto the Mary, soon after, everyone set sail, intending to escape with the current. How many pursuers do you think there will be? Zoro asked. I heard there are several strongholds nearby, just like this town, so there should be quite a few. Vivi replied. A night passed in silence, and as dawn broke, they finally left Whiskey Peak, that we should be able to leave this island soon. Nami remarked. How exciting, it's foggy, Luffy exclaimed. Morning is almost here. Nami added that it's wonderful to evade the pursuers. Indeed, Nami agreed. Just be careful not to crash into the rocks. Leave that to me. Nami responded confidently. Was that just now Luffy speaking? Nami wondered aloud. Just as they felt something was amiss and turned around, they saw a woman they had never encountered before. What a fine ship, a woman perched on the railing observed with intrigue. Who are you? The crew stared in astonishment at the woman on the deck. She wore a hat, had black hair, and slightly tanned skin, one hand propping up her chin as she mockingly said, "I just saw Mr. 8 over there, Miss Wednesday." Princess Vivi glared at the woman and said, "You were the one who—" "It doesn't matter. The real question is, why are you on our ship?" Luffy, straightforward as ever, asked, "Who are you?" "Robin, is it?" Suitsong thought to himself as he regarded her. "Huh? Whose partner is this now?" Nami queried. "She is the partner of Mr. Zero's boss," Vivi replied. "What? Crocodiles?" Nami nearly lost her composure. Previously, only this woman knew the identity of the boss. "We learned of his identity by following her," Vivi explained. "To be precise, I was the one who led you to follow me," Robin remarked. "You also informed the boss that his identity was exposed, didn't you?" Vivi interrogated. "Indeed," Robin replied with a smile. "What are your true intentions?" Vivi pressed. Robin, appearing indifferent, responded, "Who knows? I just found it amusing how serious you were, so I inadvertently helped you. The princess who opposes Baroque works and seeks to save her country. How foolish." "Don't underestimate me," Vivi shouted impulsively, charging at Robin, while the Straw Hats braced themselves for a fight. Only Suitsong remained motionless, slowly stepping in front of Robin. Then, to everyone's surprise, Suitsong called out Robin's true name. "Nico Robin, it seems you are not truly devoted to Crocodile." Suitsong's words froze the amused expression on Robin's face. "What did you just call me?" Robin stammered. The Straw Hats were equally bewildered. And Nami echoed, "Nico Robin? Suitsong. Do you know her? Crocodile's goal for Alabasta is likely just a part of his larger scheme. His true target must be the ancient weapon, Pluton, right? Robin, the poneglyphs must be your objective," Suitsong asserted, leaving Robin utterly speechless. "Impossible. How could this boy know of my identity? And how does he know about Pluton? Could he be an undercover agent sent by the world government?" Robin's mind raced with confusion and complexity. Suitsong spread his arms in a polite gesture and said, "You must be wondering what kind of person I am. As you can see, I am merely one of the crew members on this ship. Just an unnamed pirate on the sea. Please do not take me too seriously." Suitsong smiled at Robin. "You are quite an interesting person," Robin finally managed to say. "Who exactly are you?" she asked Suitsong. To Suitsong's surprise, Robin seemed to understand his confidence, responding, "If a pirate with a bounty of 50 million berries is considered an unnamed pirate, then Crocodile should be nothing of concern. I am not here to fight. I received no orders," Robin stated candidly. "The next island you will arrive at is Little Garden. Even if we do not intervene, you will never reach Alabasta. You will all meet your doom," Robin declared with certainty. "We do not need you to worry about that," Luffy retorted immediately. "Do you not think that pursuing your own destruction step by step is a foolish endeavor?" Robin inquired. That moment, she tossed the permanent record pointer in her hand to Vivi. "With this, you can circumvent the small garden." The pointer indicates an island that is but a step away from Alabasta, completely devoid of any possessions, since this is a route unknown to any of our company's employees. "There will be no pursuers," Robin explained. "What? Isn't she our enemy?" Nami retorted, filled with confusion. "Why give this to me?" Princess Vivi found it quite peculiar as well, reasoning that the other party should be her mortal foe. "It must be a trap," Zoro speculated, as everyone aboard the ship harbored distrust towards Robin. However, what transpired next was hardly surprising. Luffy effortlessly destroyed the record pointer. "That guy blew up Uncle Curly, so I despise him. He has no right to dictate the course of this ship," Luffy stated. "It seems even I cannot change the current Luffy." Suitsong remarked that I do not harbor disdain for courageous men, that if you truly manage to reach Alabasta alive, we shall meet again, Robin expressed calmly, leaping onto a large turtle and slowly departing. "Robin, until we meet again." Suitsong's words reached her, but Robin's intentions were merely to facilitate Luffy and Vivi's journey. After all, Vivi's plight bore a certain resemblance to her own. Despite having to join the Baroque works to evade the Navy's pursuit, Robin's heart remained kind. This woman has no idea what she is thinking. "Mr. Suitsong, do you seem to know her identity?" Princess Vivi inquired. "Indeed, as the prophet aboard the ship, you must possess knowledge of many things we do not. Could you enlighten us about this woman?" Sanji's eyes had turned into hearts. "Very well. I shall narrate her tale as we proceed towards the small garden," Suitsong declared, and the Mary set sail towards the direction indicated by the next pointer. While Suitsong began recounting Robin's story to everyone. "Wow, this person has a bounty of 20 million berries," Usopp exclaimed, astonished after hearing Robin's story. Indeed, who would have thought that someone so young would carry such a burden? Nami, at that moment, found her disdain for Robin diminishing. Are you saying that Robin didn't kill Uncle Curly? Is that true? Luffy asked, his disbelief evident. That I assure you it is true, and you must believe it. However, there is no rush. We will encounter her sooner or later, Sootsong replied. Unexpectedly, Luffy suggested, if that person truly did not kill Uncle Curly, shall we invite her to become our comrade? How about that? Everyone was eager to refuse, especially Vivi. As her kingdom's greatest enemy was the Baroque works, we must not rush. The most crucial task at hand is to ensure Princess Vivi's safe return to Alabasta. Sootsong redirected everyone's focus, which helped to calm them down considerably. Upon reaching Whiskey Peak, the first island on the Grand Line, Sootsong had just departed when he was met with the voice he had longed for. Ding ding ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully signed in at Whiskey Peak. Congratulations on receiving a reward. Immunity to poison. As the name suggests, immunity to poison would significantly enhance his resistance to toxins. From this moment on, even if he were to be poisoned severely, he would remain unharmed. The system's reward was undoubtedly the most delightful news for Sootsong. He instantly felt a change within his body, as if he had gained a newfound immunity. So, does this mean I no longer fear poison? Sootsong inquired. That is a fair interpretation, the system responded. With the system's confirmation, Sootsong felt emboldened, especially as he was about to face Crocodile, whose hook was laced with deadly venom. If he could be immune to such toxins, then he would certainly gain the upper hand in the impending confrontation. As time passed, Nami approached the deck, gazing at her record pointer. The island after the cactus is right there? Wow. Haha. Is that really it? The second island on the Grand Line, Luffy exclaimed with excitement. In the distance, an island came into view, shrouded in dense jungle and towering mountains. The ship drew closer. Luffy instinctively questioned, is this place called the Small Garden? Just how small can it be? Zoro echoed his confusion. It doesn't appear to be as cute as its name suggests. Nami turned to Sootsong and asked, why is it called the Small Garden? How would I know? Sootsong replied with a wry smile, thinking these people truly considered themselves deities. Even the prophet is unaware. This place must be a secret realm, Usopp said in utter trepidation. There are dense forests everywhere. Princess Vivi voiced her concern. Her words struck a chord with Usopp's fears. Could there be monsters lurking here? Usopp exclaimed in horror. Indeed, Sootsong affirmed. While I do not know why it is called the Small Garden, it is an ancient island with an ecosystem entirely different from the outside world. Thus, it is home to many colossal creatures that have long been extinct elsewhere. Wow. Should we not head directly to the next island? The prophet has said as much. This place must be perilous. Usopp was nearly frightened to death by Sootsong's words. That won't do. The magnetism 1T stabilized so quickly. Nami shook her head, rejecting Usopp's suggestion. Sanji added, we must replenish our supplies. We bought nothing in the previous town. Hey, I see a river mouth ahead, Zoro shouted. Really? Everyone rushed out to see. And indeed, there was a river mouth, so they decided to steer the Mary directly into it. The deeper they sailed into the river, the more they felt the island's terrifying nature. Strange plants, gigantic birds, and sounds resembling volcanic eruptions surrounded them. In the depths of the dense forest, a massive tiger emerged, only to soon succumb to its own blood loss. This island was cloaked in an aura of fear and mystery. Shall we just wait on the ship until the magnetic readings stabilize? Usopp, filled with dread, suggested once more. That sounds reasonable. Even Nami agreed. However, matters were not so simple. Luffy, eyeing the thick jungle, was eager to explore. He then asked Sanji for lunch, and Vivi, riding swiftly, took Sanji's special drink and left the Mary for adventure. Zoro also decided to disembark for a stroll, leading to a quarrel with Sanji, ultimately resulting in them both wagering who could hunt the larger prey. In the end, only Sootsong, Nami, and Usopp remained on the ship. You mustn't leave us, Sootsong. We're counting on you. Usopp and Nami looked at Sootsong with longing eyes. That Sootsong replied, all right. I want to leave that. By the way, I think I've seen something about ancient islands in a book. He added. Usopp and Nami quickly called for Sootsong to the cabin to search for that book about ancient islands. When Nami finally found the book and was ready to share its contents with everyone, she suddenly froze. Before them stood a figure as immense as a small mountain. Nami and Usopp were struck with terror, while Suitsong was equally astonished to encounter such a colossal human. The giant before them pointed his enormous nostrils at Nami and Usopp and asked, "So, what do you think?" "What do you mean? Please, say that again," Nami said in sheer fright. "I'm asking if you have any alcohol." The towering giant in front of them inquired, "Do you have even a little bit to share?" "Indeed, we do," Nami replied. "So you do have alcohol?" The giant's demeanor instantly brightened. "However, it is not for drinking. It is intended for cooking and medicinal purposes," Nami responded. "If you desire it, I shall give you all that we have," she declared. "Duh." The giant suddenly cried out in pain. A Tyrannosaurus Rex had firmly clamped down on his rear. Both Nami and Usopp were struck with terror. Yet, the giant merely turned around, wielding his enormous blade with swiftness, and with a single, decisive stroke, he severed the fearsome creature's head. "I am Buggy, the mightiest warrior of Elbaf village." "Ha ha!" The giant Buggy joyfully raised his blade, inadvertently startling Nami and Usopp into a state of shock. "That we have meat now, so allow me to treat you today, my esteemed guests," the hospitable giant Buggy proclaimed. However, Nami and Usopp promptly collapsed onto the deck, feigning death. That Suitsong found their antics foolish, and thus engaged the giant in conversation. "So you are Buggy, the warrior of the giant village of Elbaf. We are a band of pirates." "Pirates, you say? How splendid. We were pirates once ourselves," Buggy responded with enthusiasm. "What? Giants can be pirates too? Wait, are there more giants like you on this island?" Nami and Usopp felt a wave of dread wash over them. Initially intent on remaining motionless, Nami and Usopp ultimately stood up, influenced by Suitsong's nonchalant attitude. "Suitsong, we cannot simply wait here to be devoured," Nami asserted. "Rest assured, this fellow will not consume you." Suitsong reassured them, prompting Nami and Usopp to place their trust in his words. Before them, Buggy began to roast the dinosaur, singing merrily while sharing his culinary delights with Suitsong and the others. Nami and Usopp, however, found their appetites entirely absent. Yet Suitsong, relishing the delicious dinosaur meat, suddenly remembered the wonders of his seemingly bottomless pocket. "That I say, our modest supply of alcohol is hardly sufficient for such an occasion. Allow me to remedy that," Suitsong proclaimed as he produced an enormous barrel that seemed impossible to fit into his pocket, filled to the brim with exquisite wine. "Ha! What an impressive fellow. I can smell the aroma of your wine from afar," Buggy exclaimed, eagerly uncorking the barrel and gulping it down. "Barbecue and beer, and one can live to 99, Buggy joyously exclaimed, indulging in both beer and dinosaur meat. Suitsong quickly struck up a camaraderie with Buggy, repeatedly assuring Nami and Usopp of the giant's amiable nature. "This fellow is a warrior from Elbaf, the land of giants. The honor of a warrior surpasses all else. He would never resort to cannibalism, but rather fight those he deems formidable. Indeed, I look quite strong, don't I?" Usopp chimed in. "Then we can rest easy." Nami finally accepted Suitsong's reassurances, and the trio gradually immersed themselves in the giant's festive gathering. "I wonder how long does the magnetic force of this island last?" Nami inquired. "A year," the giant replied candidly. "What? A whole year in such a place? We would go mad," Nami and Usopp could not help but exclaim. After some time, a sudden tremor shook the surroundings, and distant rumblings accompanied by thick smoke erupted from a nearby mountain. That a volcano had come to life. That moment, Buggy's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. "I apologize, but I must take my leave for a while." "Leave? Indeed, it signals the commencement of a duel that has persisted for a century," Buggy explained. "A century? With whom? Where? And why?" Usopp and Nami pressed for answers. "The reason? I seem to have forgotten." "Huh?" Buggy laughed heartily, then grabbed his weapon and strode purposefully in another direction. "What is happening?" Nami and Usopp turned to Suitsong, who explained, "This is a battle for the honor of the Elbaf warriors. They must determine who is the stronger one, using the volcano as their signal to engage. But if there is no reason, why must they fight? Is honor truly more important than anything else to them?" Nami's probing question struck at the heart of the matter. Suitsong nodded. "Indeed, that is precisely the case. They have even forgotten why they fight, yet they persist. Can they not cease? When will this end?" Usopp queried. Suitsong could only shake his head in resignation. "That if they must be compelled to stop, I do have a method." "What method?" Nami and Usopp asked, Their curiosity piqued. Soothsong's expression turned serious. You cannot possibly intend to defeat both of them? Usopp and Nami were once again left astonished. Soon, the two colossal giants engaged in a fierce battle. One was the blue demon Dori, and the other was the red demon Buggy. One wielded a massive sword and shield, while the other brandished a one-handed axe and shield. Their clash produced tremendous tremors, creating a spectacle of epic proportions. Thud, 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 clang, clang, clang. They engaged in a solemn and sacred duel, with no clear victor emerging anytime soon. What an intense battle, Usopp remarked. Have they truly been fighting like this for 100 years? Nami asked in disbelief. It certainly appears so, Soothsong confirmed. The sheer ferocity of their battles, devoid of any reason, was astonishing. Is this the essence of true combat between formidable men? Usopp was left in awe. This is a duel filled with the glory of warriors. Usopp, who idolized genuine maritime heroes, was thoroughly exhilarated. I aspire to become a glorious sea warrior just like them. Usopp gazed at the two giants with admiration. Soothsong smiled. Let him watch for a while longer. All right, Nami acquiesced, sitting back down. We both miss home, don't we? Dori panted, addressing Buggy. Indeed. Therefore, I must defeat you and return to Elbaf, Buggy replied, equally out of breath. Their weapons were knocked from their hands to the ground, and they then resorted to utilizing their shields to deliver heavy blows to each other's faces. 73466 battles, 73466 draws. They declared in unison before collapsing almost simultaneously onto the ground, leaving behind a surface riddled with deep cracks from their fierce encounters. Soon after, the two jovial giants burst into laughter. Dori, a guest has brought me some wine, Buggy exclaimed cheerfully. Is that so? How splendid. Why not share some with me? Dori replied with equal cheer, while the giants' battle had reached a temporary pause. Soothsong sensed the presence of unusually ominous figures nearby. If I am correct, the nefarious Baroque works must be preparing their scheme, Soothsong mused, narrowing his eyes. But before that, let us enjoy some fine wine. With that, Soothsong produced the massive barrel once more, leaving Nami and Usopp in awe. I must ask, what exactly is in your pocket? Can you truly pull anything out? Nami marveled in disbelief. A secret. Soothsong replied mysteriously. Ha! How delightful. I propose you both remain here from now on. The giant Buggy chuckled. How could that be possible? We still need to. At that moment, a loud explosion echoed from a short distance away. Boom! Shortly thereafter, thick smoke began to billow. The Baroque Works crew has taken action, Soothsong immediately exclaimed. He surmised that on the side of Dongli, the wine he had consumed had been replaced with explosives by the Baroque Works, resulting in the explosion. Soothsong speculated that Luffy would likely incapacitate the already weakened and injured Dongli, for this was the only method to halt his actions. With Dongli under attack, the enemies of Baroque Works would surely converge in that direction. Soothsong asserted confidently, You all stay here quietly. I must leave for a while. Without the time to explain to Nami and Usopp, Soothsong dashed at great speed towards the site of the recent explosion. Observing the smoke still lingering in the air, he hurried over. However, at that moment, the volcano suddenly erupted with a thunderous roar. The ground began to tremble once more. It turned out that two giants had received a signal, preparing to duel under the witness of the volcano to determine who was the strongest warrior of Elbaf. This was a scheme by Baroque Works. They intended for the red demon to eliminate the blue demon, allowing a third party to benefit from the chaos. A truly clever strategy. However, with me here, things would not proceed so smoothly. Soothsong was already prepared to prevent the giants from battling one another. He needed to surpass their strength. The giants finally confronted each other, and Buggy effortlessly overpowered the weakened Dongli with his weapon. Buggy sensed that Dongli appeared considerably weaker than usual. Noticing this, Soothsong decided to act without delay, activating the power of his devil fruit. This time, the devil fruit transformed Soothsong's entire being into an enormous form. He was enveloped by the demonic shadow behind him, exuding an aura of dark, sinister power. Anyone who beheld Soothsong would feel an overwhelming sense of oppression. Is this one of my abilities? Soothsong wondered in disbelief as he gazed at his hands. This is one of the powers of the super devil fruit. You can consider it a Zoan-type ability that amplifies all your capabilities. Now, you can engage the giants head-on. The system aptly clarified Soothsong's doubts, instantly bolstering his confidence. Everyone knows that the strength of giants is formidable. and their combat prowess is astonishing. Even for Su Tsang, confronting an enemy was no simple feat yet now. Feeling the surging power within him, he felt rejuvenated. Buggy, Dongli, my apologies, but this duel must be put on hold. Upon his arrival, Su Tsang captured the attention of both giants. The two giants looked at Su Tsang and rejected him, stating, "Even you cannot prevent our duel. This is the honor of Elbaf, such stubborn giants." Boom! Ignoring Su Tsang, the two giants swung their weapons once more, intent on attacking one another. At that moment, Su Tsang sprang into action. He grasped Dongli's shield with his left hand and Buggy's shield with his right, then forcefully swung them. The colossal demonic hands easily sent both giants hurtling away. The giants struggled to regain control of their bodies and halt their momentum. However, before they could take further action, Su Tsang's assault came again. That he enlarged his demonic hand, seizing one giant in each hand, rendering them both helpless in his grasp. "What do you intend to do, human? Are you trying to stop our battle?" The giants questioned. "This is our honor as warriors of Elbaf the D. Oh, you truly wish to obstruct us?" Despite Su Tsang's inquiry, the two giants responded affirmatively with surprising synchrony. "You are indeed quite hopeless. Nevertheless, even if you wish to duel, it is impossible unless you defeat me." Su Tsang was resolute. He would never allow the giants to engage in mutual slaughter. In that case, for the honor of our duel, we shall not hold back." The two giants exchanged glances, then launched their attacks at Su Tsang. Although Su Tsang had initially held onto the giants firmly, they summoned all their strength to break free. What incredible strength! Truly the might of giants. Su Tsang was taken aback. He had not anticipated the giants' power to be this overwhelming. Despite Su Tsang's best efforts to maintain his grip, it was evident that the giants were gradually gaining the upper hand in their contest of strength. "These fellows are indeed formidable. I underestimated them." Just as Su Tsang's thoughts concluded, his grip was finally loosened. Once free from Su Tsang's hold, the giants immediately turned their attention to him, aware that as long as he was present, their duel would be disrupted. However, Dongli was already severely injured and evidently out of sorts. Seizing the opportunity, Su Tsang advanced, forming his demonic claws into a fist, and struck Dongli with tremendous force, although Dongli raised his shield. Su Tsang's strength was considerable, and his super devil fruit power rivaled that of the giants. With a resounding boom, the giant Dongli was knocked down to the ground. Buggy, disregarding everything, charged at Su Tsang. Su Tsang struggled to withstand Buggy's assault, finding it quite difficult to confront a giant without utilizing swordsmanship. Suddenly, a shocking scene unfolded. Both Buggy and Su Tsang were startled to see a multitude of white substances materializing around them. Initially appearing to be liquid, these substances solidified upon engulfing their bodies, effectively immobilizing both Su Tsang and Buggy. "Ha! You've truly worked hard. I never imagined you would be foolish enough to turn on one another. Regardless of how powerful you are now in my grasp." The speaker possessed a peculiar demeanor, notably sporting a hairstyle shaped like the number 3. Beside him stood a little girl wearing a hat, munching on cookies. Su Tsang immediately recognized their identities. "It's you two, Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week," he stated. "Oh, you know us, yet we haven't met before." Mr. 3 replied in a mocking tone, "The user of the melt fruit. Quite an intriguing ability. I hope you can surprise me," Su Tsang remarked. "Surprise? You truly overestimate yourself. Ha! Do you wish to oppose me? Is this for real, since you know I am a devil fruit user? You should comprehend my strength." Mr. 3 chuckled, manipulating the white substance enveloping him. He bizarrely reformed from the melted wax. "What do you intend to do?" Buggy asked, struggling to speak to me. "I'm going to create my beloved masterpiece," Mr. Point 3 exclaimed with excitement. "Humph. No matter what you intend to do, I won't allow you to have your way," Buggy protested, straining against his bonds, yet unable to escape. "Ha! Give up. My wax coating solidifies to a hardness comparable to iron. Even with the strength of a giant, being trapped means you are powerless," Mr. 3 declared. In short, one must use their intellect. There is no need for a direct confrontation. Your eagerness for victory has led you to underestimate the situation. Regardless of the circumstances, the formidable red demon Buggy, alongside his companion, the blue demon Dory, should have concluded their battle, having fought with such honor for an entire century. Are you still unaware that we have manipulated Dory? Ha! In the end, it is I who shall emerge victorious. Even if that human wishes to halt your conflict, It is still I who will claim the ultimate triumph. The combined bounty on the two of you has reached a staggering 200 million berries. And this bounty remains valid even now. Furthermore, this man carries a bounty of 50 million berries. I feel as if I have unearthed a long-buried treasure. As the saying goes, villains perish from excessive talk. Mr. Point 3, in his incessant rambling, has divulged all his nefarious deeds, leading Buggy to realize that Dory's combat prowess has indeed diminished, revealing that this group has been meddling all along at this moment. Miss Valentine and Mr. 5 have arrived, having captured Princess Vivi as well. Mr. Suitsong. Princess Vivi was taken aback to discover that Suitsong had also been captured. Candle shackles. Mr. 3 once again employed his abilities, firmly binding Vivi's feet. Mr. Point 5. Bring that swordsman and the woman over. It is time to commence. The flames atop Mr. 3's head blazed fiercely, and his hands transformed into white candles. The colossal candlestick materialized before everyone. Mr. 5 unceremoniously tossed Zoro and Nami to the ground. And soon after, Vivi, Nami, Zoro, and Suitsong were all impaled upon the candlestick, their feet bound. Suitsong. Do something. What should we do in this predicament? Inquired Nami and the others. Give me a moment. I can break free. Suitsong assured them that as his words faded, a mist of white began to descend around them. Do not inhale it. That is wax mist. If inhaled, we will become wax dolls, Suitsong warned, prompting his companions to cover their mouths and noses. Almost immediately, the demonic silhouette behind Suitsong grew increasingly dark. With a powerful punch, Suitsong shattered the candlestick beneath him, and everyone leaped down from the towering structure. Simultaneously, the giant Buggy, filled with rage, broke free from his waxen restraints. That I have long suspected that Dory was hiding something. But how could I cease my actions out of pity? Now that I understand the reason, I shall put an end to it with my own hands. This is my moral duty to my friend Dory. Buggy freed himself from the candles, but at that moment, Mr. 5 flicked a booger, which exploded with tremendous force. Even Buggy, struck by the blast, ultimately fell to the ground. What a tedious creature. We must now deal with this group seriously, Mr. 5 remarked. At this point, Suitsong and his companions had freed themselves from their bonds, instantly becoming formidable foes against the Baroque Works agents. You lot. I underestimated you. However, your opportunities are now at an end, Mr. 3 declared, once more activating his devil fruit powers, attempting to ensnare everyone with his extensive freezing abilities. That it won't be that easy. Prepare to witness my true strength, Suitsong proclaimed, channeling the power of his devil fruit, his eyes transforming into the double Tomo Sharingan. Suitsong perceived Mr. 3's attack trajectory with crystal clarity. Yet, he was not only contending with Mr. 3, but also with Mr. 5, both high-ranking agents of Baroque Works, who were attacking Suitsong in concert. Vivi and Nami faced off against Miss Valentine, while Zoro confronted the enigmatic Miss Golden Week, with the Sharingan and the formidable powers of the Devil Fruit at his disposal. Suitsong's defenses were nearly impenetrable. He was virtually immune to Mr. 5's explosive assaults, and he could easily evade Mr. 3's attacks through sheer agility. And no matter how powerful or ferocious their strikes, as long as they did not land on Suitsong, they were rendered utterly meaningless. Though Mr. 3 and Mr. 5 collaborated to attack Suitsong, they were met with an overwhelming sense of futility. Their efforts were entirely ineffective against him. Are you also a devil fruit user? What sort of bizarre fruit is this? Could it be a moth? Their fruitless attempts gradually sapped their will to continue battling Suitsong. Forget it. Let's focus on the others. This guy is too troublesome. He can soar through the air and evade our attacks with such agility. Rather than waste time, we should eliminate the others. While Mr. 3 displayed some level of intelligence, he still underestimated Suitsong's capabilities. You think you can just come and go as you please? It is not so simple. Suitsong's demonic light surged forth, and he swiftly intercepted the two men before them. Damn it, it appears we cannot resolve anything until we deal with this guy. Mr. Point 3 exclaimed that in that case, I will handle him. You deal with the rest, Mr. 5. Mr. 3 unleashed the full extent of his devil fruit. Encasing Suitsong in a vast expanse of candles, he created an opening for Mr. 5. Yet at that moment, a resounding thud echoed around them. What is happening? Mr. 3 turned to see a straw-hatted man land a punch squarely on Mr. 5's face. This guy? Mr. 3 gasped in astonishment as he recognized the straw hat-wearing youth alongside a boy with an elongated nose. You made it! Suit Song, having shattered the candlestick wall, emerged from within. Damn it. Haha. Luffy, Usopp. You are late. If you hadn't shown up, Zoro and the others might have perished, Suit Song remarked with a smile, displaying no hint of concern. Sorry, I got trapped, Luffy apologized earnestly. Just then, a voice rang out, Candle Shackles. Mr. 3, seizing the opportunity while Suit Song was distracted by Luffy, attempted to ensnare Suit Song's feet with his fruit powers. However, Suit Song had no intention of allowing Mr. 3 to achieve his goal so easily. Luffy, I'll leave the others to you. This guy is mine. Suit Song swiftly dodged Mr. 3's ambush. Yet, Mr. 3 did not appear disheartened. A sly smile crept across his face as he employed Candle Shackles once more. This time expanding the range significantly to Ha. Suit Song did not evade this time. Instead, he charged headlong into the wax. Haha, I never expected a bounty of 50 million would belong to such a fool. Mr. Point 3 laughed triumphantly, confident in his technique. This hardness is akin to steel. Once trapped, the outcome is clear. He was prepared to savor the fruits of victory. However, at that moment, Suit Song's entire body became enveloped by the dark aura of his demon form, rendering him elemental. The wax immediately solidified, which should have immobilized Suit Song. Yet, in reality, he effortlessly emerged unscathed. Wait? What is happening? Is this the power of a Logia-type devil fruit? You can't be a paramecia. Mr. 3's jaw dropped in disbelief. The abilities Suit Song displayed, such as elongating his limbs and enlarging his form, were undoubtedly paramecia powers. Yet, his capacity to become elemental suggested he possessed Logia abilities as well that Mr. 3 found himself bewildered. What on earth is this? If he is a Logia user, he could have easily evaded my attacks just now. Can't figure it out. Suit Song smiled faintly as he stepped closer to Mr. 3, who appeared increasingly anxious. Nevertheless, Mr. 3 attempted to block Suit Song's advance using his wax powers. Impossible. Impossible. You are a paramecia user. It cannot be Logia. How could there be such a rare Logia in this remote corner of the Grand Line? Mr. 3's attacks continued to rain down at Suit Song's feet. However, the elementalized Suit Song is naturally immune to defeat a nature-based ability user. One must either discover their vulnerabilities or employ Haki. Yet in the first half of the Grand Line, the number of formidable Haki users is exceedingly scarce. You have been the one attacking all this time. Now it is my turn, is it not? Suit Song's voice resonated around Mr. 3. However, Mr. 3 was unable to locate Suit Song's silhouette. Suit Song swiftly darted around Mr. 3 using his instantaneous movement, ultimately bursting forth with a powerful straight punch, accompanied by the shadow behind him. Demon's Fist, Candle Wall. Mr. 3 reacted swiftly, erecting a defensive wall made of his candles. Yet, before Suit Song's fist, the wall, as hard as iron, crumbled like mere tofu. Ha! With a slight exertion, the candle wall collapsed with a resounding crash. Suit Song did not relent. Instead, he extended his demon's fist, propelling Mr. 3 away with a single blow. Dust and debris filled the air as Mr. 3 was sent soaring to the other side of the ground. This is impossible? Mr. 3 actually? Miss Valentine's Day and Mr. 5 were taken aback, well aware of Mr. 3's capabilities as an agent ranked above them. His powers were formidable, and to encounter someone who could effortlessly shatter the candle wall and send Mr. 3 flying was beyond their comprehension. I say, the situation is quite evident now, is it not? Baroque works. Do you still wish to struggle? Suit Song inquired, his gaze fixed on Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine's Day. Humph, that's difficult to say. Mr. 5 grinned enigmatically, then glanced at the little girl in the hat munching on cookies. I see. Your reliance is on Miss Golden Week, is it? At this moment, Suit Song appeared profoundly mysterious, leaving everyone uncertain of his intentions. Yet, Miss Valentine's Day, observing Mr. 5's peculiar smile, leaped into the air and shouted, 10,000 kilograms. She then plummeted from above. Did you think I would foolishly fall for such an attack? Suit Song merely sidestepped lightly, evading the assault. Little did he know, Valentine's Day suddenly dodged, and an explosion unexpectedly erupted before him. Boom! Thick black smoke billowed, yet Suit Song emerged unscathed, deftly evading the impending danger. Not good. A sudden sense of foreboding washed over Suit Song. At that moment, he caught sight of the smug grins on Mr. 5 and the others. Below him, black ink spread across the ground. It dawned on him that this was likely Miss Golden Week's special ability of psychological suggestion. Suitsong halted in his tracks. Suitsong, what is happening? Why have you stopped? Defeat them, Nami and Usopp urged. Oh no, I refuse. Suitsong shook his head vehemently, deeply resisting the words of his companions. What is going on? Luffy was still oblivious to the unfolding events as Miss Golden Week left a yellow mark on him. Huh? This is hilarious. Luffy immediately burst into laughter, unable to contain himself, his stomach aching from mirth. What on earth is happening? Nami, Zoro, and the others were utterly bewildered. This fool has fallen into a trap. This is Miss Golden Week's ability. She can mix different colors to suggest ideas to others. Black signifies betrayal. Yellow denotes uncontrollable laughter. Mr. 5 proclaimed triumphantly. Your strongest ally has already been ensnared. I dare say this battle has reached its conclusion. Not so fast, Suitsong replied nonchalantly, then wiped away the paint from Luffy's back. You? How did you escape the trap? Mr. 5, Miss Valentine's Day, and Miss Golden Week were perplexed. They had clearly seen Suitsong step into the trap. Suitsong smiled slightly and said, Do you not realize that my devil fruit grants me the ability to fly? In fact, my feet were merely a hair's breadth away from the paint. Suitsong unfurled his wings and lifted his feet, indeed free of any paint. What? How is this possible? Suitsong's actions completely reshaped the agent's understanding. They had never encountered a power such as his, capable of evading psychological suggestion attacks. But it is not over yet. Miss Golden Week, with a flourish of her palette, showcased her abilities once more. Bullfighting red. Red paint splashed onto the ground, taking a distinct shape, clearly imbued with psychological suggestion power. Rubber rocket. Luffy was ensnared once more, his arms elongated but striking the paint instead, after yellow and black. Now red? Suitsong gazed at Miss Golden Week. Indeed, upon seeing this red, you will charge at the bullfighting red like a bull at a cape. What a pity, Miss Golden Week remarked. However, Suitsong grinned and said, Then let us see. Luffy, dodge. Luffy immediately sprang backward, while Suitsong unleashed his demonic powers, enormous claws surging forth. Yet even Suitsong found himself uncontrollably attacking the recently splashed red paint. The Baroque agent smirked, declaring, Even you, before such powerful psychological suggestion, are destined to be controlled. Yet Suitsong showed no signs of halting, amplifying his fruit's abilities. Suddenly, a resounding thud echoed, and dust swirled around as Suitsong steadily approached the others, his demeanor clearly indicating he had shed the influence of bullfighting red. What? How could he? He escaped again? The Baroque agents were once more astonished. Previously, they had attributed his evasion to his ability to fly. But this time, Suitsong had been directly affected. How clever! He must have enhanced his attack power, thereby obliterating the paint on the ground. Thus, he would no longer be influenced, Nami thought to herself, a spark of realization igniting. It is not over yet. Miss Golden Week then utilized the blue from her palette, blending it with the existing yellow to form green. Leisurely green. Luffy was ensnared again, transforming into a leisurely person. Casually wandering off for tea amidst the impending battle. Good riddance. Suitsong had now witnessed the powers of Miss Golden Week and the other agents, and decided there was no need to waste more time. Little girl, as long as I can avoid your paint and refrain from looking at it, I shall not fall victim to your psychological suggestion, correct? Therefore, if I simply close my eyes and fight you, it will suffice to to the astonishment of all. Suitsong indeed closed his eyes. Closing your eyes? Fighting us? How ridiculous! Do not forget, we are all here. At that moment, the other high-ranking Baroque agents prepared to strike. Do you think we are mere decorations? Zoro scolded from the side, ready to support Suitsong at any moment. However, this was an excellent opportunity for Suitsong to validate his abilities, and he declared, Zoro, Nami, Luffy, Usopp, leave the upcoming battle to me alone. Rest assured, it will not take long. As Suitsong's words fell, the Straw Hat crew retreated in unison. Everyone sensed a drastic shift in Suitsong's previously gentle and warm demeanor. This guy's aura has changed. Has he finally taken this seriously? Zoro remarked nonchalantly. Has Suitsong truly decided to confront the entirety of Baroque works alone? Princess Vivi felt a tinge of anxiety. Knowing just how formidable these high-ranking agents were, Candle Armor, Mr. 3, who had been sent flying, now tightly enveloped himself in armor as hard as steel. The Mr. 5 was also prepared for an unprecedented explosive battle. Miss Valentine had long since altered her weight, leaping gracefully into the air, ready to use her mass to crush Sootsong beneath her. Meanwhile, Miss Golden Week had mixed her paints, poised to apply them to Sootsong's form at any moment. Whoosh! Sootsong sprang into action. His speed was akin to lightning, rendering his movements nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Boom! A massive hand of the demon struck with tremendous force, followed by a violent explosion. Rumble! Dark smoke immediately billowed around as Sootsong detonated something while attacking Mr. Five. Just as Mr. Five reveled in his moment of triumph, Sootsong suddenly appeared before Miss Golden Week. Have a good sleep. Sootsong's seemingly casual kick sent Miss Golden Week hurtling through the air, her palate shattering into several pieces. Although she sustained no significant injuries, she was knocked unconscious. How fast? But you cannot outpace me. Miss Valentine increased her weight once more at that moment. Sootsong prepared to move, but noticed the approach of Mr. Three's wax attack. The molten wax surged forward, accompanied by the explosive remnants from Mr. 5. Humph. Demon wings. Sootsong enveloped himself in his demonic wings, producing a resounding bang as Miss Valentine attempted a sneak attack on Sootsong. The outcome was that she suffered multiple fractures, utterly unprepared for the terrifying strength of his defense. Faced with the deluge of wax and Mr. Five's remnants, Sootsong opted for elemental transformation. Before the Baroque Works agents could revel in their apparent victory, Sootsong had already materialized behind Mr. 5. This time, I will ensure you cannot rise. With a powerful impact, Sootsong collided with Mr. 5, who, despite being an explosive man, could not even detonate in time before he coughed up blood and collapsed. Only you remain, Mr. 3. Sootsong approached Mr. 3 step by step. What the devil? How could you defeat them? Yet, no matter how powerful you are, it is utterly impossible to penetrate my armor. This is armor as hard as steel. My wax armor, Mr. 3 spoke with firm conviction, yet it could not mask his current panic. Huh? Since you are so confident in your hardness, allow me to kindly test it for you. Sootsong smirked. Charging at Mr. 3 with incredible speed, the first sound was Sootsong's impact against Mr. 3, while the second and third were the reverberating echoes of the violent collision. Sootsong's demon impact utilized his entire body's strength, propelling him into the enemy, using his hardened demonic form as a means of assault. Crash! The sound was that of the wax shell shattering. Indeed, the wax exterior, as hard as steel, was reduced to fragments upon Sootsong's collision. Puff! Mr. 3 spat out blood, unable to fathom that a being could possess a body even harder than steel. This was impossible. How could such a person exist? Despair enveloped Mr. 3 as the wax armor outside his body shattered. Leaving him severely injured, his body was propelled backward like a cannonball, and thereafter, he fell silent. How terrifying. Fortunately, this fellow is not our enemy, Nami and Usopp remarked, gazing at Sootsong. This is wonderful. Princess Vivi beamed with joy. The group reconvened, tending to Buggy and Dory. Soon, both giants regained their strength. That's great. Master, are you all right? Usopp inquired, concern etched on his face as he looked at Buggy. Buggy surveyed his surroundings before locking his gaze on Dory. Are you unharmed, Dory? Buggy embraced Dory tightly, exclaiming, thank goodness, you're still alive, my friend. Haha. The giant Dory also embraced Buggy tightly. Though they had fought fiercely for an extended period, their friendship was more precious than that of ordinary folk. What a splendid day. Thank you, Elbaf God. Buggy laughed heartily toward the sky. Haha. Dory, with tears of joy, gazed at Buggy. The battle in the little garden had concluded, and the group took a moment to recuperate and chat. At that moment, Sootsong noticed mosquito bites appearing on Nami's skin. What happened? Sootsong rushed to Nami's side. His expression tensed that it's nothing, just a bug bite. Nami seemed unconcerned. What's wrong? Luffy, Usopp, and the others inquired immediately. Sootsong, seeing the situation, spoke earnestly. Being bitten by the ancient island's insects is certainly unusual. We must seek a doctor at once. Sootsong's demeanor caused Nami to grow anxious, as he was not one to speak lightly. I want to leave too, but it will take a year to gather enough magnetic force to reach the next island. Zoro stated nonchalantly at that moment. Dory and Buggy spoke. You saved us, and we wish to repay you. But there is little we can do. Suddenly, Sanji appeared before everyone. Wow, Miss Nami, long time no see. Where have you been showing up so leisurely now? The group couldn't help but express their frustration upon seeing the colossal giants. Sanji gasped, "What are those?" "Are you Mr. 3? Nami shot back. "How do you know Mr. 3? Sanji then recounted the events, revealing that he had secretly infiltrated Mr. 3's wax chamber and successfully conversed with Crocodile, subsequently acquiring a permanent pointer to Alabasta. Instantly, everyone erupted in joy, as navigating the Grand Line was often fraught with challenges. Without a pointer, that we can head toward Alabasta if we encounter any inhabited islands along the way. We must stop. Suitsong reiterated the urgency of Nami's insect bites. However, Nami appeared somewhat indifferent, prompting Suitsong to emphasize the seriousness of her condition repeatedly until she finally believed him. "Regardless, we must hurry and not delay any longer," Nami urged. Noticing Luffy was still celebrating with Usopp as captain, Luffy understood that the sea was their true direction. He turned to the two giants, saying, "Well then, gentlemen, we must take our leave." "All right, it seems you are indeed in a hurry. Though it is regrettable, we shall not keep you," Buggy replied. "Blue-haired girl, may your country remain safe." "Thank you," Vivi exclaimed. "Goodbye, don't die again," Luffy said with a smile as they walked away. "Master, one day, I will come to Elbaf to see you," Usopp responded excitedly. Meanwhile, Zoro and Sanji continued to compare the size of their catches. Ultimately, Nami declared, "Such large catches would never fit on the Mary." Suitsong appeared lost in thought, a fact that did not escape Princess Vivi's notice. "Mr. Suitsong, is Nami really in serious trouble?" Vivi inquired. "Indeed, a certain bacterium or virus has infiltrated her body and is currently in the incubation period. After some time, she will fall ill, and when that happens, thus, we must find a doctor as soon as possible." Suitsong refrained from revealing the identity of the doctor, as the sea could be unpredictable. Not far away, the two giants had begun to converse at the river mouth, seemingly speaking to themselves about the visitors to this island. "The most significant reason for our inability to reach the next island lies ahead. You have risked your lives to safeguard our honor. Therefore, no matter what adversaries we face, we shall never allow the glory of friendship to be tarnished. Trust in us, forge ahead with unwavering determination. No matter what transpires, do not alter your course." "I understand," Luffy exclaimed, brimming with fighting spirit. As the ship slowly sailed out of the river mouth, a colossal creature known as the Food Island Monster emerged before them. "Ah, it has appeared, hasn't it? Allow me to clear the way for you. I stake the name of Elbaf on this." The two giants seemed to spring into action. Nami, upon witnessing the monstrous creature open its gaping maw, immediately sought to direct everyone to change course. "That we must press straight ahead, right, Luffy?" Usopp inquired. "Of course," Luffy replied with utmost confidence. "You fool, this is far different from our encounter with Laboon," Nami said, anxiety evident in her voice. As the entire ship faced the dire risk of destruction. I know, stop fussing." Luffy leisurely perched himself atop the Mary, munching on pancakes. "If we do not alter our course soon," Nami's repeated pleas went unheard by the others. "Just give it up, Nami." Zoro shook his head, silently observing the creature before them. Vivi and Kaku were equally apprehensive, quickly turning to Suitsong for reassurance. "Mr. Suitsong, can we truly trust their words? Are we really going to charge into that monster's mouth?" "Indeed, trust them, just as you once trusted me," Suitsong responded with equal confidence. "It's too late. There's no time left." Nami's tears began to flow as she helplessly watched the Mary sail into the belly of the so-called Food Island monster. At that moment, Dongli remarked, "Well, it truly devours whatever it desires. This monstrous Food Island goldfish." The sheer size of the creature was astonishing, not merely for its enormity, but also for the immense excrement it produced after feasting on the surrounding islands. "I recall that it was a colossal droppings from a place known as the Barren Island, huh? I remember mistaking that for land when we first arrived." Dongli chuckled in response. "Those nostalgic adventures reminded me of the past." At that moment, the goldfish finally closed its mouth, and the two giants immediately sprang into action, raising their weapons and declaring, "Only warriors who have fought valiantly may pass our test." Experienced the legendary spear of the strongest giant tribe of Elbaf. Meanwhile, within the belly of the goldfish, Luffy and Usopp continued to shout, "Press straight ahead, press straight ahead." Just then, an overwhelmingly powerful shockwave surged from behind the ship. A brilliant light flashed, and the Mary re-emerged into the daylight. While the enormous goldfish seemed to have sustained a gaping wound in its belly, the Mary soared into the air as though it had sprouted wings. moving at an astonishing speed, surrounded by beautiful splashes of water and the azure sea, which sparkled magnificently under the sun's rays. "Charge ahead, press straight forward," Luffy exclaimed, exhilarated, while Usopp, tears streaming down his face, echoed his sentiments. "We've even split the sea apart. This is the power of the warriors of Elbaf. Incredible. Friends, onward, forward." At that moment, the giants' weapons shattered, yet they could not help but laugh together. Eventually, the Mary landed back on the sea, resuming its course toward the kingdom of Alabasta. Just then, Sootsong received another notification from the system. "Ding ding ding. Congratulations on successfully leaving the little garden. Check-in successful. Congratulations, you have acquired basic knowledge of ninjutsu. This will enable you to understand the ninjutsu and chakra of the Naruto world, along with a complimentary introduction to the fundamental transformation techniques. This knowledge will directly embed itself in the depths of your mind, facilitating your comprehension and application. Although this reward may not seem extravagant, it represents a crucial aspect of the combat system in the Naruto universe. In that world, battles heavily rely on ninjutsu, and this reward encapsulates the most fundamental elements, which can, in turn, give rise to the most intricate techniques. Sootsong promptly accepted the reward, and an inexhaustible wealth of knowledge regarding ninjutsu flooded his mind. At that moment, Sootsong could begin to explore chakra and ninjutsu, yet his focus was elsewhere. Luffy and Usopp remained enraptured by the power of the giants, while Nami began to exhibit signs of distress. "Can you check the compass for me?" Vivi asked, as Nami began to break out in a cold sweat, her strength waning. "Of course," Vivi replied as she moved to assist Nami. Sootsong, noticing Nami's condition, immediately placed his hand on her forehead. "You're burning up? You have a fever. Leave the navigation to me." "Vivi, quickly help Nami inside to rest," Sootsong instructed. Vivi, realizing Nami indeed had a high fever, promptly informed the rest of the crew. They gathered in the cabin, standing by Nami's bedside, unsure of what to say. There was no doctor aboard the ship, leaving everyone in a state of despair. Even Sootsong felt helpless. "Let's temporarily use these for now," Sootsong said, retrieving some cooling ice packs and modern painkillers from his magical pouch. While they couldn't cure Nami, they could help manage her condition for the time being. Sootsong quickly had Sanji fetch warm water and instructed Vivi to administer the medicine to Nami. After a short while, Nami felt somewhat better, and her temperature began to decrease. "Is Nami going to be okay?" Luffy and the others asked. "I don't know, but the situation is not looking good," Sootsong replied. Miss Nami," Sanji exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. No. While Nami lay resting in bed, she seemed unable to fall asleep, saying, "There's a newspaper in my desk drawer, right?" Vivi quickly retrieved it and gasped in shock upon seeing the contents. "This is impossible. What happened? What is going on?" Luffy inquired. "Is it related to Alabasta?" Vivi. Sanji also asked. 300,000 Royal Army troops have defected to join the rebel forces. It was originally a suppression battle of 600,000 royal troops against 400,000 rebels. And now the situation has flipped. Vivi's expression turned grave upon reading the news. Nami painfully stated, "The riots in Alabasta are finally reaching a climax. That newspaper is 3 days old. I'm sorry. Even if I let you see it, the ship cannot sail any faster. I hid the newspaper because I feared you would worry." "Luffy, do you understand now?" Nami questioned. "I see. I understand," Luffy nodded. "But if you don't see a doctor?" Usopp's words were interrupted by Nami. "It's fine. The thermometer is broken. I can manage. Besides, Sootsong's medicine works quite well, and if I endure, it'll pass." Despite her frail appearance, Nami insisted, "I'm fine. Trust me, the ship will reach Alabasta as scheduled." She slowly made her way toward the deck. At that moment, Sootsong recognized the core issue. Nami's illness could not be delayed, yet the urgency of Alabasta was pressing. War was imminent. If this continued unchecked, the kingdom of Alabasta would fall, and Crocodile would seize control. Vivi was also engulfed in worry and urgency. "I can't wait any longer. We must return to Alabasta immediately. If we delay, 1,000,000 citizens will begin to engage in senseless mutual slaughter." Vivi's anguish was palpable. As a princess, she bore a heavy burden. If we could directly invite a doctor aboard to become our companion, then not only would Nami be safe, but Alabasta could also be reached in time. Sootsong proposed. "But where can we find a doctor?" The group fell into a state of melancholy once more. That moment, Zoro's voice resonated from outside the cabin. You all come out. It's time to work. Let us go see. Luffy and Suit Song, along with their companions, departed from the cabin, only to discover that due to Zoro's actions, the Mary had veered off course quite severely, causing a noticeable shift in the surrounding atmosphere. Let us get moving. Although Suit Song was aware that Nami was merely putting on a brave face, in that moment, he did not wish to let her down. As Suit Song rallied the crew, everyone sprang into action. Together, they pulled on the mast, following the commands of Nami and Suit Song to redirect the ship. After a flurry of activity, Nami focused intently on the permanent record pointer leading to Alabasta. And upon seeing the red needle point forward, she finally exhaled in relief. That moment, Princess Vivi pushed open the cabin door, her expression earnest as she stated, I may be overstepping by saying this after joining your crew, but my country is facing a grave crisis that I must return as swiftly as possible. We cannot afford any delays. Therefore, I hope this ship can make haste towards the kingdom of Alabasta. A silence fell over the crew. But Nami smiled and replied, Of course, did I not promise you? While everyone assumed Vivi was solely concerned for her nation's safety, she deftly shifted the conversation, declaring, Then let us immediately seek an island with a doctor. We must cure Nami's illness post-haste before heading to Alabasta. That would indeed be the fastest course. Indeed, there is no swifter route. Luffy grinned widely. That's the spirit. Suit Song nodded slightly, acknowledging Vivi's suggestion. Usopp tentatively inquired, Is that wise? As a princess, shouldn't you be worried about 1,000,000 citizens? Precisely, which is why Nami must recover quickly. Vivi asserted with unwavering determination. Well said, Vivi, you've captivated me once more. Sanji beamed at her. Such courage, Zoro praised. Clearly, Vivi's words and actions had impressed the entire Straw Hat crew. I truly apologize, Nami said, casting a remorseful glance at Vivi. Do not force yourself, Nami. Vivi had yet to comfort Nami when Luffy suddenly shouted. Look, what is that? Ahead, a massive hurricane, spanning hundreds of meters in diameter, churned on the ocean's surface, its power palpable even from a distance. Wait, that direction is. Vivi gasped in horror. It's the very course we were heading. Usopp exclaimed in panic. How perilous. We narrowly escaped with our lives. Luffy, usually fearless, was visibly shaken. Vivi stared at the hurricane, her expression one of disbelief. She had finally grasped the true extent of Nami's navigational prowess. Nami was not merely a theoretical expert in weather prediction, but possessed an innate sensitivity to atmospheric changes. It was as if she were born to be a navigator, able to detect the slightest shifts in the wind. If it weren't for Nami, we would all be doomed, Suit Song remarked pointedly. Despite Nami's occasional avarice, she was undeniably a reliable navigator and a steadfast ally during critical moments. All right, let us find a doctor. Luffy and the others resolved to search for a physician at once. Before they could embark on their quest, Suit Song utilized the magical bag bestowed by the system to retrieve some modern medication. Ibuprofen, to alleviate pain and reduce fever. Sanji busied himself in the kitchen preparing light meals suitable for Nami. Vivi, being a compassionate young woman, diligently tended to Nami's needs. Meanwhile, Suit Song stood on the deck, monitoring the record pointer, directing Luffy, Zoro, Usopp, and the others at the slightest sign of deviation. They persevered for some time. Nami's condition showed no signs of improvement. Despite the modern medication, the venom from the ancient insect bite was beyond Suit Song's capacity to neutralize. Suddenly, snowflakes began to drift from the sky. Hey, is someone standing on the sea? Zoro exclaimed, peering through a telescope. What? How could that be? Don't be ridiculous, Usopp retorted. People can't possibly stand on water, Luffy echoed. Sharingan, activate, without hesitation. Suit Song activated his Sharingan, drawing upon the Uchiha clan's bloodline, without concern for chakra depletion. The Tsutomu Sharingan imposed no physical strain upon him. To his astonishment, he indeed spotted an oddly dressed figure standing motionless atop the ocean. The individual resembled a circus clown, equipped with a bow and a quiver of arrows, but those details paled in comparison to the chilling sight of him standing still in the icy expanse. It truly is a person, Suit Song remarked. Luffy and Usopp rubbed their eyes, confronted by the figure's unwavering gaze fixed upon them. It's quite cold today, the stranger remarked suddenly. Indeed, it is dreadfully cold. They replied in unison. Is that so? The mysterious figure audaciously responded. A sense of unease began to creep over Sootsong. Prepare for battle. Just as he made this mental note, the Mary lurched backward. A colossal submarine emerged from beneath the water, dwarfing the Mary by several magnitudes, rendering it insignificant by comparison. What is that? A watermelon? Luffy and the others clung tightly to the ship's railing, bewildered by the sudden appearance of this behemoth. Could it be a ship? Zoro questioned. In any case, these individuals are unlikely to be benevolent, Sootsong surmised. In no way. Could it be Baroque works? How could they find us in these vast seas? Usopp speculated anxiously. At that moment, the vessel slowly raised a hippopotamus emblem, unfurling its pirate flag. Disastrous. They're pirates, Usopp exclaimed. Incredible. Luffy marveled. Think this would happen while we were preoccupied. Zoro expressed a hint of resignation, especially with an injured crew member aboard. If they dare to attack us, I will show no mercy, Sootsong stated coolly, his eyes betraying an aura of formidable terror. The reason for Sootsong's seriousness was clear. With Nami aboard, he regarded her as a true comrade. Should anyone jeopardize her recovery, Sootsong would ensure their destruction. Luffy, Zoro, and Usopp swallowed hard, feeling an unusual apprehension. Despite their numerous confrontations with Sootsong, which always ended in their defeat, they now pondered how much stronger he would be if he fought seriously. Would there even be any survivors on the opposing ship? Although Luffy was technically the captain, the strongest member of the Straw Hat crew was undeniably Sootsong. Just then, the opposing ship erupted with raucous laughter. Waha! Surprised, are you? Welcome aboard the mighty submersible, the Iron King, boomed a voice. Loud and brash. On the deck of the Iron King stood a well-trained crew of pirates, equipped with firearms and swords, their demeanor reflecting extensive training and readiness. It appears they are not targeting us specifically. We merely crossed paths, Sootsong assessed. What rotten luck, Usopp sighed in resignation. In the cabin, Sanji had heard the commotion and sensed something was amiss, prompting him to exit. As he stepped out, he surveyed the scene and casually lit a cigarette, asking, "What on earth is going on?" "We are under attack," Luffy replied. The four, Zoro, Luffy, Usopp, and Sootsong, found themselves encircled by armed pirates, their weapons trained upon them. While Sanji was similarly surrounded upon his emergence, the pirates outnumbered the Straw Hats several times over, yet apart from Usopp, each member maintained a calm composure amidst the chaos. Well, I suppose this was to be expected given the circumstances. Sanji mused. Sanji spoke in a calm manner. The complete lack of resistance from Luffy and his crew left the opposing forces feeling rather perplexed. Are you truly pirates? What a peculiar bunch you are. Have you really captured 5 individuals? Regardless, it seems implausible for a pirate crew to consist of merely 4 members. The speaker, clad in a hide of hippopotamus, had a rather corpulent physique, resembling a potato. His upper body was encased in iron armor, and it appeared that his lower face had also undergone some metallic alteration. The most astonishing sight was that he was simultaneously devouring meat while swallowing the knives used to cut it. The Straw Hat crew stood in stunned silence, having never witnessed anyone consuming knives along with their meal. I see. I believe I have discerned your identity, Sootsong remarked with a subtle smirk. Unleashing a chilling laugh. Oh, you know me? The man inquired. You are Wapol, who has consumed the gum-gum fruit that I presume you wish to journey to Drum Island, Sootsong countered. Upon hearing Sootsong's words, Wapol erupted into laughter. Wow, you know my name, and even where I intend to go? Quite impressive. Surely, you wouldn't happen to possess a permanent pointer to Drum Kingdom, would you? Wapol questioned. I do not, but I wish to offer you a piece of advice. Sootsong replied. Advice? What sort of advice? Wapol pressed. I shall grant you 3 seconds to return to your ship immediately. Otherwise, do not blame me for taking action against you. Sootsong maintained his smile. Yet it was evident that he was harboring murderous intent. Are we about to strike? Sanji and the others braced themselves, ready to act in unison at Sootsong's command. However, Wapol burst into laughter once more. Haha, how amusing. You claim you will take action against such overwhelming numbers. How ridiculous. Sootsong, however, was not in the mood for jesting with Wapol and began counting to himself. 3. The enemies erupted in laughter. 2. Sootsong understood that this group would not simply depart. Therefore, he had already placed his hand on his weapon. Shura, prepare to fire, Wapol commanded with a grin. 1. You can all perish. Sootsong's words resonated as he declared the end. Fire, eliminate them. Wapol issued the order to attack. In the following seconds, an unforgettable scene unfolded before Walpole's eyes that Sootsong vanished from his original position. On the Mary, a figure darted past, and his body began to glow crimson. One man, one blade, Shura in the world. Sootsong began to dance upon the Mary, while Luffy and the others barely had time to react before Sootsong extinguished the lives of their adversaries. With every passing second, at least 3 foes fell to Sootsong's Shura. Their bullets scarcely grazed the figure that moved like a wraith. Lord Wapol, this man, we are no match for him. The enemies scarcely had time to scream before Sootsong claimed their lives. At that moment, even the Straw Hat crew found Sootsong somewhat unfamiliar. Bloodthirsty, murderous, and destructive had almost become his epithet. Wapol made no further moves. Thus Sootsong continued to harvest the lives of Walpol's subordinates with astounding speed. It is over, Sootsong declared, sheathing Shura, his entire form now drenched in blood. Even in his normal state, he still appeared blood-red. The deck of the Mary was strewn with the corpses of Walpol's crew. Who on earth are you? Wapol, now taken aback, had not anticipated the strength of the youth before him. I have no time to entertain you. Wapol, so be gone. Sootsong retracted his hand, and then thrust it forward with great force. The demon behind him delivering a powerful strike. That demonic hand surged towards Wapol with the force of a thunderbolt. Wapol could hardly open his mouth before he was sent flying, vanishing into the vast ocean. The Straw Hat crew stood in shock, the officers of the White Iron ship equally stunned. Incredible, Sanji grinned, seemingly understanding Sootsong's fury. That I see now. It was for Nami, wasn't it? Well done. Zoro also smiled faintly. Ha! Usopp and Luffy burst into laughter as well. After clearing away the corpses, the crew of the White Iron ship did not linger, knowing their captain, Wapol, was a devil fruit user, and sinking into the sea meant certain death. They hastily fled the scene. Having effortlessly dealt with this group, Sootsong's companions turned to him and asked, Prophet, who exactly was that person? You might find it hard to believe, but that man is a king. Sootsong replied, What? What kind of king? How could he fall to being a pirate? Does he have a hidden past like Vivi? The crew, curious, inquired that you're overthinking it. This fellow is simply a scoundrel. If we had eliminated him, the enemies on the White Iron ship might have attacked us. While we are not afraid, it would waste time and potentially jeopardize Nami's condition, so I merely sent him flying. Sootsong then shifted the topic, saying, however, encountering this man indicates that Drum Kingdom is not far away. What is that? The crew looked at Sootsong in confusion. Sootsong elaborated, it is the nearest winter island to us, and it is home to a remarkably skilled doctor. Wonderful, Luffy exclaimed with delight, but quickly asked, but what is a winter island? In meteorology, the islands of the Grand Line are classified into 4 types: summer islands, spring islands, autumn islands, and winter islands, each with its own seasons. This means we must adapt to the 16 stages of climatic changes from the summer island to the winter island. Of course, there are also numerous islands that defy classification and unknown climates. The one explaining was not Sootsong but Vivi, the princess of Alabasta, who had been undercover in Baroque works and frequently traveled the Grand Line. Thus she was naturally well informed. I see. The Grand Line's peculiar climate stems from the coexistence of so many different islands. Usopp finally comprehended. Therefore, if the climate is stable, it means we are close to the islands. After Vivi's explanation, Sootsong immediately made arrangements. From now on, Sanji and I will take turns keeping watch, while the others proceed as planned. No problem, Sanji readily agreed. Eager to assist the ladies, Sootsong felt that Zoro, Luffy, and Usopp were not entirely reliable for night watch, as Zoro might easily fall asleep, and Usopp and Luffy could forget to monitor the log pose due to carelessness. Vivi would be in charge of taking care of Nami, making Sanji and Sootsong the only ones suitable for such a crucial task. Thus, the Mary sailed across the sea for several days. And Nami's condition grew increasingly dire, until one day, the weather finally stabilized, the surrounding temperature seemed to drop, and one morning, Sanji, peering through the telescope, finally spotted land. Wow, I've spotted an island. This news quickly spread throughout the ship, and the sight of the island, blanketed in white snow, unmistakably indicated it was a winter island. This Drum Island. Will there be a doctor? Luffy asked excitedly. Indeed, Nami's health may soon be restored, Sootsong finally smiled. For Drum Island lay just ahead. Luffy, let me remind you, This time we are not going on an adventure. Once Nami sees the doctor, we will leave immediately, Sanji said, showing great foresight, not forgetting that Vivi bore significant responsibilities. Since there is snow, will there be snow monsters? How many of us should land on the island? Usopp's imagination began to run wild. But let's prepare for landing, Sanji suggested. Soothsong reflected on the plot, and then stated, if we wish to disembark, it would be best to stow away the pirate flag. Huh? Why is that? Everyone was filled with confusion. Does this island not welcome pirates? Usopp inquired. Indeed, pirates have left painful memories on this island. Therefore, it is best if... Soothsong's words were abruptly interrupted by Luffy. Don't worry, we are not like other pirates. They should understand us. We are merely here to seek medical assistance if we speak properly. They should listen, right? Luffy's response was naive yet showcased his stubbornness. The pirate flag cannot be lowered to become the pirate king. One cannot simply relinquish their flag at will. All right, you are the captain. I will heed your decision. However, if trouble arises, Luffy, I believe you can resolve it. Of course, Luffy replied, brimming with confidence, and he understood Soothsong's desire to save Nami. However, the notion of the pirate king was his life's creed, and he would not easily stow away his ship's flag. Soothsong had anticipated Luffy's choice, yet he still wished to give it a try. Before them lay magnetic Drum Island, adorned with towering structures resembling colossal spires. The Mary sailed into the river mouth and soon reached its source. Who will disembark to find a doctor? Everyone inquired of one another. I will. Sanji raised his hand. I will too. Luffy naturally followed suit. Then I shall accompany you, Soothsong asserted, being more reliable and composed, believing he could expedite the resolution of their predicament. However, at that moment, a voice rang out, "Stop right there, pirates!" Suddenly, the area was densely populated with armed individuals, seemingly prepared for confrontation. The Straw Hat crew surveyed their surroundings, instantly understanding the gravity of the situation. This must be the trouble Soothsong mentioned, Sanji murmured. That moment, a figure stepped forward, warning, "Pirates, heed my words. Leave this place at once. We are here to find a doctor." Luffy declared. "There is a sick person on board," Vivi added. However, the crowd immediately retorted, "We will not fall for your tricks, Ball pirates. This is our island, and we shall not allow you to step foot here. Now, hoist the anchor and be gone, or we shall blow your ship to pieces." Sanji lamented. "How ruthless. This is our first encounter, yet they harbor such animosity toward pirates. Do not speak back." Someone suddenly fired a shot at Sanji. "Wait, Sanji!" Vivi rushed to intervene, but a bullet hurtled forth at alarming speed. In a split second, Soothsong had prepared to shield Vivi, leaping to position himself between her and Sanji. Yes, Soothsong used his body to protect them. In the next instant, he collapsed to the ground. Luffy was enraged. Zoro readied his sword, and Sanji was poised for action. "But it's just a bullet. It won't harm me," Soothsong said slowly, rising as his black wings unfurled, drawing the bullet into them before it fell to the ground. The leader of the armed group, a devil fruit user, was taken aback, realizing that those with powers were not to be trifled with. "Wait!" Vivi suddenly knelt on the ground, pleading with the group. "Our companion is suffering from a severe illness. Please help us." Soothsong was moved by Vivi's actions. To humble oneself and kneel before potentially harmful strangers was a feat even ordinary individuals would struggle to accomplish. "Let alone a princess. If we defeat them, what will happen to Nami?" Vivi asked, and for a moment, Luffy was at a loss for words. Then, unexpectedly, Luffy too turned and knelt on the deck, saying, "I'm sorry. It was my mistake. Please call a doctor. Save our companion. We mean no harm. We are merely a group of children chasing the sea, known as pirates, but truly adventurers pursuing our dreams. We are good people aboard this ship. I beg you." Soothsong's words had indeed made an impact. "I will take you to the village. Follow me." Seeing the leader's agreement, the crew broke into smiles. They disembarked onto the icy magnetic Drum Island, where thick snow blanketed the ground, and trees were laden with heavy snow. A winter island. The environment was undoubtedly harsh. While walking, the leader said, "Let me offer you a piece of advice. In our country, there is only one witch doctor." "Witch doctor?" The crew responded with confusion. "What is that? This is truly a perplexing country. Moreover, what is the name of this place?" Sanji grumbled. "This country does not yet have a name." The leader replied, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. "A nameless country. Is that even possible?" Vivi found it hard to believe. Soothsong casually remarked, Perhaps their former king was a scoundrel. Everyone was apprehensive, fearing Sootsong's words might provoke the resident's ire. Yet, rather than showing discontent, the inhabitants fell into a contemplative silence, seemingly acquiescing to Sootsong's statement. At that moment, Usopp exclaimed, "A bear! Everyone, play dead!" Indeed, Sootsong spotted a massive bear approaching them. "That's a mountain bear. It's harmless. Remember the mountain etiquette, and bow to it," the leader instructed. Consequently, everyone obediently bowed in respect. After traversing through the snow for some time, they finally arrived at the village under the leader's guidance. "This is our village, Bighorn," the leader announced. The village was quite pleasant, home to various animals, and its buildings were primarily brick and tile. Although small, it offered a sense of warmth amidst the snowy landscape. Strange creatures wandered about. Indeed, this truly is the land of snow. Luffy and Usopp marveled. Sanji turned to Nami, saying, "Miss Nami, we have arrived at an inhabited village." Originally, Sanji was meant to carry Nami, but fearing Sanji might take advantage, Sootsong had taken it upon himself to carry her. The leader addressed his followers. "Thank you for your hard work. Those not on lookout can return." It turned out these individuals were the island's residents. The inhabitants appeared skeptical of the Straw Hat crew, questioning, "But are you sure you can handle this alone? They are pirates after all. I trust my instincts. They won't harm us," the leader asserted confidently. "Since Mr. Dalton says so, very well. They seem unlikely to act against us," one resident conceded. "Please take care of the situation, Mr. Dalton. If anything arises, just call for us." The villagers bid farewell to Dalton before departing with their weapons. "Thank you for your trust, Mr. Dalton." Sootsong expressed gratitude, recalling the leader's name. "No need for thanks. Please, come to my home," Dalton replied. Soon after, the surrounding residents began to express their desire to vote for Dalton. But he quickly declined, insisting he was a man of great sin. Sootsong was not particularly familiar with the events on Magnetic Drum Island, only knowing that a certain Wapol, who had consumed the munch fruit, had once ruled here. "Well, I'll find out soon enough," Sootsong thought as he followed Dalton into his home. After placing Nami on the bed and covering her with a blanket, Dalton lit the fireplace and began to speak. "I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Dalton, the captain of the island's guard. May I ask you a question?" he inquired. "I feel as though I have seen you somewhere before." Dalton gazed at Vivi and remarked, "You must be mistaken." Vivi, fearing that her true identity might be unveiled, promptly denied it. "Rather than that, please enlighten me about the witch. I just measured Nami's temperature, and it has astonishingly soared to 42 degrees. Vivi hastily shifted the topic. 42 degrees. Dalton exclaimed in shock. "If her temperature rises any further, she may not survive. This is the last of the antipyretics we have. Sootsong's miraculous bag does not possess an endless supply. And we are down to our final fever-reducing medication." After administering some medicine to Nami, she felt a slight relief. Yet her condition remained dire, prompting Sanji and the others to urgently inquire. "Thus, we wish to know, where exactly is this so-called witch?" "The witch, you say? If you look out of this window, you can see several mountains," Dalton stated. "Indeed, is that what those are?" Sootsong responded, somewhat astonished to discover that the towering white forms were, in fact, mountain peaks. "Those peaks are known as the Magnetic Drum Peaks. Can you spot the castle atop the highest peak in the center?" Dalton inquired. "Yes, I can see it." Sootsong vaguely discerned the outline of the castle. "That castle is currently uninhabited, and the only doctor in this land, the physician Kureha, resides within," Dalton explained. "What? Why must she be so far away? Hurry and summon her. We have a patient in critical condition." Sanji lamented their misfortune. "It seems there is no way to directly contact the witch, is there?" "If there were, Mr. Dalton would have done so long ago." Sootsong contemplated before responding. "Indeed, we lack a means to reach her." Dalton nodded, expressing his regret. "Is she truly a doctor? What sort of person is she?" Sanji found the notion of this witch hard to believe. While her medical skills are beyond reproach, she is quite an eccentric old woman. Nearing 140 years of age, Dalton revealed. 140 years. The group gasped in astonishment. Sootsong, aware that this which was Chopper's mentor, realized for the first time just how advanced in age she truly was. No wonder this old woman often inquires if others wish to learn her secret to youth. Sootsong mused. What do the people of this country do if they fall ill or sustain injuries? Princess Vivi inquired. She occasionally descends from the mountains on a whim to locate patients, cures them, and then takes all their favorite possessions as payment, Dalton recounted. What a wretched old hag, Usopp remarked scornfully while sipping his tea. She sounds just like a pirate, Luffy added. But how would such an old woman descend from the mountain? Vivi's question struck a chord. Dalton promptly replied, there is a rumor that a witness from the Mouse clan claimed to have seen her descending from the heavens on a sled during a moonlit night, which is why she is referred to as the witch. Additionally, some say she lives with a strange creature that has never been seen before. Upon hearing this, Usopp immediately grew fearful, exclaiming, I knew it. There must be a monster. It has to be a snow beast. I always said there would be snow monsters here. While she is indeed the only doctor in this place, she is also an old woman one would prefer to avoid. We can only wait for her next descent, Dalton stated. That won't do. Sootsong shook his head. Nami can't hold on much longer, and we have no idea when this witch will come down. I will go find her. At the very least, I can reach her faster than you all. After saying this, Sootsong activated his devil fruit power, and wings unfurled from his back. The others suddenly realized. That's right, Sootsong can fly. With that, carrying Nami should allow him to reach the castle much quicker, and Vivi smiled at the prospect. However, won't this be too much of a burden for Miss Nami? She's already feverish, and if we go there, it might worsen her condition, Sootsong. If you can reach her and persuade the doctor to come down, it would resolve our predicament. Sootsong pondered this. But upon glancing at the suffering Nami, he affirmed, rest assured, I will hold Nami securely and reach the castle at the fastest pace possible. The doctor has various potions stored in the castle, and I believe she will be able to provide better treatment there. Sootsong's determination bore fruit, and ultimately, everyone consented that in this critical moment, we must rely on the vice captain. Nami is saved, Sanji exclaimed joyfully. Sootsong, we entrust Nami to you. Luffy, aware that Sootsong was a devil fruit user endowed with the ability to fly, placed Nami's life in his hands during this life-or-death situation. Upon witnessing Sootsong's wings, Dalton was slightly taken aback. As a fellow ability user, he sensed an air of superiority emanating from Sootsong. If you can fly, then these hardships will pose little challenge for you, Dalton added. The witch has a peculiar temperament, so be prepared for that. Understood. Since Sootsong needed to use his wings to fly, he could only hold Nami tightly, feeling the heat radiating from her body. A clear indication of her grave illness. All right, it's time to depart, Sootsong declared, activating his powers as his wings spread wide. He then soared into the sky, heading towards the highest peak of the magnetic drum peaks. Thanks to his direct flight, the journey was considerably easier. He neither expended excessive energy nor had to contend with the irritable rabbit army of Lapochin in what felt like no time at all. Sootsong arrived at the entrance of the castle. Gazing at the castle blanketed in pristine white snow, he had no time to admire it and rushed inside. Cradling Nami, Sootsong sensed that Nami clung to him even tighter. Though he wasn't sure if it was merely an illusion. Nami, hold on, he called out as he entered the castle's interior, shouting, Doctor! Doctor! Huh, someone has arrived. At that moment, a wrinkled old woman finally appeared within the castle. Please save her. She was bitten by a creature from the ancient island. Sootsong implored anxiously, unsure of how dire Nami's condition truly was. The ancient island? Chopper, come quickly, the witch commanded, and a tall figure swiftly took Nami from Sootsong. Placing her on a bed, the two then disregarded Sootsong entirely. The creature from the ancient island? Chopper, can you assess her condition? The witch inquired. Kasukia, the towering figure replied. Indeed, it's Kasukia. You shall attend to this young girl. I need to have a word with this gentleman, the witch said, slowly approaching Sootsong. Come, let us converse without hindering Chopper's efforts to save this young lady. Sootsong nodded and followed the witch to the castle's parlor. As soon as they arrived and took their seats, the witch raised her bottle and took a swig. Impressive. You must be an ability user, am I correct? The witch queried. Do. What makes you say that? Sootsong responded, intrigued. The magnetic drum peaks is the tallest mountain in this country and the habitat of Lapochin. It is difficult for an ordinary person to approach this area. Your body has scarcely a few snowflakes on it, making it appear as though you flew here, the witch explained. Perhaps you are a fruit user? She asked with a smile. That you've seen through me. Age has its advantages, Sootsong remarked, prompting the witch to take delight in his words. Old? She echoed, almost changing her expression, but Sootsong quickly interjected. You are very youthful. Now that's more like it. Hey, young man, Do you wish to learn my secret to remaining young and beautiful? She asked, not wanting to know. Sootsong immediately shook his head. How dull. Rest assured, Chopper will heal that girl. However, I am quite intrigued by one matter. She was supposed to have a high fever, yet, for some unknown reason, she does not. Has anyone among you administered medication? The witch inquired. Indeed, her fever persisted, and we had no choice but to give her some antipyretic and analgesic medication. Sootsong replied, a wise choice, though it merely addresses the symptoms rather than the root cause. It seems that among you, there are no genuine doctors. Am I correct, Mr. Pirate? The witch effortlessly discerned Sootsong's identity. It appears you have guessed my identity, but why do you still wish to save Nami? Sootsong retorted. Not all pirates deserve death. The fact that you are here, holding this girl named Nami, to tend to her ailments, is sufficient evidence of your regard for your companions. The witch then said, please refrain from addressing me with such formalities. Those unaware might mistake me for an elderly woman. Just call me Gulei. Sootsong felt 3 vertical lines appear on his forehead. This which was 140 years old, and yet claimed not to be old. However, Sootsong kept such thoughts to himself. Subsequently, Dr. Gulei and Sootsong discussed Nami's condition. Before long, the sound of something shattering echoed through the room. Nami, Sootsong, and the witch entered simultaneously, only to find that Nami had awakened at that moment. A rather bashful little figure stood on the ground. Upon closer inspection, it had a blue nose, wore a hat marked with an X, and sported 2 adorable horns. It revealed most of its body, appearing quite nervous and fearful. That Chopper? Dr. Gulei glanced at Chopper before turning her attention back to Nami Gulei and Sootsong. Upon seeing that Nami had improved significantly, finally felt a sense of relief. As for Chopper, he was so anxious and frightened that he temporarily hid away. Thank you, Sootsong. Thanks to you, my condition has improved greatly, Nami exclaimed, eager to get moving, but was halted by Gulei and Sootsong. Little girl, do not be so hasty. Otherwise, it may be your illness that leads to your demise. Gulei's expression turned quite ominous. Your companions care deeply for you, so you must not leave now. Sootsong added. Nami, please wait. Your condition has yet to stabilize. By the way, what was the talking reindeer about earlier? Nami inquired. Gulei then shared Chopper's information with the two. Sootsong subsequently proposed, Dr. Gulei, we are pressed for time. Would it be possible for you to join us at sea? This way, you could care for Nami. Yes, that is a splendid idea. Nami was also quite concerned about Vivi's kingdom. That is impossible. You asked me to become a pirate, which would squander my youthful years. I have no interest in the sea, Dr. Gulei stated. Then, I wonder if Chopper would like to become our companion. Sootsong inquired. Although I feel quite embarrassed to seek your assistance in treating Nami and to covet your expertise, our ship genuinely requires a doctor. Sootsong appeared quite sincere. There is no notion of coveting here. Chopper is not my subordinate. However, if you truly wish to invite Chopper, simply ask him directly. I am indifferent on the matter, Dr. Gulei replied. In that case, I shall express my gratitude first. I will approach Chopper myself. As Sootsong turned, he discovered Chopper hiding just behind the door. Chopper, seemingly infuriated, burst out, saying, I will not go with pirates. Fool, that's not allowed. I apologize, Chopper. Thank you for treating Nami. Sootsong expressed his gratitude. Nami also looked at Chopper and proactively said, I know you treated me. I am truly grateful. I am not happy at all. Fool. Chopper danced with joy, though his words belied his true feelings. Would you like to come aboard with us? This way, I wouldn't have to continue my recovery here, Nami said with a warm smile. No. I am a reindeer. How could I possibly stay with humans? Moreover, when you see me, are you not afraid? I am clearly a reindeer, capable of speech and walking on 2 legs, and I have a blue nose, Chopper countered. Sootsong was aware that after Chopper consumed the human fruit, he was initially ostracized by the herd and later viewed as a monster by humans in his desire to become one, resulting in a tragic experience, undoubtedly leaving him with scars. Not at all. It is entirely normal. Chopper, a reindeer who has consumed the human fruit. You are not only unfrightening, but also quite adorable and respectable. Sootsong exchanged a knowing glance with Nami, though she was unsure of his intentions. She joined in praising Chopper. Chopper, as long as you are aboard our ship, the crew will feel at ease. We all need you. You are a commendable doctor. Nami's words were sincere. Chopper, who was not adept at concealing his emotions, could not help but feel elated. "Do you not find me frightening?" Suit-song queried. "Why do you ask?" Chopper found the question rather perplexing. "That I too have consumed a devil fruit. Observe me," Suit-song replied before transforming into a demon. The terrifying aura startling Gule-wa, Chopper, and Nami. "That I do not fear you. If you are not afraid of me, then I have no reason to fear you." Chopper, though internally frightened, chose not to reject Suit-song, revealing his caring and kind nature. "Since you are willing to regard me as an equal, I shall reciprocate," Suit-song said as he retracted his demonic wings, returning to his normal form. "However, I harbor no interest in piracy and have no intention of seeking companions." At that moment, Chopper once again declined Suit-song's offer. Companions? That term holds a profoundly complex meaning for Chopper. You do not understand. The only one who has truly opened his heart to him is but one person. Seizing the opportunity while Chopper was out, Dr. Gule-wa shared Chopper's story and the tale of the quack Dr. Hiraluk with Nami and Suit-song. The story generally recounted how Wapol expelled all doctors, leaving only Gule-wa and Hiraluk in the entire Drum Kingdom. Hiraluk's medical skills were notoriously poor, often worsening patients' conditions after treatment. However, he fortuitously encountered Chopper, who had been shot and collapsed in the snow. Chopper attacked Hiraluk, but Hiraluk was still willing to embrace Chopper wholeheartedly. In the days that followed, Hiraluk and Chopper lived together, and he bestowed upon the reindeer the name Tony Chopper. Yet one day, Hiraluk expelled Chopper. As it turned out, Hiraluk was nearing death and wished to accomplish a grand task: to make the cherry blossoms bloom throughout the entire Drum Kingdom. To save Hiraluk, Chopper undertook a harrowing journey, seeking the possibly life-saving Amiyu mushrooms and resolved to become a doctor. After entrusting Chopper to Gule-wa, Hiraluk received word from Wapol, who claimed all his doctors had fallen ill and no one was available to treat him. The Navi Hiraluk fell into the trap and walked into the castle. However, Hiraluk had long since come to terms with life and death, ultimately sacrificing himself in an explosion. It was then that Chopper vowed to become a doctor capable of curing even the nation's ailments. As the story reached this point, Suit-song and Nami comprehended Chopper's past fully. That moment, Chopper suddenly burst in, speaking urgently. Gule-wa, Dr. Gule-wa, Suit-song and the others peered through the window and beheld a group of unwelcome guests. Gule-wa, this is bad. Wapol has returned, Chopper exclaimed. Is that so? Dr. Gule-wa displayed no hint of panic. Huh? Where has the flag of the Drum Kingdom gone? Wapol, noticing the pirate flag with cherry blossoms atop the castle, appeared quite puzzled. "That thing? I burned it long ago." Dr. Gule-wa, Suit-song, and Chopper emerged. So it is you, Dr. Kureha, the last surviving doctor of your hunting spree. Wapol glared at Gule-wa. "This castle no longer belongs to you. This is no place for you rascals. Get out of this kingdom. The Drum Kingdom has perished." Dr. Gule-wa faced Wapol and his cohorts without a trace of fear. "What did you say?" Wapol furrowed his brow. "Hey, you are still alive, huh?" Suit-song spoke up, prompting Wapol to finally notice him. "Itsu." Valbo and his subordinates were taken aback. "Indeed, it is I. I spared your life before, but I never expected you to return to Drum Island." Suit-song gazed calmly at Valbo. The presence of an adversary of such a low caliber instilled a sense of indifference in him. "Eliminate him. This time, I shall avenge the last encounter, whether it was courage or folly." Valbo, at this moment, charged towards Suit-song alongside his men. Revenge? Gule-wa, the healer, was also quite perplexed. She was unclear as to when Suit-song had incurred Valbo's wrath. Suit-song merely smiled, a smile that was distinctly menacing. "No matter how many times you charge at me, you shall meet with utter defeat." His words fell, a colossal shadow manifested behind him, a semi-transparent, semi-corporeal demonic arm. With a resounding thud, Suit-song slammed down, causing the entire drum peak to tremble violently. Valbo cried out in pain, unable to control his quaking body, ultimately collapsing in place. Suit-song's demonic wings unfurled, and in the next instant, he appeared before Valbo. "Begone!" Suit-song thrust his palm forward, striking Valbo and his subordinates head-on. The immense force sent them hurtling back like cannonballs. Truly, astonishing strength. Gule-wa marveled from the sidelines, deducing that Suit-song was indeed a fruit user. Yet, She had not anticipated the sheer magnitude of his power. That moment, Chopper fell silent. Suitsong's might left him greatly shaken. He too was a fruit user, but the disparity in their strengths was palpably vast. Valbo and his men vanished from sight. One would assume they had been completely obliterated. However, it was not long before these three bothersome individuals reappeared before Suitsong. Such formidable tenacity, regardless of how many times. The outcome shall remain unchanged, and this time, I will slay you. Suitsong's voice remained placid, yet it exuded an aura of dread. Valbo's subordinates were in a state of panic, even those as dim-witted as they could sense the horrendous killing intent radiating from Suitsong. Insolence. Valbo is His Majesty the King. You ought not to be so disrespectful to the ruler who governs the people of this island. One of Valbo's subordinates exclaimed, and Mr. Valbo was merely coerced into piracy due to certain circumstances. Now he shall reclaim his kingship. Do you intend to obstruct him? Another subordinate chimed in. Suitsong shook his head slightly and replied, a king who forsakes his own country, can he still be called a king? Moreover, you underestimate pirates far too much. Those of you who have only recently taken up piracy should not speak as if you are true pirates. Suitsong continued, you are unworthy of being a king and equally unworthy of being a pirate. I believe I am beginning to understand Luffy's perspective. Suitsong had previously wished to persuade Luffy to abandon the pirate flag. Now, it seemed his approach had been overly pragmatic. Enough? I am furious. Your name is Suitsong, is it not? I shall grind you into a pulp. Valbo forcibly composed himself and continued, so, that treasonous old hag and the Straw Hat crew are present, if I eliminate all of them. No one in this nation shall dare to resist my arrogance again. Truly, today shall be celebrated as the day of the restoration of the Drum Kingdom. Valbo, lost in his own delusions, ranted on. An old hag. How dare she occupy this castle while we are away? The audacity. She even raised a strange flag. Valbo, unable to speak to Suitsong, could only glare at Goulet-Wa, shouting. At this moment, Goulet-Wa smiled and replied, I have claimed this castle as the final resting place of Dr. Hilulect. I have little interest in this castle, but that reindeer insisted on hanging Hilulect's flag there. Meanwhile, Suitsong observed the conviction in Chopper's eyes. Upon hearing Chopper's words, Valbo erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha. How amusing. You dare to hang that quack's flag in my sacred castle. Burn that tattered banner at once. Valbo commanded, I will not allow you to enter this castle. Chopper declared, transforming from his reindeer form into a standing human shape. Lord Valbo, this fellow is... Yes, he is the monster of that foolish doctor from back then. Valbo's subordinates remarked, recalling the Chopper of the past. That flag represents the doctor's conviction. Thus, I will never allow you to take it away. Absolutely not. Chopper proclaimed vehemently. Suitsong discerned Chopper's deep-seated feelings for the quack doctor. Hilulect, Valbo, with a hearty laugh, declared, do not hold back. We shall storm the city. Kill this rabble. I suspect you will not advance another step. Have you forgotten my presence? Suitsong spoke coolly, and Valbo, along with his men, regarded him with lingering trepidation. Leave it to us. Valbo's subordinates steeled themselves, and one of them hurled his explosive head towards Goulet-Wa. However, before the explosive head could even near Goulet-Wa, Suitsong crushed it to powder with his demonic hand. That I say, you truly do not regard me with any seriousness. Suitsong frowned, pondering how Valbo and his crew had failed to learn any lessons. Impossible. The static ball did not adhere to you. What now? Never mind. Let us attack directly. Valbo's subordinates seized bows and arrows, aiming at Suitsong and firing rockets at him. Logically, once Suitsong was ensnared by the static ball, it would be effortless for the rockets to ignite him. Yet, they had not anticipated Suitsong's immunity to their attacks. Valbo charged once more, intent on devouring Suitsong. Naturally, Suitsong would not permit Valbo to have his way. You scoundrel, challenging my limits time and again. Suitsong had refrained from taking action out of fear of altering the impending narrative, but now he had lost his patience. Valbo was far too audacious. Since you relish eating, I shall ensure you have your fill. Suitsong's demeanor turned chilling as he unleashed the powers of the devil fruit. Transforming himself into a demon, Suitsong assumed the form of the demon itself. Known as the devil fruit's animalization, a technique akin to Zoan-type abilities that purely enhances his overall capabilities. Horns sprouted from Suitsong's head, massive wings unfurled from his back, and his eyes involuntarily morphed into the three-tomo Sharingan. Possessing the bloodlines of both the Uzumaki and Uchiha clans, the energy consumption of utilizing the Sharingan was remarkably low for Suitsong. What manner of monster is this? Valbo was taken aback, aware that Suitsong was a fruit user. However, he had not anticipated the sheer terror of Suitsong's abilities. This fruit was evidently many times more formidable than his own Munch Munch fruit. Do you have anything else to say? Suitsong inquired of Valbo. I will not be intimidated. Valbo felt deeply uncertain. However, in his quest to reclaim his castle and kingdom, he charged forward, observing Valbo's reckless advance. Suitsong smiled, finding it to his liking that Suitsong took a step forward, and in an instant he vanished from sight, as though employing the Marine's six-style shave technique, that in truth, Suitsong's supersonic movement made it appear to any observer as if he had teleported. By the time Valbo and his men noticed Suitsong, he had already appeared beside them, launching a fist towards them. What? This is impossible. Such speed. Valbo and his subordinates barely had time to be astonished before Suitsong's strike connected. Whoosh! The three were struck by Suitsong's overwhelming power, their bodies instantly disappearing as if they had never existed. Is it over? Both Goulet-Wa and Chopper were left in stunned silence, having fully grasped Suitsong's formidable prowess. Yet, they had never imagined that Suitsong could be formidable to such an extent. The ability to defeat Walbo in a single blow was something they would not have dared to contemplate in the past. However, now, it was manifestly unfolding before their very eyes at that moment. Luffy, Usopp, Sanji, and their companions had also climbed up from the mountainside, accompanied by Dalton and the villagers, when they learned that Suitsong had effortlessly dispatched Walbo and his ilk. They were utterly astonished. Upon seeing Chopper, Luffy and Usopp naturally expressed great interest, and after listening to Chopper's tale, they could hardly contain their enthusiasm for inviting him aboard. Nami's condition also necessitated the presence of a responsible doctor, and the group unanimously decided to extend an invitation to Chopper to join their ship. They began to persuade him earnestly, and ultimately, with the support of the Straw Hat crew, they managed to allow the cherry blossoms to flutter on Drum Island. Eventually, just as in the original storyline, Chopper agreed to set sail. Bidding farewell to Dalton and Dr. Correa, Suitsong led Nami, Chopper, and the Straw Hat crew back to the Going Merry. Initially, Chopper felt somewhat out of place. However, with Luffy, Usopp, and the others being masters of atmosphere, it took only a brief moment for Chopper to integrate into this big family. The crew of the Straw Hats had finally gained another member. The Going Merry once again embarked on its voyage across the sea, heading toward Alabasta. Sailing for an indeterminate amount of time, Suitsong also successfully signed in once more as he had wished. Ding ding ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully departed from Drum Island and checked in. This time, you have acquired the bloodline of the Senju clan. The system's voice startled Suitsong. The bloodline of the Senju clan. This is on par with the Uchiha bloodline. Will I be able to utilize Wood Release? Suitsong inquired. Currently, possessing the bloodline of the Senju clan, you will indeed have the opportunity to awaken Wood Release in the future. However, your strength remains somewhat lacking at present. You must undergo continuous improvement and training to awaken the formidable Wood Release. The system explained. I see. System. I remember that awakening the Sharingan and Wood Release grants the chance to awaken the Rinnegan. Correct? Suitsong asked. Indeed. Host, your Sharingan must reach at least the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, and you must master Wood Release, thus developing two bloodlines to potentially unlock the Rinnegan. The system replied in detail. Suitsong felt a surge of joy. The Merry sailed normally across the ocean while Suitsong began to develop ninjutsu, studying his newfound Senju bloodline. He discovered that he already possessed the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, after receiving the Senju bloodline as a reward from the system. His chakra experienced a significant enhancement. The Uzumaki clan is a distant relative of the Senju clan, and now with the addition of Uchiha, the amalgamation of these three bloodlines elevated Suitsong's chakra to the level of a tailed beast. Naturally, Suitsong diligently refined and concentrated his chakra, which, although it would weaken slightly, became purer and more conducive for utilizing ninjutsu. The sea finally transformed into a deep blue, and the weather improved, indicating that they had clearly departed from the confines of Winter Island. Suitsong continued to enhance his abilities regarding ninjutsu. Overall, Suitsong's combat methods could be categorized into three distinct styles. The first was that of a swordsman that Suitsong engaged in combat using his Zampakit. Shura. The second method could be understood as the combat style of the pirate world, employing the powers of the devil fruit. The third method involved the combat style from the world of Naruto, utilizing various Kekkai Genkai and ninjutsu to at present. Suitsong's most formidable style remained that of the swordsman, followed closely by the abilities granted by the devil fruit, with ninjutsu being the least utilized. In other words, despite possessing the ability to engage in battle using ninjutsu, Suitsong had never dared to do so due to the lack of practical ninjutsu at his disposal. However, now that he had mastered the foundational knowledge of ninjutsu from previous check-ins, he could independently study it. Suitsong utilized a mystical bag to acquire water balloons, rubber balls, and other items. Clearly, Suitsong began to diligently practice the Rasengan. Thanks to his extensive practice in chakra control, Suitsong easily managed to cause the water balloon in his hand to burst. Subsequently, he continued to practice with the rubber ball. The rubber ball was not as simple as the water balloon. However, with his ample chakra and control, after several failed attempts, he succeeded. Ultimately, Suitsong successfully condensed a blue chakra sphere. Although it was initially small, it nonetheless filled Suitsong with great joy that if Jiraiya and the fourth Hokage were to witness this scene, they would surely feel embarrassed to the point of wishing to disappear. Suitsong had only spent an afternoon mastering the most fundamental Rasengan. The remaining task was to enhance his chakra to enlarge the Rasengan. The larger the Rasengan grew, the higher the demands for chakra control. After several days of trying, Suitsong finally managed to unleash the Rasengan normally. With his exceptional chakra and superior control, he was able to perform the Rasengan instantaneously. Even so, Suitsong continued to practice diligently, striving for the next breakthrough point. One day, the companions aboard the ship began to chat. "Are we heading in the right direction?" Princess Vivi inquired. "Yes, we are sailing in the correct direction. We should reach Alabasta soon," Nami replied. Glancing at the log pose, "I will be returning shortly." Princess Vivi thought of her father. Luffy and Usopp were fishing on the ship when they unexpectedly caught a person. This individual appeared rather peculiar, dressed in a swan outfit, with makeup that blurred the lines of gender. The others were taken aback, while Suitsong immediately recognized the person's identity. "Mr. 2, Bon Clay Dada. My sincerest apologies." Bon Clay exclaimed, "To be rescued by pirates I have never met before. I shall forever be grateful for your kindness. Might I trouble you for a bowl of hot soup?" he asked. The others replied, "We have nothing. That's why we are fishing." "Can you not swim?" Luffy inquired. "Indeed, I cannot, for I have consumed a devil fruit," Bon Clay replied candidly. "What kind of fruit?" Usopp asked with keen interest. "Well, let me show you," Bon Clay said as he slowly stood up. "Since there's no need to rush before I board your ship, allow me to perform a little entertainment. Behold my ability." With that, Bon Clay slapped Luffy away, causing everyone to heighten their vigilance and prepare for action. At that moment, Bon Clay's face transformed into Luffy's, his voice mimicking Luffy's perfectly. "Dada? It's me." The crew was startled at the sight of Bon Clay, who looked exactly like Luffy. Suitsong scoffed at this ability, as he had learned the transformation technique from Naruto and could easily become anyone he wished. "Did that scare you? Just slap my face with my left hand, and I will revert to my original form," Bon Clay declared, then promptly slapped his own face, returning to his former appearance. "This is the ability of the mimic fruit that I consumed." Bon Clay seemed rather proud. "My voice and physique can become identical. How impressive!" the others exclaimed once more. Subsequently, Bon Clay transformed into Usopp, Zoro, and Chopper, stating, "Just touch my face with your right hand, and I can imitate anyone to at the crew's request." Bon Clay continuously changed his appearance, but among the forms he took, one in particular left Vivi feeling astonished and anxious. Bon Clay quickly bonded with everyone, and if not for their opposing allegiances, Suitsong thought this fellow might actually be quite amiable. Not long after, Bon Clay spotted a ship approaching in the distance. Clearly, it was Bon Clay's own vessel. After a painfully emotional farewell, Bon Clay waved goodbye to the group. "Let us depart, my comrades," Bon Clay announced. "Aye, Mr. 2, the crew replied, and then the ship set sailed. At that moment, everyone finally realized the identity of this person. "What? This is Mr. 2? This individual is Mr. 2, Bon Clay," Vivi remarked. "That haven't you seen him?" Luffy inquired. "Indeed, I have not encountered Mr. 3, nor Mr. 1 and his companion, and I remain unaware of their abilities," Vivi said, somewhat dejected as she slumped onto the deck. "However, I have heard rumors about him. Mr. Two is a tall ballet dancer who speaks in a feminine tone and delights in donning a swan coat adorned with the phrase Bangmo. Noticing that Vivi seemed off, everyone asked, "What's the matter, Vivi?" Just now, in the facial memory he showcased, I glimpsed my father's visage, the face of the king of Alabasta, Nefertari Cobra, she said, her voice tinged with pain. If he were to assume the form of the king, he could undoubtedly commit many nefarious deeds, Zoro speculated. Indeed, this would incite the royal army to battle alongside the rebel forces, Yutsong added, displaying a keen understanding. To think such a troublesome character managed to escape us, Usopp lamented. Was that person truly an enemy? Chopper finally pieced it together. Indeed, if he were to become our adversary, it would pose a significant challenge. Nami concurred. If he discovers that we are foes, he might impersonate one of us using the memories he just acquired. In such a scenario, trust among our comrades would deteriorate. However, neither Sanji nor I were mimicked just now, Yutsong stated. Earlier, Yutsong had deliberately shielded his face, thereby evading Mr. Two Bon Clay's memory captured Haiti that moment. The sea suddenly grew tumultuous, and a massive creature emerged from the depths, having not eaten for an extended period. Sanji, Luffy, and Zoro salivated, preparing to tackle the colossal beast before them. Just then, Yutsong interjected, "No, that entity is known as a Sea King. We cannot consume it." "Why not?" "We have no food left," Luffy and the others complained disheartenedly. "Because it is a sacred creature of Alabasta," Vivi explained, stepping forward while casting a grateful glance at Yutsong. "That I see." Chopper expressed his curiosity about the unknown. Upon witnessing the food slip away, Luffy burst into tears. "Fear not, sustenance should arrive shortly." Vivi reassured him. "That I truly admire your resilience." Yutsong, with no choice, reached into his magical bag once more, retrieving several large loaves of bread. "Wow, food!" Luffy exclaimed. His spirits instantly revived as he rushed over to seize the bread and began devouring it. "What is this?" Chopper asked inquisitively. "How can such large loaves be concealed within such a small bag?" "This is my ability, but the items extracted from this bag are limited and insufficient for all of us," Yutsong replied, his stomach grumbling. Although he was formidable, he too would succumb to hunger if no food was available. "Vivi, the wind and weather seem to have stabilized," Nami observed, glancing around. "Yes, we have entered the climatic waters of Alabasta," Vivi exclaimed, her spirits lifting as they neared their destination, hopeful to rescue their kingdom. "Those vessels behind us must also be evidence of our approach to Alabasta," Zoro suddenly remarked. The Straw Hat crew turned their attention to Zoro's comment. The once tranquil sea was now dotted with numerous ships. When did so many ships appear? Luffy marveled. The flags and vessels bore the emblem of Baroque works. "That it seems our movements have been detected," Yutsong said, narrowing his eyes, sensing something amiss. "Are the company's agents beginning to assemble?" "Those individuals are likely the subordinates of the billionaires and high-ranking operatives." Having been an undercover agent, Vivi quickly discerned the identities of those present. "This implies that the enemy will have at least 200 elite members from Baroque works. They are vastly different from the bounty hunters at Whiskey Peak," Vivi stated solemnly, fully aware of their strength. "Do not worry. These individuals will not pose a challenge to us," Yutsong asserted confidently, believing that no one capable of defeating him had yet emerged. "Indeed, they are merely foot soldiers. There is no need for concern," Zoro added. Fully aware of Yutsong's prowess, he remained unperturbed, unlike Usopp, who was already scheming to ambush the enemies with cannons. "Precisely. If we misidentify our true target, we are doomed," Sanji noted. "Our numbers are limited," he continued. The group then produced their armbands, fastening them to their left wrists. "This adversary is exceedingly enigmatic. We must secure this," Zoro stated. "Understood. As long as we confirm this, we won't doubt our comrades," Nami concurred, appreciating the idea. Subsequently, everyone bound the armbands to their wrists. "What should I do?" Chopper inquired, looking to Yutsong. After a moment's thought, Yutsong replied, "Simply do what you can as a partner. I understand." Chopper nodded obediently that moment. Luffy shouted, "Land ho!" Yutsong immediately turned to gaze in the direction the Mary was sailing. Indeed, before them lay a vast island adorned with golden sands. Beneath the expansive desert, a town seemed to be nestled. "We have arrived at Alabasta. Let us dock at the town of Raha," Princess Vivi declared. "Excellent. From now on, regardless of what transpires, This armband on our left arms symbolizes our comradeship, Luffy proclaimed, and everyone brought their left hands together. All right, let us set sail, Luffy exclaimed with exuberance. Onward. Yutsong nodded in agreement. They were finally nearing their destination, and worries began to dissipate. Yet, I wonder if I can truly assist in quelling the rebellion, Nami inquired, offering Vivi a comforting word. Vivi responded, I do have a plan, but I cannot guarantee its success that it will succeed, Yutsong encouraged, unlike Luffy, who was too weak from hunger to offer much help, though it may sound presumptuous. I appreciate your support, Vivi said sincerely, gazing at Yutsong with gratitude. Thank me when peace has been restored to Alabasta. Yutsong smiled mysteriously, saying nothing further. Soon, the Mary had arrived near the town of Raha in the kingdom of Alabasta. After securing the ship, Nami addressed the group. Listen closely. For this operation, please do not act on impulse. Yes, Miss Nami, Sanji replied. The one who should heed this advice is conspicuously absent, Zoro remarked with exasperation. Time to eat. Luffy had already dashed off, leaving no trace behind. Observing Luffy's sudden disappearance, Yutsong felt somewhat helpless. As another captain, he could only say, do not worry. We will encounter him again soon and adapt accordingly. Alas, it seems that is the only course. Nami nodded in resignation. Hey, look! What is that? Turning around, they spotted a ship marked with Mr. Three's insignia. Is that fellow still alive? Nami exclaimed, astonished, recalling how Yutsong had sent him flying. It appears this vessel is powered by the melt fruit. Vivi remarked, this is troublesome. He has recognized us, Zoro noted. No worries. I have a good plan. Usopp subsequently shared his method with everyone. Although Yutsong personally felt it was rather unnecessary, he ultimately acquiesced. Sanji and Chopper remained outside, while the others concealed themselves beneath a cloth, thereby minimizing the chance of exposure. Indeed, no one seemed to notice them, allowing the group to reach an abandoned house. It appears no one has taken note of us. Usopp remarked that it would be quite extraordinary if they did. Vivi responded with a degree of satisfaction. Vivi, here we can temporarily evade scrutiny, Sanji stated. However, at that moment, Vivi appeared somewhat lost in thought. What is troubling you? Sanji inquired. It's nothing. I apologize. I merely feel a sense of relief since the streets seem relatively uneventful. While I cannot claim to feel entirely secure, perhaps we still have time, Vivi replied. Indeed, this town seems remarkably peaceful, Nami concurred. Hey, Vivi, you mentioned having a plan to thwart the rebellion. What do you intend to do next? We should act swiftly if there is still time, Zoro asked. Observing the situation, Yutsong immediately chimed in. You are correct. Let us not forget our strength. Vivi shook her head slightly, responding, while that may be true, we only agreed to escort me to Alabasta. How can you still say such things? Even Nami, at this point, playfully punched Vivi on the head. We are all here together. How could we ignore your plight now? Exactly, Vivi, do not speak in such a detached manner, Usopp added. Moreover, I believe both Captain Yutsong and I have a keen interest in the Seven Warlords, Zoro remarked with a faint smile. That comment is quite unnecessary. Nami replied with an exasperated look at Zoro. In any case, let us not dwell on it, Nami said as she looked at Vivi. After all, everyone else besides me is being hunted. That is the reality. Sanji seemed unperturbed. Moreover, if your country falls, the reward for returning you would vanish, Nami added with a mischievous tone. Witnessing the lively debate, Vivi felt deeply moved and sincerely expressed her gratitude. Soon after, she began to outline her plan. To the northwest of this city lies an oasis called Yuba, which serves as the base for the rebel army. I propose we first head there to quell the uprising. However, to reach Yuba, we must traverse the desert, necessitating the gathering of food and water here. I am somewhat concerned if Mr. 3 is also in this city, Vivi expressed. You need not worry, as my appearance has not been revealed. Sanji reassured. Indeed, Sanji has hardly encountered them, Zoro noted. That applies to Chopper as well. That is splendid, as we will need to purchase numerous supplies. I am counting on you, Sanji said to Chopper. Understood, Chopper nodded obediently. To avoid revealing their presence, the group entrusted their list of necessary items to Sanji and Chopper, while Yutsong remained behind to protect everyone. As for Luffy, he had long since vanished from sight. Vivi, is Yuba truly the headquarters of the rebel army? Yutsong inquired. Yes, after I left Alabasta, Yuba has consistently served as the rebel army's headquarters, Vivi affirmed with certainty that in that case, let us proceed to Yuba. Although Sootsong was aware that Yuba had been consumed by the desert, he chose to adhere to Vivi's original plan, as there was little to lose. Time passed swiftly, and soon the figures of Sanji and Chopper became visible. They returned with a substantial amount of food and water, and Sootsong and his companions, already famished and parched, eagerly began to eat and drink. Sanji even procured dancing girls' attire for Nami and Vivi. While undeniably beautiful, the outfits offered no sun protection, so Sanji ultimately opted to provide them with suitable desert attire instead. Well, we have gathered all the necessary supplies. It is time to set forth and traverse the desert towards Yuba, Sootsong announced. Vivi then added, I wish to save my country, so I must once again implore all of you to lend me your support. Haha, of course, you finally voiced it, though uncertain of what lay ahead. Let us march forward together. All right, the companions raised their left hands, brimming with determination. Isn't someone missing? Usopp awkwardly remarked. Luffy, the others could not help but retort. Well, we are already attired in local garments, so we need not fear detection by foes. Let us search for Luffy's whereabouts discreetly. Sootsong, as another captain, issued this entirely reasonable command. The group then embarked on their search for Luffy in the marketplace. However, the truth was that their wandering was rather aimless, as Sootsong knew Luffy was not in the market at all. Nevertheless, while Sootsong and Zoro did not locate Luffy, they did encounter an unexpected figure. That guy, Sootsong, do you know him? Zoro asked Sootsong. You recognize that insignia as well? It seems he is also searching for Luffy. Sootsong quickly identified the individual. That I hope I am not mistaken. Why would he be looking for Luffy? Does he intend to harm him? Zoro queried with curiosity. The commander of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division, Port Gas D.Ace, would hardly seek to kill his own brother, right? Ha. Sootsong unabashedly approached the man, clapping him on the shoulder. The individual before them was bare-chested, his physique remarkably well-defined, carrying a backpack adorned with beads around his neck, and wearing an orange hat, with the most conspicuous feature being the Whitebeard insignia emblazoned on his back. Good sir, I hear you are searching for Luffy. Sootsong smoothly placed his hand on Ace's shoulder. Ace turned around and inquired. Oh, it seems you are familiar with him. Sootsong chuckled. That troublesome brother of yours arrived in Alabasta, clamoring for food, and then promptly vanished without a trace. What sort of captain behaves in such a manner? Sootsong's words conveyed a wealth of information, prompting Ace to grin and turn fully to face him. So, you are one of Luffy's companions. My apologies for the trouble my brother has caused you all. I am Ace. Brother? All members of the Straw Hat crew, apart from Sootsong, were utterly astonished. Ace was sociable, easygoing, and somewhat similar in temperament to Luffy. Sootsong then led his companions and Ace to a nearby restaurant. Knowing Ace's identity, it was only fitting to treat him to a hearty meal. While on their way to the restaurant, Sootsong spotted an old acquaintance. Indeed, it was the Navy officer, Tashigi, whom he had encountered in Logtown. Sootsong distinctly noted that Zoro's demeanor shifted upon seeing her. Shortly thereafter, he observed Smoker, who appeared quite imposing with 2 cigars clenched in his mouth. At that moment, Smoker was apprehending a pirate, tossing him to the ground. Some petty pirates dared to act brashly in my presence. I simply dealt with them, he remarked. Even in this distant land, your disdain for pirates remains unwavering. Colonel, Tashigi noted, if you have time to chatter, you might as well hand these ruffians over to the king's army. Smoker replied. So far, we have yet to receive any news of Straw Hat Luffy or the demon Sootsong landing in this country. However, we must remain vigilant. They are bound to appear here. Smoker declared. As Sootsong made his way to the restaurant, he could not help but internally lament. What in the world is this demon Sootsong nonsense? Do you know those Navy officers? Ace asked as they walked along. Indeed, they are quite a nuisance. The Navy colonel from Logtown has been relentlessly pursuing us. Sootsong paid little mind to the situation, merely quickening his pace, eager to reach the restaurant sooner. Could it be that this fellow has been pursuing us from Roga Town all the way to here? Such persistence is rather remarkable. Nami shared in the bewilderment that of all times for this to happen. Where on earth has that rascal Luffy gone? Zoro, too, found himself at a loss for words upon entering the eatery. Sootsong, disregarding the cost, allowed Ace to indulge in a feast. Ace soon found himself engrossed in conversation with the Straw Hat crew, genuinely intrigued by Luffy's adventures. One would expect that dining while chatting would heighten excitement for any normal person. However, a shocking scene unfolded. Ace, while eating, suddenly fell asleep. Ace truly resembles Luffy. No wonder they're brothers, Sootsong thought, sitting beside them in silent disbelief. After a brief moment, Ace surprisingly awoke, resuming both his conversation and his meal. Just as Ace and Sootsong were about to continue their banter over drinks and food, an unexpected guest arrived. Sootsong donned a devil's outfit, blending seamlessly with the local populace, while his companions had also changed attire to avoid recognition. You certainly have some audacity. To brazenly dine in public, it was none other than Portgas D. Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. The speaker was, naturally, Smoker the Smoke Man upon hearing the name of the Whitebeard Pirates. The surrounding crowd was instantly taken aback. What? That dimwit is actually a member of the Whitebeard Pirates? Wait a moment, I've seen the insignia on his back. That is indeed the emblem of the Whitebeard Pirates. Why is he here? Sootsong. What exactly is the Whitebeard Pirates? Nami quietly inquired, her companions looking at Sootsong with keen curiosity. Sootsong had no choice but to explain. The Grand Line is divided into 2 segments. The first half and the second half. The 3 major powers in the latter half are the Marine Headquarters, the 7 Warlords of the Sea, and the 4 Emperors. As the name suggests, the 4 Emperors are the sovereign rulers of the seas, one of whom is the Whitebeard Pirates. Whitebeard is known as the strongest man in the world, and Ace serves as the commander of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. The formidable might of the 4 Emperors can contend head-on with the Marine Headquarters, showcasing their power. After Sootsong's brief explanation, the crew finally grasped the significance of the Whitebeard Pirates and the man before them, a figure of immense renown. What could such a legendary pirate be doing in this country? Smoker questioned that. I'm looking for someone, my brother, Ace replied with a grin, his gaze fixed on Smoker. At that moment, the atmosphere grew palpably tense. Pirates and Marines have always been at odds, and a confrontation seemed imminent. What should we do? Zoro asked. Ace is on our side, right? Surely he'll help us out? Usopp chimed in. Worry not. Ace is incredibly strong. Even Crocodile wouldn't stand a chance against him, Sootsong reassured. Ace then turned to Smoker and asked, what should I do? Surrender quietly. Smoker replied that I refuse. That is something I cannot do. Indeed, at this point, if I were to seek out other pirates, to be honest, your bounty doesn't interest me. Smoker stated. Then just let me go, Ace said with a cheeky grin. That's out of the question. I am a Marine, and as long as you're a pirate, it's absolutely not permissible. Smoker had already activated his smoke fruit powers, one hand enveloped in smoke. What a dull reason. Then let us have some fun. Ace was in high spirits when suddenly a familiar voice rang out. Rubber rocket. Immediately, an unidentified object burst through the door, crashing heavily into Smoker. Get out of the way. Sootsong spread his wings, swiftly leading his companions to evade Luffy's indiscriminate attack. However, Smoker, unfortunately, was inadvertently affected by the collision with Ace. Oh no! It's the restaurant. Now we can eat! Luffy exclaimed joyfully, seemingly oblivious to the chaos that just transpired. Uncle. Food. Food. Luffy eagerly called out that you're here too. Luffy quickly noticed his companions. Hey Luffy! The crew stared at him, unsure of what to say. At that moment, Luffy was devouring his food, while a bead of sweat trickled down Sootsong's forehead. How utterly bizarre this fellow is. Ace and Smoker soon returned to the restaurant, both spotting Luffy at the same time. Straw Hat Kid. Smoker rushed over upon seeing Luffy, saying, You've been quite the challenge to find, Straw Hat Kid. You've indeed come to Alabasta, and the devil man Sootsong must be here as well. Right? Yet Luffy, engrossed in his meal, entirely disregarded Smoker, only recalling afterward that Sootsong is over there, Luffy pointed, then swiftly dashed outside. That Sootsong. So you've been hiding nearby? Smoker finally noticed Sootsong. Luffy, you fool, Sootsong thought in exasperation. Straw Hat Kid, don't run. Although Smoker had spotted Sootsong, he decided to pursue Luffy first, fearing that Luffy might escape and doubting his ability to best Sootsong. Hey, it's me, Luffy, Ace shouted. Sprinting towards the restaurant's exit, in the blink of an eye, Luffy, Ace, and Smoker rushed outside, leaving Sootsong and the others momentarily forgotten. Is he really Luffy's brother? Nami inquired. Indeed, Sootsong nodded. But why is he in the Grand Line? Zoro, while aware that Ace was a commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, remained unclear as to why he was present. Ace left the East Blue 3 years prior, with the same goal as Luffy, to find One Piece. After Sootsong's explanation, the crew finally understood the implications of his words. Could we settle the bill? The owner, noticing everyone had fled, glanced at Sootsong, though Sootsong was quite reluctant, lacking any financial difficulties. He begrudgingly settled the bill for Luffy, Ace, and the others. Hurry and go after them. After Sootsong's command, the crew nodded and departed the restaurant together. What followed was a chase. Smoker pursued Luffy. Ace chased Smoker. And Sootsong along with his companions trailed Ace. Das Bones. Urgently summon the Marines. Conduct a thorough search of the entire city. Locate the Straw Hat crew. The Straw Hat Kid and the Devil Man Sootsong have both appeared. Smoker commanded while chasing after Luffy. Yes, Das Bones responded, promptly preparing to relay the orders. All that transpired was naturally witnessed by numerous citizens, who couldn't help but watch the commotion. What an exciting clash between powers. How impressive, White Snake, Smoker questioned while pursuing Luffy, asking, Straw Hat Kid, what exactly is your purpose in this country? I merely came to defeat a certain fellow named Crocodile, Luffy explained as he ran. What? Crocodile? What is your connection to Crocodile? Before Smoker could inquire further, Luffy fell from a rooftop. That moment, chaos engulfed the streets as hordes of Marines surged in, immediately going wild in their pursuit of the Straw Hat crew. What do we do now? Vivi urgently asked. There's no choice. We must return to the ship, Nami replied. Meanwhile, Smoker had caught up to Luffy. White Fist, a fist surrounded by white smoke, was on the verge of striking Luffy when another voice rang out. Flame of the Sun, a massive fire erupted, colliding with the smoke and neutralizing it. Everyone turned their attention to the source of the commotion. Is that you? Smoker questioned, only to hear Ace coolly declare, Halt. Though you are smoke, I am fire. Thus, relying on our abilities, there can be no definitive victor. Ace, it's Ace. You've eaten a devil fruit? Luffy finally realized that the one aiding him was his brother. Ace, how incredibly slow-witted this fellow is. Sootsong shook his head. Indeed, I have consumed the Mera no Mi, Ace remarked. Another Logia type, I presume? Sootsong replied. At that moment, a Navy officer announced, Admiral Smoker has completed the encirclement. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Ace urged, it appears this is not the time for reminiscing. You must escape at once. I shall hold them off, and I will catch up with you later. Hurry. Observing the unfolding scene, Sootsong declared, Everyone, let's make haste. Leave it to Ace. No problem. They responded, swiftly racing towards the Going Merry. Meanwhile, Ace confronted Smoker and numerous Navy personnel. For now, let's entrust our rear guard to Ace and return to the ship immediately. Sootsong stated. However, I truly did not expect to encounter Ace here, Luffy exclaimed with delight. Before long, the Straw Hat crew reached the Going Merry, loading the provisions and essentials they had procured, and prepared to depart this troublesome place at the fastest possible speed. After finally reaching an island, must we set sail again? Chopper inquired, gazing at Vivi. Indeed, our purpose in coming to this city was merely to gather necessary supplies. We shall now navigate upstream towards the interior of Alabasta. Vivi replied. Our next destination is the city of Green, Alabasta, Princess Vivi announced. Alabasta? As the crew prepared to set sail, they suddenly realized someone was missing. Where's Luffy? Sootsong sighed, exasperated, knowing Luffy had probably wandered off again. However, recalling that Ace would reunite with Luffy, Sootsong felt less anxious. Let us proceed. Ace and Luffy will undoubtedly catch up in due time, he asserted, and the crew, trusting Sootsong's judgment, set sail. Is this truly wise? Should we not wait for Luffy before departing? The kind-hearted Chopper questioned. The harbor will soon be surrounded by the Navy. We must conceal the ship, Nami advised. There should be a relatively secluded cove ahead. Vivi suggested. Once the heat dies down, we can search for Luffy, Sanji added. Honestly, it's all that guy's fault that we're in this predicament, Usopp grumbled. What an unreliable captain, Sootsong remarked, contrasting with Zoro, who both criticized Luffy and praised Sootsong. Sootsong chuckled. I rather find an unreliable captain to be quite entertaining. Moments later, found him. It's Luffy. I've spotted Luffy, Nami exclaimed, peering through her telescope, clearly having located Luffy by the shore. Indeed, that foolish face, Sanji scoffed. Luffy then stretched his arm to an extraordinary length, grasping onto the ship, and utilized the elasticity of his rubber body to propel himself aboard, inadvertently hitting Chopper and Sanji. You idiot, do you ever reflect on your actions? Sanji scolded, having never encountered such a captain before. "Hey, Luffy, could you at least show some awareness of your responsibilities as captain?" Nami chimed in. "From now on, try to be a tad more reliable. You have comrades to look after." Sootsong added, chiding Luffy. "Sorry, but where's Ace?" Luffy began to boast when, unexpectedly, Ace appeared on the Going Merry. "That I must ask, who do you think you can defeat?" Ace asked in a remarkably stylish manner, upon seeing Ace. Luffy eagerly introduced, "Ace, these are the friends I mentioned earlier. This is Sootsong, another captain aboard our ship. You have only these few companions, and yet one of them is a captain. Truly impressive. My brother is in your care." Ace remarked. The comrades humbly replied, "It's nothing. This kid is quite uncultured. You all find him troublesome, don't you?" Ace noted, to which the crew graciously responded, "It's nothing." Ace also politely remarked, "I look forward to your support." It was then evident that, despite being brothers, Ace exhibited exceptional politeness, a stark contrast to Luffy. "See? Ace is quite entertaining. S&T? Huh?" Luffy exclaimed, clearly fond of Ace. However, just as they were about to continue their lighthearted banter, an unexpected event transpired. "Baroque works?" Sootsong observed the sails adorned with the Baroque emblem and commented, "These are the senior agents of Baroque works." Vivi informed AT that moment. Taunting voices echoed from the opposing ship. "Fire Fist Ace, Demon Sootsong, Straw Hat Luffy, do not think you can escape our grasp. Allow us to demonstrate the might of Baroque Works' senior agents." The members of Baroque Works appeared oblivious to the disparity in strength. Brazenly boasting, Demon Sootsong? Upon hearing this moniker, the crew couldn't help but stifle their laughter. What a dreadful name. Sootsong shook his head at this juncture. Ace spoke up. "Leave these fellows to me." "Luffy," he then slid down the ropes from the ship. "What is he planning to do with such a small boat?" Usopp inquired. "Let us witness the prowess of the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates." Zoro remarked, clearly eager for the display. Ace, Sootsong knew Ace was formidable, yet he had never truly witnessed his strength and was quite curious. Meanwhile, Ace, aboard a small vessel meant for one, rapidly surged towards the colossal Baroque Works ship. "Ah, you've arrived. Fire Fist Ace." The adversaries, unaware of the imminent danger, felt a sense of triumph. "If you possess the ability to surpass these 5 ships, then give it a try," the enemy declared, brimming with confidence. At that moment, Ace remained composed and suddenly leaped into the air, his entire being engulfed in blazing flames. "Bring him down into the sea." The agents, well aware of the devil fruit's drawback, sought to plunge the user into the ocean to secure victory. However, events did not unfold as smoothly as anticipated. Ace nimbly leaped between the gaps of 2 ships, then, with a swift motion, shouted, "Fire Fist." The flames erupting from Ace's hands surged to a magnitude capable of consuming the ship. The fiery punch instantly obliterated the Baroque Works vessel. The Straw Hat crew was left in stunned silence. "Incredible." Usopp and the others couldn't help but praise. Even Sootsong nodded in agreement. Indeed, such power is truly impressive. Upon Ace's return to the ship, the Going Merry resumed its course, and the crew warmly welcomed Ace, commencing a celebration aboard the vessel. "Congratulations, Ace, for becoming our comrade." Usopp, Luffy, and Chopper raised their glasses in cheers. Sootsong observed this scene with indifference, knowing that Ace, as the true son of Whitebeard, was unlikely to join the Straw Hat crew as expected. Ace swiftly clarified, "Who said I would become your comrade? It's merely an excuse for good wine. We are simply in high spirits and sought a reason to celebrate," they reasoned. "Ace, do you truly not wish to be my comrade?" Luffy asked once more. "I am in pursuit of a man named Blackbeard," Ace declared, downing his drink. Blackbeard. The crew was unfamiliar with the name you mean Teach. Sootsong, having seen the anime, was well aware of Blackbeard's significance. Noticing Sootsong's apparent knowledge, Ace expressed mild surprise and inquired, "It seems you know of Blackbeard." Sootsong nodded. "Indeed, I am aware. He killed Thatch and seized the Yami Nomi. The most intolerable act for Whitebeard is the murder of his own comrades. Thus, you intend to capture him, correct?" Sootsong retorted. "Indeed, that is the case. That he was originally a member of Whitebeard's 2nd Division, one of my subordinates. However, he committed an unforgivable crime aboard the pirate ship. He killed his own partner. Therefore, as the captain of the crew, I must locate him and eliminate him," Ace declared. "That being said, Ace, have you considered why Blackbeard is so determined to acquire the dark fruit?" Sootsong countered. regardless of his reasons. Killing a comrade is unforgivable, Ace asserted. Yes, but I mean, you should also take into account the disparity in strength between you two. Perhaps you may not be as matched. Suitsong's words prompted a hint of impatience in Ace. Thank you for your advice, but as captain, if I cannot deal with a wayward subordinate, I would have no face to confront Whitebeard, Ace replied. Well, in any case, if you truly do encounter him, you must exercise caution. For this individual possesses the ability to nullify the powers of devil fruit users. Suitsong's warning left a lasting impression on Ace. Speaking of which, I have come to this country because I received intelligence indicating that he was seen in Yuba. Ace shifted the topic. So, we share the same destination. Then, Nami realized, subsequently pulling out a map of Alabasta. Vivi then added, our ship has now entered the Santora River, and we need to land in Almar before heading inland against the current to Yuba. The leader of the rebel army is in Yuba.ic, so our next destination is indeed Yuba. Ace comprehended. It seems we shall be traveling together for the time being. Nami felt a sense of relief upon seeing Ace. Since he is Luffy's brother, he is most welcome. Usopp expressed great admiration for strength. Ha! Let us enjoy our time together, Ace. Luffy joyfully raised his wooden cup and began to drink with everyone. As time passed, the group returned to their respective tasks. Suitsong continued to practice ninjutsu in solitude, while the others engaged in idle play. Suddenly, Vivi called for the ship to halt and handed over a document she had prepared in advance to Sogeking, who then temporarily left the crew, sprinting towards the king's palace at great speed. After this brief interlude, the ship soon reached its destination, a docking point near Almar. Are we finally entering the desert? It will surely be scorching hot. I've heard the temperature can reach up to 50 degrees during the day. Nami and Vivi had changed out of their dancer outfits in a more suitable attire. To this, Vivi provided a sensible explanation. Exposing too much skin in the desert can lead to severe sunburn from the intense sunlight. Sanji, unwilling to accept this, began rolling on the ground in frustration. Once everyone was appropriately attired for trekking through the desert, Suitsong utilized his devil fruit suit to envelop himself perfectly, rendering him impervious to the sun's rays. The devil fruit suit could only be worn by him alone. Otherwise, Suitsong would have offered it to the ladies aboard. After all, a gentleman must uphold his decorum and take care of his crew as captain. Unlike Luffy. As they disembarked, they were suddenly confronted by small creatures surfacing from the water. What are those? Zoro inquired, equally intrigued. Roar, the creature before them menacingly raised its arms, though it did not appear to be preparing for an attack. Is it a turtle? Is it a seal? Ultimately, it was Vivi who recognized the creature's identity. It is a kung fu sea cow. Chopper, fluent in animal language, translated. If you wish to come ashore, then try to defeat me. If you dare not, return to the other side. Coward. That is what it said. Chopper explained. Being called a coward, I cannot remain silent. I'll take it on. Usopp charged forward, only to be knocked out in less than 3 seconds. Usopp. Vivi rushed forward but was unable to stop Usopp in time. The Kung Fu Sea Cow is quite formidable. Meanwhile, Luffy had already defeated the Kung Fu Sea Cow, which immediately bowed, its eyes shimmering with light, that if you lose, you must become that person's disciple. This is the rule of the Kung Fu Sea Cow. Vivi clarified. Truly a martial arts faction, Zoro remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Shortly thereafter, a throng of Kung Fu Sea Cows surrounded Luffy, who promptly began training them. Go for it. Yes, just like that. Exactly, and again. The Kung Fu Sea Cows began to throw punches with great fervor, though it remained uncertain whether the training would yield any results. Luffy, sensing it was time to move on, declared, All right, let us set sail for Yuba. Wait a moment. Zoro interjected, perplexed. Are you really planning to take them along? It turned out that a multitude of Kung Fu Sea Cows had lined up neatly behind Luffy. This will not do. Luffy, Nami protested. Indeed, sea cows cannot traverse the desert, Vivi added. That's right. They are sea cows and can only survive in the ocean. They would perish in the desert, Suitsong reminded. Chopper then pulled out some meat and offered it to the sea cows. Finally, the sea cows bade a tearful farewell to the Straw Hat crew. Honestly, even a Kung Fu Sea Cow can be so sentimental. Suitsong, feeling weary of the antics, realized that strange occurrences were simply part of being associated with the Straw Hat crew. Farewell, Luffy waved, and they proceeded towards Yuba. I must ask, Luffy, do you truly understand the current situation? Nami inquired. Since they wish to follow us, why not just bring them along? Luffy thought it was perfectly reasonable. There are so many of them. They wouldn't be able to enter any city, let alone, truly foolish. Had it not been for Chopper convincing them, the consequences would have been dire, Nami chastised. Yes, they kept insisting they wanted to come along. If I hadn't given them the 85, they would have truly followed us, Chopper echoed. This is all your fault. We've lost a significant portion of our provisions. Sanji, ever the chef, constantly kept track of their food supplies and was now voicing his grievances. As they continued walking, they soon arrived at a new location. Before them lay not only endless yellow sands, but also the ruins of a city, seemingly buried beneath the dunes, with remnants of walls scattered about. Is this Yuba? Luffy and the others inquired. No, this is Almar. Vivi corrected. It was once known as the City of Green. City of Green? Upon seeing this city, you will understand what the Baroque Works organization has done to this nation and the suffering endured by the citizens of Alabasta. After Vivi spoke, the group set off once more. Their goal now Yuba. Almar was merely a desolate town on the western edge of Alabasta. The surroundings appeared largely uniform, with deserts stretching endlessly, countless buildings lying in ruins beneath the sands. There's nothing here, Luffy remarked as he walked. Indeed, although it is now a city in ruins, not long ago, it was a lush and vibrant place. Vivi stated. It seems rather uncharacteristic. It resembles a desert relic that has been abandoned for millennia. Sootsong observed, unable to restrain his thoughts about the crumbling structures. It was not always like this. Although it rarely rained here, they managed to sustain the city by carefully conserving the scarce water. However, for nearly 3 years, not a single drop of rain has fallen on this land. Vivi lamented. What? 3 years without rain? Is it really that long? Everyone was utterly astonished. 3 years without rain was, for a desert nation, an unmitigated catastrophe. Even in the absence of rainfall, could they not redirect the waters from that great river? Usopp and Zoro inquired in unison. The answer lay ahead. After Vivi expressed this, she continued onward. Not a single drop of rain fell, and in the extensive history of Alabasta, such an event was unprecedented. However, there was one area that had received more rain than before, and that was the capital. Alabasta. Vivi spoke with a heavy heart. That was the city where the king resided, and everyone believed it to be a miracle of the king, until the day when that incident occurred. Vivi recounted. During the unloading process, an enormous quantity of dance powder was discovered. What is that? Everyone asked in curiosity. It was called dance powder, as it had the ability to summon rain, causing joy and prompting people to dance. However, the use of dance powder would lead to drought in neighboring countries. In other words, the dance powder essentially seized the natural rainfall of neighboring lands and artificially induced its transformation into rain clouds, facilitating rapid growth and precipitation. So it means that it appropriated the natural rain of the neighboring lands. Everyone gradually comprehended this, with the exception of Luffy. The world government had globally prohibited the production and possession of dance powder. And when large quantities were transported to the port city, it resulted in a complete drought in Alabasta, except for the city where the king resided. Vivi spoke with a sense of despondency. The slow-witted Luffy immediately exclaimed, Isn't that your father's fault, Vivi? You fool, he was framed, Sanji retorted, beginning to berate Luffy. How could Vivi's father possibly commit such acts? How could he? Vivi stated. Of course, my father knows nothing about this matter. Yet, at the same time, he discovered vast amounts of dance powder that had been transported into the palace. Even the palace was affected, Zoro remarked coolly. Clearly, this was orchestrated by the Baroque Works. Thus, the people will no longer trust King Cobra. Sootsong asserted. Indeed, Vivi nodded in agreement. As they conversed, they had already reached the site of the former canal. Before them lay what had once been a waterway. This was the location of the canal that drew water from the Sandora River into the city. Now ravaged and destroyed. With the canal gone, Green Grass City could no longer secure its water supply. Despite the people's prayers and hopes, not a single drop of rain fell. Vivi's heart was filled with complexity. As a princess, she felt powerless to save her nation's cities, which pained her greatly. Everything had fallen into Crocodile's trap. It went without saying that everyone understood this was the doing of Crocodile. Soon after, war broke out, and weary people fled from the conflict, seeking water, heading towards other oases, and thus the city was abandoned, leading to the desiccation of Green Grass City. Vivi suddenly halted her steps and spoke calmly. At that moment, a gust of wind swept through, stirring up clouds of dust. Just then, everyone heard a sound. What? Is that the voice of a person? Could it be the pursuers from Baroque works? No, it must be the sound of the wind. Ace speculated that I believe it is the voice of a person, Luffy asserted. From all directions, the sound seemed to echo. What do you think, brother? Suitsong, Usopp. They expressed their terror. There is no danger. It is merely the wind passing through the ruins of the city. Ace stated earnestly that it seems the city of Almar is weeping. Vivi was also moved by this. Suddenly, a small tornado, mixed with dust, surged towards them. Everyone bowed their heads and braced themselves against it. What is that wind? It seems someone has fallen. I can't believe there are still people here. This time, they clearly heard the voice of a person. Thus, they all ran towards that direction. Upon arrival, they discovered it was merely a long-dead skeleton that had been blown to the ground by the wind. Vivi could no longer contain herself. She crouched down and lamented. What sin did the people of this city commit, born in the land of sand? In their struggle against nature, they have made the lives of those desperately trying to survive a complete mess. Why? Does that man have the right to do such things? Why? Meanwhile, he flaunts the title of a warlord of the sea, posing as a hero of the people. That man deceived this nation, and yet no one noticed. I will never forgive that man. Vivi was on the verge of a breakdown, when suddenly, in a moment of reckless abandon, Luffy punched through a building. What? Suitsong had initially not anticipated Luffy's emotional outburst, but soon understood his feelings. Vivi, let us hurry up. I can't hold back any longer. Let us go. To Yuba, everyone was filled with vigor. Yuba, that's where the rebel army is, right? Nami confirmed once more. Yes, indeed, I intend to persuade the leader of the rebel army. Vivi spoke with great confidence. Persuade? Zoro was momentarily taken aback, somewhat puzzled. The calamity of Alabasta was entirely orchestrated by Crocodile, that I must reveal the truth and prevent any more needless bloodshed. For some reason, Vivi felt an overwhelming sense of confidence. Suitsong pondered deeply, but decided not to disclose the facts he knew to the group. That on one hand, Suitsong could not guarantee whether the plot would remain unchanged. On the other hand, he feared altering their course might disrupt the subsequent events at that point. Even Suitsong would be unable to control the future developments. Let us go. Suitsong ultimately decided to follow behind his companions, ensuring their safety. And so, they set forth towards Yuba. Although Alabasta was a vast island, it was the largest among the islands they had previously landed on. The journey from Almar to Yuba was arduous, and Suitsong could not utilize his fruit power to carry everyone through the air. They could only proceed step by step. The sun blazed fiercely, beating down on them and quickly causing everyone to sweat profusely. Once the sweat began to flow, it would not cease, and by the time they adjusted to the heat and sunlight, they had already exhausted their supply of sweat. I'm dying of heat. I can't even sweat anymore. Luffy, fatigued, clutched a stick, lacking his earlier enthusiasm. Stop shouting like that, Luffy. It only makes it hotter. Nami waved her hand in admonition. Zoro was pulling Chopper along, seemingly unaffected by the heat. Chopper, being a reindeer born on Winter Island, found it particularly challenging to adapt to the scorching desert. However, the others were quite accustomed to the heat. That I say, brother, are you also one of the captains? You possess a devil fruit ability, don't you? Ace initiated a conversation with Suitsong as they walked. Yes, I am a user of the devil fruit. Even in the Grand Line, such a fruit is quite rare. Suitsong replied with a hint of pride that, oh, the devil fruit. It's my first time hearing about it, but what type is it? Zoan, Logia, or Paramecia? Ace inquired with keen interest. In principle, my fruit doesn't require specific classification, as it encompasses characteristics of each type. It allows for elemental transformation, enhances my overall capabilities, and grants me extraordinary powers akin to those of a superhuman. However, if I had to classify it, the most accurate would be Zoan mythical type. Considering the power of this fruit originates from the essence of demons, a rarity across the seas, Suitsong's claims grew increasingly extravagant, to the point where even Ace found it hard to believe. Yet, what Suitsong said was indeed the truth. I wonder if you would be interested in joining the Whitebeard pirates? Ace looked at Suitsong, who was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained his composure. My aspirations extend far beyond that. I think I shall stick with Luffy. Haha. Suitsong has seemingly rejected Ace. Haha. I knew you would say that. When the opportunity arises, allow me to witness your prowess. It is merely out of pure curiosity. Ace remarked with a smile. That Sootsong smiled back at Ace and replied, of course, of course. However, for now, let's focus on our journey. To be honest, Sootsong was quite eager to engage in combat with Ace, who possessed the Mera Mera no Mi, undoubtedly the strongest individual he had encountered aside from Mihawk. Yet, during his previous encounter with Mihawk, Sootsong had relied on his swordsmanship alone. Should he have the chance to face Ace, he would undoubtedly opt to employ the powers of the devil fruit for their duel. As they walked, Usopp's complaints reached their ears. What's going on here? I thought the desert would be flatter than this. Vivi immediately explained. This is an ancient desert with a long history. Some of the larger sand dunes exceed 300 meters in height. 300 meters. No wonder it feels like a mountain. Usopp finally understood. It's so uncomfortable, so hot. Luffy, showing no concern for water consumption, drank recklessly. Luffy, you can only take a sip. Just keep it in your mouth, Vivi cautioned. However, Luffy, with the powers of the Goma Goma no Mi, took an excessive gulp, earning him the ire of his companions. Thus, they trudged towards Yuba, and by nightfall, they swiftly erected tents, lit a campfire, and commenced a barbecue. This looks delicious, Luffy exclaimed, drooling at the sight of the meat. Don't touch it. Sanji admonished. What's the big deal? You're so stingy. The others huddled around the campfire, shivering from the cold, and Nami couldn't help but inquire. What is going on? It was so hot during the day. Vivi explained. In this unshaded desert, the days are unbearably scorching, but at night it plunges below zero, becoming dreadfully cold. The desert harbors many unforeseen dangers. Aside from Chopper, the companions were all quite cold. Naturally, Ace, being the wielder of the Mera Mera no Mi, was unfazed by the chill, and Sootsong also possessed considerable endurance. As a user of the Mera Mera no Mi, he could easily withstand harsh environments. Meanwhile, Luffy began to cause a ruckus with his comrades. Observing this, Vivi approached Ace and Sootsong and spoke up. Luffy doesn't seem to act like a captain. Aren't pirate captains usually respected by their crew? During the day, he was just drinking a bit more water. And now this chaos ensues. However, as I've spent more time with them, I gradually understood. It's simply Luffy's way. Ace remarked. He hasn't changed a bit since childhood. Don't let his demeanor fool you. He is surrounded by individuals of incredible charm, including my brother Do, so you were aware all along, Vivi said with a smile. Of course, after all, I've known him for quite a long time, Ace replied with a faint smile. But thank you. You were concerned about whether I cared, right? Yes, but perhaps I was overthinking it, Vivi admitted, surprised by Ace's understanding of Luffy. Everyone eventually fell asleep. Only Sootsong remained awake, perched atop a nearby high rock, seemingly waiting for something. After a brief moment, a figure leaped up. You've arrived? Sootsong inquired calmly. Indeed, I could guess what you wish to do. The speaker was none other than Ace, Luffy's brother. The 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Sootsong's remark was a commendation. Sootsong then turned to face Ace. Throughout the day, Ace had hinted to Sootsong that they could spar when the others were free that night. In the world of pirates, masters often engage in friendly duels to enhance their skills. Ace was particularly intrigued by Sootsong's devil fruit abilities. So, what do you say? Ace asked. His meaning was quite straightforward. Did Sootsong wish to spar? Of course, otherwise I wouldn't have come here. This place is a suitable distance away, ensuring we won't disturb the others. Let me see just how strong you are. Ace, Sootsong replied, his gaze becoming serious. This opponent was no ordinary pirate, but rather a formidable one. Ace, the biological son of Joel D. Roger, the Pirate King, and the adopted son of Whitebeard. Are you ready? Let us begin. After Ace's words, flames erupted from his hands. To be cautious, Ace didn't unleash his full power but instead executed a probing attack, ready to pull back should anything unexpected occur. Sootsong, however, appeared unfazed, stating, Ace, don't hold back. I can withstand your attacks. Following this, Sootsong activated the powers of his devil fruit, and a demonic silhouette emerged behind him. Witnessing such a miraculous ability for the first time, even Ace was momentarily taken aback, sensing a terrifying aura emanating from Sootsong. In that case, Fire Fist. Ace, realizing Sootsong was not jesting, ceased holding back and unleashed a powerful Fire Fist, sending a torrent of flames towards Sootsong. In response, Sootsong spread his demonic wings. capable of withstanding even the fiercest of flames. Seeing his full force attack thwarted by mere wings, Ace began to lose his composure. Impossible. This is outrageous. My attack, it has no effect. Realizing his ranged assault was futile, Ace quickly closed the distance and began a flurry of punches and kicks. Yet, as Suitsong had previously stated, his devil fruit possessed attributes of all three types, allowing him to elementalize. Ace's strikes passed directly through Suitsong's form, as if he had activated the Kamui of a Sharingan, rendering himself intangible. Elementalization? Logia type? Indeed, I was not joking, Suitsong retorted, delivering a punch that also passed through Ace's body. Clearly, Ace's Logia powers rendered him impervious to harm as well. Ultimately, Ace halted his assault, recognizing that they could not determine a victor. Suitsong, though unsatisfied with the lack of a decisive battle, understood that without Haki, the two elemental users would be unable to settle the score. Much like Smoker and Ace, let us leave it at that. It would be difficult to determine a winner. I suggest we wait until you master Haki before we continue. Your strength is impressive. Have you ever considered joining the Whitebeard Pirates? With your abilities, I believe you could become a division captain. Ace extended another invitation to Suitsong. Suitsong smiled and replied, let us pass on that. I still need to assist Luffy in becoming the Pirate King. After Suitsong declined Ace's offer, though the night remained dark, everyone had awakened. Luffy, feeling bored, caught a scorpion, which was venomous, and was promptly scolded by Vivi. At this moment, Chopper solemnly stated, something is approaching. From a distance, Suitsong noticed a sandstorm looming, appearing to be more than just a mere sandstorm. That a sandstorm. Suitsong immediately alerted everyone, and Vivi quickly confirmed. A sandstorm? Is it truly a sandstorm? Everyone, quickly take shelter under the rocks. Vivi reacted swiftly. The group had not yet seen the sandstorm, leaving them puzzled. What is happening? A storm. A desert storm is coming. As soon as Vivi finished speaking, they were engulfed by the swirling sands. Everyone desperately clutched onto anything they could grab to prevent being swept away by the tempest. Here it comes again. Why are there always storms in the desert? Luffy could not help but voice his complaints. The storm was exceedingly fierce, to the extent that the tents erected by the group were ruthlessly swept away. I forgot to mention this to you all. Desert storms are one of the deadly perils in the desert. Vivi, who was well acquainted with the harsh environment of Alabasta, was understandably on high alert, fully aware of the terror that sandstorms could unleash. Suitsong did his utmost to spread his demonic wings, enveloping each member of the group beneath his protective embrace, forming a structure reminiscent of an egg. Time seemed to stretch on indefinitely. But eventually, Suitsong sensed an eerie silence outside. With a determined effort, he extended and shook his wings, dislodging a multitude of sand particles, which resulted in a massive pit forming around him, burying everything nearby. Had it not been for Suitsong, the consequences would have been unimaginable. This sentiment echoed among the group, as they once again derived a profound sense of safety from their captain. Thus, while battling the harsh conditions of the desert, they continued their journey towards Yuba. Not long after, Luffy began clamoring for a pirate lunch. After much coaxing, Vivi reluctantly agreed to find the next rock formation for a brief respite. Soon enough, they indeed spotted some rocks ahead, and Luffy dashed towards them like a man possessed. However, he quickly returned, shouting, there are so many injured birds that can't move. Chopper. Upon hearing that there were injured animals, Chopper naturally rushed to follow Luffy towards the rocks. Vivi found the situation rather peculiar and immediately inquired, Luffy, could those birds be? Before long, Vivi and the others hastily reached the previous location, only to discover that all their belongings had vanished. It was true. Just moments ago, there had indeed been numerous nearly dying birds. I'm sorry, I should have mentioned this sooner. The great deceiver bird tricks travelers and is a notorious thief in the desert. Vivi said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. What? The birds pretended to be injured. Isn't that fraud? Usopp exclaimed, unable to contain his disbelief. Exactly. Was I duped? Luffy, realizing the situation too late, could not escape the scolding from his companions. Sanji seized Luffy by the collar and said, Luffy, you can't just say, I was deceived, and think it's all right. That was 3 days' worth of supplies. It's absurd that all our belongings were stolen in this vast desert. Without water and food, how will we cross it? But there's nothing to be done. I got tricked, Luffy replied, showing no signs of remorse. Your brain is even less capable than a bird's, Sanji retorted. What did you say? Luffy and Sanji began bickering once again. At that moment, Sootsong interjected, "Hold on, not everyone's belongings have been taken." He then produced his magical bag, revealing it to the group for the first time. Since the bag was a gift from the system, it could always return to Sootsong, and he never parted with it. Is this your all-powerful bag? Indeed, while the items it can hold are limited, it is sufficient for our survival. So for now, let us remain calm and strategize on how to retrieve our belongings, Sootsong said with remarkable composure and rationality. However, Sanji and Luffy continued their quarrel. Let them fight it out, Ace remarked. That is true, Sootsong nodded, acknowledging that it was quite normal for them to clash. Let us take a moment to rest. Our irritability stems from the heat. Ace suggested, exactly. Since we have some food for now, let us put this matter aside, Zoro said, maintaining a positive outlook. All right, we have no choice, Usopp agreed. Just then, the group noticed a flock of large white birds nestled between the rows of rocks. These birds were thoroughly enjoying the food and water from their belongings. Without hesitation, Luffy charged towards them. Luffy, don't chase them, Vivi cautioned. However, Luffy was undeterred and soon vanished from sight. That guy won't be able to return. Will he? Sootsong asked. The others all nodded in agreement. After a while, with no sign of Luffy, discussions began among the group. Honestly, he is hopelessly directionally challenged and still ran off, Nami complained. Moreover, there are many desert dangers that Luffy is unaware of. Vivi added in agreement, Do you think he might faint from hunger? Sanji expressed his concern for Luffy. He really is a handful, Zoro lamented. Their concerns were certainly valid. Their captain was quite the source of anxiety. Sootsong chuckled at the thought. Ace, noticing their distress, apologized. I'm sorry. My brother has caused you all trouble. Just then, the ground trembled from a commotion in the distance, leaving them all bewildered. What is happening? Is it another sandstorm? No, that is Luffy, Usopp exclaimed. Why is he riding a camel? Vivi questioned, puzzled. And what is that chasing after him? The group spotted an unknown entity pursuing Luffy that I can't see clearly. It looks like there is something in the sand, Zoro remarked. As Luffy drew closer, a massive purple-skinned creature suddenly emerged. It's enormous. Everyone gasped in astonishment. What in the world is that? They were all stunned. It was a desert purple lizard, one of the largest reptiles that dwelled in the sands. Typically hidden beneath the dunes, it boasted sharp claws and fangs, and few could capture it. A crisis was now upon them. Given its size, it usually devours its prey in one bite, Vivi warned. That guy is truly a genius at attracting trouble, Ace remarked casually, showing no fear. Let us not worry about the camel for now, Sanji said. Where on earth did he come from? Why is he always getting into these messes? Zoro couldn't help but scoff. Isn't this the norm? Sootsong replied nonchalantly, acknowledging Luffy's nature was beyond his control. In a flash, Luffy, Sanji, and Zoro sprang into action, easily subduing the gigantic purple lizard. Yet, the ordeal was far from over, as another massive purple lizard appeared behind them. Why is there another one? Nami exclaimed in horror. I forgot to mention, desert lizards generally hunt in pairs, Vivi explained. You should have said so earlier, Usopp said, feeling embarrassed. Ace, watch out, the group shouted as they saw the creature open its gaping maw, ready to swallow Ace whole. Save your breath. There is no need to worry about that guy, Sootsong stated, causing everyone to feel even more anxious. Ace, however, responded with a relaxed demeanor. What? You want to play with me too? All right, I can't deal with you. Ace then leaped gracefully in front of the desert lizard, which promptly attempted to swallow him. Yet, the creature soon faced its own demise as flames erupted, instantly cooking it, no matter how heat-resistant the lizard was. It could only become a delicious meal now. Ace landed back on the ground, leaving the others speechless. See, this guy's strength is formidable, Sootsong chuckled, seemingly having anticipated this outcome. Consequently, the group joyfully utilized the heated rocks as makeshift grills, skewering the lizard meat and relishing their feast. Afterward, they finally inquired about the camel. Ultimately, the lustful camel only permitted women to ride, so Vivi and Nami mounted it while the others continued on foot. With this arrangement, they resolved to hasten their journey to Yuba to persuade the rebel army. Let us go, lashes. Nami and Vivi mounted their camels and swiftly galloped away. The rest of the group trudged behind them, burdened by their exhaustion, following for an indeterminate duration as they traversed countless ancient deserts. At this point, Nami and Vivi had vanished from sight, and Luffy began to experience hallucinations. This, of course, was the result of Luffy consuming a desert cactus, known for its hallucinogenic properties, which led him to lose his sanity. Despite Usopp's repeated attempts to dissuade him, Luffy remained obstinate. Ultimately, Chopper resorted to using anesthetics to put Luffy to sleep, but Soothsong glanced around and inquired, "If we have lost Nami and Vivi, then where is Ace?" They had completely separated, with even their footprints gone. Usopp, feeling quite awkward, spoke up. After walking for a while, strange sounds echoed around them. "What is that?" Soothsong furrowed his brow and asked. The peculiar noise was indeed unsettling. Over there, a colossal pirate ship came into view. Through his telescope, Usopp spotted Nami and Vivi bound on the deck. Both Nami and Vivi, along with their camels, had been captured. Luffy, in a frenzy, charged toward the pirate ship, prompting Soothsong to say, "Let us go. We should board together." Subsequently, the Straw Hat crew rushed toward the pirate ship navigating through the desert sands. Soothsong was the swiftest, and in an instant, he found himself on the deck. "Soothsong, please, save us," Nami and Vivi exclaimed with joy upon seeing him. At that moment, a grinning man with a bushy beard appeared before Soothsong, and they exchanged a silent, intense gaze. "In our sand pirate Bearburba crew, we have a saying. In the desert, aside from comrades, there is nothing alive that cannot be devoured." Soothsong understood that these pirates were not malevolent. Thus he said, "It seems you are in need of food. Let us share a meal." He then produced a large bag of provisions from his magical pouch, leaving the pirates astonished, as they could hardly believe he had extracted such a substantial amount from a seemingly small bag. However, when they attempted to retrieve food themselves, they found nothing. With the provision of food, they quickly became friends, revealing the straightforward and uncomplicated nature of the pirates. "I am the captain of the Bearburba crew. Lasha, you must be Soothsong, right? I apologize for any roughness towards your companions. Hunger affects us all." The self-identified Lasha spoke with great politeness. "No harm done," Soothsong replied, "since I have provided you with food. Might I request a favor in return?" "What is it? Could you guide us to Yuba?" Soothsong inquired. "That is impossible. The sands have been shifting recently that we can lead you part of the way. But to reach Yuba, you must rely on yourselves," Lasha explained. "Very well," Soothsong nodded in agreement. "What about Ace? He hasn't caught up yet," Luffy interjected. "That is simple," Soothsong said, raising one hand skyward, palm facing up. Soon, a sphere of dark energy began to materialize above his hand, growing to the size of an egg before shooting into the sky with a tremendous noise. Simultaneously, a shadowy figure resembling a demon appeared in the air. This maneuver bore no offensive capability. It was merely a special signal flare. Ace, who had previously battled Soothsong, would undoubtedly respond to the signal. Sure enough, within moments, Ace finally reunited with Soothsong, Luffy, and the others. They boarded the pirates' vessel, which allowed them to travel at an accelerated pace for a while. Once the sands shifted again, Soothsong and the group disembarked, resuming their trek toward Yuba on foot. The heat remained relentless as they reached a rocky area where they paused to rest and eat. Luffy and the others engaged in their usual playful antics until they noticed a piece of meat soaring through the air. Soothsong scrutinized the scene, realizing a string was attached to the meat. Faint voices could be heard. Rushing over, Luffy and Soothsong discovered two children attempting to steal the very piece of meat. "Is it delicious, Chibu? We haven't eaten in 10 days. We must savor it," the older boy said. "To be able to eat meat." "Here, brother," the younger boy replied. "Even if it comes from the wasteland, we've never had meat before." The older boy expressed gleefully, "So you come from the wasteland," Ace and Soothsong said as they approached the two children, causing them to jump in fright. "Who are you? We won't return anything." The boys appeared both tense and terrified. "If you dare to move, be careful for your life," the older boy threatened, raising a gun. Soothsong and Ace exchanged amused glances, and in the next moment, the boy's gun had inexplicably found its way into Soothsong's hand. "I must say, this isn't a toy for children," Soothsong remarked. "Indeed, good children should finish their teeth brushing and head off to bed." Ace added in agreement. "These two are incredible," the children exclaimed in astonishment. Usopp finally caught up with the group and asked, "Who are they?" The younger boy, seeing Soothsong's prowess, knelt in the sand and pleaded, "You are so impressive. I have a favor to ask. There is a man I need you to find and capture. That if you succeed, I will reward you with 1,000,000 berries. 1. 000 berries. Nami's interest was piqued at the mention of money. I can't offer you anything now, but when I grow up, I promise to pay you back. Please help me find this man. The boy presented a photograph of a man wearing sunglasses, holding a pitchfork. With an air of arrogance, "Who is this?" Suitsong mused, struggling to recall the details of the plot, only vaguely remembering that the two children had originally approached Ace for assistance. "My brother, and I have been pursuing that man from the wasteland. He is Scorpion, a bounty hunter." The boy revealed. "A bounty hunter?" Zoro expressed interest. "Why are you chasing a bounty hunter?" Nami inquired curiously. "I have my reasons for wanting to find him," Ace said upon seeing the man in the photograph. "I heard that a man in Yuba defeated Blackbeard. That man is Scorpion, and I intend to meet him." "What? Defeated Blackbeard?" The group was taken aback. "That's impossible. The current Blackbeard is not someone an ordinary man can defeat," Suitsong said, clearly skeptical, aware of Blackbeard's formidable strength. "Who knows? We won't know until we meet him," Ace replied. "Ace? Is your name Ace? You mean the Fire Fist Ace?" the boys exclaimed upon hearing Ace's name. It seems someone is approaching the Suitsong, and Ace looked up to see a bird arriving with two figures that on the bird's back sat Luffy, while the other figure was none other than the Scorpion man from the photograph. Upon recognizing Scorpion, Suitsong suddenly recalled the situation. So that's how it is. It turns out he is just a comical character. The Scorpion man, upon seeing Ace, began to boast. "There you are, Fire Fist Ace. I am Scorpion, the indomitable hero. I have traveled thousands of miles to challenge you to a fair and honorable duel to the death." The onlookers exchanged awkward glances at the sight of the boastful man and the suddenly reappearing Luffy. Suitsong clearly saw the fear etched across Scorpion's face. "I apologize. Encountering me is your misfortune. Your legendary exploits that echo across the seas end here today." Suitsong stifled a laugh, stepping back as he struggled to comprehend the absurdity of the unfolding events. "I am coming, Fire Fist Ace." At this moment, the Scorpion man finally charged forward. He promptly raised the large cannon in his hand, and to everyone's astonishment, it unleashed a massive net, just as Ace seemed poised to be ensnared. He calmly activated the power of his devil fruit. Ace transformed into a blazing inferno, and in an instant, the net was sent flying by the surging flames. Ultimately, the searing net ensnared the Scorpion uncle instead, causing him to collapse onto the ground, writhing in agony and emitting cries of pain. Witnessing this, Suitsong was now entirely convinced that the figure before him was indeed a comedic character. "Bobo, fetch the fire-extinguishing compressed gun," Scorpion uncle shouted, and the peculiar bird beside him swiftly brought over an item in its beak. Scorpion uncle quickly assembled the device, explaining, "This is a compressed gun filled with fire-extinguishing agent. It will inject the compressed extinguishing agent into your body." Scorpion man then resumed his barrage. However, with Ace's agility, he effortlessly dodged each of Scorpion uncle's attacks, ultimately delivering a light punch to his abdomen. Clutching his belly in pain, Scorpion uncle fell onto the sandy ground. At this point, it was clear not only to Suitsong, but also to Usopp and others that this fellow was utterly feeble. Ace then remarked, "I had a feeling that your claim of defeating Blackbeard was a fabrication, right? You figured that as long as you invoked Blackbeard's name, I would show up, didn't you?" "Spot on. A brilliant tactical plan. Wouldn't you agree?" Scorpion uncle struggled to rise, clutching a handful of sand, declaring, "Now we're even. From here on, I shall get serious." Following this, a dramatic scene unfolded as a boy shouted, "That's enough. Stop fighting. Dad, Dad." Luffy was equally perplexed. "Dad?" Everyone was filled with questions. "Dad? How can you possibly defeat Fire Fist Ace?" The two children rushed to Scorpion uncle's side. "You? When did you leave the Badlands?" Scorpion uncle inquired. "We came to bring you back." The children replied, "Stop talking nonsense. Dad is currently the world's #1 bounty hunter. I brought the infamous gunslinger Danny and the notorious Harabaturu to their knees," Scorpion uncle boasted. "This is your plan, isn't it?" The children countered. "You figured it out?" "Indeed. I'm just a useless father who only knows how to brag. But there is one thing that is true, no matter how insignificant a person may seem. Anyone with determination can challenge the world's greatest hero. That I merely wish to impart this lesson to you. I want you to witness the greatness of dreams." Scorpion uncle lovingly stroked his children's heads, fervently stating, "A man's heart must be ignited by dreams. Even if one must endure daily struggles, one must never give up and must always face challenges bravely. Live each day with a smile." As long as you continually challenge the impossible, any life can be a paradise. Even if it costs me my entire existence, I want to convey this truth to you. Yes, if you dare to stand and confront adversity, you can forge your own path. Watch closely. This is the indomitable spirit of your father. As he spoke, Scorpion Uncle rose once more, bellowing, "Bobo, bring forth the anti-tank rocket launcher." The peculiar bird delivered the weapon to him. Scorpion Uncle then locked onto Ace once again, declaring, "Fire Fist Ace. This is the final strike." Simultaneously, he ignited the fuse at AT that moment. The children clung tightly to Scorpion Uncle, tears streaming down their faces as they said, "We understand now, the lesson you've always wanted to teach us. We also want to stand bravely and face challenges. We will strive to live each day, as long as we have you. Dad, we can muster the courage that we're sorry for saying such foolish things. I don't care about food. Just having you around makes me happy that we love you. Dad, that we really love you." Suit Song, Luffy, and Ace all grasped the situation clearly. What they initially perceived as a comedic character turned out to be Scorpion Uncle's boundless love for his children. Eventually, Scorpion Uncle tossed the anti-tank rocket launcher aside and embraced his children. However, at that moment, the rocket launcher unexpectedly fired a missile. With a thunderous roar, the missile obliterated the massive rock overhead as the debris cascaded down. Luffy intended to intervene, but Ace shouted, "Get back," unleashing a fiery punch that sent the shattered rock flying. Simultaneously, Suit Song unfurled his enormous demon wings, shielding many from harm. After a cloud of dust settled, everyone looked around, and not a single person was injured. Scorpion Man, in the split second before the rocks fell, had shielded his children with his body. Looking at them, he held them close and said, "Thank you for coming to rescue your useless old dad. Let us return to the Badlands." The weeping children nodded in agreement. And Scorpion Man led Bobo and his children away from the crowd. That Suit Song's heart was heavy, reflecting on how in the world of pirates, even a seemingly comedic character harbors a profound story. Thus, every choice and every unintentional action may significantly impact the lives of some in this world. As dusk fell, Ace prepared to depart from Alabasta, having packed his belongings for the journey home. "Are you really leaving, Ace?" Chopper asked. "Yes, since Blackbeard isn't in Alabasta, I have no reason to remain in this country." Ace replied, "I see." Luffy nodded. "Where will you go next?" Sanji inquired. "According to Scorpion, someone spotted that guy to the west. I am off to check it out. By the way, Luffy, take this," Ace said, tossing a piece of paper to Luffy. "Luffy, keep this safe. This little piece of paper will bring us together again," Ace instructed. Luffy was puzzled by the significance of the life paper, but Suit Song quickly provided a brief explanation. "Don't you want it?" Ace asked with a smile. "I do. I do." Luffy eagerly nodded. "Having a troublemaking little brother makes me worry, but I trust you all to look after him. Especially you, Captain Suit Song," Ace acknowledged, aware that Suit Song was the most mature and formidable member of their crew. "Rest assured," Suit Song affirmed, knowing he must protect his comrades. "Luffy, the next time we meet, it will be at the pinnacle of piracy. You must climb to the summit," Ace urged. "Okay," Luffy replied enthusiastically. With a final glance back, Ace vanished, leaving only a fading ray of sunlight. P.S. Already gone. Zoro remarked, "Fire Fist Ace." Sanji said, "That we'll definitely meet again." Luffy expressed with great anticipation that "I hope that when we do, he won't be dead." Suit Song had long cautioned Ace about Blackbeard's formidable nature. However, whether Ace heeded that warning was beyond Suit Song's knowledge. Presently, Suit Song could only hope that Ace would exercise caution when confronting Blackbeard. One evening, the group continued their journey towards Yuba, and as the sun reached its zenith, Luffy once again succumbed to his whims. Perhaps it was the heat that muddled his mind, or perhaps he had consumed some hallucinogenic plant in order to tend to Luffy and the heat-sensitive Chopper. The others had no choice but to rely on Zoro, who maintained decent stamina, and the ever-responsible captain, Suit Song. Consequently, Luffy, Zoro, Chopper, and Suit Song separated from the group and once again lost their way. After walking for a short distance, Suit Song spotted what appeared to be a rock not far ahead. Before he could utter a word, Luffy had already sprung into action. Utilizing the elasticity of his rubber fruit, Luffy grasped the rock and propelled himself forward, inadvertently crashing into Zoro and Suit Song. "Wow! Haha! How refreshing!" Luffy exclaimed, bursting into laughter. Naturally, Zoro was furious and contemplated taking his sword to Luffy. Suit Song understood Luffy's nature and chose to remain silent. By the way, where's Chopper? Luffy inquired, soon discovering Chopper sprawled on the sand. Humph. Zoro, fuming, had already placed his sword against Luffy's neck. Luffy immediately apologized. I'm sorry. Zoro then intended to sit down, but to his surprise, the ground beneath him gave way, and he fell into a large hole. Upon witnessing Zoro's fall, Luffy instinctively grabbed onto the edge and flung himself down as well. This Suit Song was uncertain, but with his devil fruit abilities, he effortlessly navigated into the cavern. Surrounding them was what seemed to be an ancient, collapsed palace. It was truly bizarre to find such a colossal structure underground. Suit Song's gaze was immediately drawn to a massive stone slab inscribed with strange characters at the center. Is this the history text? Unfortunately, I cannot comprehend it, Suit Song remarked. History text? What is that? Both Zoro and Luffy queried in unison. Just then, Chopper also tumbled down from above, equally bewildered by their surroundings, that it's essentially a monument recording past history. Inscribed by future generations, no one can destroy such a monument, and currently, only one person in the world can decipher it, Suit Song explained. Huh? One person? Who is it? Luffy and Chopper asked with curiosity. That person is none other than Nico Robin. Crocodile's accomplice, Suit Song replied. Is it her? Zoro interjected. Have you forgotten what I said before? Robin joined Baroque Works simply because she had nowhere else to go, although she currently stands on a different side than us and is completely adversarial. I harbor no ill feelings towards her. Robin has endured a tragic past, yet despite her descent into darkness, she still aids Luffy and ultimately becomes a comrade, which speaks volumes. After a while, Zoro commented. I'm getting used to it. Upon closer inspection, doesn't this resemble a giant egg, and a man-made one at that? Chopper added, sharing his discovery. This must be an ancient relic. According to Suit Song, these should be ancient characters. However, it seems as though someone attempted to conceal it, Chopper observed diligently, impressing both Suit Song and Chopper. Although they were uncertain who was responsible, it was evident that considerable effort had been expended. Regardless, it was not their concern, and Suit Song had no interest in lingering. What we must do now is to leave this place swiftly. How do we get back up? Zoro posed the most pressing question. Leave it to me, Suit Song declared, grasping Luffy with his left hand. Luffy elongated his body. While Zoro and Chopper held on to him, Suit Song spread his devil wings and leaped upward, effortlessly fanning away the sand above. He successfully extracted his companions from the depths. We made it. Both Zoro and Chopper expressed heartfelt gratitude towards Suit Song, recognizing him as the most reliable in critical moments. Of course, Luffy was indispensable as the spiritual emblem of the team. Yet, Suit Song did not simply depart. He generated a spiraling sphere with one hand and pressed it against the rock. With a resounding boom, the rock was transformed into a vortex shape. This should suffice. Suit Song intended to leave a mark here. Ancient relics could easily be obscured by sand, but this mark would endure eternally. Thus, Suit Song, Zoro, Luffy, and Chopper embarked on their journey to find their comrades and head towards Yuba. Due to Suit Song's limited stamina, flying with 3 people was not sustainable, so they opted to walk. As dusk fell and the heat dissipated, Luffy regained his vigor. While walking, Chopper suddenly exclaimed, "The wind has changed. I can smell something." Yes, that's right. It's Nami's perfume scent, coming from over there. With Chopper's keen sense of smell, Suit Song and Zoro guided Luffy in the correct direction. Before long, Suit Song finally spotted Nami and Vivi riding a camel. Accompanied by Sanji and Usopp, the group had finally reunited. After exchanging pleasantries, for they had only been apart for a few hours without incident, they continued their trek towards Yuba. Chopper inquired about the life paper. By the way, Luffy, what exactly is that thing your brother gave you? Suit Song explained that it was a life paper. Without a second thought, Luffy replied, seemingly oblivious to its significance. What is life paper? Everyone knew asking Luffy was futile, so they turned to Suit Song for clarification. Suit Song, what is it? Nami asked. Clearing his throat, Suit Song began, life paper is something from the Grand Line, typically given by someone very close to you. It acts like a permanent recording pointer, continually moving in the direction of that person. Earlier, Ace mentioned heading west, right? Look, place the life paper in your palm, and it will gradually move westward. Suit Song believed he had explained clearly. Only for Luffy to ask, gradually move? When will the paper reach that person? Isn't that too slow? The others scolded Luffy, exclaiming, Luffy, are you even listening? The life paper indicates the person's direction. Sanji then inquired, what happens if that person dies? As a gust of sand swept through, Suitsong responded, the life card shrinks when its owner weakens and returns to its original size when the owner regains health. However, if that person dies, the life card will gradually turn to ash, ceasing to exist. Ace won't die easily, right, Suitsong? Luffy asked. Of course, Suitsong answered, though internally he harbored doubts if events unfolded as in the original story. Ace's demise seemed inevitable. All right, everyone, after passing that rock, we will be close to Yuba. Let's push forward, Princess Vivi declared, gazing ahead. Okay. Hearing that they were nearing Yuba, everyone felt invigorated. Really? Are we almost there? Yes. Yuba. We're almost there. With anticipation, they proceeded towards Yuba, while Suitsong sensed an ominous premonition as night fell. A sandstorm enveloped them once more, but Suitsong utilized his devil powers to shield everyone. There seems to be light ahead. Vivi pointed into the distance. Have we reached Yuba? The sandstorm is too thick. It's hard to see. As the winds finally subsided, Vivi sensed something amiss. Oh no. The appearance of the city seems somewhat amiss. It is a sandstorm. The city has indeed been struck by a tempest of sand. In the distance, Yuba is shrouded in the storm, with trees torn asunder and the city reduced to a mere ruin. However, Yuba's plight is considerably better than that of Alabasta. It is evident that not long ago, Yuba was still inhabited. Yet, Vivi finds it difficult to believe. How could this happen? The difference between here and Alabasta is not significant, as Zoro candidly remarks. Where's the water? Luffy exclaims, nearly parched. This not supposed to be an oasis. Vivi. Sanji is equally perplexed. Suitsong's ominous premonition has indeed come to fruition. Yuba has, without a doubt, become a wasteland. An excess of sand has caused the ground to rise, swallowing the oasis whole. Vivi laments. Suddenly, a noise arises from the surroundings. It is a man wielding a shovel, clearing the riverbed. You must be travelers, right? The journey through the desert must be exhausting. I sincerely apologize, but this city has run dry. However, please take a moment to rest. There are inns aplenty, and those are the best establishments this city has to offer. The man, a bearded elder, continues to dig as he speaks. Pardon me, but I have heard that the rebel army is present in this city. What business do you have with them? Upon hearing the mention of the rebels, the elder's demeanor shifts noticeably. After much explanation from the group, the elder finally reveals the truth. That bunch is no longer here. He states, what did you say? The group exhibits expressions of utter astonishment, completely taken aback. Naturally, Suitsong is the exception, for he has long been aware of the rebels' departure. How could this be? Vivi, who had traversed great distances to thwart the rebels, never anticipated such an outcome. The sandstorm has just recently besieged this city, but this has not been a new phenomenon. Ever since the city was ravaged 3 years ago due to prolonged exposure to the sun, it has frequently endured sandstorms, gradually being consumed, transforming the once vibrant oasis into the desolate site it is today. Goods have ceased to circulate within the city, unable to sustain a prolonged rebellion. Thus, the rebels relocated their base to Cartalea. The elder explains that as for Cartalea, it lies not far from the oasis of Rorahara. Perhaps, had Suitsong initially alerted Vivi, they would not have strayed off course, and might have even encountered the rebel leader directly, possibly preventing the war altogether. However, for various reasons, Suitsong chose to conceal the truth, and naturally, he had his reasons. During their conversation, upon hearing Vivi's name mentioned, the elder's demeanor shifted noticeably. Vivi? Did you just call her Vivi? The elder approached slowly. You are Vivi, aren't you? You are alive. How wonderful. It's me. You hardly recognize me, do you? It's no wonder, as I have lost some weight. Uncle Dodo? Vivi struggles to believe it, the once robust father of her dear friend Koza. Dodo has transformed into this gaunt-figured as for Koza's identity. He is, of course, the leader of the rebels. It is hard to fathom that the elder before them was once a portly man, Dodo states. Vivi, I believe in His Majesty the King. He would never betray the nation, would he? At this point, tears streamed down Dodo's face. Rebellion is simply foolishness. Those foolish boys. It has merely been 3 years without rain. So what? I trust in His Majesty, and the majority of the citizens do as well. I once rallied them all, but no matter what I said, it proved futile. The rebellion could not be halted. Their strength is nearly exhausted, and they will likely come to a decisive end in the next assault. They have been driven to a corner. They have long since resolved to face death. I implore you, Vivi, go quickly and stop those foolish boys, Dodo pleads. Vivi gently hands Dodo a towel and comforts him. Uncle Dodo, do not worry. I will certainly put an end to the rebellion. Thank you. Vivi, Dodo replies, tears welling once more as night falls. The group decides to spend the night in Yuba. Exhausted from their long journey, they all fall into a deep slumber after some initial raucous playfulness. Suit Song, however, feels less fatigued. Possessing a powerful devil fruit ability, he seems less reliant on rest. That Suit Song steps outside, finding it is already deep into the night. Yet, he still hears a rustling sound nearby. Upon investigation, he discovers Uncle Dodo, laboring under the cool night, continuing to dig. You are truly remarkable, Uncle Dodo, Suit Song remarks. Dodo looks up and recognizes Suit Song, Vivi's companion, and replies, that lad has been clamoring for water. I will soon reach the moist layer. I shall assist you, Suit Song insists, and promptly begins to help Dodo dig deeper. Suit Song, a young man of seemingly boundless energy, with his unique abilities, quickly digs down, until he feels his hands become damp. Initially thinking he had dug too forcefully and injured himself, he soon realizes they have reached the wet layer. Water, splendid. Water, both Suit Song and Dodo exclaim in excitement. It signifies that Yuba still holds a glimmer of hope for revival. Subsequently, Suit Song accompanies Uncle Dodo in distilling the pure water and discusses Koza and Vivi until dawn breaks. Dodo gives the water to Luffy as a small token of appreciation. Eventually, the group departs Yuba, intending to retrace their steps to Cardelia.at. This moment, Luffy sits down, declaring his intention to quit. Vivi inquires, what is the matter, Luffy? I'm done, Luffy states bluntly. Done. Nami expresses her confusion. What do you mean by that? Luffy, Vivi asks again. Hey, Luffy, we don't have the luxury of time to indulge in your whims. Stand up. Usopp chimes in. Aren't we supposed to return? Chopper adds, equally puzzled. Indeed, we should be retracing our steps to Cardelia to thwart the rebels. If the millions of citizens in this nation erupt into violent conflict, the consequences would be dire. This is for Vivi. Let us go, Sanji insists, attempting to pull Luffy up, but Luffy brushes him off. Signaling his refusal, the group then turns their gaze towards Suit Song. Luffy appears ready to voice something, but at that moment, Suit Song reveals a long-concealed truth. I apologize. I believe I understand Luffy's sentiment. If that is the case, I too shall withdraw. I'm sorry. I have known all along that the rebels are in Cardelia, and chose to conceal this from you. Vivi. Suit Song's expression is earnest, surprising even Luffy, who quickly asks, you knew all along. Why didn't you say anything? Luffy, I think our objectives align, Suit Song responds. Defeat Crocodile. Both he and Luffy exclaim in unison. The group is taken aback by the unexpected unity of the two captains in spirit and resolve. Luffy then adds, I see now. That makes sense. That I can understand your position. Even if we stop the rebel army, can we truly thwart Crocodile? Even if we reach Cardelia, we would find ourselves powerless, for we are pirates after all. Perhaps it would be better not to go. Indeed, the drought, civil war, and chaos in Alabasta are all orchestrated by Crocodile. Therefore, defeating him and dismantling his organization, Baroque Works, is the fundamental issue at hand. Suit Song elaborates slightly. The group's attitude shifts dramatically in response to the words of the two captains. Their insights cut to the core of the matter, and understanding dawns upon them. Sanji and Usopp both nodded. You wish for no lives to be lost in this battle, of the citizens and all of us. Our adversaries are the 7 warlords, and this is clearly a rebellion that concerns millions. How can you still entertain the notion that everyone will emerge unscathed? Do you not find that rather naive? The typically innocent Luffy, however, countered Vivi this time. That I say, Luffy, shouldn't you also take Vivi's feelings into account? Nami intended to persuade, but was halted by Sanji. Wait, Nami. Suit Song remained silent, aware that Luffy and Vivi would need one to convince the other, and his stance aligned with Luffy's. What's wrong? I don't wish for anyone to die. What's wrong with that? Vivi did not relent, becoming more fervent as she questioned Luffy. Everyone must eventually face death, Luffy said impassively. Vivi struck Luffy, exclaiming, be quiet. Do not utter such things. If you continue, I shall never forgive you. Are we not trying to prevent this catastrophe from occurring? The fault does not lie with the rebel army, the royal army, or the citizens of this nation. Why must someone die when it is clearly Crocodile's fault? Vivi's words were not without merit. In that moment, Luffy rose and swiftly retorted, "Then why are you gambling with your own life? Just look at this country and understand what you ought to do. Your life alone is insufficient to wager." Luffy, while enduring the blow, continued to speak. "Then what should I wager? I have no other means left to stake." Vivi suddenly calmed, her expression profoundly sorrowful. At this juncture, Luffy shouted, "At the very least, we should stake our lives too. Are we not comrades?" Vivi was instantly in tears. Sootsong observed the entire unfolding of events, realizing that Luffy had taken a long route merely to convey to Vivi not to forget the strength of camaraderie. Vivi had never contemplated directly confronting Crocodile, for she recognized his formidable power and did not wish for anyone to perish as a result. Therefore, she would never willingly expose Sootsong and the others to Crocodile's wrath. Luffy's impassioned outburst deeply moved Vivi, and Sootsong could sense Luffy's charismatic influence. This compelling force made Sootsong once again realize that there are things more significant than strength. With tears streaming down her face, Vivi donned her resolve, and Luffy placed his straw hat on his head, demanding, "Tell me, where exactly is Crocodile?" At that moment, Vivi had also made up her mind to utilize the strength of her companions to confront Crocodile. Looking at her comrades, Vivi declared, "Luffy and Sootsong are right. I have resolved to go after Crocodile." Indeed, that was the most direct route. Nami concurred that in other words, we need not take such a convoluted detour. Zoro's comprehension remained sharp. "So, where exactly is that scoundrel Crocodile?" Sanji inquired. Vivi then unfurled the map of the Alabasta kingdom she carried. "Here is the capital, Alabasta, ruled by my father. The rebel army is currently planning an assault on Alabasta. This means we must defeat Crocodile before then." Sanji stated. "Crocodile's location is here, in Rain Base," Vivi reiterated. "Rain Base?" Usopp echoed curiously. "It takes a day's journey north from here to reach it," Vivi informed them. "All right, then let us set off. Together we shall defeat Crocodile," Sootsong proclaimed, and everyone once again headed northward. Along the way, they discussed matters regarding Rain Base and Crocodile, and after approximately a day's travel, they finally neared their destination. In the distant north, a sizable city loomed, distinctly different from those they had encountered before. "That must be Rain Base ahead, right?" Sootsong queried. "Indeed, it is already visible," Vivi replied. "We've arrived." Usopp sighed in relief. "Let us go and take down Crocodile." Luffy was brimming with enthusiasm. By the way, haven't we encountered any members of Baroque Works since our arrival?" Zoro asked. "They have likely already been alerted. We did run into Mr. 2, so let us assume we have been exposed. There's no doubt about it," Nami remarked. "What does that imply?" Luffy asked, his response sluggish. "It means we cannot move about freely in Rain Base. If we are discovered, Crocodile could employ all means to deal with us," Usopp responded, exasperated by Luffy's lack of understanding. Sootsong observed, "As expected, Crocodile is currently focused on inciting war. To him, we are merely insignificant mice. I believe there's no need for us to conceal our identities. We should confront him head-on. However, do not forget that the Navy has been pursuing us relentlessly. That Smoker must surely be waiting for us in Rain Base." Sootsong's words left his companions feeling overwhelmed, yet he spoke the truth. The Smoker, was indeed lurking in a nearby establishment, awaiting their arrival. "No way. Those guys are back. How irritating." The group expressed their disdain for the Navy. "How can we avoid being discovered by them?" As they deliberated, they suddenly realized that Luffy and Usopp had vanished. "Where did they go?" Sootsong asked awkwardly. "They went to buy water," Nami replied. "We should hide quickly. These two are bound to cause trouble again," Sootsong correctly surmised. Luffy and Usopp had encountered Smoker and Tashigi in a restaurant, prompting them to dash out, pursued by the Navy. The critical issue was that Luffy and Usopp ran straight towards their companions, effectively exposing everyone. Meanwhile, the agents of Baroque Works and Rain Base had long since detected their presence. "I say, we've been discovered. Why not just head straight for Crocodile?" Sootsong suggested. "Yes, let us go take him down." Luffy heartily agreed. "You see that building with the crocodile-shaped roof? That is Crocodile's casino. Rain dinner." Vivi pointed towards an imposing structure ahead. "That I see now. Crocodile is there," Luffy exclaimed as he and Sootsong quickened their pace. To divert the Navy, the group decided to scatter and escape. Unfortunately for Sootsong, he evaded the Navy but found himself surrounded by Baroque Works agents. The millionaires. "How embarrassing. I suppose I'll have to deal with you first," Sootsong said, fixing his gaze on the enemies before him, his expression steely as he vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, Suitsong stood next to the nearest millionaire at the same time. A peculiar sound emanated from his right hand, where a glowing blue sphere began to coalesce. Indeed, it was the Rasengan. As Suitsong executed his instantaneous movement, he had also formed a Rasengan, marking the first time he had utilized it in combat. Possessing the bloodlines of the Uchiha, Senju, and Uzumaki clans, this Rasengan, though seemingly small, carried tremendous power. What is this? The millionaire before him had yet to react when Suitsong propelled the glowing sphere towards him. A series of swift whoosh sounds followed as the Rasengan lifted the agent off his feet. Suitsong exerted force through his arm, fully sending the Rasengan forth, causing the numerous Baroque Works millionaires to scatter like a receding tide. This move proved unexpectedly potent within the pirate world, and Suitsong was pleasantly surprised. Should he successfully integrate the Rasengan into his combat repertoire, his prowess would surely become even more formidable. Over here, just as Suitsong reveled in his triumph, he heard the shouts of the navy. Glancing around, he discovered that his companions had become separated. Thus, his gaze was fixed upon the casino rain banquet. Where Crocodile resided, Suitsong hurriedly rushed over and spotted Usopp and Nami, who were also evading pursuit. Suitsong, are you all right? You must be fine, Nami said with a composed concern as she ran. Did you see? The entrance to Rain Banquet is actually right in the middle of the lake. Haven't the others arrived yet? Nami inquired as she approached the entrance. At that moment, several enemies from Baroque Works raised their rifles. Aiming at the three to get lost, Zoro suddenly appeared, kicking the lackeys away with ease. Zoro, aren't you supposed to be with Vivi? Nami questioned, perplexed. Yes, hasn't she arrived yet? Zoro had chosen to hold back for Vivi, but unfortunately, she had not yet made it. She might have gone inside, Usopp suggested. Then let's hurry and get in, Nami urged. Just then, Suitsong spotted Luffy being pursued by someone, and without needing to think, he knew it must be Smoker, the Logia-type Smoke Man, whom Luffy was currently unable to defeat. Let's go. Everyone, charge inside, Luffy yelled as he ran, not stopping for a moment. Seeing this, everyone exerted their utmost effort to sprint into the depths of Rain Banquet. Crocodile, I'm going to knock you out, Luffy shouted as he dashed forward with fervor. Stop right there. The lackeys from Baroque Works relentlessly pursued them, firing their guns. As Suitsong turned, he swiftly slashed with his blade, cutting down several agents in an instant, only to find Smoker hot on their heels. What a nuisance, Suitsong thought, disregarding the commotion and pushing forward into the casino. Upon entering, he found a bustling crowd engaged in various gambling activities. Seemingly unfazed by the ongoing chaos outside, Luffy immediately shouted at the top of his lungs, Crocodile, get out here. Yet, the patrons paid him no mind, intent solely on their entertainment and winnings. I traveled a great distance to knock you out, Luffy yelled again, but still, no one responded. His companions quickly restrained him. But if you keep shouting like that, how do you expect him to come out? Nami chided. He's a national hero. Do you really want to antagonize all the guests in here? Usopp added. Indeed, these people are indifferent to anything but money, Suitsong remarked. What should we do then? Luffy asked, his eagerness to confront Crocodile evident. Shouldn't we look for Vivi first? If she's not here, how would you even know who Crocodile is? Suitsong's words struck a chord. But where is Vivi? Usopp, Luffy, and Nami called out in unison. Vivi, Crocodile, where are you? Suitsong facepalmed, feeling exasperated by his companion's lack of awareness. However, their antics did catch the attention of the manager, who promptly informed the assistant manager. The assistant manager casually suggested, just call security. There's no need to make a fuss over such a trivial matter. Noticing the lack of activity around them, Luffy turned to Suitsong. What's going on? We can't find Crocodile, and Vivi's missing too? What's happening? Before Suitsong could respond, Smoker had already caught up. I've caught you, Straw Hat Kid. How dare you run around? It's the Smoke Man. Everyone, run, Luffy shouted as he and his companions began to flee. The appearance of pirates and Navy personnel in the casino disrupted its tranquility, prompting the casino's guards to rush out. However, at their level, they stood no chance of stopping Suitsong and Luffy, let alone Nami, as the guards were easily knocked aside like paper dolls. Meanwhile, the assistant manager spotted the manager and exclaimed, "This is bad. Manager, a group of strange people is causing a ruckus." The manager, of course, was Nico Robin. Under Crocodile's orders, Robin responded, Yes, please escort them to the VIP room. Huh. The assistant manager intended to say more, but Robin cut him off, stating, "This is an order from Boss Crocodile." Ultimately, the assistant manager instructed his subordinates to clear a path to the VIP room. Seeing this, Luffy and the others wasted no time and rushed inside. As Sootsong and Luffy ran, they noticed the path split into two, one side labeled VIP and the other labeled Pirates. Aware that both paths would likely lead to trouble, Sootsong chose to follow Luffy towards the one marked Pirates. The outcome was predictable. They all fell into a foolish trap. Upon landing, Sootsong discovered that they were now deep within a cage. Touching the bars, he sensed an odd sensation, but it did not seem to affect him. So this is a cage made of sea prism stone. Meanwhile, Luffy was praising the trap. What a clever trap. Indeed, it couldn't be helped. Usopp chimed in, trying to save face. It was a trap that could have been avoided. Seriously. Nami couldn't help but retort. What now, Sootsong? Nami thought of Sootsong first in this crisis. More importantly, I felt powerless since earlier. Luffy admitted, grasping the bars, realizing that the powers of his gum-gum fruit were being suppressed. Just then, Smoker swung his weapon, attempting to strike Luffy. Sootsong swiftly drew his Zanpakuto, using the sheath to block Smoker's attack. Smoker, we're on the same boat now. You might as well conserve your energy and think of a way to escape, Sootsong said. Luffy couldn't contain his confusion. What happened just now? I feel completely drained. Like I've fallen into water, Sootsong explained. This cage is made from the same material as Smoker's weapon, possessing the properties of sea prism stone, which can suppress the abilities of devil fruit users. I see. So that's why when Luffy touched it, he got weaker. Zoro pieced it together. The prison bars at the Navy headquarters are made from this material to prevent devil fruit users from escaping. Smoker added, "So this cage is the same. Can it be destroyed?" Nami questioned. If it could be destroyed, I would have long since escaped. Smoker replied, "It's designed to ensure that you can never wreak havoc on the seas again." As silence fell, it seemed a confrontation was imminent. Save your energy. Instead of bickering amongst ourselves, we should consider how to deal with Crocodile, Sootsong suggested. Just as his words fell, a voice echoed. Indeed, well said. It's better to think about it. After all, you are companions destined for the underworld. Crocodile. Smoker turned to see him not far away. What? Luffy exclaimed in shock. Seated not far away, a figure slowly turned, revealing a face that exuded malice. Crocodile wore a wicked smile, with a stitched line beneath his nose and an earring dangling from his right earlobe, dressed in a coat with an air of nonchalance. This guy the Shichibukai. Crocodile, Zoro retorted. He has an even more repulsive face than I imagined, Smoker remarked. Upon hearing this, Crocodile responded, "You really are just like the rumors, a wild dog. Mr. Smoker, it seems you haven't considered me one of your own for quite some time. But you are correct. I shall allow you to meet an untimely demise. That you've done well to contend with this little pirate, but I will report your efforts to the government. Although I have no idea why you returned to this country. Regardless, it appears that these decisions were made solely by you, as the government would never have sent you here. After all, they place great trust in me, a member of the 7 warlords. I see. So this time I am truly meeting the real Sand Crocodile. This moment, Sootsong felt no fear, for it was not his first encounter with the 7 warlord. Rather, he was filled with excitement and anticipation. Are you Crocodile? Upon seeing Crocodile, Luffy was filled with rage. You bastard, come and face me. Inadvertently, Luffy bumped against the railing and collapsed onto the ground. Luffy, remember that those with abilities cannot touch the railing. I did warn you. You know, Sootsong remarked. Crocodile, witnessing the scene, immediately declared, Straw Hat Luffy, the devil fruit user Sootsong. It's impressive that you managed to come all the way here. I shall thoroughly dispatch both of you. Just wait a moment, for the guest of honor has yet to arrive. Guest of honor? Nami inquired that my partner has gone to fetch him. Crocodile stated. Crocodile, do you truly believe that a mere lowly railing can confine me? Sootsong replied with a faint smile, gazing at Crocodile. Are you suggesting that you can escape? I know you possess abilities, so deep down, you must be well aware that escape is futile, Crocodile said. Exhibiting no concern, as it was well known that once a devil fruit user fell into his trap, escape was nearly impossible. Yet Sootsong only scoffed, saying, Then, watch closely. With that, Sootsong placed his hand upon the railing, showing no signs of weakness or fatigue, astonishing his companions around him. Why is this happening? Smoker was equally perplexed. After all, Suitsong was indeed a devil fruit user, as evidenced by their previous battle. Yet now, Suitsong appeared unaffected by the sea prism stone railing. Crocodile was equally astonished, never having encountered such a situation before. However, he quickly remarked, I see. Could it be that the intelligence was incorrect? You are not a devil fruit user at all? Oh, then what do you think this is? Suitsong then activated his powers, transforming dramatically, as enormous black wings sprouted from his back, clearly demonstrating his ability. Everyone was rendered speechless, but it became evident that Suitsong's devil fruit powers were not hindered by the sea or sea prism stone that Do you think that by transforming like this, you can escape your destined demise? Crocodile naturally remained skeptical of Suitsong's strength in Crocodile's eyes. Both Suitsong and Luffy were merely insignificant pirates. Humph. We shall await the outcome. Suitsong, before unleashing his fury, addressed Smoker. Smoker, we are here to defeat Crocodile. Although the Navy and we pirates are at odds, for the time being, we must cooperate. Let us agree to a temporary truce, shall we? We can either fight here and allow Crocodile to benefit from our conflict, or we can join forces to break free. Suitsong looked at Smoker. After a moment of silence, Smoker finally conceded. Very well, I shall let you off this time, but next time. Understood, next time, should you wish to capture us. Feel free. Suitsong recognized that Smoker had accepted this temporary alliance. Subsequently, Suitsong prepared to break the railing and escape. However, at that moment, a voice halted him. Crocodile, I will kill you. It turned out that Princess Vivi had appeared in the VIP room. Welcome, Princess Vivi of Alabasta, or should I say Miss Wednesday? I must commend your ability to evade the assassins sent after you. Crocodile said with an air of nonchalance. Of course, I came, for I wish for your demise. If Mr. Zero had not come to this country, Alabasta could have remained in everlasting peace. Enraged, Vivi charged at Crocodile. Yet Crocodile remained utterly indifferent. Peacock saw. Vivi's attack struck Crocodile, only for his head to vanish immediately afterward. Futile, Smoker stated bluntly. Smoker's body transformed into sand and flew towards Vivi. Have you lost your will? Since you reside in this country, you should know my sand fruit's capabilities. Crocodile appeared behind Vivi, covering her mouth with his hand. Threatening. Do you wish to become a mummy? Luffy and the others watched in utter astonishment. He turned into sand. Bastard, let Vivi go. Beware, I will knock you away. Luffy continued to shout relentlessly. Sit down. It just so happens that it is party time. Right? Crocodile did not harm Vivi, but instead turned to Robin. Robin glanced at the clock and said, Indeed, it is already past midnight. The Utopia operation is about to commence. Utopia operation? What is that? Everyone was uncertain of Crocodile's intentions. Ha! Crocodile could not contain his laughter as he finally declared, The one to perish is this tiresome country, Miss Wednesday, that I intend to erase Alabasta from this world. I will bring those desperate citizens to their knees in agonizing struggle, swallowed by eternal darkness. The Utopia operation begins. Ha! Crocodile erupted into another fit of relentless laughter. Vivi immediately raised her head and demanded, What are your true intentions for Alabasta? Shall I tell you the type of person I despise the most? It is the hypocrite who pretends to care for the citizens, yet is selfish at heart. Crocodile replied, Do you intend to kill my father? How can you do such a thing? Vivi exclaimed, her emotions running high. Not whale so. I have no intention of doing that. He is simply not worth my time to kill. I aim to make Cobra endure a humiliation more brutal than death. Crocodile stated coolly. A humiliation more brutal than death? Usopp echoed. Vivi's expression darkened considerably. Ha! As a princess, you must not display such a countenance. Crocodile mocked with a sinister grin. I ask you once more, what exactly is the Utopia operation? Tell me at once. Vivi inquired urgently again. Do you truly understand your current standing? What a brave princess you are. Very well, since the operation has already begun, I shall enlighten you. It is the plan to bring an end to this country. The Utopia operation. Crocodile then revealed his scheme to entice Kosa and the royal army into battle. Nami could not help but remark, What a devious operation. So, do you like it? This operation you joined midway has now borne fruit. If you listen closely, you should be able to hear Alabasta's lament, right? However, everyone thought the same. We must protect Alabasta. We must protect Alabasta. We must protect Alabasta. Crocodile could not help but laugh again. Enough! How can you commit such outrageous deeds? Vivi was on the brink of collapse. Ha! How tragically heroic. The desire to protect one's country could lead to its destruction at this moment. Luffy was filled with rage and finally could not restrain himself any longer. Rushing towards the railing, Sootsong, aren't you unafraid of this thing? Smash it. I can't take it anymore. I want to knock Crocodile away. Seeing that events had escalated to this point, Sootsong deemed it unnecessary to wait any longer. I understand. All of you, step back a bit. Although Sootsong's movements were minimal, no one could underestimate him at this moment. His companions knew that their other captain, Sootsong, seemed to possess foresight in all matters and was the strongest among them. He had performed miracles more than once. Don't be absurd. Even if you are unaffected by the Sea Prism Stone, the hardness of this railing should not be underestimated. Oh, you think you know how long I have spent orchestrating these events? Whether it be inciting the populace to sow destruction or pretending to be part of the royal army, do you know why I have gone to such lengths to seize this country? Crocodile posed a question. Ancient weapons. The king of the underworld, Sootsong, revealed the matter that Crocodile was most eager to know at the same time. The Azura in Sootsong's hand had already been unleashed. This time, Sootsong held nothing back, suppressing nothing, unleashing a full-powered strike. His slash could rival that of Mihawk from back then, for we must remember that Mihawk is capable of delivering the world's strongest slashes. As the crimson slash manifested, the barrier before him was instantly cleaved apart, and not only that, everything surrounding was also severed. Due to the room's destruction, the waters of the lake outside Rain Banquet surged in, accompanied by numerous bananas crocodiles rushing in as well. Crocodile's body was sliced in half, and everything around them became fragmented. Sootsong shattered the cage, Zoro carried Luffy, Usopp held Vivi, and Sootsong embraced Nami. Sootsong noticed that Smoker and Robin were now immobilized in the water, so he kicked Smoker towards Zoro. Subsequently, Sootsong emerged as the greatest victor of his life, with Nami in his left arm and Robin in his right. He swam up from the lake. He gently placed the drowning individuals by the roadside, and soon, they began to awaken slowly. Sootsong entrusted Nami to Usopp and Zoro, then leaped onto a rooftop, setting Robin down beside him. Why did you save me? A somewhat bewildered Robin gazed at Sootsong. Sootsong replied, by the way, I discovered a historical text at the place leading to Yuba. You might find it intriguing. I marked it outside with a spiral, so you should be able to find it. Without a trace of reluctance, Sootsong vanished once more using his instantaneous movement. To his surprise, upon returning to his companions, he found himself surrounded by the Navy forces. Before Sootsong could utter a word, Sanji suddenly charged in, rescuing everyone. Taking advantage of the situation, Smoker deliberately let Sootsong and Luffy escape. Colonel, aren't you going to pursue them? A Marine inquired. It's too late to chase. Do not pursue. Call for reinforcements. Smoker ultimately released everyone, harboring a subtle desire to assist Luffy and Sootsong. What should we do now? What about Crocodile? Due to the overwhelming power of Sootsong's earlier strike, none could ascertain Crocodile's fate. That guy certainly isn't dead. However, the urgent matter at hand is to prevent the final confrontation between the Royal Army and the Rebel Army. Sootsong stated, Indeed, we must head to Alabasta immediately. Vivi agreed emphatically. But how exactly do we reach Alabasta? Even if we hurry, there may not be enough time. The group then descended into despair, yet at that moment, Chopper arrived just in time. Moreover, Chopper brought along a friend of the crab. This friend was an enormous crab. How impressive! That's a hermit crab. Hermit crabs typically hide in the sand and are known as the magical crab. Vivi exclaimed, brimming with joy. This fellow can really move fast. Zoro had just witnessed the speed of the hermit crab's arrival. Everyone, hold on tight. Let's go. Chopper urged, cracking the reins, and the gigantic crabs swiftly began to move eastward. Their plan was to travel east to the Sandora River and then cross directly into Alabasta from the west. The hermit crab sped along, kicking up a cloud of dust. However, at that moment, a golden hook suddenly floated ominously, tethered to the sand behind it. Clearly a manifestation of Crocodile's power. The golden hook lunged toward Vivi, effortlessly ensnaring her. The group gasped in shock. Stop, Chopper! Usopp called out, halting the hermit crab. While Luffy immediately yanked Vivi back. It's that guy? Luffy declared, seizing the golden hook and propelling himself along with it. Leave it to me. You all need to go now, Luffy commanded. Make sure to escort Vivi home safely. Sootsong recognized that Luffy intended to confront Crocodile alone. Let us go, Chopper. We'll head towards Alabasta. Sootsong resolved, shouldering the responsibility of leading his companions in Luffy's absence. Understood, Chopper replied, once again cracking the reins. And the hermit crab resumed its rapid pace. Hey, are we just going to leave Luffy behind? Usopp expressed concern for Luffy. Have faith. At this point, we must trust in Luffy, Suitsong said, forming a hand seal. Would clone jutsu. Immediately, a figure identical to Suitsong appeared in his stead. This clone leapt from the hermit crab's back. What? What is this? The group gasped in astonishment, witnessing a perfect doppelganger of Suitsong. This is my newly awakened ability. It allows me to create a clone. Though it is a clone, its strength is identical to mine. I'll leave a wood clone behind. Should anything unexpected occur to Luffy, my clone should be able to provide swift assistance. Suitsong thought ahead, earning the admiration of his companions. Are you really okay? Vivi asked, still worried about Luffy's direction. It'll be fine if the royal army and the rebel army cross paths. This nation, the Alabasta kingdom, will cease to exist if you are the only hope to stop all this. You must survive no matter what happens, Zoro encouraged, regardless of what transpires among us in the future. Why does Vivi still feel such guilt? Vivi, you instigated the war. You declared war on this unidentified organization, but do not think you are fighting alone anymore, Sanji said. Vivi, don't worry. I'm here for you. Usopp chimed in. Offering reassurance to AT that moment, Vivi shouted, Luffy, we will wait for you in Alabasta. Okay, Luffy responded, just as Suitsong appeared. Suitsong? Didn't you leave? Why are you back? Luffy asked, bewildered and ready to scold Suitsong. I am not Suitsong. I am his wood clone. You may consider me as Suitsong, but I am not his true self. Luffy was left speechless, unable to comprehend what Suitsong was saying. However, before them stood two figures, Crocodile and Nico Robin, both appearing somewhat disheveled after Suitsong's earlier attack had cast them into the water. It seems we prompted Vivi to escape, Robin remarked. Regardless of their escape, the agents have already assembled in Alabasta. You must contact them quickly, Crocodile instructed. I never expected your swordsmanship to be so formidable. Suitsong, that I truly underestimated you before, Crocodile admitted. And you, Straw Hat Luffy, have chosen to confront me alone. I wonder whether to commend your courage or to deem you foolish. Crocodile remarked at AT that moment. Luffy replied, that guy, despite his weakness, wants to save everyone he sees. That it is precisely because he cannot abandon anything that he suffers so much, hoping that no one dies in the rebellion. Not a single person should die. How naive you are. That foolish idealist at it is because she knows nothing of true battle, Crocodile retorted. Yes, however, as long as you are around, she will fight you to the death. Which is precisely why I must resolve this here, Luffy shouted, his expression shifting. Huh? How dull. It seems you are the hopeless fool, a perfect example of someone who sacrifices themselves due to excessive attachment to others. I've seen many such people, Crocodile sneered. Aren't you a fool as well? Luffy countered. Nico Robin couldn't help but chuckle. What's so funny? Do you wish to die too, Nico Robin? Crocodile questioned. Crocodile remarked, if you wish. Feel free. Did we not agree to refrain from using that name? Robin replied as she walked. Where are you headed? Crocodile inquired. I must first go to Alabasta, Robin responded. What a useless woman. Crocodile then tossed the hourglass near Luffy, declaring, you have 3 minutes. After that, I intend to enjoy a good game with Suitsong. Crocodile now believed Suitsong to be the strongest. However, your strength lies in swordsmanship, does it not? Yet you wield no sword. How do you plan to contend with me? Crocodile observed Suitsong's wooden clone. Although the clone possessed the same power as Suitsong, it did not mean everything was replicated perfectly. Suitsong's Zanpakuto could not be duplicated by the clone technique. Thus, Crocodile concluded that Suitsong might not be as formidable as he thought. Your opponent is me, Crocodile. Leave it to me, Luffy proclaimed. Very well. Suitsong's wooden clone was never intended to battle Crocodile. Its mission was to ensure Luffy's survival. All right then, let us resolve this in 3 minutes. Should it exceed that time, my patience will wear thin. Now, let us begin. The winds howled fiercely around them, as Luffy fixed his gaze upon Crocodile. Though Suitsong had recently unlocked the wooden clone technique, it was executed flawlessly, allowing for an indefinite duration thanks to Suitsong's perfect manifestation. At this moment, Suitsong had vacated the area for Luffy, while he himself was nowhere to be seen. Enough with the delay, Straw Hat. Crocodile stared intently at Luffy and charged forward at AS for Suitsong. He approached Robin from behind. What brings you here, Mr. Suitsong? Robin quickly noticed Suitsong's presence, which he made no effort to conceal. Sootsong smiled subtly. Miss Robin, I trust you do not intend to leave just yet. Perhaps you might save Luffy when he falls. Robin appeared slightly taken aback, though her exterior remained composed. Why do you think so? We are, after all, adversaries. Sootsong shook his head. No, we stand on the same side. What do you mean? Robin expressed considerable interest in the enigmatic young man who had previously saved her and revealed the history text, as well as the name of the Pirate King. All of which piqued her curiosity. Your goal is the history text. Though you are within Baroque works, your true motivation is merely to evade the Navy and the world government's pursuit. Hence, you wish to keep your identity as Nico Robin concealed. The more Sootsong spoke, the more astonished Robin became. You cannot be? Robin's gaze shifted, tinged with fear. Fear not. I am not CP9. I am not a dog of the world government. Sootsong expressed disdain for both the world government and the Navy, which slightly eased Robin's apprehension. How do you know about CP9? Robin countered. What do you know? Tell me everything. It is just the two of us here that I must understand you well enough to determine whether to eliminate you. Robin's tone carried a hint of menace. However, Sootsong was unfazed. What you see of Sootsong is merely a clone. My true self is currently journeying to Alabasta with my companions. Yet, I can embody Sootsong's will and possess his formidable strength. Killing me will not be so simple. Moreover, we are fighting on the same front. Robin fell silent, having heard far too many astonishing revelations. Robin, Crocodile cannot shield you for much longer. The Straw Hat Pirates will defeat him, and then, where will you go? You do not belong here. You belong to the world that is the last historian of O'Hara. I hope you will join our crew. Though I am unaware of the Void Century, I hope you will uncover its secrets. Upon hearing Sootsong mention O'Hara and the Void Century, Robin was left in a state of panic. Who are you? She struggled to articulate her feelings that I am your ally, a powerful and trustworthy companion. However, I understand you desire to enter Alabasta to seek the history text. I will not obstruct your path. In fact, I will support you, which is why I shared the location of the history text with you. With me here, Luffy will not perish. Therefore, you can seek the history text in Yuba before heading to Alabasta. Leave this to me. Of course, there is no need to rush your decision, as Crocodile has yet to be defeated. Sootsong smiled gracefully before turning towards Luffy and Crocodile, pondering that 3 minutes should be nearly up. Meanwhile, Robin remained in a daze for quite some time. When that man spoke, it felt as though it was simply a matter of course. Why is he so confident? He is indeed powerful, but can he truly defeat Crocodile? Just as Robin contemplated her thoughts, Sootsong vanished from her sight. When Sootsong reappeared, Crocodile had already subdued Luffy. You boast like a novice. I can produce as many as you wish, Crocodile declared, having knocked Luffy to the ground amidst the raging sandstorm. Yuba shall perish, consumed by the final storm. The rebel army will only grow angrier. And such antiquated notions of caring for others will lead the entire nation to ruin. Crocodile's silhouette appeared bloodied under the setting sun. You too, Straw Hat Luffy. If you were to cast aside those trivial emotions, perhaps you could live a little longer. Before Crocodile could finish, Luffy seized his wrist. Are you still alive? Crocodile then discarded Luffy into the depths of the desert. Luffy writhed in agony as he sank into the sand. You seem to be in great pain. However, you shall soon find relief. Heh. After saying this, Luffy was drawn deeper into the sandy abyss. That moment, a swift sound echoed, and Sootsong appeared, cradling Luffy and arriving behind Crocodile. What? Crocodile exclaimed, such speed. I barely caught a glimpse. Turning around, he realized the newcomer was Sootsong, the demon man. Sootsong? Have you come to meet your demise as well? Regardless, the outcome will remain the same. You both shall perish here. I have no time to entertain you. Come. Though Crocodile was startled, he maintained an air of arrogance. Sootsong smirked, relishing the challenge of such pretentious foes. Apologies, Sootsong, but I lack the strength, Luffy managed to utter, feeling incapacitated. No worries. You can rest here, Sootsong replied, offering Luffy a bit of water before vanishing once more, reappearing behind Crocodile. What is this? Crocodile could not help but inquire, bewildered by Sootsong's ability to teleport instantaneously. Do you know how Shaoli defeated my arrow? Sootsong queried. What? Crocodile failed to grasp Sootsong's meaning. Allow me to demonstrate. Sootsong vanished in a flash. Not this again. Crocodile gritted his teeth, spinning around, anticipating Sootsong's reappearance behind him. However, this time was different. Sootsong materialized before Crocodile, delivering a powerful punch infused with the strength of his devil fruit. The shadow of the demon flickering ominously around his skin, reminiscent of Dante from Devil May Cry, when in full force. Bang! Crocodile was struck squarely in the stomach, yet he merely smirked. Useless. My fruit's abilities are insurmountable. Insurmountable? Are you jesting? Sootsong retorted. Humph. Truly stubborn. Crocodile, having elementalized, found parts of his own body transformed into sand that he intended to ensnare Sootsong in a bid to sandify him, but an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Sootsong suddenly appeared behind Crocodile, delivering a powerful punch. With a resounding crash, Crocodile's head was obliterated, yet he remained unscathed, merely unable to seize Sootsong in time. Once again, Crocodile realized that Sootsong had vanished. Each time Sootsong reappeared, he would strike Crocodile, turning him to sand once more, before disappearing again. 3 minutes had long since passed, and Sootsong remained vibrant and full of life, while Crocodile was left in disarray. Although he possessed the powers of the sand fruit, granting him immunity to all harm, Crocodile was seething with rage. Damn it! Damn it! He fumed. You wretch, if you have the ability, stand and fight. Are you brave enough to face my assault? Boom! Sootsong's fist again shattered Crocodile's head. All right, since you are so confident in your attacks, I shall test my luck. Sootsong then halted his rapid movements, choosing to remain stationary and await Crocodile's strike. Desert Sword. Crocodile raised his arm high, fully transforming into sand before bringing it crashing down. Boom! The sand before him split in two, a testament to the sheer might of Crocodile's attack. Yet Sootsong was unfazed. A dark aura enveloped him, his eyes morphing into the three-tomo Sharingan, exuding an even more formidable presence. Sootsong's demonic wings shielded him. This fellow is doomed. Crocodile was filled with confidence, as no one had ever withstood his attack before. However, as he anticipated Sootsong's demise, an astonishing spectacle transpired. The demonic wings withstood his formidable strike. How can this be? This is impossible. No one has ever survived this attack. With that damned wing, it was able to block it. Crocodile's heart brimmed with disbelief. How could a member of the Seven Warlords, a great pirate of the seas, encounter such an anomaly? What kind of fruit do you possess? Though Crocodile knew Sootsong was referred to as the demon, he had yet to grasp why others bestowed him such a title. Sootsong replied, Do you desire it? Unfortunately, this world does not possess such a fruit, yet I have obtained it. This is a super devil fruit, the embodiment of the primal power of demons. You likely remain unaware of the true significance of the devil fruits, don't you? But then again, a mere pirate like you would only wish to know about the weak ancient weapon. Pluton, while the super devil fruit is beyond your comprehension, that Sootsong was merely bluffing. He had no true understanding of the definition of devil fruits, but sought to intimidate Crocodile. Pluton, an ancient weapon capable of obliterating a nation? You dare call it weak? How ignorant you are, Crocodile retorted, but then quickly asked, Demon brat, what exactly is this super devil fruit? Huh? Why should I tell you? I've already stated that you, a mere pirate, are unworthy of such knowledge. This is something even Joel D. Roger could not comprehend. Sootsong resumed his boastful demeanor, while Crocodile grew increasingly agitated. By all means, endure all my attacks, Crocodile declared, producing his hand that lacked the golden hook, slamming it onto the ground while exclaiming, Erosion rebirth. Instantly, the lifeless desert was stripped of its right to existence. That a massive pit formed around them, leaving Sootsong no choice but to evade. Crocodile's hand absorbed moisture, causing the surrounding water to vanish. Should Sootsong be captured, his fate would be sealed. Crocodile was elated to see Sootsong leap into the air, believing there was no escape. You are doomed. Sootsong, Crocodile grinned as he conjured a sandstorm to hurl at Sootsong. In that moment, Sootsong began forming hand seals. This technique is one I have long emulated. Crocodile, you are the first to experience it. Upon completing the seals, Sootsong proclaimed, Water style. Great waterfall technique. Logically, creating water in a desert was an absurd endeavor. However, in the world of ninjas, a true master of water style could summon waves of water even in arid conditions to strike their foe. Sootsong, possessing the bloodlines of the Senju, Uchiha, and Uzumaki clans, wielded chakra comparable to that of a tailed beast. This technique, learned during his childhood from anime, was now his greatest weapon against Crocodile. As Crocodile's sandstorm approached, water materialized beside Suit Song. The water collided with the sandstorm, and inexplicably, it began to dissipate. Crocodile was left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. This guy can create water out of thin air. Water was Crocodile's greatest fear. Should his body come into contact with it, he would lose his ability to elementalize, rendering the sand fruit temporarily ineffective. Suit Song's great waterfall technique not only scattered the sandstorm, but also propelled Crocodile away with tremendous force. Unfortunately for Suit Song, the waterfall he conjured was composed merely of water vapor, lacking the potency of the sea, thus not rendering Crocodile defenseless. However, one could only imagine the devastation if they encountered a pirate upon the ocean. No matter how powerful, a single wave of seawater would spell their doom, easily dispatching any devil fruit user. Upon realizing this, Suit Song understood the brilliance of his strategy. My goodness, I nearly overlooked such a formidable ability. It seems I must develop in the direction of the Sea Kings. The system seemingly heard Suit Song's thoughts and promptly responded, "Greetings, host. You have the option to choose your reward direction, should you desire rewards in any specific realm." "Do inform me, what?" Suit Song exclaimed. "Why didn't you mention this sooner?" "You never inquired," the system replied. "Currently, the reward status is random. In other words, rewards from the realms of Dragon Ball, One Piece, Naruto, and Bleach may all appear. If you prefer abilities from Naruto, you can set it as such. If you favor One Piece, you may also do so. Of course, you can designate both, allowing you to receive 2 random rewards. System, you are truly a step behind." Suit Song expressed his exasperation. To be honest, I'm uncertain how to choose. After all, the power disparities among these worlds are significant. In the Dragon Ball realm, one could easily obliterate a planet or even a universe. If such power were to manifest in this world, who knows what chaos would ensue? Suit Song articulated his thoughts. Ultimately, Suit Song decided to focus on the realms of One Piece and Naruto for the time being. Yet, just as he was preoccupied with conversing with the system, he realized that after using the water style, Crocodile had vanished without a trace. Wait, what is going on? I broke his ability. Logically, he shouldn't be able to use the sand fruit anymore. Where did he go? Suit Song inquired. The system, yet again, chimed in. Host, a person was recently rescued by a swarm of hands. I noticed your engaging conversation and refrained from interrupting. The system explained that Suit Song was left speechless. System, that individual is a warlord of the sea. An enemy. You saw him and didn't he inform me? Are you jesting? Suit Song had initially intended to pursue Crocodile, believing that if he could eliminate him. Thus, the mission in Alabasta has come to an end. The conflict between the Royal Army and the rebels, I believe, can be quelled by our other companions, including Vivi. However, this would contradict Suit Song's original intent. Suit Song's purpose in leaving his wooden clone here was to rescue Luffy. And the reason Crocodile remains alive at Suit Song's hands is due to an unspoken understanding between Suit Song and Robin that Suit Song is waiting for Robin to enter the royal tomb of Alabasta to observe the true history. If normal means were employed, King Cobra would certainly not permit their entry, which would lead to trouble. As for Crocodile, I intend to send him flying, Luffy declared boldly, despite having just suffered a severe beating from Crocodile that nearly cost him his life. After recovering, he insists on confronting Crocodile alone once more. This moment, after drinking Suit Song's water, Luffy felt a significant restoration of his strength. Suit Song, what's the matter? You didn't manage to take that guy down, did you? Or perhaps you merely incapacitated him? Luffy immediately responded with anger. That guy can only be sent flying by me. Don't you dare steal my thunder. Suit Song could only chuckle ruefully. Luffy, you truly overestimate my abilities. That is Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, a wielder of a Logia-type devil fruit. Defeating him is beyond the capacity of an ordinary person. However, this individual does possess a significant flaw. Let me think. Luffy's mind began to race, and he then exclaimed, I see. It's blood? No, it's water. I sent it. Just now, I witnessed your technique, which summoned a massive amount of water. Sweeping him away, that guy didn't seem to turn into his annoying sand form. Suit Song was taken aback by Luffy's unexpected growth in understanding, nodding in approval. Exactly. My chakra is nearly depleted. It is my first time using this jutsu, and I have yet to master it fully. Now, take this water pouch, and I will summon more water. Following that, run with all your might toward the west. I will do my utmost to carry you further. Sootsong spoke for quite a while, only to find Luffy had reverted to his previous state, understanding nothing at all. Nonetheless, this was of little consequence. It sufficed for Luffy to grasp that Sootsong would summon water once more. I say, why do you disappear? How do you summon water? If you truly possess the ability to summon water, then this country would be saved, Luffy exclaimed joyfully. You are correct. Thus, we must set out to thwart the Baroque Works mission and defeat Crocodile. That fellow must have already set his sights on Alabasta. Sootsong stated with gravity, for there was no time to discuss other matters with Luffy at this juncture. Very well. Let us go. I shall send Crocodile flying. Luffy once again adopted a serious demeanor. At this moment, Sootsong gathered his chakra and performed the jutsu, water release, great waterfall technique. This time, the amount of water summoned was not as copious. Even if Sootsong had more chakra, he could not extract additional water. Nevertheless, the water provided was sufficient for Luffy to reach Alabasta without issue. Wow. Sootsong, you are incredible. Although I couldn't fully comprehend your words, the current you is indeed remarkable. Right? Leave the rest to me. You must protect everyone well, Luffy said with great enthusiasm. Sootsong's wooden clone replied, then grasped Luffy firmly. Hey, what are you doing? Luffy did not grasp Sootsong's intention, but Sootsong then smiled. Now, I will unleash my full power. You likely haven't witnessed this before. Brace yourself. I will take you flying, Luffy. Sootsong then dashed forth like the wind. After completing his run-up, he unfurled his enormous demonic wings and began to flap them. His entire being surged forward at great speed toward the east, heading for the Santora River. Time passed, and Sootsong remarked, "We've arrived. My chakra, in other words, my energy, has run low from here on. Reaching Alabasta will depend solely on you." Whoosh, Sootsong gradually faded away, granting Luffy ample time to adjust, allowing him to descend gently. Meanwhile, Sootsong's wooden clone transformed into a block of wood, vanishing into the desert. At that moment, Sootsong, who was moving with the moving crab and the others, smiled, saying, "Rest assured, Luffy is alive, and Crocodile has also recognized my strength." Everyone turned to Sootsong, inquiring, "How did you know this time?" Sootsong replied, "Once my clone disappears, all its memories transfer back to me. Alabasta is just ahead. The Baroque Works must be thoroughly prepared at this point." Vivi spoke up that it seems we need to devise a strategy. Their target must be Vivi, right? Zoro commented. Indeed, Princess Vivi is a friend of the rebel leader Koza. As a princess, both sides would likely heed her words, Sootsong noted. However, it cannot be that simple, right? You have mentioned that both factions have Baroque agents inciting unrest. Haven't you? Sanji added. Then how can we prevent this? Usopp expressed his trepidation. Alabasta has 4 gates. The enemies from Baroque Works should be at the east, west, and south gates to intercept us. Perhaps we should devise a plan to deceive them? Vivi seemed to have an idea that let us proceed as such. Sootsong shared his strategy with everyone. They all looked at Sootsong with admiration, exclaiming, "Excellent. We shall follow Sootsong's plan. This is truly a brilliant scheme." The first step in Sootsong's plan was to utilize cloaks, pairing up with his companions to employ diversion tactics. They would approach the east, west, and south gates. In doing so, the agents of Baroque Works would face 2 opponents each. All the members of Baroque Works would misjudge, thinking that the figures before them were indeed Princess Vivi. Meanwhile, Sootsong himself stayed close to Vivi, ensuring her protection. Aware that Vivi was the enemy's target, Sootsong prioritized her safety. "Thank you, everyone." Vivi gazed at Alabasta and then offered a prayer, turning to Sootsong to say, "Sootsong. Thank you. We must hurry. The rebel forces have already arrived." "All right, you lead the way, and I will follow you," Sootsong replied, silently trailing behind Vivi. Vivi mounted her Karoo duck and sped ahead. The Straw Hat crew aimed to mislead Baroque Works into believing they were seeking the royal army. However, Vivi's true objective was not to find the king, but to stop the rebel leader Koza. "That I will certainly prevent them. If I fail, all that has been done previously will be in vain." Vivi declared this moment. The royal army, the guards of the palace, were diligently preparing defenses. The rebel forces numbered as high as 2 million, an astonishing figure indeed. Vivi finally reached the essential route to the palace, where she awaited the rebel army. Sootsong. From here on, It's up to me. You must not intervene, Vivi cautioned repeatedly, fearing Su Tsong might act to protect her. Rest assured, I will not. But should you fail to persuade them, I will act without taking their lives, Su Tsong reassured her, allowing Vivi to feel satisfied. Dust swirled around them, and the silhouettes of countless people and camels became visible, shaking the very ground. Please, leader, allow me to speak a few words. Vivi thought anxiously that Su Tsong stood beside her, his presence almost negligible to AT this moment. He had to adhere to Vivi's wishes. Everyone, do not scatter. Charge toward the south gate. Then open the main gate from within. Prepare yourselves, commanded the rebel leader Koza, riding his camel at lightning speed, followed by a vast army, an imposing sight indeed. Halt, rebel army. This battle has been orchestrated by others. Vivi spread her arms, attempting to halt the advance of the rebels. Please, let me say a few words, Vivi called out loudly, yet no one seemed willing to listen to her at that moment. A cannonball suddenly fired from an unknown source. Su Tsong instinctively recognized that the projectile had been launched by the Baroque spies of the king's army. Refrain from your petty schemes. Su Tsong dashed forward, his sword, Shura, unsheathed in an instant. He swiftly swung the Shura, cleaving the cannonball cleanly in two. Upon seeing Vivi, Kusha immediately gestured for his troops to halt. However, amidst the ranks of the rebel army, many Baroque spies were present, and they launched an assault on Su Tsong and Vivi. Damn it! I have not given the order. Kusha's words were cut short as he witnessed a figure elegantly dancing amidst the hail of bullets. The projectiles seemed to glide past Su Tsong, who, after evading, expertly sliced them in half with his extraordinary swordsmanship. While slicing a cannonball was one thing, being able to sever bullets, especially those from advanced rifles, was nothing short of astonishing. Who are you? State your name, Kusha inquired, recognizing that someone was obstructing his forces. Kusha, I presume you are acquainted with me, and surely you know Princess Vivi, before you launch an attack on the king's army. Please heed her words, Su Tsong replied. Noticing that Kusha and Vivi were now face to face, Su Tsong remained vigilant. He was acutely aware of the presence of Baroque spies on both sides, and a single misstep could lead to Vivi's demise. Thus, he unfurled his wings and enveloped Vivi protectively. Dodo? Vivi. Kusha, of course, recognized his father's name, and he would not forget that of his friend. Stop. Kusha. This war has been orchestrated by others. The one truly benefiting from this is Crocodile. The king has gone missing. The king you see is merely an agent of the Baroque works possessing a devil fruit. The leader of this organization is Crocodile, whose aim is to deplete our forces and seize control of Alabasta. Vivi urgently relayed the information she possessed to Kusha. Kusha was taken aback. So we have been deceived. Is it possible that Crocodile is also responsible for Alabasta's drought? Although he initially harbored doubts about Vivi, her willingness to risk her life to stop him spoke volumes, coupled with the fact that the circumstances seemed too coincidental, a lack of weapons that suddenly turned into an abundance. The king's army, originally vastly superior, suddenly rebelling. Why had Alabasta been parched for so long? If all these events were mere coincidences, it was indeed hard to believe. Kusha found himself in a moral quandary. Caught between two choices that moment, a shocking incident unfolded. Kusha was suddenly knocked to the ground by an attack from the king's army. Su Tsong, unable to protect both Vivi and Kusha, found himself at a pivotal moment. Upon witnessing their leader's defeat, the rebel forces were once again incited to action. Advance on Alabasta. Avenge our leader Kusha? Yes. Vengeance, vengeance. The troops, previously poised to cease hostilities, were now fueled by a resurgence of hatred. Su Tsong gritted his teeth in fury. These Baroque agents were insidiously cunning. Crocodile, it seems you are intent on instigating conflict between both sides. If that is the case, I shall once again thwart your ambitions. Your expression at that moment will surely be entertaining, Su Tsong thought to himself. Meanwhile, tears streamed down Vivi's face. She had not anticipated that her desperate attempts to intervene would culminate in such a dire outcome. Countless rebels surged towards Su Tsong and Vivi once more. For our country, down with the king. This is the final battle. What to do? Leader, Vivi cried out hoarsely, but her voice went unheard. Leave it to me. Vivi, rest assured that I will not harm them. Su Tsong drew his sword, Shura, once more, and with a swift stroke, unleashed a radiant crimson light. The previously arid air was now suffused with the scent of blood. Su Tsong honored his promise. Though he had unsheathed Shura, He did not take lives but instead struck the ground before him. Immediately, a wave of scarlet sword energy surged forth, cleaving the air. Ultimately, the sword energy struck the ground approximately a meter in front of the rebels. With a tremendous rumble, the earth began to tremble. What is happening? Is this an earthquake? Look, what is that? Both the king's army and the rebels stood in shock, gazing at the site where Su Tsong's sword energy had landed. That location had transformed into a gaping chasm, its depth unknown to all. Indeed, with a single stroke, Su Tsong had carved a vast pit into the ground, resembling a rift stretching long and wide, at least 2 meters across. No one had anticipated such power in Su Tsong's strike, effectively halting the advancing rebel forces. That a Baroque agent within the rebel ranks exclaimed, "Find a way across. Prepare ladders or something. If not, we can go around." However, witnessing Su Tsong's display, the rebels hesitated, realizing that should they provoke him, they might all meet a swift demise at his hands. The king's army had no reason to attack, as the rebels could not approach. Meanwhile, the rebels were left immobilized, contemplating their next move. "Since you refuse to heed Vivi's words, let us proceed according to my plan," Su Tsong declared, seizing Vivi as he prepared to flee toward Alabasta. With war now inevitable, Su Tsong recognized he could not eradicate everyone, nor could he solely target the Baroque agents, which would prove quite challenging. Truth be told, Su Tsong could only temporarily escort Vivi back to the palace. Just then, Usopp suddenly appeared before Su Tsong and Vivi, urging, "Vivi, hurry. I have a horse. Get on quickly. If we don't hurry, the rebellion will escalate." However, observing this unusual situation, Vivi immediately expressed her doubts. "Usopp, prove it to me." "What? Do you suspect me?" Usopp retorted, revealing his left hand, which bore the familiar bandage. "Not right." Even upon seeing the bandage, Vivi remained unconvinced and turned to Su Tsong for affirmation. "Yes, he is not." Su Tsong nodded. It was known that prior to wrapping the bandage, everyone had marked their wrists with a cross symbol, serving as a double mark. The single mark could easily be recognized by others. Thus, Usopp's failure to reveal the inner mark indicated that it was clearly a ruse. In an instant, Usopp transformed, revealing himself as Mr. Two. Bon Clay. Why was my identity exposed? It should have been flawless. Little O reported that everyone had the same mark. Mr. Two said with a playful grin at Mr. Two. "Good to see you. We are, in a sense, half-friends, right? You remember that we saved your life, don't you? Do you not intend to repay this debt?" Su Tsong, knowing Mr. Two valued friendship, employed moral leverage. "Oh, it's you. The demon Su Tsong. You tricked me so thoroughly. I could let you go, but I must say, my goal is to eliminate Princess Vivi. This desert shall become your grave." "Princess Vivi," Mr. Two declared bluntly, launching an attack without hesitation at Su Tsong, grasping Vivi and Kuru. Executed a swift movement, vanishing from sight, only to reappear at the gates of the palace. "So fast. But I will not allow you to escape." The half-human, half-monster charged forward. Mr. Two pursued with unwavering determination, with the assistance of Su Tsong. Kuru Duck astonishingly acquired the fleeting ability to fly, soaring to the precipice and evading Mr. Two. However, Mr. Two was not to be underestimated. He swiftly resumed his chase, racing towards the palace of Alabasta. That moment, Kuru Duck demonstrated commendable loyalty by remaining behind to obstruct Mr. Two. Soon after, Kuru Duck's troops and Sanji arrived to offer support, ensuring the safety of Kuru Duck and Vivi. "Let us depart, Vivi. You have your own tasks to attend to. Do you not?" "I shall handle things here," Sanji declared, taking charge of the confrontation with Mr. Two, while Su Tsong continued escorting Vivi with an umbrella towards the palace. With King Cobra now missing, it was evident that he had been captured by Baroque works. Su Tsong aimed to rescue him without disrupting the narrative and sought the captain of the guard to unveil the conspiracy behind the war. Baroque agents had already infiltrated, and the battle had commenced. With Crocodile and Robin seemingly having arrived at the palace, Vivi encountered Jaga and recounted all that had transpired. Suddenly, a torrent of sand surged forth, coalescing into a humanoid form. "What a headache. A perfectly good battle disrupted by you and Miss Wednesday," Crocodile remarked, appearing fatigued, clearly having sustained injuries during his skirmish with Su Tsong's wooden clone. "Crocodile," Vivi exclaimed, her gaze fixated on the figure before her, who held King Cobra captive. "Your Majesty," Jaga shouted in alarm. "Father," Vivi expressed profound concern for her father's safety. "Tell me, Crocodile, Your prowess seems rather lackluster. What are your intentions now? Sootsong observed Crocodile with an air of nonchalance. Huh? Do you believe that winning a single encounter against me holds any significance? Crocodile retorted, displaying no fear towards Sootsong. Winning once does not equate to victory 1,000 times. Yet, as agreed, the one to defeat you shall be Luffy.as captain. I must concede this opportunity to him. Sootsong replied, his words laced with disdain for Crocodile's strength. Heh, that straw hat kid, a rare newcomer, but still not worthy of facing me. Crocodile recalled how he had nearly dispatched Luffy not long ago. Had it not been for Sootsong's intervention, Luffy would have met his demise. Stop bragging. You are no match for Luffy. You rely solely on the abilities of your Logia fruit, Sootsong asserted. The moment he reappears, I shall eliminate him completely, without granting you any time to save him. Crocodile's expression turned menacing, as if he were serious this time. If I am not mistaken, you fear water. Do you not? Should I employ the technique that defeated you? Regardless of your strength, I will swiftly vanquish you. Sootsong threatened Crocodile with calm assurance. Perhaps Sootsong's words had intimidated Crocodile. He grew increasingly taciturn. Soon, the sounds of roaring from outside the palace could be heard. It appears the rebel forces have breached the city, Sootsong conjectured. Though Sootsong's prior display was indeed impressive, it merely served to temporarily hinder the advance of the rebels. The purpose of Baroque agents was to incite conflict between both factions, provoking them until a method to breach the area was devised. The royal army fought valiantly, yet the pressure intensified palpably. Sootsong, even if you manage to defeat me, you cannot obliterate this nation. Crocodile smirked with arrogance. As long as I can defeat you, I can save this country, Sootsong declared resolutely. Humph, Crocodile scoffed. Vivi, gazing at Cobra, sorrowfully uttered, forgive me, father, forgive me, Vivi, for squandering the opportunity you so desperately created. Cobra lamented, this all there is to the long-awaited reunion between father and daughter? Crocodile seemed unconcerned about Sootsong, as Cobra's life hung in the balance. Should Sootsong make a reckless move, he would not hesitate to end the king's life. Though Sootsong appeared to harbor trepidation, he was merely stalling for time, intending for Cobra to lead everyone away before making his move against Crocodile. Miss Wednesday, I have no intention of allowing you and your father to survive. The fall of the kingdom naturally entails the demise of the royal family, does it not? However, before the throne changes hands, there is one matter I must inquire of you. The current king, Crocodile approached King Cobra steadily. That is my ultimate objective, Cobra. Where is Pluton? Crocodile inquired. Upon hearing the name Pluton, Cobra's expression shifted dramatically, revealing his apparent knowledge of its significance. You scoundrel, how do you know this name? Cobra demanded. What is Pluton? This is not the first time I have encountered this name. Sootsong had previously mentioned it as well. Vivi glanced at Sootsong, who slowly shook his head, signaling for her to remain composed. Seeing Sootsong's calm demeanor, Vivi trusted that he had a plan and refrained from acting. Pluton, it is said that a single shot can erase an entire island. A weapon of ancient evil bearing the name of a deity, it should lie dormant somewhere within this nation, Crocodile succinctly explained. Vivi found herself utterly bewildered. Such an ancient weapon exists in this country? Has father known of this all along? Jaga interjected. Could it be a secret inherited alongside the throne? My objective from the very beginning has been this. With it, I can construct the mightiest military nation here, Crocodile proclaimed. All for this. The others regarded Crocodile's ambitions with incredulity. With this, even subjugating those pirates beneath my banner would be a simple task, strengthening my power. One day, I shall acquire the means to surpass the world government. Creating a nation akin to a dream, Crocodile spoke with fervor. The world government would never permit such a thing, Cobra countered. Indeed, which is precisely why I require it. The formidable Pluton, Crocodile affirmed that I do not know where you acquired this name. Even I am unsure of its whereabouts, and I dare not confirm whether it exists in this nation. Cobra replied that I see. It appears your claims are not entirely fabricated. I had considered the possibility before, and I understand that this entity may indeed be non-existent. At that moment, Sootsong interjected to no, it exists. Cobra felt perplexed. Vivi and Sootsong regarded him with uncertainty, unaware of his intentions. That go on. You seem to possess knowledge. Crocodile inquired. The three ancient weapons, Pluton, Poseidon, Uranus, I know the whereabouts of two, yet I have no desire to disclose them to you. What will you do about it? Su Tsong's words tantalized Crocodile, leaving the others relieved. You bastard, it seems you are eager for death. Crocodile's fury escalated, though he managed to compose himself as he stated. Regardless, you are all destined to perish. The rebel army and the royal army alike shall be obliterated by powerful artillery. Each of you will meet your demise. A bomb with a 5,000-meter radius will surely paint the landscape in flames. The war will conclude, but only on my terms, Crocodile declared. You truly regard human life as trivial. I am increasingly inclined to strike you, Su Tsong remarked coolly. Why? Why are you so heartless? What have they done to deserve this? Vivi shouted at Crocodile in anger. How tiresome. Crocodile disregarded Vivi's outburst and turned to Cobra, asking, where is the location of the historical texts? How do you even know of this? Vivi inquired. If I tell you this place, what of it? Allow me to take you there. Ultimately, Cobra, for reasons unknown, seemed to relent. Princess Vivi, I can no longer endure this. At that moment, the wolfman Jaka drew his blade. Before them, Crocodile was instantaneously engulfed in sand. It was evident that he would unleash his full wrath upon Jaka. Thus, Su Tsong swiftly clasped his hands together, and in an instant, a wooden clone was conjured. The clone positioned itself before Jaka, while Su Tsong executed a swift movement to stand before Crocodile, Sand Croc. Do not act rashly. Otherwise, I shall not show mercy as I did before, Su Tsong stated coolly. The onlookers were taken aback by the scene unfolding before them, especially Crocodile. Demon brat, what is the meaning of this? Why have you multiplied? Is this another manifestation of your fruit's power? To conjure water out of thin air, to create clones, and to possess devil-like abilities? How many powers do you truly wield? In other words, who exactly are you? Crocodile finally voiced the questions that had been plaguing his mind. Mind your own business, Su Tsong retorted, displaying no fear before the warlord. Just then, Su Tsong received a notification from the system. Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. Having lingered in Alabasta for an extended period, you are rewarded with a practical ninjutsu gift pack. What nonsense. Must it be now? Indeed, right now, the system replied. Su Tsong was momentarily taken aback by the system's words. Why now of all times? Previously, rewards were given upon reaching a destination or departing an island. But now, you choose to provide rewards during combat? I have never seen such a thing. Su Tsong couldn't help but voice his frustration. Oh, I see that it seems you are not entirely satisfied with my service. In that case, I shall refrain from bestowing it upon you. The system promptly responded. Wait. Don't. Since you've decided to give it, I shall say no more. Su Tsong remarked, glancing at Crocodile. Regardless, Crocodile does not dare to act recklessly at this moment. Let me see what ninjutsu you have provided. Su Tsong meticulously examined the contents of the ninjutsu gift pack and found it to be quite practical, containing several commonly used elemental techniques, such as water wave and water barrier. Most importantly, there was a technique from Nagato, the art of the dragon and tigeress freedom. Though a sensing ninjutsu, it could induce rain over a radius of several kilometers. These rains, while conjured from chakra, were imbued with vitality. Su Tsong had already discerned how to utilize this technique. Crocodile recognized Su Tsong as a formidable opponent, yet seeing Su Tsong show no intention of rescuing Cobra left him momentarily uncertain about his next move. Shall I take action? At that moment, Robin, eager to establish her stance, inquired of Crocodile. Crocodile merely shook his head slightly, saying, you stand no chance against him. However, you may handle that wolfman Jaka. Humph. I will never be a lamb for slaughter. Jaka exclaimed fiercely, immediately transforming into his wolf form. Indeed, Jaka possessed the dog fruit, wolf form, an animal-type ability that enhanced his capabilities. Jaka charged directly at Crocodile, but merely passed through his body. One must not forget that Crocodile was the bearer of the sand fruit. Though both were fruit users, the advantages of a Logia type far surpassed those of an animal type. Su Tsong would not allow his allies to perish at Crocodile's hands, just as Su Tsong prepared to form seals. A figure appeared, Kosha, who had just recovered from the earlier attack. Upon witnessing the scene, Kosha was taken aback. What is happening? I intended to persuade the royal army, yet it seems the king is on the verge of being vanquished by the nation's hero. Kosha's mind was in disarray. Though the rebel army had gained a certain advantage, he sensed an unusual air about the battle, as if an attack had been orchestrated by someone else. This was indeed a hard-to-believe spectacle. Kosha began to suspect that the mastermind behind it all was Crocodile. Crocodile, no longer hiding, burst into laughter. Things have grown interesting. It is during this fierce battle that the leaders of both sides have crossed paths again. It appears this war has devolved into a brutal clash reminiscent of a lizard with its head twisted off. You seem perplexed, which is a perfectly natural reaction. It's quite simple. Really, just exhaust your imagination to conjure the worst possible scenario in your mind. Robin, still cloaked in darkness, remarked. Kosha finally confirmed a grim realization. This nation had been led into war by his actions, and it was all part of someone else's design. Vivi, who has stolen the reign from this country. Kosha reiterated that it was I. Kosha, everything you mistakenly attributed to the king was a trap set by my company. Your performances over the past 2 years have been quite entertaining. The royal family and the king's army have been led around in circles. Ha ha ha. Had you known this fact, you could have met your end more swiftly. Crocodile mocked Kosha. Cobra shouted, do not heed his nonsense. Kosha, you have matters to attend to. Do everything in your power to save the citizens. In less than half an hour, the square before the palace will be blown to smithereens. Cobra informed Kosha about the explosives in the square. Naturally, Kosha intended to inform his subordinates about the bombs. Suitsong swiftly intervened. Why are you stopping me? Kosha retorted. Vivi, you speak, Suitsong said, glancing at Vivi, aware that her judgment aligned with his own. Kosha, your actions will incite panic among the people below. That would make the war even more inevitable. Wouldn't it? Vivi's approach surprised even Crocodile. That is indeed a wise choice. Your path has been set from the beginning, to halt this orchestrated rebellion, and only you can achieve that, Vivi said sorrowfully. What could have been a preventable war had devolved into its current state. Yet now, if they exerted themselves to stop it, there was still hope. Do you believe I will allow you to leave here so easily? Crocodile then launched an attack on Kosha at that moment. The Wolfman Jaka, having transformed, blocked Crocodile's golden hook assault. I am the guardian of Alabasta. Jaka, I will not allow you to harm them, Jaka declared with conviction. As long as I draw breath, I shall fight, he proclaimed vehemently. How foolish, Crocodile remarked indifferently. You all go do what you wish. I can hold him off for a few minutes, Jaka insisted. Next, Kosha truly emerged from the palace. Addressing those below, quickly, follow Vivi's instructions. We are no longer concerned with life and death. We wish to end this war. The royal army was taken aback by this turn of events. Kosha lifted his weapon and proclaimed, I will inform the rebels that this war is meaningless, that we have no reason to continue fighting. To prevent further bloodshed, raise the white flag. I implore you. Just then, the rebel army's assault grew increasingly fierce as they surged towards the bell tower. Entering the nearby square, they were nearing the palace square, prepared to attack. However, upon their arrival, they were astonished to see the royal army had raised the white flag. One leader gasped at the sight. A white flag? The royal army has surrendered? Meanwhile, they noticed Kosha among the ranks of the royal army. Mr. Kosha? Is that really Mr. Kosha? Why is Mr. Kosha here? The rebel forces are filled with confusion and doubt. Kosha desperately exclaims, the war has ended. Calm your fury, everyone. Lay down your arms. The king's army no longer harbors any desire for battle at this moment. Vivi also prays, please, stop this. Meanwhile, Suitsong remarks, Kosha has previously been attacked by the Baroque works. There are already infiltrators among both the king's army and the rebels. If the Baroque works agents within the king's army were to suddenly launch an assault, I fear war would become inevitable. What? Kosha? Danger. At this point, Vivi realizes how naive she has been. Is that true, Mr. Kosha? The soldiers of the rebel army inquire. Yes, the fighting has. Just then, Kosha is indeed struck down. The assailants are naturally the agents of Crocodile who had been strategically placed within the king's army. The ensuing scene is all too predictable. The rebels, who had no reason to fight, now find their leader wounded, which triggers a drastic change. Kosha struggles to speak, yet a mysterious dust storm rises around him, rendering his words inaudible. That Suitsong turns to Vivi and states, Crocodile, I anticipated such a trick. You must go save him. Suitsong, please, Vivi implores, tears streaming down her face. Rest assured, I will protect Princess Vivi and His Majesty the King, declares the reliable jackal. Gaka. Do not worry. My wooden clone will rescue Kosha, Suitsong asserts, as his clone vanishes from sight. Kosha, of course, cannot die so easily. Upon finding him, Suitsong immediately employs healing techniques. Meanwhile, under the incitement of Baroque works agents, Fighting erupts once more. The war, which should have ceased, is reignited. You have tried your best, but alas, no one can hear your voice. Robin comments to Cobra beside her. And you, Suitsong, what will you do next? Robin's heart is filled with anticipation for Suitsong's actions. Was this your doing? This sandstorm? Crocodile. Vivi glares at him. It is not over yet. If we can halt the bombardment in 15 minutes, we can minimize casualties. Vivi seems to rekindle hope that if we do that, we can avert the rebellion. Wake up, princess. Your idealism is both ugly and impractical. Ideals are a luxury of the powerful, and you lack that qualification, Crocodile retorts. Gazing at Vivi to AT this moment, Suitsong stands guard beside Vivi. Well aware of Suitsong's strength, Crocodile refrains from being overly audacious. Though it may be ugly, I shall not forsake my ideals. How could someone like you ever understand? I am the princess of this nation. I shall never yield to you. Vivi exclaims, her resolve unwavering, and Suitsong feels inspired by her strength. What an unappealing woman. Crocodile scoffs that I will not give up. I will save this country. Vivi declares, there are still 15 minutes until the bombardment on the square. Reinforcements for the rebels will continue to gather here. You all foolishly run towards the explosion zone, ignorant of your own fate. Had you informed the king's army about the impending explosion, even if panic ensued, thousands of lives could have been spared. Your naive desire to save everything will only lead to the demise of your beloved countrymen. Crocodile sneers at Vivi. From the beginning to the end, each of you is so laughable. The fools of this nation, your espionage efforts over 2 years in our company have truly been commendable. In the end, you have achieved nothing. Talk of stopping the rebellion and saving the kingdom. Your engagement in such a trivial ideal has only resulted in innocent sacrifices. Let me tell you, you cannot save an entire nation. Princess, die. Crocodile suddenly launches an attack at Suitsong and Vivi. Sand rushes towards Suitsong. Vivi, I told you, I will protect you. Suitsong asserts. Crocodile, such a weak opponent, should be left for Luffy. He continues. Exuding confidence, fear not. The bombs here will not explode, and the war will cease. Suitsong speaks with a casualness that nevertheless conveys a sense of undeniable truth. Whoosh! Suitsong's hand signs are executed with remarkable speed, completing the seals in mere seconds before declaring water release. Water barrier. Suitsong's water barrier is not merely a singular facade, akin to the second Hokage. It is a 360-degree defensive technique. The blue-white water wall manifests out of thin air, leaving all present in astonishment. Has an endless wall of water truly been conjured from nothing? Could this be a power of the devil fruit? Even Robin, usually composed, finds herself rendered speechless, eager to witness the extent of Suitsong's abilities. Crocodile had intended to push Vivi down from the palace using sand. However, Suitsong's water barrier prevents the sand from reaching him. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. While maintaining the water barrier, Suitsong simultaneously employs the water dragon bullet, his Sharingan locking onto Crocodile. As the water dragon surges forth like a cannonball, the water transforms into a dragon form, striking fear into the hearts of onlookers. Logically, Suitsong should not have mastered the techniques from the ninjutsu package so swiftly, but due to the system's bestowal, he comprehends and utilizes them instantaneously. Crocodile, of course, will not simply sit idly by. Faced with the water dragon, he opts to turn into sand and frantically evade. Yet Suitsong is relentless, continuing to command the water dragon toward Crocodile. Crocodile, suddenly, a voice reverberates from the sky, causing Crocodile to look up in shock. Straw Hat Kid. This guy should have been defeated by me. It must be that demon Suitsong who saved him. Suitsong, Suitsong, why are you doing this? What is your purpose in repeatedly obstructing me? Is it for that laughable friendship? Crocodile seethes, grappling with both his anger and the need to dodge Suitsong's water dragon. Luffy, I kept my promise and didn't finish off Crocodile. I left him for you. Suitsong calls out to Luffy in the air. Luffy is airborne thanks to the support of Vice Captain Bell of the Royal Guard, an animal-type bird fruit. Falcon model user. Thank you, Suitsong. Luffy exclaims at Suitsong. I'm about to explode. Everyone has been defeated, and my voice can no longer reach anyone. What are we to do? If this continues, the country will. Vivi cries out, her heart heavy with despair. Unsure of what to do, do not worry. Have you forgotten? Luffy is here. Luffy will defeat Crocodile, and my wooden clone will take care of all the bombs. Trust me, Suitsong has plenty of ways to save this country. Suitsong reassures, genuinely treating Vivi as a trusted ally in this moment. Vivi chooses to believe in Suitsong and her companions. Meanwhile, Luffy, filled with determination, carries a large wooden barrel and proclaims, "I will not lose again." "You bastard!" Crocodile finally evades Suitsong's water dragon bullet. Suitsong, having exerted some chakra, has nonetheless driven Crocodile to the brink of desperation. "You scoundrel, I will turn you into a desiccated corpse," Crocodile vows. "Your wish will not come true. Moreover, your next opponent is not me, but Luffy. As I said, you cannot defeat Luffy. To me, whether you are a warlord of the sea or merely you are simply a minor character." Before I entered the Grand Line, I had already crossed swords with the renowned swordsman, Mihawk. At that time, I was able to hold my own against him, much like the current you. You believe I employed swordsmanship in dealing with you? After Suitsong spoke, he approached Luffy and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Be careful, I will watch your battle from the sidelines." "All right," Luffy replied with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Crocodile was deep in thought, reflecting on Suitsong's words. "If I fought that guy to a standstill, does that mean his strength rivals the greatest swordsman in the world? How can that be? He is merely a child. Yet, it seems he hasn't even drawn the sword at his waist to confront me. Why am I pondering this? I am Crocodile. My sole focus should be on eliminating the Straw Hat brat." Crocodile then fixed his gaze upon Luffy. That moment, the Straw Hat crew also made their appearance. Usopp, Sanji, Chopper, Nami, and Zoro. Suitsong raised his thumb at everyone, exclaiming, "You all did splendidly. Everyone is safe. This is wonderful." At this time, Vivi appeared to be feeling slightly better. "What is the situation now, Vivi?" Nami inquired, glancing between Suitsong and Vivi. Taking in the surrounding chaos, Suitsong then stated, "Allow me to provide a brief explanation." After delivering his summary, everyone grasped the situation. "What did you say?" "The square will be bombarded in 10 minutes. Usopp exclaimed in shock. "Indeed, the bombardment is scheduled for 4:30. Vivi confirmed. 4:30? That leaves us only 10 minutes. Nami remarked as she glanced at the clock tower that if the shells hit, no one within a 5,000-meter radius will survive. "That is what Crocodile stated," Vivi added. "So, that means both the Royal Army and the rebel forces will be completely annihilated," Chopper remarked. "That Sand Crocodile is truly detestable," Sanji declared. "So, do we need to locate the artilleryman?" Zoro questioned. "Precisely. Our mission is far from over. We have 2 tasks ahead. One is the war-stopping plan, and the other is the bomb-stopping plan." Suitsong realized that while he spoke, his companions were quietly listening, which made him feel the weight of responsibility upon his shoulders. Finding the artilleryman, preventing the bombardment, and stopping this war while bringing rain to the area will be entrusted to me. Suitsong's words left his companions astounded. "Rain?" Usopp exclaimed incredulously. "Captain, please don't jest. Lives are at stake." "I believe in Suitsong." Everyone nodded in agreement, and Usopp also concurred. "With only 10 minutes left, how can we find the artilleryman?" His companions asked. "Leave it to me. Alabasta is due for some rain," Suitsong declared, forming seals as he employed a ninjutsu technique. Immediately, the sky darkened with clouds, and rain began to fall gently, no matter how arid this place may be. This jutsu serves as a detection ninjutsu, and the rain infused with Senju chakra is teeming with vitality. The fighting between the rebel forces and the Royal Army came to a halt, as Alabasta had not experienced rain in a long time. Even Arabasta had been parched for ages. My goodness, it's actually raining. Captain Suitsong, I admire you so much. You are my idol. That ninjutsu is simply magnificent. His companions could not contain their praise for Suitsong. "This technique is something I just recently learned. I apologize. Had I mastered it sooner, I could have saved Yuba. However, once we resolve matters here, I may still be able to save Yuba." Tears streamed down Vivi's face as she witnessed Suitsong perform this miracle. "Thank you, Suitsong. I am at a loss for words. Let us not forget what we are currently doing." Suitsong reminded, his brow slightly relaxing. "Over there's an artilleryman, in the 3 o'clock direction. That way, and here too." Suitsong continued to point out multiple locations, prompting Sanji, Zoro, Usopp, Chopper, Nami, and the others to rush towards the indicated spots, where they indeed discovered the concealed positions of the artillerymen. What a well-hidden location. Thanks to Suitsong, we would have never found these artillerymen in such a short time, Nami thought. And here, just as Nagato had effortlessly detected Jiraiya infiltrating the land of rain, Tsutsong utilized the same technique to uncover the hidden artillerymen that I can't find anymore. If I do, I will inform you, but I suspect there are still some artillerymen remaining. Tsutsong had eliminated most of the artillerymen, yet a few remained undetected due to not coming into contact with the rain. Please, everyone, cease fire. At this moment, Vivi, seeing that both the rebel forces and the royal army had halted their fighting, began her speech. While Tsutsong stood nearby to protect her from any potential ambush, Tsutsong's wooden clones were also deployed, and the number of artillerymen continued to dwindle, boosting the confidence of his companions. We're nearly there, Tsutsong thought. As Tsutsong focused on locating the artillerymen, at that critical moment, Dasky led the navy to the vicinity. Luffy, meanwhile, was engaged in combat with Crocodile, while Robin seized the opportunity to capture King Cobra. Intending to accompany him to a certain location, don't worry about me. At 4:30, the square will be bombarded, and everyone will perish. You must hurry and help stop it, Cobra urged Dasky. Nevertheless, Dasky ultimately resolved to rescue the king first. As a capable fighter, Robin easily dispatched the navy, who possessed no advantages against her. Soon after, Dasky confronted Robin. Meanwhile, Tsutsong and the Straw Hat crew continued their meticulous search for the remaining artillerymen. I have done all I can. I truly cannot find any more, Tsutsong concluded, feeling that there were no more hidden individuals within the range of his ninjutsu. Others also failed to locate any additional artillerymen. However, Tsutsong was aware that even if the artillerymen were eliminated, there was still a possibility of explosives being present, so they continued their thorough investigation. The royal army and rebel forces had already been pacified by Princess Vivi, and they too began searching for the artillerymen. Everything appeared to be progressing in a positive direction. The battle between Luffy and Crocodile had reached a temporary standstill. Despite Luffy's prowess, Crocodile was a warlord of the sea. He seized Luffy and drained his moisture, causing him to collapse helplessly onto the sandy ground. However, let us not forget that Tsutsong's ninjutsu was still in effect, in other words, as long as there was water, Luffy would not perish. Before long, Luffy fully recovered. That was close. I thought I was going to die. Tsutsong saved me again. What about Crocodile? I saw him turn to sand and fly off in that direction. Tsutsong replied, I won't let that crocodile escape. Luffy gritted his teeth, determined to pursue this moment. Tsutsong's main body had followed Robin and Cobra to the royal tomb. There was a subtle understanding between Tsutsong and Robin, a mutual agreement to not interfere with each other. This must be the place, the royal tomb, where the remains of past kings rest. Where is the historical text? Robin inquired deity that moment. Cobra approached a statue of the sea and effortlessly activated a hidden mechanism. Immediately, a concealed staircase appeared. The historical text lies deep beneath here. Most people are entirely unaware of its existence, Cobra explained. Then he turned to Tsutsong and asked, Mr. Tsutsong, are you friend or foe? Following closely behind Robin, Tsutsong had no intention of intervening. He simply accompanied her without speaking. Now, as Cobra inquired about him, Tsutsong replied, Your Majesty, I am a friend of Vivi, and thus, I am also your friend. However, I have agreed with Luffy that he must be the one to defeat Crocodile, so I currently have no reason to take action. However, I shall not allow others to take your life. Rest assured. With these words from Tsutsong, Cobra felt even more perplexed, completely unaware of Tsutsong's true motives. Naturally, Tsutsong offered no explanation, seeing that Tsutsong did not intend to stop her. Robin chose to remain silent as well. The reason Crocodile refrained from killing me is due to my ability to decipher historical texts. You hold no guilt. With this, Robin expressed her stance. Subsequently, Tsutsong, Robin, and Cobra entered the grand hall. It lies beyond this inner door, Cobra stated. Tsutsong and Robin then pushed open the internal door, and indeed, they beheld what they sought. Before them stood a colossal stone tablet inscribed with ancient characters. These writings were utterly incomprehensible to Tsutsong, being remnants of a bygone era. Does it contain the information you wish to see? Cobra inquired. Meanwhile, Nico Robin meticulously examined the historical text. Is there nothing more? Is this all that the nation has concealed? Robin questioned. Are you dissatisfied? I have honored our agreement, Cobra replied. Indeed, Robin nodded, just as Crocodile entered. Truly, this is the nation's utmost secret, and no matter how desperately one searches, Without knowledge of the mechanisms within, entry is impossible, Crocodile remarked. Almost immediately, Crocodile noticed Sootsong. Why are you here? Nico Robin, why do you not eliminate him? Crocodile demanded. This man is far too formidable. I cannot bring him down. Robin replied. Instead of focusing on me, why not see if you have found what you seek? Sootsong's words were sound. Crocodile promptly turned to Robin, asking, is this the historical text, Nico Robin? I sense something extraordinary. Have you deciphered it? Yes, Robin nodded. Excellent. Then recite it for me, Crocodile commanded, for he had no intention of underestimating Sootsong, aware that a confrontation was inevitable, a battle where either he or Sootsong would perish. Robin began to recite. The Kashira government of Alabasta, in the year 239 of the celestial history. She spoke at length, yet none of it was what Crocodile yearned to learn. What purpose does this serve? I seek the location of the Pluton, Crocodile exclaimed in urgency. There is no record of that here. It only chronicles history, Robin replied. Her demeanor steadied at is that truly the case. Crocodile expressed disbelief. Robin continued. The term Pluton does not even appear. At this moment, even King Cobra was taken aback, and Sootsong realized that Robin must be lying to see. What a pity. Despite your exceptional capabilities as an ally, I shall have to eliminate you here. Crocodile suddenly declared, his eyes devoid of compassion. What? Robin stared at Crocodile in astonishment, not expecting such a sudden change of heart. The agreement we forged 4 years ago has reached its conclusion. Your stipulation was that if I brought you to the location of the historical text, you would transfer the information regarding the weapons to me. During your 4 years with Baroque Works, your intellect and leadership were remarkably impressive. That sufficed for me. You could be regarded as a woman of utility. Yet you have failed to uphold your end of the bargain. This nation's historical text contains no clues about the Pluton. Crocodile's anger was palpable as he confronted Robin that he gazed at her, stating coolly, I shall not rage against you. Do you know why, Nico Robin? How foolish. We have collaborated for 4 years, and I have long anticipated this betrayal. As he spoke, Robin launched a vial of water. Utilizing the powers of her flower fruit to ensnare Crocodile from behind, she intended to seize the moment and defeat him. However, the man before her was one of the 7 warlords, as the user of the sand fruit. Crocodile instantly transformed into sand and vanished. Whoosh! Robin was taken by surprise at Crocodile's swiftness, as he reappeared behind her and pierced her body with his golden hook. Nico Robin, I harbor no hatred for you. For I have never trusted anyone from the start, Crocodile declared as Robin slowly crumpled to the ground. In an instant, Sootsong dashed forward, catching Robin in a swift embrace. Humph! From Cobra's reaction, I gleaned the truth about the Pluton's existence. Even without the historical texts, I will unearth it through my own strength. It is merely a matter of time before this nation falls under my dominion. Crocodile then fixed his gaze upon Sootsong. Boom! At that moment, the tomb of the king began to tremble violently. What is happening? The cannon fire should not be due yet, Crocodile exclaimed, glancing around in slight panic. King Cobra replied, It is nothing. I merely dislodged a small pillar within this underground sanctuary. The entire structure has lost its balance and is on the verge of collapse. You shall all sleep here eternally with me. I wager my name as the 12th king of the Nefertari dynasty. I shall not relinquish this land of sand to you. Cobra resolved to make a stand, willing to pay the ultimate price for the peace of his nation. Mr. Sootsong, I apologize. I may have inadvertently led you to your demise here. Cobra said that Sootsong shook his head, dismissing the concern. Fear not. Death will not come so easily. I am still awaiting Luffy's arrival to vanquish Crocodile. Sootsong could not help but remark, that fellow Luffy truly drags his feet. Were it not for him, you would have perished long ago. Do you not realize? Following Sootsong's words, Crocodile sneered, that straw hat brat Luffy, he will be utterly obliterated by me this time. There is no way he will survive. If you are pinning your hopes on him, I suggest you reconsider. I recognize your strength. Honestly, you are indeed a worthy opponent. Today, let us see who can emerge victorious, Crocodile declared, readying himself for combat. You will not be able to kill me. Cobra, as long as I can turn all these rock slabs into sand, I will escape, while you shall be buried within this forsaken palace. Ha! You are merely offering yourselves for slaughter, Crocodile laughed at Sootsong. Meanwhile, focused on Robin in his arms, employing his healing palm technique to mend her wounds. Thanks to Suitsong's lineage from the Thousand Hand clan and their remarkable vitality, the chakra of his healing palm radiated a potent life force. Thus, Robin felt a significant improvement in her condition almost instantly. "Why are you going to such lengths to save me?" Robin asked weakly. "I see potential in you. You should be one of our crew members. I have long stated that only my ship is suited for you." Suitsong replied with a smile, summoning another wooden clone to further aid Robin while his main body remained vigilant against Crocodile's potential misdeeds. "In less than 3 minutes, all who stand in my way will vanish in an instant. In that moment, this land shall become a new nation," Crocodile proclaimed, still lost in his delusions of grandeur. At that moment, Suitsong's wooden clone received a message from Vivi. "There exists a place that cannot be seen from the outside. If there is another location, it must be that one that I cannot conceive of any other place." As soon as Vivi spoke, Suitsong knew she was correct. They had searched every other possible location and found none more suitable. "It is there." Vivi pointed in that direction. "Follow me." Suitsong desired to venture to a certain location, a task that proved to be exceedingly simple. Upon unleashing the power of his devil fruit, he ascended into the air with ease. Time was of the essence, and disregarding any civilized approach, Suitsong swiftly condensed a spiraling sphere and obliterated the wall concealing the hidden area. As anticipated, a foe from the Baroque works stood before him. Without a moment's hesitation, Suitsong dispatched the adversary, only to discover that although the gunner had been eliminated, the bomb continued its countdown unabated. It became evident that this individual had rigged a timed explosive. Crocodile was indeed insidious, intent on ensuring the demise of us all, even sparing not his own subordinates. Suitsong could not help but exclaim in frustration. At his side, Vivi, in a state of urgent distress, implored, "What shall we do? Even if we eliminate the gunner, the bomb will still detonate. Is all of this truly worth it?" In that moment, Vivi too felt lost. The countdown to the explosion drawing ever nearer, and Suitsong shared in her urgency, yet could conjure no viable solution. Just then, a spark of inspiration ignited within Suitsong. "Who am I? I am Suitsong. I possess a golden finger." Without further ado, he invoked a particular ninjutsu, would release, would pillar wall. This technique, exclusive to those who had awakened the powers of the Senju clan, was primarily defensive in nature. Yet it would prove invaluable at this juncture. The wooden wall enveloped the vicinity of the bomb entirely, and Suitsong grasped Vivi's hand, swiftly retreating outdoors. Once outside, he clasped his hands together once more, channeling a substantial amount of his chakra into this ninjutsu in mere moments. The wooden pillar wall transformed into a superlative version of itself. "I have exerted my utmost effort, even if Deidara were to self-destruct. This formidable wooden barrier would withstand the force." Suitsong brimmed with confidence in his wood-release abilities. Meanwhile, at the king's tomb, Luffy finally arrived just in time, delivering a powerful punch that shattered the wall before him. Revealing himself to the group, Crocodile was taken aback, unable to fathom how the Straw Hat boy he had personally slain was now standing before him once more. "How is this possible? You little rascal." "I've caught up to you, Crocodile," Luffy declared. "Straw Hat boy. Why? Why do you persist in opposing me despite having been slain by my hand numerous times?" Crocodile's composure began to unravel. "Speak up, Straw Hat boy." Not only Crocodile, but even King Cobra was astonished, questioning, how can he be alive in here? Who is he truly? Suitsong. Luffy turned to Suitsong, his expression sincere. "Thank you for leaving this fellow for me once again. Apologies for my tardiness, and no worries. This scoundrel is best left for you to defeat. If I were to intervene, it would be too much of an advantage." Suitsong replied with a smile, "That I shall take care of Robin and Cobra. Your battle is yours alone, and I have faith you will send him flying." All right. Suitsong's intentions aligned perfectly with Luffy's, allowing him to focus entirely on vanquishing Crocodile. Water is Crocodile's weakness. Robin, though gravely injured, exerted her last reserves of strength to express, "Fear not. This villain is already aware of that." Suitsong nodded affirmatively. Robin also nodded slightly, while Suitsong's wooden clone continued to tend to her wounds, which were severe and would take time to heal. "Speak. How many times must I slay you before you relent?" Crocodile's demeanor was on the brink of collapse. "Because you have yet to return what you have taken from me," Luffy declared. "What have I taken? Wealth, fame, trust, life, reign, huh? How do you propose I return what I have stolen?" "I have taken countless things." Crocodile's madness was palpable. It is the nation, Luffy asserted. The nation? You jest. I am about to take it for myself and rule over it. Luffy proclaimed. When we arrived on this island, it was no longer a nation. It belonged to her. If it truly belonged to her, she should be able to smile even brighter. With that, Luffy charged at Crocodile. Even if your presence is imposing, what can you do without water? Crocodile boasted, confident in his elemental prowess. Yet, to his astonishment, Luffy kicked him away with tremendous force. Impossible. How can you strike me without water? This cannot be. Crocodile was momentarily stunned. Luffy struck Crocodile again with a decisive punch, sending the warlord crashing against the wall. You bastard. Do you really think you can defeat me? Crocodile finally acknowledged Luffy, who stood before him, blood dripping from his hands. Even without liquid, the utilization of blood could render Crocodile's elemental abilities ineffective. Sootsong had not anticipated that the seemingly rough around the edges Luffy would grasp this concept. Blood can solidify sand, can it? Luffy asserted. Ha! Rain, the palace, you've traversed the depths of hell twice, yet you dare to challenge me. Allow me to repay your persistence. You scoundrel! Luffy disregarded any hesitation and delivered a kick to Crocodile. Crocodile, now brandishing his golden hook, revealed its true form, a pirate. It seems you are determined to defeat me. Very well. I shall recognize you as my thorn in the side. Crocodile resolved to take this battle seriously. What is that? Luffy inquired. Deity is a poison needle. That's so? As a self-sufficient pirate, it seemed Luffy had come to understand that battles among pirates were fought to the death, devoid of any notions of dishonor. If the upper levels explode, this place will collapse in an instant. This is our final confrontation. Let us settle this once and for all. Despite Sootsong's declaration of non-interference, Crocodile remained wary of him. For Sootsong's displayed prowess was truly formidable. Besides the might of his sand fruit, Crocodile relied heavily on his poison needle, which, upon contact with the rock, began to dissolve it. Humph! Crocodile gazed triumphantly at Luffy, who regarded him with caution, now fully aware of Crocodile's capabilities. Yet, Luffy showed no signs of fear, unleashing a rubber bullet, utilizing the elasticity of rubber to propel Crocodile away. In mere moments, Luffy had gained the upper hand, leaving King Cobra utterly astonished. Who is this individual? How has he become so powerful? It seemed the crocodile before him was not the same as before. Stab, bury alive, and drain. Even those who have endured and risen again cannot withstand this. The outcome is clear. The poison will soon spread throughout your entire being, Crocodile declared. You understand nothing, Luffy retorted. You say I understand nothing? Crocodile's fury reignited. Rubber machine gun. Luffy charged at Crocodile once more. Do you not realize? The venom has already seeped into your wounds. Your body is on the verge of paralysis. Whether you win or lose, you will be buried beneath the temple. This nation should hold nothing of value for you. Should it? What do you gain from sacrificing yourself for the goals of unrelated individuals? Just a couple of companions. If you disregard them, you would avoid this calamity. You are all fools, Crocodile proclaimed with certainty. Thus, I maintain that you have not grasped the truth at this moment. Luffy, having inadvertently come into contact with a poison needle, felt the toxin coursing through his body, rendering him partially paralyzed. He desperately rose to his feet and proclaimed, Vivi. That guy explicitly stated he didn't wish for anyone to perish. Yet, he is always the first to forsake his own life in a bid to save others. If we do nothing, she will die. You will kill her, Luffy declared. What a stubborn fool. Crocodile retorted that I refuse to let her die. Aren't we comrades? Luffy continued, as long as she has not abandoned her country, we shall not cease our fight. Upon hearing these words, Sootsong felt something stir within him. Luffy, you truly are a fool. However, having such a fool as a companion is rather delightful. Wouldn't you agree, Robin? At that moment, Robin, having regained much of her strength, smiled and replied, You are indeed an amusing bunch of pirates. You all are quite entertaining. Sootsong, somewhat puzzled, gazed at Robin and asked, What do you mean by entertaining? Indeed, it must be a thrilling experience to join you as a companion. Robin responded, So, what do you mean? Sootsong looked at Robin with eager anticipation. Yes, with Crocodile defeated, I have nowhere else to go but to your ship, to become your companion. Robin stated, I am not unwilling. Though I wonder if your companions will accept me. The companions aboard Sootsong's ship had already learned of Robin's past, thus comprehending why Sootsong favored her. making her acceptance a foregone conclusion. Rest assured, everyone will embrace you. The journey ahead will unveil even more historical truths. I hope you can achieve your goals, Suit Song said with a gentle smile. Robin felt a warmth emanating from Suit Song's smile. A warmth born from camaraderie. Do you truly believe that Straw Hat will defeat Crocodile? King Cobra inquired of Suit Song, aware of Crocodile's formidable strength, yet also recognizing the prowess of the Straw Hat. The outcome remained uncertain, and he could not fathom why Suit Song held such unwavering faith in Luffy's victory. Fear not, Your Majesty. Luffy is our captain. He will surely vanquish Crocodile, Suit Song assured him. At that moment, Crocodile, somewhat perplexed, remarked, Why haven't the bombs exploded yet? How strange that I intended for them to detonate in the very center of the square. However, since they were launched from above, the casualty rate should be similar. With only a few seconds of delayed, an explosion is inevitable. You may not be aware, but we have located all the gunners. Even that time bomb has been found, Suit Song said with a nonchalant smile. You found them? How could that be? While I suppose it is somewhat plausible, what will you do? How will you extinguish those bombs? They are timed and incredibly powerful. Crocodile remained entrenched in his own thoughts, awaiting the explosion that would annihilate countless warriors of Alabasta. What shall we do? King Cobra looked once more at Suit Song, fully aware of the catastrophic consequences that would follow the bomb's detonation. At this moment, Cobra felt a profound uncertainty. Worry not. My wooden clones have handled it all, Suit Song reassured him without a hint of concern. Seconds turned into tens, then half a minute passed. No signs of an explosion were felt. Not because the bomb had failed to detonate, but because Suit Song had skillfully minimized the bomb's destructive capacity with his wooden barriers. If he could withstand Deidara's self-detonation, then how could he fear such an explosion? How is this possible? Why is there no sensation of an explosion? What have you done? Crocodile exclaimed. After a while, it became evident that no explosion would occur, prompting Crocodile to vent his frustrations. Meanwhile, Luffy was once again knocked to the ground by Crocodile. At this moment, Crocodile's gaze was once again fixed on Suit Song. I declare, this country shall be mine, no matter the cost. I will use every means at my disposal. Crocodile proclaimed fervently. Suit Song, whatever I do, you must stop me. You arrogant fool, though you possess some strength, you have never regarded me as a threat. I have had enough. Let us settle this once and for all. I shall crush you. As Crocodile prepared to strike, he noticed Luffy's hand twitch once more. With great effort, Luffy stood up again, panting heavily. Though he appeared weakened, still reeling from the effects of the poison, Crocodile was nearly driven to madness upon seeing Luffy rise once more. Each time he knocked Luffy down, Luffy would rise again, pushing Crocodile to the brink of despair. Suit Song's only explanation could be the protagonist's halo. You cannot defeat me, Luffy declared, gazing defiantly at Crocodile. Oomph, after all that effort, is that all you can muster? Crocodile scoffed, mocking Luffy, who was on the verge of defeat. I am destined to become the Pirate King, Luffy shouted, once again asserting his ambitious declaration. Crocodile smirked and said, Listen closely, brat. Only those with profound knowledge of these waters would dare utter such words that I have mentioned before. That newcomers like you are a dime a dozen in these seas. As you gain more understanding, you will cease to dream such dreams. Crocodile lunged at Luffy, his poison needle poised to strike at that instant. Luffy displayed remarkable agility, effortlessly stepping onto Crocodile's golden hook and snapping the poison needle in two. I will surpass you, Luffy proclaimed earnestly. He then unleashed a powerful punch onto Crocodile, causing him to spew blood, leaving him unable to utilize his Sand Fruit abilities. Luffy followed up with a kick that sent Crocodile flying. And with a heavy slam, Crocodile found himself on the receiving end of an unrelenting assault, the Tomb of Kings beginning to collapse around them. Must we remain here? Cobra asked. This place is on the verge of collapse. Fear not. I will escape before it crumbles. That I wish to witness Luffy defeat Crocodile with mine own eyes, Suit Song replied, his faith in Luffy unwavering. Cobra and Robin ceased their chatter, intently observing the fierce battle before them. Luffy seized Crocodile's garment, pulling him close. Crocodile, in disbelief, thought, the scorpion's poison should have taken effect. How can this brat still possess such strength? You insignificant brat. Do you know who I am? Crocodile charged forward to deliver a blow. But Luffy ducked and countered. No matter who you are, I shall surpass you. Luffy kicked Crocodile away, who, from his elevated position, proclaimed, You shall ascend to the afterlife alongside this temple. Weighty sandstorm. As he spoke, Crocodile summoned a massive sandstorm, hurling it towards Luffy, wreaking havoc in its wake. Luffy inhaled deeply. Desert Diamond Blade. Crocodile declared in response. Luffy, entwined like a twist of dough, exhaled and soared into the air like a superhero. Rubber, Storm, Desert Diamond Blade. Both Luffy and Crocodile unleashed their most formidable techniques. Their attacks colliding. Luffy's assault pierced through Crocodile's Desert Diamond Blade, ascending infinitely, culminating in a relentless barrage of punches against Crocodile's form. The temple teetered on the brink of total collapse, and Crocodile was ultimately defeated by Luffy's relentless onslaught. At that moment, Suitsong called out, "Follow me." Immediately, with his left hand grasping King Cobra and his right hand holding Nico Robin, he soared into the air. It's out. How is this possible? There are still numerous rock walls between us and the ground. Cobra was taken aback by Luffy's incredible strength and the astonishing speed of Suitsong. It was his first time experiencing Alabasta from the skies, and he felt a surge of excitement. Quickly, save the Straw Hat Kid, Cobra called out to Luffy, who was suspended in midair. Leave it to me, Robin declared, using the powers of her Hana Nomi to secure Luffy and transport him to a safe location. Meanwhile, the rain began to pour heavily, as the long-awaited rain finally fell after the defeat of Crocodile. Even without the use of the Dragon Tiger Freedom technique, Alabasta had returned to normal. Vivi was momentarily stunned upon witnessing Crocodile's defeat. Reflecting on the events that had transpired, she felt a swell of emotion, realizing that Luffy had fulfilled the promise he made to himself, to defeat Crocodile. What had seemed utterly impossible had, against all odds, unfolded before Vivi's very eyes. We did it. Usopp and the others soon understood that Luffy had triumphed over Crocodile. The Royal Army and the rebels had long since abandoned the fight. Suitsong's wooden clones had been busy as well, utilizing their perceptive abilities to apprehend numerous Baroque works agents. None of these troublemakers were spared from Suitsong's grasp. A critical moment. The captain of the Royal Guard, Ikaram, appeared, cradling a child whom Suitsong recognized as the sole witness to Mr. Two's transformation into the king. After the child relayed the events to everyone, they finally understood that they had been manipulated. Suitsong's wooden clone also treated Koza, who, as the leader of the rebels, ultimately declared the war over. The truth was laid bare, revealing that the true mastermind behind the chaos was none other than the warlord of the sea. Their so-called hero, Crocodile, King Cobra expressed his gratitude to Suitsong and his companions, while Suitsong, bearing Luffy on his back, made his way to join his friends. Vivi, the king, and Koza headed to deliver a speech, while Suitsong and his companions set off for the palace, eager to indulge in a hearty feast after the prolonged strife. After all, it had been quite some time since Suitsong and the others arrived in Alabasta. Eventually, Crocodile was apprehended by the Navy, stripped of his title as a warlord and all his special privileges. Tashigi recognized that the Straw Hat Pirates had acted in the name of justice and thus refrained from pursuing them further. Even Smoker, the notorious Smokey, lent a hand during this incident, leading to the Navy's withdrawal. The entire kingdom of Alabasta was enveloped in jubilation, not merely because the war had ended, but because the rain had finally come, ensuring their survival, a cause for celebration for all. Once normalcy returned, the Straw Hat crew began preparations for their imminent departure, procuring food and essential supplies, and it was at this moment that Luffy finally regained consciousness. Luffy's swift recovery was closely tied to Suitsong, who, having acquired an immunity to all poisons, had, with the aid of the system, transfused a portion of his blood to Luffy, enabling him to swiftly overcome Crocodile's venomous scorpion sting. Shortly thereafter, Ikaram's wife made her entrance, her appearance strikingly similar to Ikaram's. Pushing a cart laden with fruits, Luffy devoured everything in an instant, leaving his companions in shock. Soon after, a variety of main courses and meats were served, and the Straw Hat gluttony commenced with abandon, as the crew ate with little regard for decorum. After what seemed like an eternity, the feast finally concluded. Subsequently, the king invited everyone to the bathhouse. For a drought-stricken nation, having a bathhouse was already a luxury, and it had been quite a while since anyone had bathed. That evening, as the crew quietly conspired to leave, Suitsong inadvertently overheard a conversation between Ikaram and the Wolfman. "Gaka, should we inform them? Their notoriety has grown too immense. Roranoa Zoro, a bounty of 60 million berries. Monkey D. Luffy, a bounty of 100 million berries, and the demon suit song, an astonishing bounty of 300 million berries. Surely, the Marine headquarters will take notice? Ikaram spoke nervously, initially intending to share this information with everyone, but upon arriving at their quarters, he discovered that everyone had vanished as Suit Song soared toward the Mary. He pondered, what is going on? Why is my bounty so high? Luffy's bounty for defeating a warlord is only 100 million berries. Why have I jumped to 300 million? Is it truly that outrageous? Suit Song couldn't comprehend it and felt no urgency to figure it out. After all, a higher bounty indicated that the Navy regarded him with considerable importance. Utilizing his abilities, Suit Song swiftly returned to the Mary, where his companions had also climbed aboard the ship on their speedy duck. Farewell. Please send our regards to Vivi and Uncle Curly. Luffy and the others waved goodbye to the speedy duck. Spotting Mr. Two aboard the ship, to their surprise, Mr. Two had protected the Mary in their absence. Oh, you know what state this island is currently in? Mr. Two inquired. It has been entirely sealed off by Navy ships. Why are you helping us? Why? The crew questioned. Because we are friends, Mr. Two replied with a smile. The crew then resumed their camaraderie, but at that moment, Suit Song noticed a Navy ship had spotted them. Sure a slash. Without hesitation, Suit Song drew his sword upon seeing the Navy vessel, but instead of striking the ship, he slightly altered his aim, causing the Navy ship to rock violently as the surrounding waters churned. Now's our chance. Let's move, Suit Song urged, and the crew sprang into action, steering the ship and preparing to break through the Navy's blockade. After a long and arduous struggle, the Mary finally broke free from the encirclement as dawn broke. And they could hear Vivi delivering a speech about her adventures. Yet at the most crucial moment of her tale, she still could not see the Mary or her friends. Just then, the Mary finally appeared, with everyone facing away from Vivi, raising their left arms high, displaying an X on their forearms, the mark of their camaraderie. On the shore, Karu and Vivi did the same, raising their own arms adorned with the same X mark. No matter what happens in the future, as long as this symbol is seen, we are comrades. Vivi seemed to hear Luffy's words echoing once more. Set sail, Luffy shouted with all his might, as the Mary charted its course toward the next island indicated by the log pose. Although numerous Navy ships surrounded them and were poised to capture the Straw Hat crew, Mr. Two Swan's ship suddenly burst forth, absorbing countless attacks to shield the Straw Hat crew's escape. A girl with pink hair gazed across the sea. Fixated on Suit Song, who recognized her as the Navy officer Tina, the user of the prison fruit, Suit Song said nothing. Utilizing the wind to swiftly evade the Navy's encirclement, the Navy attempted to pursue. But Suit Song swiftly began forming seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. A massive fireball surged toward the Navy ship, leaving onlookers to wonder if Suit Song had consumed the flame fruit. In this world, even if one consumed a devil fruit, they could only wield a single power. Suit Song's displayed abilities had surpassed everyone's comprehension, and those unfamiliar with him had no idea what fruit he had eaten. Have we finally left the island? Good work, Robin remarked as she suddenly emerged from the cabin, surprising everyone. What is going on? How did you end up here? Zoro, although aware of Robin's background, was oblivious to Suit Song's invitation for her to join their crew. The others were equally astonished. When did you board? They asked. I've always been here. I should have been killed by Crocodile. However, Suit Song saved me and invited me to become his companion. The Baroque works has ceased to exist. And Crocodile has been captured. I found myself devoid of a place to belong, and ultimately, I acquiesced. Robin shifted all responsibility onto Suit Song. Suit Song then assured, rest assured, Robin is not a villain. I believe we have all discussed this before. From this moment on, she will be our companion, and no matter what transpires, she shall remain one of us. Zoro inquired, what do you think, Luffy? Me? It's no big deal. Having one more companion is quite nice. Don't worry. This fellow isn't a bad person. Luffy effortlessly placed his trust in Robin. Sanji, of course, was utterly defenseless against a beautiful woman, welcoming all attractive females, coupled with Suit Song's consent. Nobody objected too vehemently. And ultimately, everyone accepted Robin's new role as a companion. While our interactions had yet to reach the depths of unwavering loyalty, we had begun to harmonize. Robin, catering to their interests, produced gems from Crocodile's stash. Instantly captivating Nami. It could be said that Robin easily infiltrated the inner circle of the Straw Hat crew. Nevertheless, Suit Song took the opportunity to speak with Robin privately, not out of his own volition. but rather due to Robin's desire for discourse. Captain Sootsong, I hope that if one day I find myself facing death, you will not come to my aid and will instead distance yourselves as far as possible. Robin stated earnestly that Sootsong was taken aback by such a request, realizing that Robin had come to regard Luffy and the others as her companions. Why do you say such things? What are you afraid of? Sootsong inquired to him why companions often meet grim fates. Since you are aware of my past, you must understand that to survive, I have had to associate with various nefarious individuals. Ultimately, the outcomes are seldom favorable. The Navy and the world government wish for my demise, and they would undoubtedly implicate you as well. Robin replied solemnly, if you disagree, I shall depart for another location. Sootsong pondered for a moment before responding. Robin, I know you better than anyone else. How well do you know me? Robin retorted, at the very least. I know that Saul was your first friend. I am also well acquainted with the events surrounding O'Hara. Furthermore, I have a reasonable understanding of what the world government is concealing regarding the blank century. Sootsong's words struck a chord with Robin. Sometimes, I genuinely question whether you are a spy for the world government. As you seem to know so much, Robin mused, unable to shake her disbelief. The crew aboard this ship refer to me as a seer or prophet, but I do not possess the extraordinary ability to foresee the future. However, I can anticipate certain occurrences and am aware that those warships were not destroyed by you. It was Akiji who did so, to ascertain whether his friend Saul's choices were correct. Kazan is a man of unwavering justice. Returning to our previous discussion, will you consent? After circling back, Robin reiterated her original point. Those who learned of your identity in the past may have abandoned or betrayed you, but do not underestimate anyone aboard this ship. We may face death and defeat, but we will never forsake our companions, Sootsong declared. Even if you were captured by the Navy, we would charge headlong into battle against the three admirals. The Fleet Admiral, the entire CP organization, and countless naval forces to rescue you. That is our commitment to our companions. Wouldn't you agree, Luffy? At that moment, Sootsong pulled the door open, causing Luffy to tumble in. Having been eavesdropping on their conversation. I merely came looking for something to eat and accidentally overheard you all. But Sootsong is right. We will absolutely never abandon our companions, Luffy affirmed with a smile. All right then, Robin found herself at a loss for words, yet her heart was deeply moved. Observing the lively antics of her fellow crewmates aboard the ship, she felt a long-lost sensation, a true sense of companionship. Do you know about Sky Island, Robin? Our next destination is there, where the historical texts reside, along with words left behind by Roger. Sootsong prophesied once more. Sky Island. Upon hearing about Sky Island and the historical texts, Robin naturally became intrigued, stepping into the cabin to rummage through books in search of information about Sky Island. Shortly after Sootsong and Robin discussed Sky Island, something unknown plummeted from the sky. Those objects plunged into the waters surrounding the Mary, creating a resounding splash. Soon, everyone was left in shock, for a colossal ship had descended from above. The sheer size of the vessel starkly contrasted with the diminutive Mary. Everyone, hold on tight to the ship, Zoro cautioned. The entire Mary began to sway violently. What is this? Good heavens! Nami exclaimed. One had anticipated that such a massive ship would fall from the sky. This must be a dream. It has to be, Usopp proclaimed, unwilling to accept reality, while Chopper echoed his sentiment. However, Sanji looked up and exclaimed, Hey, more things are falling. Quick, steer away. Nami urged, with waves this size, it's impossible to navigate. Sanji retorted that that moment. Sootsong spoke up. Leave the steering to me. You all focus on stabilizing the Mary. Swiftly, Sootsong seized the helm, turning it sharply to port, allowing the ship to veer away from the falling debris. Although they felt considerably safer, wreckage continued to rain down from above, and it was unclear how long it took before the sky ceased its onslaught. The Mary eventually settled into calmness. The crew began to discuss the bizarre occurrence. Why did a ship fall from the sky? Luffy asked, utterly perplexed. This is so strange, Sanji concurred. But there's nothing up there, Zoro remarked, expressing his curiosity. Honestly, what on earth is the Grand Line? It's always throwing unexpected things our way. Now there's a ship falling from the sky. Usopp clung to Chopper, terrified. Meanwhile, Nami was fixated on the log pose on her wrist, motionless. What's wrong, Nami? Sanji inquired. The log pose is broken. It's stuck pointing upwards. Nami replied, No. I think it's being drawn towards an island with stronger magnetic forces. Since the needle isn't moving, Robin interjected. Perhaps there is an island above, Sky Island, that if a ship fell from the sky. That wouldn't be so unusual, right? Sootsong added, echoing Robin's thoughts, which immediately sparked a commotion among the crew. What? Sky Island? Is there really such an island? One that floats in the air? How marvelous. The one most intrigued was undoubtedly Luffy, who was always eager for adventure. Did that ship and the bones fall from there? Usopp asked fearfully. But there's nothing up there resembling an island. Zoro expressed skepticism. Robin, why don't you share what you know about Sky Island with everyone? Sootsong encouraged Robin. Well, to be precise, it should be the sea that floats, Robin explained. The sea. Oh. Usopp, Chopper, and Luffy were instantly captivated. Wow. So you're saying the sea floats in the sky, and there's an island up there. Right? Awesome. I want to see it right away, Luffy exclaimed with uncontained excitement. Steer the ship. Full speed ahead, Usopp shouted, thoroughly exhilarated. To be honest, I've never seen Sky Island, and I don't know much about it. Robin admitted candidly. Exactly. That's impossible. How could an island and the sea float in the sky? The log pose must be malfunctioning. Nami remained skeptical. No. Navigator Nami, you should not be worrying about what's wrong with the log pose, but rather how we can reach the sky. Robin firmly believed in the existence of Sky Island. With some information about Sky Island at her disposal, Robin was confident it truly existed. As a scholar, one inevitably possesses some knowledge, regardless of how bizarre the circumstances surrounding this ship may be, or how grave the crisis it faces. One must not doubt the record pointer in hand. It is an immutable law of navigation that in these vast waters, the first thing to question should be the common sense residing in one's own mind. The direction indicated by the record pointer must surely lead to an island. Robin has educated Nami. What she termed education also served as a cautionary tale, for Robin has traversed the Grand Line in her past. Sootsong observed Nami, who remained fixated on the record pointer, and urged her. Robin speaks the truth. The Sky Island undoubtedly exists. However, the methods to reach it are scarce, which is why most people are unable to ascend. Nature is truly wondrous. Anything can happen. Trust in the record pointer and press onward, Sootsong encouraged Nami, who then nodded in agreement. That moment, a skeleton lay on the deck. Surprisingly, Robin showed no fear. Instead, she opened the coffin and began assembling the fragments of the skeleton, ultimately reconstructing a head. This hole must have been made by human hands. It resembles a surgical incision. It should be referred to as trepanation. Correct? She inquired of the ship's doctor. Indeed, in ancient times, when treating brain tumors, a hole would be bored into the skull, though such practices were long ago, Chopper replied. Yes, this individual must have died around 200 years ago. Likely at the age of 30, having succumbed to illness during a voyage. Compared to other bones, his teeth remain relatively intact. The tar coating suggests a burial custom unique to certain regions of the South Sea. From the historical clues, this ship must belong to a past expedition. Robin then flipped through her book and quickly found what she was looking for. Ah, this is the vessel of the Bliss Kingdom located in the South Sea. The Saint Bliss, which set sail over 200 years ago, the others murmured. It resembles the previous ship exactly. Thus, it seems that ship bore this emblem as well. Robin analyzed. This vessel has been adrift in the sky for 2 centuries. Nami was deeply impressed by Robin's insight, remarking, I never imagined you could deduce so much from mere bones. Although the corpse cannot speak, the information it holds is inescapable. If it were an expedition, one would expect various evidence and records to remain, Robin stated. However, the ship has sunk to the ocean floor, Nami noted, just as she spotted Luffy and Usopp beginning to salvage something. Hey, everyone, I found something amazing, Luffy exclaimed excitedly, revealing a map of the Sky Island. A Sky Island. Does this mean it truly exists? Of course. Do you doubt my words? Sootsong smiled slightly, sensing that Nami still placed too much faith in herself. Incredible. This indicates that the Sky Island is real. It is the island of dreams. Usopp, Luffy, and Chopper danced with joy. But don't get overly excited. This only signifies a possibility, Nami cautioned, though she had begun to believe. She still hesitated to confirm it. If even that grand ship could reach the Sky Island, there must be a way for us to get there. Let us find all the records left by that ship, Nami asserted. But that ship has already sunk, Usopp replied. Then let us retrieve it, Nami insisted. All right, Luffy and Usopp responded eagerly, picking up their nets in preparation for salvage. Chopper timidly asked, what does salvage mean? It means bringing the sunken ship back up. Though that ship may be too large to manage, Robin replied with a smile. However, we should be able to find the nautical log, if we can locate the map to the Sky Island. We should be able to find that as well, Sootsong suggested. Nevertheless, it is not that simple. Robin warned it that moment. Luffy, Sanji, and Zoro donned specially designed diving suits. They were called that due to their resemblance to large wooden barrels. This diving suit was Usopp's latest invention. Rest assured, my design will not fail. Usopp boasted confidently about his invention. Good luck, I shall pray for you, Nami said. The three then gently submerged into the water. While Sootsong understood there was little danger beneath the waves, he preferred to remain aboard the ship. Shortly after the three descended, they began to hear a series of strange sounds. What is that? Sootsong inquired. Who knows? Usopp responded. Equally puzzled, on the deck of the enormous ship stood a row of individuals, and their leader shouted for a while. Sootsong soon learned that this person was the leader of the monkey pirate crew, known for their salvage operations. Who are you? This is my territory, the ape demanded. We are merely passing through, Sootsong replied modestly. Passing through? Then leave at once. All the sunken ships in this area belong to me. You haven't touched any of them, have you? Don't whisper. Answer my question, the ape roared. Nami quickly thought on her feet and asked, Excuse me, may I ask you a question? I was the one who asked first. But fine, go ahead, the ape conceded. Are you the crew of a salvage ship? Nami inquired. What? A salvage ape? It seems I truly possess some ape-like charm. Oh dear, I apologize. The ape misheard her as a compliment. Could we witness your salvaging skills? Nami asked. I see. You think salvaging is an extraordinary feat, right? No problem. I'll show you, the ape replied, delighted. Nami whispered. Let us act according to the situation. Sootsong admired Nami's cleverness. Quick, prepare the salvage basket. Let us begin. The Ape King then commenced the salvage operation. Their ship was specifically designed for salvage, and they secured the previously submerged vessel tightly, subsequently using air to raise the massive ship. Just as it began to surface, a colossal shadow suddenly emerged from the ocean. Before them appeared an enormous turtle. What is that? Is this land? I can't see any demons. This must be a dream. Usopp exclaimed at a dream. Really? Chopper questioned. That creature must be a living being, Sootsong pondered, uncertain, as he didn't recall all the details of the story. They wouldn't all be eaten, would they? The air tubes are in its mouth. Robin reminded them that it seems to be an enormous turtle. How could such a giant turtle exist? Sootsong mused, feeling somewhat indifferent to the sight before him. As the turtle swallowed the air tube, it began to move, causing the ship to be dragged along chaotically. Nami decided to cut the air tube, but at that moment, the sky suddenly darkened. In the next instant, Luffy was thrown onto the deck, and Sanji and Zoro appeared as well, urging, Quick, set sail, get us out of here. That creature is troublesome. What creature? Usopp asked. I'm referring to the ape. The turtle is definitely some kind of sea beast. Sanji clarified. Luffy was quite enjoying the conversation, but upon seeing us searching for items on the ship, he suddenly became furious. Zoro remarked, Yes, just like an angry gorilla. Sanji commented, Oh, where is this place? Luffy awoke, confused. Luffy, come help. Let us get out of this cursed place together. At this critical moment, Sootsong took charge, and everyone prepared to exert their efforts to move in another direction. Hold on, you lot. Have you the audacity to steal my treasures in my domain? Do you think you can escape? The ape yelled as he appeared on the Mary, glaring at them with fury. Treasures? Are there treasures? Upon hearing the mention of treasure, Nami seemed to transform into an entirely different person. Oh, there's plenty of it. Luffy exclaimed with a grin. This is bad. If that guy goes berserk on the ship. Sanji is prepared to confront him. However, at that moment, everyone was once again taken aback. The sky suddenly turned a deep black, as if day had abruptly morphed into night. Before them loomed 5 shadowy figures. Not ordinary shadows, but colossal beings with wings, seemingly wielding long spears. Appeared they were observing the group, and then, without warning, they lifted their spears and thrust them downward with great force. Sootsong and the Straw Hat crew were understandably in a frenzy. They exerted every ounce of effort to steer the going Mary away at the utmost speed. In no time, the sky began to brighten again. It was utterly unbelievable, so immense it was hard to fathom. Indeed, the Grand Line was a place rife with bizarre occurrences, and today was no exception. First, a gigantic ship fell from the sky, Zoro remarked. Then the log pointer directed us upward, Nami added. Next, a strange ape appeared. Claiming to salvage the ship, Usopp chimed in. And we encountered a sea turtle capable of swallowing an entire ship, Chopper noted. Then night suddenly fell, Robin said. Finally, a monstrous creature, several times larger than a giant, emerged, Luffy exclaimed. Indeed. Even I was nearly terrified, the king of the beasts added. Get out. The others collectively kicked the king of the beasts away. Suit Song. Do you know what that creature was? When confusion reigned. They turned to Captain Suit Song for answers, their curiosity piqued by the dark figures. They appeared to have wings. They must be inhabitants of the Sky Island. I presume that my personal estimation is that what we witnessed was merely a shadow. Elongated and magnified due to lighting conditions that in reality. There's nothing particularly alarming that true. If so, why were you the only one running so fast? Fear can be contagious, if each of you is so frightened. I naturally must lead you away from peril. Suit Song's reasoning was, in fact, quite sound. Shortly thereafter, everyone redirected their focus to the items they had just salvaged, regrettably, apart from some worthless scrap metal. They found nothing of significance, such as navigational logs that we truly ought to have uncovered some intelligence, should we not? If we venture to Sky Island, we might end up meeting the same fate as that ship. Information is a matter of life and death. What did you all bring back? Rusty swords, utensils, and a live octopus. I require diaries, nautical charts, and the like. Nami, having failed to find what she sought, was understandably furious. Though Suit Song managed to escape her wrath, for he had not descended into the sea. Here, this is what I retrieved from the ape ship earlier. Use it for now. Robin had stealthily acquired a permanent record pointer while others were distracted. Gaia? Nami felt a sense of unfamiliarity upon seeing the named. Suit Song promptly interjected. With this, I can surmise that to reach Sky Island, we must head to Gaia and await the heavens' preparations. However, we are moving toward Sky Island following our own log pointer. Gaia? Excellent. Let us proceed to Gaia at full speed, Luffy exclaimed, raising his hands high in excitement. Soon, the Going Merry set sail towards Gaia, and after much ado, it finally seemed to be on a proper course. That island called Gaia cannot be too far, can it? Sanji inquired. Indeed, the weather has been stable since earlier. We must have entered a climate suitable for islands. Nami replied that so. Gaia Island must be a spring island. Right? Luffy anticipated eagerly. The weather feels so warm and pleasant. Chopper basked in the sunlight, lounging comfortably on the deck. Spring is truly a delightful season. Even the seagulls appear to be enjoying themselves. Just then, a seagull plummeted onto the ship. Lifeless, it seemed a sharpshooter had struck from a great distance. Suit Song pondered deeply, unable to conceive of any expert marksman. Usopp? Unlikely. His father? That was also improbable. However, soon enough, the crew on the Merry could see a lively little town not far ahead. The town buzzed with excitement, filling everyone with anticipation. That don't you think this place resembles a vacation resort? Usopp asked. At a vacation resort? Chopper echoed, brimming with enthusiasm. Charge ahead. Going Merry. Luffy could hardly contain his excitement. Indeed, there's a sense of leisure that beckons one to unwind. Nami remarked, we must exercise caution. This locale is a haven for pirates. Suit Song advised that true. Usopp then noticed countless pirate flags fluttering in the wind. Just as Suit Song had indicated, this town seemed to be teeming with pirates. Am I imagining things? Are there truly so many pirate ships docked here? How ridiculous. Pirate ships could never openly dock in the harbor. Nami exclaimed, initially skeptical, but soon inclined to trust Suit Song once more. What manner of town is this? They all began to voice their incredulity. Thus, Luffy, Zoro, and Suit Song disembarked from the pirate ship, while the others remained aboard. Worried, do you think those three can return without causing trouble? Nami inquired. Of course not. This town doesn't seem too promising. It's not a matter of possibility. It's a certainty, Usopp declared. This is unacceptable. Nami then followed closely behind. As they strolled down the street, a drunken man fell off his horse. Excuse me, could you help me up? He slurred. Luffy and Zoro tossed him back onto his mount, and the man offered to share the apples from his basket. Suit Song and Zoro declined, but Luffy nonchalantly grabbed one and took a bite. Moments later, they heard rumors of someone who had died after eating an apple. You're fortunate. If it were to explode, the first bite would have done the trick, the drunken man said as he rode away. Nami then scolded Luffy once more. Do you realize you nearly met your end just now? That's a common occurrence. Luffy replied, unperturbed. You absolute dolt. Nami lamented, exasperated with Luffy's antics. Let us move on. It's best to steer clear of matters that don't concern us, that we should hasten to find information leading to Sky Island. Soothsong suggested, and everyone readily agreed. Soon, they arrived at a rather quaint villa, yet it was entirely vacant. Guests, your presence here puts me in a difficult position. Suddenly, a person rushed out, exclaiming, this tropical grand hotel has been entirely booked by Lord Bellamy and his entourage. Thus no ordinary guests are permitted inside. So this was a hotel. Zoro finally understood. If Lord Bellamy discovers you, it could lead to serious trouble. I implore you to leave swiftly. The attendant was evidently terrified of Bellamy's wrath, as he held considerable sway in this Gaia Devil's Valley town. What? We can't even come in for a look? Luffy scoffed. Who is this Bellamy? Nami asked, clearly displeased. Just a small-time pirate with a bounty under 100 million. Soothsong remarked, not overly concerned about the individual. Hey, what is going on? At that moment, a man and woman strode in from the entrance. Who are these audacious little brats? The man questioned. Do you have any idea how much we spent to book this place? The woman fumed. Apologies, sir. Please leave. You little brats. Luffy asked, can I throw this guy away? No. Nami, not wishing to stir up trouble, exchanged glances with a woman accompanying a man named Sachis, who quipped, you intend to send me flying? This lad possesses quite the sense of humor, yet his appearance is truly disheveled. Here, take this and procure yourself a few garments you fancy. Sachis tossed money onto the ground, prompting the woman beside him to scoff. Sachis, such a waste. Why bestow money upon someone like him? Indeed, it would be better suited for the refuse of a sewer. Their jests were merely for the amusement of mocking others. May I take it? Luffy innocently inquired, oblivious to the ridicule directed at him. Let's go. This is intolerable. Nami urged Luffy to leave, while Soothsong remained behind. Why aren't you leaving, you little brat? Can't part with our generosity? Ha! Soothsong maintained a stoic expression as he regarded the pair, ultimately offering a faint smile. Are you attempting to provoke me, you scoundrel? Aren't you leaving yet? Sachis and the woman furrowed their brows, sensing the shift in atmosphere. Nami prepared to return and dissuade Soothsong. Who was Soothsong? He had endured endless humiliation upon arriving in this world. Even the formidable warlord Crocodile had ultimately become his subordinate. The two individuals before him, emboldened by Bellamy, were simply intolerable to Soothsong. Do you seek death? Soothsong remarked coolly. Ha! What do you mean? Little brat, do you intend to strike me? Have you even assessed your own worth? Sachis, though sensing something amiss, could not suppress his arrogance. Soothsong finally made his move, extending both hands as a spiraling orb of blue light materialized within his palms. What? Sachis and his companions, having never encountered such a phenomenon, were taken aback. Soothsong's speed was swift. The moment they beheld the orb, it had already struck them squarely in the abdomen. With a resounding boom, their bodies were propelled backward like cannonballs, crashing heavily into the villa, clearly sustaining severe injuries. The shopkeeper, initially astonished by Soothsong's display, suddenly appeared anxious and exclaimed, It's over! It's over! Lord Bellamy will surely seek vengeance. Esteemed guest, you must leave this place at once. With his anger quelled and the shopkeeper showing concern for his well-being, Soothsong chose to remain silent. Humph! Did you think you could depart so easily? A voice resonated from within the villa, and Soothsong turned to find that the entire establishment was teeming with Bellamy's lackeys. Is there anything else you require? Soothsong inquired, maintaining an air of composure. Here is your bounty notice, which states 30 million berries. I shall ensure Bellamy has a word with you. The lackeys seemed disinclined to engage in battle, and Soothsong nodded, saying, Let him come forth. Knowing they had likely underestimated his bounty by a zero, Soothsong chose not to elaborate further. Thus, he followed Nami, Zoro, and the others, seething with frustration, found solace in a tavern, seeking to drown their sorrows in drink. This is infuriating. Nami vented her displeasure that it is indeed unfortunate. However, this town, Pirates Valley, is comprised of scoundrels who treat gold as mere dirt. The tavern owner remarked. So, does that mean broke pirates are unwelcome here? Nami retorted angrily. It seems your ire has yet to subside. Here, allow me to treat you to a drink. The considerate tavern owner prepared a beverage for Nami, These individuals are ruthless. If one were to dwell on every minor incident, they would find it impossible to remain in this town. The best course of action is to avoid provoking them, the tavern owner advised. Yet, I believe there exists another method to circumvent trouble directly. Suitsong interjected. What is it? The others inquired. To defeat the most notorious pirate in this town. At that point, no one shall dare to underestimate us, Suitsong proposed, while his assertion held some truth. Recklessly courting conflict could delay their quest for information about the Sky Island. That makes sense, yet I still feel quite uneasy about this place. Nami lamented, her spirits low. Your ability to think like this suggests you are a normal person. But regrettably, normality is a rarity in this town that if you endure for 4 days, you will have ample time to gather your records. Before you find yourself embroiled in trouble, it is best to depart quickly. The tavern owner cautioned. 4 days? I can hardly last 2. Nami scoffed, only to find Suitsong intently observing Luffy. Turning her gaze, she noticed another figure beside Luffy. Both Luffy and the man with black hair simultaneously bit into a cherry pie, exclaiming, "This cherry pie is delicious," or dreadful. Subsequently, they raised their drinks and simultaneously declared, "This beverage is exquisite," or terrible. Is there something wrong with your taste buds? I suspect your mind is the issue. The tavern owner remarked. Suitsong, recognizing the man with black hair and a dark beard, immediately identified him. It seems fate has aligned once more. I have encountered you, Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach, Suitsong mused internally. Luffy addressed the tavern owner, saying, "Hey sir, I wish to purchase 50 portions of meat as a gift," to which Blackbeard interjected, "Owner, I want 51 cherry pies." "No, wait, make that 52. Apologies, I meant 53 for my pie." The two continued to bicker, staring daggers at one another. "Are you two intentionally trying to provoke each other?" Zoro interjected from the sidelines. "Luffy, do not forget your promise to me. And where do we find the funds to buy that much meat?" "We are not here for shopping," Nami chastised. "Are you a pirate?" Blackbeard asked with a sinister grin. "Yes, indeed," Luffy affirmed. "What is your bounty?" Blackbeard inquired. Before Luffy could respond, Suitsong interjected, "My bounty stands at 300 million berries." Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach, you are likely hunting for those of great strength, am I correct? Suitsong's words instantly captured Blackbeard's attention. "You claim your head is worth 300 million. What a joke. A fraud. Yet, I am astonished you recognized my identity." Blackbeard chuckled. "Blackbeard?" Zoro and Nami exchanged surprised glances, recalling that Ace had been pursuing Blackbeard. "Very well, fighting is prohibited in my establishment. Here is your meat, and here is your cherry pie. Take them and leave immediately." The shopkeeper interjected, defusing the impending conflict. Blackbeard offered no further commentary, collecting his cherry pie as he exited. However, another figure entered the tavern. The demon Suitsong present in this establishment. A gruff voice called out. A man with golden hair, exuding an unsavory demeanor, made his entrance. The surrounding patrons appeared fearful. "Bellamy?" He boasted. "Are you the demon Suitsong with a bounty of 30 million berries? What do you seek from me?" Suitsong inquired nonchalantly. The patrons began to murmur. "Did you hear? That kid has a bounty of 30 million. No way. Just that little brat?" "Is that true?" Suitsong, appearing youthful, hardly resembled someone with a 30 million berries bounty. "Who is this guy?" Luffy mused, sensing an oddity about the man before him. "Bring me the finest liquor in your establishment, and serve this brat whatever he desires," Bellamy commanded, crossing his arms with an arrogant demeanor. Suitsong merely shook his head, pondering how such an oblivious individual could aspire to align with Don Quixote Doflamingo. Suitsong does not harbor any fondness for Doflamingo. However, it must be acknowledged that Doflamingo is an astute individual who has seized control of the underworld and ascended to the status of a king, thereby governing an entire nation. He can be regarded as a successful successor to Crocodile. Such a figure attracts numerous followers akin to Bellamy, yet Doflamingo pays Bellamy no heed whatsoever. Shortly thereafter, a group of Bellamy's sycophants stormed into the establishment, brimming with bravado, swiftly driving out all patrons. The lackeys, brimming with anticipation, could hardly contain their eagerness to witness how Bellamy would torment Suitsong. Suitsong handed his drink to Luffy, who, upon seeing this, inquired, "Aren't you going to drink?" "Then I shall." To his surprise, Luffy found this fellow to be rather amiable to tea that moment. Bellamy struck with a powerful punch aimed at Luffy. Suitsong initially expected to be the target, but was taken aback by the sheer malice of Bellamy's actions. Attacking whoever dared to drink at Bellamy's assault was abrupt. However, Su Tsang had long been prepared, and with his remarkable speed, he swiftly seized Bellamy's wrist. "That I beg your pardon, but my friend does not require a back rub," Su Tsang taunted, before effortlessly tossing Bellamy outside the tavern, leaving the establishment unscathed. The patrons of the tavern and Bellamy's sycophants were left aghast, unable to fathom that Bellamy had encountered a formidable opponent. Yet, they maintained their smiles, for they understood that Su Tsang's actions would only lead to a more tragic fate for him. What is happening? Is this guy still going to give me a back rub? Truly a good person, Luffy remained in a state of confusion. Luffy, how dull-witted can you be? But since it is Su Tsang, I suppose I need not intervene. Zoro reflexively sheathed his sword after having drawn it. Su Tsang, refrain from engaging. We have yet to extract any information, Nami advised. This is not the place to glean any insights, Su Tsang asserted confidently, for those before him were disbelievers in the existence of Sky Island. And no amount of beating would alter that fact. Nami then inquired, "May I ask how one might reach Sky Island?" The entire tavern erupted into laughter, as if they were a gaggle of fools. "Did you hear that? She wishes to visit Sky Island. Spare me. Ha! What is so amusing about that? Yet the log post clearly points to the sky," Nami protested. "Ha! The log post points to the sky. Ha! It's prone to break easily. Ha! You are killing me with laughter. Even from outside, I can hear you. How can you believe such antiquated legends? Islands in the sky. Ha! What era do you hail from?" At that moment, laughter once again echoed from outside the tavern, unmistakably belonging to Bellamy. The mysteries of the peculiar sea currents in the Grand Line have proven this time and again. The knock-up stream is one such phenomenon. "It seems you have never even heard of it, have you?" Bellamy entered, declaring, "Ships consumed by the knock-up stream are thrust into the air, only to plummet back into the sea. Uninformed ancient mariners, witnessing vessels descending from the heavens, conjured the fanciful notion of a sky island, proclaiming that another world must exist above. How foolish! Every phenomenon has its cause. The dreams you hold dear have now been unraveled. You have been bested. I had intended to test you, to see if you would join the ranks of the new era, but it appears you are merely delusional," Bellamy solemnly proclaimed. "Listen well. The era of pirates chasing treasure dreams has come to an end. The land of gold, the Emerald City, the great treasure One Piece. It's the fools ensnared by treasure dreams who overlook present gains, even those who are stronger than anyone else, ruling over these seas, have been toyed with to their demise by a mere illusion that does not exist. The fools who have perished are spoken of as having found happiness in their dreams. This is nothing but a mockery of the destitute." The moment Bellamy charged at Su Tsang, he should have aimed at Luffy, yet his aggression was directed at Su Tsang instead. Su Tsang effortlessly deflected Bellamy's attack and turned to Nami, saying, "Do you see? Nami, these individuals do not believe in the existence of Sky Island, because they have never been there. They refuse to accept its reality. Such people are the most hopeless. Are you speaking of me? How absurd. It is precisely because there are individuals like you among pirates that we, too, suffer, as our standards are dragged down. You should leave. Get out of this town." The sycophants of Bellamy joined in the taunting. "Humph, Nami, grant me a minute," Su Tsang declared that in the blink of an eye. He sent Bellamy flying out the door and prepared to exit the tavern himself. At this moment, Su Tsang appeared more akin to a bully. However, just then, Luffy seized Su Tsang's arm. Su Tsang inquired, puzzled. Su Tsang. "Zoro, please, this fight must not happen," Luffy insisted, his eyes filled with determination, and Su Tsang recognized Luffy's sincerity. "Understood," he nodded, choosing to remain stationary and refraining from retaliating. Yet, despite not striking back, Su Tsang would not easily succumb to harm. His innate defenses were formidable, and combined with the enhancement from his fruit abilities, he could withstand the assault almost unscathed. "Why? You have yet to grasp the significance of Luffy's actions." "Nami," Su Tsang mused, having begun to comprehend Luffy's intent. Defeating them was simple, but one could not use force to compel others to submit. Every individual possesses their own will. Even if they triumphed over Bellamy and his ilk, they would persist in their denial of Sky Island's existence. Thus, Bellamy hurled various insults at the crowd that Su Tsang admired Luffy for his principle. He would never shy away from a necessary fight. Yet he would also abstain from unnecessary conflict. Enough, enough. A mere insignificant child valued at 30 million. I expected someone formidable, yet I am utterly disappointed. This coward is a first for me. Bellamy then took a swig of alcohol and spat it out at the crowd. Get them out of here. They are simply too bothersome. Ha! Look at that fool. Enduring various humiliations, one of Bellamy's lackeys remarked. Following these pirates who cannot keep up with the new era will lead to nothing but failure. I might as well buy you, woman. Nami could no longer tolerate it and retorted, I am sorry, but I have no regard for pirate crews of your caliber. Likewise. Ha! The entire assembly erupted in laughter. Realizing that this group was composed of utter simpletons, this woman is quite impressive. Take those three and get out of here, while you still have breath, you ruffians. Bellamy commanded Nami. Suit Song, possessing the bloodline of the Thousand-Hand clan, would not be so easily toppled. Upon exiting the tavern, he stood tall and lifted Zoro. A voice resonated from outside once more. Sky Island indeed exists. The speaker was Blackbeard, who was currently savoring a cherry pie delivered by the tavern owner. Haha, the cherry pie here is truly the best. Blackbeard chuckled as he addressed Nami. What are you so discontent about? They won that skirmish. You have quite the biting tongue. You are a courageous woman. He laughed heartily. Zoro and Luffy soon rose as well, for they were seasoned fighters. A beating would not hinder them. The proclamations of those fellows regarding the new era are nothing more than nonsense. The notion that the era of pirates pursuing dreams is over is laughable. Dreams shall never cease. Blackbeard declared loudly, smashing a bottle on the ground. Isn't that so? He looked at Luffy and the others, while many bystanders joined in the conversation, chuckling. Hey, why the sudden excitement? What do you mean by dreams? Isn't enduring others also a source of joy? Wah! Blackbeard chuckled. Is this fellow out of his mind? The onlookers could not help but burst into laughter at Blackbeard's antics. Let the foolish man laugh. Anyone who wishes to stand out will inevitably face baseless provocations, right? Ha! Blackbeard remarked, exuding the air of a sage. Honestly, there were no grievances between Blackbeard and the Straw Hat crew at this moment. Especially since Ace had yet to be captured. I hope you make it to Sky Island, he said, taking a swig of his drink as he walked away in the opposite direction at Luffy. Suit Song glanced at Luffy. I'm fine. Let's go, Luffy replied. Thus, Luffy, Zoro, Suit Song, and Nami returned to the Going Merry. Upon their return, the injuries of the crew were immediately noticed, and Chopper hurried to tend to them. Suit Song's wounds were the least severe and had already healed on their own. What on earth happened to you? Usopp and the others inquired. We were beaten up by pirates, but that's all in the past now. We're fine, Luffy said with a smile. You may be fine, but my anger is far from dissipated. How infuriating! Nami exclaimed. A real man should retaliate against such intruders. No, we should obliterate that small town and everyone in it. Nami's fury was palpable. What did you say earlier? Zoro retorted, somewhat speechless. That was then. Mention it again, and I'll hit you. Nami's ire was uncontainable. Why is someone who is unscathed so furious? Usopp expressed his confusion. It's only natural to feel indignation when comrades are beaten and humiliated. Suit Song stated, by the way, have you heard any news about Sky Island? Chopper inquired. Who knows about that cursed place? Nami's expression suddenly turned ominous. Upon hearing the mention of Sky Island, the entire shop erupted in laughter as if I had made a humorous remark. What on earth is so funny? Just then, Robin returned, carrying her purchases. What's all this commotion? Why so excited? Where have you been, Robin? Luffy asked. I went shopping for clothes and inquired about Sky Island. Robin replied. Yeah, it's all your fault, Robin. Because of what you said about Sky Island, we ended up in this predicament. If there really was no Sky Island, I would kick you to the bottom of the sea to feed the fish. Nami was still furious. That said, Sky Island indeed exists. We just didn't ask the right person. Suit Song remarked, "So who should we ask?" Nami was equally perplexed. However, Robin handed Suit Song a map, which he then showed to Luffy and the others. What is this? A treasure map. It looks like a regular map. But where is it from? Usopp questioned. It's right here. The small town on the left is our current location, Magic Valley Town. Across from it, do you see that X mark in the east? I heard there's a peculiar old man living there who is not accepted by the people of Gaia. Robin explained. A peculiar old man? Everyone asked curiously. His name is Mont Blanc Noland. He was exiled for speaking of dreams. So he should be quite the conversationalist, Robin said before heading into the cabin. Suit Song then requested the previous map of Sky Island from Nami, and after comparing them, he remarked, do you see? The maps of Sky Island and Gaia overlap. You know what this implies. Sky Island must have once been a part of Gaia. That Bellamy fellow mentioned something about the knock-up stream during the day, right? I can hypothesize that due to the sudden emergence of the knock-up stream beneath the island, a portion of Gaia was propelled into the sky, ultimately forming Sky Island. Sootsong shared his analysis. Drawing from his knowledge of the storyline and the map, wow, that actually makes a lot of sense. Let's hurry and find that peculiar old man. It seems that finding him will lead us to a way to reach Sky Island. Sootsong had successfully clarified everyone's thoughts. Subsequently, the Going Merry set sail towards the other side of Gaia, heading for the peculiar old man's location. However, not long into their voyage, they encountered something strange, a massive ship captained by a man resembling a gorilla. We are the Gorilla Pirate Crew, the kings of underwater exploration. The name of Lord Gorilla is renowned, so you best not provoke our boss, a crew member warned. Relax, it seems you're pirates too, right? You should know that the warlord Crocodile has been captured. In terms of strength, I am not inferior to him. Perhaps one day, I will take his place. I've been eagerly anticipating that moment, Sootsong thought to himself. This guy really has the audacity to brag. Let me tell you something special about myself. I haven't cut my hair in 25 years since birth. Surprised? The Gorilla King proclaimed. Sootsong couldn't help but notice the Gorilla King's long hair. But what does that prove? Sootsong was skeptical. You little brat, how dare you disrespect our boss? The crew members admonished. Enough, enough. Your response is truly shocking. Listen closely. If you dare intrude upon my domain, it will be a sea of blood. The Gorilla King warned. Despite the Gorilla King's threats, none of the Straw Hats were intimidated. Luffy boldly stated, "It doesn't matter. We're on our way to a certain place." The Gorilla King fumed. "This sea area is under my jurisdiction. To pass, you must pay a toll." "What nonsense. Your words sound just like that previous guy, the Human Ape King," Usopp noted. "Human Ape? What about him?" The Gorilla King inquired. "We simply kicked him away," Luffy replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the Gorilla King was furious. "What? You dared to treat my brother that way? The enemy of a human ape is my enemy." Luffy quickly interjected, "Wait a minute, we only kicked him away. We didn't do anything else." Yet, the Gorilla King was already gearing up to attack. Soundwave, destructive roar. Sootsong immediately alerted, "Prepare for battle." I didn't expect this guy to be so protective of his brother. "Ah," the Gorilla King shouted, and the sound waves could be distinctly felt emanating from him. However, as the sound waves traveled from his direction, the Gorilla King inadvertently shattered the boards of his own ship's deck. The entire vessel was being ruthlessly battered, and if this continued, the Gorilla King's ship would surely fall apart. "What are they doing?" Sanji asked, bewildered. "But that sound is incredible. It can destroy the ship just with sound." Luffy exclaimed in astonishment that Sootsong felt that his emotions were being wasted. Damn it. Another comedic character. According to the comedic character immortality law, this fellow is likely unkillable. Hey, stop standing there and watching. Hurry up and move forward. Nami urged. Yes, Sanji responded enthusiastically. Nami is no longer a demon, Luffy exclaimed joyfully. However, soon everyone sensed something amiss, as the other party's sound waves continued to reach them, ultimately affecting the Merry. This is bad. It can still impact us. The cracks we just barely fixed are splitting open again. Stop it. Our ship is already in poor condition. If we stay any longer, it will definitely fall apart. Usopp expressed his deep concern at that moment. Nami was quick to act, stating, "Get the ship to a place without sound waves. Wind release." Great breakthrough. Sootsong performed his wind ninjutsu, generating a substantial amount of wind around them, allowing the Straw Hat crew to swiftly advance in another direction. Gradually, they evaded the assaults of the Gorilla King, and at last, they found themselves in a tranquil expanse of sea. Usopp and the others resumed repairs on the Going Merry. He hammered a nail. He grumbled, "Honestly, that bastard gorilla is infuriating. The ship is in worse shape now." Upon closer inspection, Zoro remarked, "When did this ship become so dilapidated? It's high time we considered a replacement." Usopp, with deep affection for the vessel that surpassed the bond shared with all others aboard, could not help but voice his frustrations. "You should remember how we came into possession of this ship," he said. "I know, Usopp," Luffy replied, "but complaining won't help. The Going Merry is an important partner to us. We must put in the effort to repair it, no matter the circumstances." His words were moving, yet in the next moment, Luffy accidentally struck a part of the Merry with his hammer. "Luffy, Are you trying to fix it or smash it? Usopp shouted in anger. Meanwhile, Sootsong, Robin, and Nami were discussing their next course of action. After leaving Magic Valley Town, we should turn east. The spot marked with an X on the map is our destination. What was it called again? Nami inquired. Mont Blanc Curii. Robin answered, that's where the dreamer resides, right? Nami confirmed it that moment. A small castle, grand and palatial in appearance, loomed before them. Incredible. This is practically a castle. That fellow Mont Blanc Curii must be exceedingly wealthy. Luffy, Usopp, and the others exclaimed with excitement. What a charming title, Dreamer. He's merely a man who craves appearances. Sanji and Zoro unveiled the truth. Upon disembarking, they were indeed astonished to discover that the castle was merely a facade. What? It's just a board? The actual house is only half the size. The rest is plywood. What a miserly man. This reveals something about his ancestry. Sootsong stated calmly, I can't comprehend what you're saying. Nami remarked, increasingly intrigued by Sootsong's cryptic words. What dream could he have extolled to be banished? Nami asked Robin that I don't know the full details, but it seems that fellow mentioned there's a vast treasure of gold buried on Kyre Island. Robin replied. Upon hearing the word gold, Nami's curiosity intensified. Gold? Is it the treasure buried by those great pirates? Nami queried that I couldn't say. Robin shook her head that it appears to be a place called Gold Country. Someone in the tavern mentioned it, Sootsong added. Naturally, Nami was electrified with excitement. She discovered an ancient book titled The Great Fraudster Rolando. This title is quite clever. It must be an intriguing read. Usopp remarked with great curiosity. This book? It's a well-known story in the North Sea. Although it's a fairy tale, the protagonist, Rolando, truly existed, Sanji explained. Nami then proceeded to read the tale aloud to everyone. The poor fraudster met his demise without ever becoming a brave warrior of the sea, she said, casting a pointed glance at Usopp. Hey, don't look at me like that, and don't throw in that tone. Usopp retorted. Just then, Luffy suddenly fell into the water, and a man appeared before them. Who are you? How dare you intrude upon my home? The man exclaimed, his upper body bare and exuding a robust presence. Quick, retrieve Luffy, Sanji shouted, rushing into the water. You must be here for the gold. The man immediately attempted to obstruct Sanji. In that moment, Sootsong intervened, employing no special techniques. Merely using his physical prowess, he managed to temporarily entangle the man before them. Though the man's attacks were fierce, Sootsong skillfully evaded them, astonishing the man that Sootsong recognized the man's identity but chose to remain silent. Just as the man prepared to strike again, he suddenly collapsed in agony. Luffy was rescued, and the group decided to tend to the man's injuries. After placing him on a bed, Chopper diagnosed him and discovered he was suffering from decompression sickness. Decompression sickness? Everyone was perplexed by this ailment. Yes, divers can sometimes contract this illness, but it typically isn't chronic. When ascending from the depths, insufficient decompression can lead to certain elements dissolved in the blood forming bubbles, which expand within the blood vessels and tissues, causing harm to the bloodstream and muscles. Chopper explained meticulously. Though it was complex, Luffy nodded in agreement. Sootsong, familiar with the condition from the real world, also affirmed this with a nod. This man must not have waited for the bubbles to dissipate from his body before diving again, Chopper remarked. But why does he dive so recklessly? Nami questioned. Puzzled that I don't know, but it's quite dangerous. Under different circumstances, decompression sickness can be fatal, Chopper replied as he and the others continued to care for the man. Shortly after, two individuals burst through the door. As fate would have it, these two were the comical Monkey Mountain brothers, the man-ape and the gorilla. What are you doing? Are you trying to harm our boss? The gorilla and the man-ape asked eagerly. What are you talking about? We're taking care of this sick gentleman. Step aside, Luffy responded. You fool, they won't listen to you. Don't forget, they are wild animals, Usopp exclaimed anxiously. Surprisingly, the gorilla and the man-ape began to weep, saying, You are such good people. I can't believe they actually believe that. While tending to the man, Sootsong and the others engaged in conversation with the two quirky brothers. You live here as well? Sootsong inquired. Of course. This is our boss's home, the base of the Monkey Mountain Alliance. However, we generally sleep on the ship. This place is just too small for the two of us. They replied. It's not that you two are too large, but if a giant uncle saw you, he might think you look like a lump of earwax. Huh? Luffy quipped, unexpectedly forging a bond with the Monkey Mountain brothers, who didn't seem to mind at all. leaving Usopp utterly bewildered. After some idle chit-chat, Chopper announced, "Hey, the uncle is awake." "Awake, you say?" Sootsong and Luffy entered the room that as soon as they stepped inside. Luffy asked, "Diamond Uncle, I have something to ask you." The uncle took a puff from his cigarette and said, "I'm sorry for the trouble. I thought you were just a bunch of fools seeking treasure." "What do you want to ask?" the uncle continued. "Uncle, we really want to go to Sky Island. Can you tell us how to get there?" Luffy asked directly. "Sky Island? Ha, you truly believe in the existence of Sky Island?" The Diamond Uncle laughed heartily, causing Nami to fume with rage, ready to strike. Usopp quickly intervened, saying, "Don't do that. He a patient, there really no Sky Island." Luffy asked once more that I can't say for certain. "But I do know someone who firmly believes in its existence. That person, however, became a legendary fraudster, and his descendants can never hold their heads high," the uncle replied. Upon hearing this, Luffy immediately turned to Usopp. "It's not me," Usopp exclaimed. The Diamond Uncle then said, "Anyone from the North Sea should have heard of this ancient tale. The great fraudster Rolando, that I believe you are a descendant of Rolando." "Aren't you?" Sootsong pointed out astutely. "Indeed, he is my grandfather's grandfather, or somewhere around that distance." Usopp confessed that in summary, the relationship is quite distant. It has faded to the point where I may not even share blood with that man. At the time, the Montblanc family was exiled, living a life of shame, still subject to scorn to this day. However, none of my family harbors hatred towards him, the uncle with the diamond-shaped face remarked. "Why?" Chopper inquired. "Because Rolando was more honest than anyone else." Yet, in the painting, Rolando uttered a final phrase, revealing that the mountains of gold had sunk to the depths of the sea. Depicting him as foolish that in truth, he passed away in tears and resentment, for he believed until his last breath that the island he had discovered with the king was the very golden isle he had seen before. Thus, he could not convince himself that it was merely a figment of his imagination that he argued that tectonic shifts had caused the gold to plunge into the ocean. Yet, anyone who paused would find him to be evading the truth. Ultimately, amidst the derision of the masses, Rolando was executed and left with the moniker of a great deceiver. The uncle with the diamond-shaped face continued that I understand now. "Uncle, you are determined to seek gold to clear the Montblanc family's name." Usopp exclaimed. Upon hearing this, the uncle immediately aimed a gun at Usopp and exclaimed, "Fool, when did I ever say that?" Usopp, frightened, crouched down just in time to avoid the bullet. Regardless of how honest and upright my ancestors may have been, or how great an explorer he was, it bears no relation to me. Just because I share a slight bloodline with that fool, I am subjected to relentless ridicule from strangers. Can you comprehend the grievances of a child? I grew up in such an environment, the uncle with the diamond-shaped face vented. Everyone understood that he must have endured countless glares and patiently awaited his temper to subside. Indeed, during these 4 centuries, countless individuals have set sail to find evidence to redeem the tarnished name of the Montblanc family. Yet all have ultimately vanished without a trace. That I have always felt shame for belonging to such a family. Thus, I ran away from home and became a pirate, the uncle stated. "So, you are a pirate?" Luffy finally realized that in truth, I never aspired to be a pirate. The reason is simple. I merely wished to escape Rolando's curse. Unwittingly, I became the captain of a pirate crew, fulfilling my wish to enter the Grand Line and embark on daily adventures. Little did I expect that 10 years ago, our ship fortuitously arrived at this island. The uncle with the diamond-shaped face continued his narrative, stating that among the Montblanc family, I despised Rolando the most, yet it was only I who reached this island. The island bore no trace of the Golden Country as depicted in the illustrated book. I could only think of it as fate. I could no longer evade it. Those unwilling to waste time searching for the Golden Country simply departed, whether it exists or not. I am not seeking to prove Rolando's innocence. This is a duel between me and the man who has disrupted my life, a quest to clarify matters before I die. The uncle with the diamond-shaped face explained. Usopp, listening, wept, exclaiming, "What a man! But how did the monkeys end up here with you?" Luffy inquired. This must be a man's underwater adventure, an impassioned tale told with fists. Usopp was filled with fantasies about this story. However, the awkward truth was that the uncle with the diamond-shaped face bluntly stated, "They are just little fans of the illustrated book." Such a simple reason, Nami said awkwardly. Perhaps it was 5 or 6 years ago. They heard about my story and came to find me themselves, insisting that there was definitely gold belonging to Rolando here. The uncle with the diamond-shaped face said earnestly. The waters in this generation are quite deep. Diving in the dark, cold sea only amplifies the loneliness. Day after day, I swam alone in that frigid ocean until one day, they stubbornly entered my life, insisting on becoming my subordinates, causing a ruckus before me. Two foolish, simple-minded idiots. However, to be honest, they saved me. Can you understand? The uncle asked. Woo. I understand. I truly understand. Indeed, like-minded friends are the strongest pillars. Usopp was once again moved by these stories. What an easy person to shed tears. Suitsong listened from the side, feeling quite awkward while watching Usopp. No. What I want to ask is, how do we get to Sky Island, uncle? Luffy asked again. Huh? You are truly impatient. Did I not just say? The only one who can vouch for Sky Island is that great deceiver Rolando. Once you get involved with that guy, you will become a laughingstock just like me. The uncle with the diamond-shaped face said while flipping through a book that I am certain that Rolando must have been to Sky Island. Suitsong confirmed this fact. Knowing the plot, he naturally understood that the Golden Country and Sky Island indeed exist. Regrettably, although you are certain, it is not recorded in the book that is this a nautical log. Could it be Rolando's own? Nami exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, read that page aloud for everyone. The uncle with the diamond-shaped face instructed. Amazing. This is a log from 400 years ago, year 1120 of the sea calendar. June 21, clear weather. Departing from the bustling town of Vila, following the recorded pointer, the ship set sail straight northeast from the port. Today, during the day, I purchased a peculiar item from a passing merchant ship. It is a small boat called the Waiba, resembling a single-person ski board that can sail smoothly even on windless days. Truly a marvelous little vessel. However, I have yet to grasp the knack for controlling it, and it remains a mode of transportation for the crew's entertainment. How fascinating. I want one of those. Yet, it seems its power source is something only found in Sky Island, and I've heard that there are many such peculiar things up there. Since we mentioned Sky Island, I cannot help but recall the lively sky fish my explorer friends showed me. They were truly extraordinary fish, leaving me in awe. Although that place is an unknown realm for our ship. As a sailor, I genuinely hope that one day I can set my sights on Sky Island. Mont Blanc Rolando. After Nami finished reading this line, she excitedly exclaimed, he mentioned Sky Island, just as Robin and Suitsong said. Moreover, in his time, it seemed natural to discuss Sky Island. It really exists. That's wonderful. After confirming the existence of Sky Island from the nautical log, everyone became incredibly excited at that moment. The uncle with the diamond-shaped face went out to search for the monkeys and gorillas. And not long after, he called everyone outside. There's something, uncle? Everyone asked in confusion that I will now share everything I know about Sky Island with you. I cannot guarantee its authenticity, so believe it or not. It's up to you. The uncle with the diamond-shaped face said that in certain areas of this sea, strange phenomena sometimes occur, where it is clearly daytime, yet darkness suddenly envelopes the surroundings. Indeed, we have experienced that. Luffy raised his hand. That's right. After the night falls, monsters appear, but Suitsong said that is merely a shadow. Usopp added, those enormous monsters have been the subject of many different legends to this day. We will not dwell on those for now. As for the truth behind the sudden onset of darkness, it can be simply attributed to rather thick clouds casting shadows. The uncle with the diamond-shaped face explained. When the topic turned to clouds, Nami naturally began to discuss. That kind of darkness is not something that can be caused merely by overcast clouds. It is known as Kimi clouds, not ordinary cumulonimbus clouds. It forms high in the sky that, no matter how thick it accumulates, it will not generate airflow and will not turn into rain. Therefore, if Kimi clouds cover the sky, sunlight cannot penetrate through the layers, and even the brightest day will turn into night. Another theory suggests that Kimi clouds are cloud fossils that have drifted in the high skies for thousands or even tens of thousands of years without change. The uncle's explanation was interrupted by Nami. How is that possible? How can there be clouds that won't generate airflow no matter how thick they are? I have already stated, believe it or not. It's up to you. I do not insist that you all must believe this explanation. The mystery has yet to be unraveled, so I speculate that if Sky Island truly exists, the only possibility is that it is up there. The uncle with the diamond-shaped face declared that I understand. We need to go above the clouds. Zoro, get up. Everyone prepare to set sail. Steer towards the clouds. Thank you, uncle, for telling us. Luffy became quite exhilarated. Suitsong was rather speechless. How could a ship possibly ascend? If I am not mistaken, in order for us to reach the clouds above, we must rely on the sky current, correct? Sootsong disregarded Luffy and continued speaking directly. Oh, how surprising. I did not expect you to be aware of its existence. However, this phenomenon is fraught with peril. Following that current is tantamount to hitching a ride on a free journey to the heavens. Do you understand? Uncle Rhombus remarked. Yet, most accounts I have heard suggest that the ship would fall midway, shattering into countless pieces. As a navigator, Nami naturally had to consider everyone's safety. Generally speaking, that is the case. But as long as we seize the right moment, there should be no issues. The right moment. First of all, will the situation truly be as simple as being propelled upward by the current? In any case, it will not be the leisurely journey to the sky that you all imagine, Uncle Rhombus explained. The upward current, in essence, is a disaster, a natural force that should be avoided at all costs. What exactly is the principle that allows such a current to surge into the sky? We have yet to hear of such a phenomenon, Nami inquired. Indeed, the companions nodded in agreement. Uncle Rhombus then elucidated. The mysterious principles behind that monstrous current remain unsolved to this day. No one has been foolish enough to wager their life to investigate it. However, there is one conclusion that in that maritime region, there exists a chasm deeper than the ocean floor, into which the surrounding cold seawater flows. The geothermal activity beneath generates immense steam power. This triggers an underwater eruption, capable of violently bursting the seawater, leading to the formation of the upward current, also known as the sky current. The duration of this phenomenon is approximately 1 minute, during which the current will ascend. Nami immediately inquired. A water column lasting a minute. How large is the scale of that eruption? Uncle Rhombus replied. The eruption occurs at varying locations each time, with a frequency of 5 times a month. So, will falling from it result in being shattered to pieces? Usopp asked, filled with concern. Who can say? Attempting to explain such a magnificent natural spectacle through words and logic is inherently foolish. So you mean to say that even if we manage to catch that current which occurs 5 times a month, it does not guarantee entry into the Sky Island? Usopp queried once more. Indeed, if it fails, it may very well lead to death. There will be nothing to catch the ship in midair, should we fall from the sky into the sea. All will meet their demise at the ocean's depths. Uncle Rhombus stated Hati that moment. Sootsong interjected. In fact, there is no need for everyone to overthink this. Venturing to the Sky Island entails certain risks. Moreover, do not forget, I possess the ability to fly. Even if the ship were to plummet, I would do my utmost to ensure your safe landing on the sea. However, the Mary will be destroyed. Sootsong said with grave seriousness. Usopp immediately became distraught, exclaiming, well, if even our strongest Sootsong lacks confidence, we should all abandon hope for the Sky Island. It is simply too forced. Ha! Luffy found the situation exceedingly amusing. Realizing the gravity of the matter, Usopp quickly advised, what the uncle means is, unless you are the luckiest of the lucky, there is no need to go. It's alright. Let us go, Luffy declared, undaunted. Usopp was deeply pained for the Mary. After all they had been through, the ship had become worn and tattered. If it were to face the might of the current again, it was uncertain whether it could endure. Understanding Usopp's concerns, Uncle Rhombus remarked, indeed, considering speed, weight, and strength, given the current condition of that ship, it will likely disintegrate upon an eruption. However, you need not worry about this. The human ape and gorilla will accompany you on your sea voyage for protection. But reinforcing the ship beforehand is also essential. Uncle Rhombus realized that, aside from Usopp, everyone else was wholeheartedly eager to embark for the Sky Island. Do not forget, our time on this Gaia Island is limited to just 1 day. After a day, the record pointer will indicate the direction of the next island. Do you hear me? Nami cautioned. Exactly. There is no time. Besides, Uncle, you are not a prophet. How could you possibly know when the upward current will coincide with the appearance of the cumulonimbus clouds? Will it be days, months, or even years from now? Usopp deliberately stated, not wanting anyone to venture to the Sky Island. To his surprise, Uncle Rhombus replied, it should be tomorrow noon, if you wish to go. Make preparations promptly. What a remarkable coincidence. Usopp could not help but scoff. What is it? If you do not want to go, then do not, Uncle Rhombus stated. Usopp pointed at Uncle Rhombus and said, you must be deceiving us. This is all too strange. We only met today, and you are being overly familiar. Moreover, I certainly wish to go to the Sky Island. This is a perfect opportunity to witness the truth behind the legends. And it just happens to be tomorrow, with you even offering to help reinforce the ship and escort us at sea. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. So tell me, what are your true intentions? Suitsong understood that Usopp's words stemmed from his concern for the Mary, and thus made no effort to dissuade him. The words of that great deceiver, Roland's descendant, are hardly trustworthy. Usopp's remarks carried a heavier tone to his astonishment. Uncle Rhombus took a puff from his cigarette and said, in the territory of the human ape, the day after the phenomenon of day turning to night, cumulonimbus clouds appeared in the southern sky. According to the frequency of 5 occurrences a month, the activity of the upward current is likely to happen tomorrow. That current originates from the southern maritime region. While I cannot say with absolute certainty, the likelihood of it coinciding tomorrow is indeed quite high. I am truly gratified to encounter a group of dream-chasing fools like you in my lifetime. Come, let us go eat. Tonight, we shall rest well at my home. Uncle Rhombus provided an exceptionally detailed explanation, leaving Usopp with no choice but to sigh in disappointment. Luffy and the other companions cheerfully entered the house, while Suitsong approached and patted Usopp's shoulder. Usopp, I understand your desire for the Mary to remain safe. I can empathize that I know this is a gift from Miss Kaya to you. But do not forget, she gifted it to you in hopes of aiding you and your companions in realizing your dreams more swiftly. She has been our comrade for quite some time now. Rest assured, we will take the reinforcement work seriously. Suitsong's heartfelt words greatly comforted Usopp. Thank you, Suitsong. Usopp nodded, saying nothing further. Nami, too, approached and remarked, it seems that if we wish to reach the sky, we can only do our best and leave the rest to fate. Ultimately, it still relies on luck. Nami, am I foolish and cowardly? Usopp inquired, and also somewhat muddled. That I understand you. Go apologize to the uncle, Nami suggested. Hearing Nami say this, Usopp naturally went to Uncle Rhombus, crying as he offered his apologies. That night was one of unrestrained revelry. The human ape, the gorilla, and the companions on the ship indulged in meat and drink, while those unable to consume alcohol enjoyed refreshing beverages. In the right eye of the skeleton, I saw gold, Uncle Rhombus declared, emboldened by drink. These were the tearful words Roland uttered just before his death. Those were Roland's last words. In the skeleton's right eye, he saw gold. Roland was executed that day. Yet even after arriving at Gaia, I still cannot grasp the meaning of those words. Within the skeleton's right eye, what was that guy alluding to? Was it some ancient city, or was it his acknowledgement of impending death? But the subsequent blank pages held not a single word. Hence, we ventured into the depths of the sea. Our dreams lie within the ocean's embrace. Uncle Rhombus mused while sipping his drink that I fear that the skeleton's right eye might just be the location of the golden city of Shambhala. Suitsong revealed the truth, naturally earning the approval of Uncle Rhombus. Subsequently, Uncle Rhombus shared the stories he knew with the crowd. On the log dated May 21, 1122, upon reaching the island, we heard enchanting bird calls emanating from the forest, as well as the resounding chime of an enormous bell, truly a grand golden bell. Its sound resonating across the land and echoing through the heavens. That it was as if the ancient capital was boasting of its former splendor. Witnessing the civilization long nurtured by the vast sea, ultimately succumbing to the relentless changes of time. This weighed heavily on us, who had lived for decades and seen it all with indifference. Leaving us speechless, that we stood there, transfixed, until the last toll of the bell faded away. Uncle Rhombus, fueled by drink, eagerly shared the nautical logs of Rolando, while the monkeys and gorillas, as Mont Blanc's fervent admirers, shouted Mont Blanc's name with zeal. Soon after, Uncle Rhombus produced his cherished golden bell. We had discovered 3 such objects from the seabed, albeit small in size. What? So the land of gold truly exists, Luffy exclaimed. Such a trivial amount cannot serve as evidence. Even ordinary ruins can yield gold of this weight, the Gorilla King remarked. Robin, being knowledgeable, quickly interjected. Yet this is sufficient to prove that this maritime region indeed nurtured a civilization. The ingots were crafted to divide gold into smaller portions, specifically manufactured for trade. Precisely. And what about the marvelous bird calls mentioned in the preface? Uncle Rhombus inquired. The Gorilla King and the Monkey King then produced their long-preserved golden bird. Not only Nami, but even Suitsong's eyes sparkled with wonder. That it was even larger than the previous golden bell. So beautiful. Nami exclaimed. Could the golden bell and bird be symbolic totems of ancient Gaia Island? Sanji speculated that I cannot say for certain, but they likely form part of some figurative representation. This bird is known as the Nan bird, and it still inhabits this island. Uncle Rhombus explained that this bird rare? Luffy asked. Just as mentioned in the logs, the Gorilla King replied. I heard about the Nan bird during my time as a sailor. However, upon the mention of the Nan bird, the Gorilla King, Monkey King, and Uncle Rhombus suddenly seemed to recall something, exclaiming, This is bad. Uncle, what's wrong? Luffy asked, puzzled. Quickly, catch that bird. Now, immediately, Uncle Rhombus urged. That bird. Why? No one understood Uncle Rhombus's meaning. Listen closely, the ocean current you are to follow tomorrow flows from below, and its location is directly south of this cape. Oh, you know how to get there? Uncle Rhombus inquired. Of course, we sail south, Luffy replied without a second thought. This is the Grand Line. Once out at sea, directions become irrelevant. Nami then realized. Right, our target this time isn't an island, but a current. The log pointers are of no use. How can we sail straight south? Sootsong understood. Hence, we must capture the Nan bird, known as the guiding bird, which instinctively flies south. That is its nature. Uncle Rhombus nodded. Correct. Certain animals in nature possess innate magnetic abilities that enable them to ascertain their location. So Zoro is even less capable than an animal, Luffy laughed. Are you in a position to critique others? Zoro retorted. The Nan bird is the most exceptional among them, regardless of how vast the land or sea. It will always point in the correct direction. In conclusion, without this bird, discussions are futile. Forget reaching the Sky Island. You won't even have a chance to arrive at the sought-after current, Uncle Rhombus declared. The companions were naturally astonished. Why mention such an important matter only now? Enough chatter. All of you go search for the Nan bird. During this time, we will assist you in reinforcing this old ship. Consider this. There's no time for a celebration tonight. Listen well. Before dawn, you must capture at least one Nan bird, or else you won't be able to set sail. He spoke. Uncle Rhombus tossed the tools for capturing the guiding bird to Sootsong, and the others that Sootsong, ever vigilant, declared, would clone technique. Upon completion, 2 clones of Sootsong appeared beside him, and 2 wooden clones will accompany you in the search for the guiding bird, while I will remain here to help repair the Mary. This way, we can save some time. Sootsong stated that I've heard that some people at sea gain extraordinary abilities after consuming devil fruits. You must be one of those fortunate individuals. How remarkable! Uncle Rhombus exclaimed in surprise. To be honest, this is not a fruit ability, but rather a skill inherent to me, Sootsong explained. Uncle Rhombus then said, Very well. You shall assist us in repairing this vessel. Meanwhile, the 2 wooden clones teamed up with Luffy and the others to search for the guiding bird in the forest, while Sootsong's original self worked alongside Uncle Rhombus and others to mend the Mary. Sootsong could feel that although the Mary was damaged, the keel remained largely intact. However, regardless of how much they repaired, after enduring the impact of the soaring currents and departing from the Sky Island, the Mary would likely not withstand much longer. Sootsong recalled the battle between Luffy and Usopp in the original story, feeling that he too was somewhat inescapable. Suddenly, the group in the forest heard a strange cry. They dispersed to investigate, but it wasn't long before Sootsong lost patience with his companions. Luffy was obsessively chasing a stag beetle, while Usopp, Sanji, and Nami encountered a spider centipede, and Zoro accidentally fell into a muddy pit. Sootsong dispatched 1 wooden clone to rescue him, while the other followed Robin toward the direction of the guiding bird. Do not forget, Sootsong, while not a sensory ninja, was very attuned to changes in his environment. He quickly spotted the guiding bird perched in a tree. However, this bird had malicious intentions. It began knocking down the beehives from the branches in an attempt to attack Sootsong. Yet, Sootsong would not be intimidated by a swarm of bees and a bird. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. Sootsong swiftly formed hand seals, and with the abundance of water elements around, the power of the water dragon bullet intensified significantly before the buzzing bees could reach him. They were dispersed by Sootsong's water dragon bullet. The cunning guiding bird, realizing Sootsong possessed some special ability, immediately flapped its wings and fled into the depths of the dense forest. Sootsong, determined, pursued it, intent on capturing this bird before dawn. Meanwhile, at Uncle Rhombus's location, a group of pirates appeared. each one looking fierce and menacing. Sootsong immediately recognized the leader among them. Little brother, I advise you not to provoke our crew. You aren't thinking of robbing gold under the cover of night, are you? Little fellows, hurry back home. Don't mess with us. We have matters to attend to. The Monkey Mountain brothers warned the approaching pirates. Are you the gatekeepers? I didn't expect to find you here. The infamous Sootsong and the pirate Kurokai. Didn't expect you to dare return after being taught a lesson at the tavern? And you? I heard about the tragic tale of your Montblanc family at the tavern. Truly touching. But there's a unique thrill in stealing what others have fought tooth and nail for. Bellamy removed his pirate jacket, seemingly ready to engage. Let me tell you how everyone calls me. Hyena Bellamy. Ha. Bellamy's declaration naturally infuriated everyone present. Since you've come knocking, don't blame us for being ruthless. Don't underestimate the Monkey Mountain Alliance. The Gorilla King and Monkey King asserted that moment. Sootsong spoke up. Wait. Sootsong raised a hand, halting the Monkey Mountain brothers. What's the matter? No one knows what Sootsong intends to do. This guy must be terrified. He was thoroughly defeated by us. Bellamy once again began to mock Sootsong. Leave this bunch of miscreants to me, Sootsong stated. Bellamy and his lackeys laughed uncontrollably, as if they had heard something even more ridiculous than the Sky Island. Feel free to laugh, for soon you shall have no time to react, Sootsong declared. This fellow is truly amusing. Despite not daring to confront us, he speaks so boldly, certainly fearless. In that case, you should deal with him. Bellamy regarded Sootsong as a weakling, showing no interest in him whatsoever. Bellamy's henchman then rushed forward, intending to swiftly subdue Sootsong. However, this time, it would not be so simple. The last time, Sootsong refrained from resistance for a reason, but now that Bellamy had approached him, there was no justification for not retaliating. Whoosh! With a slight exertion, the ground beneath Sootsong crumbled instantaneously, and he vanished like the wind. When he reappeared, his eyes had transformed into the shape of the three-tomo Sharingan. You wish to join the dance. Sootsong effortlessly evaded all incoming attacks amidst the crowd. Merely employing his most basic martial arts, he had already dispatched numerous adversaries with ease. Possessing the Sharingan, Sootsong had the ability to predict his opponent's attacks, and his speed far surpassed theirs. Within mere seconds, he had knocked all of Bellamy's lackeys to the ground. This moment, Sootsong once again fixed his gaze on Bellamy, utterly motionless. Behind him came waves of astonished gasps. Impressive. I never expected this young brother to be so formidable. The speaker was Uncle Diamond, who had previously recognized Sootsong's extraordinary skills during their standoff, and now he was witnessing Sootsong's might firsthand. Wow, to take down so many in just a few seconds. Remarkable, the Monkey Mountain brothers praised, feeling fortunate that they had not crossed paths with Sootsong in hostility when they were unfamiliar with him. I didn't expect you to possess such capabilities. However, no matter how strong you are, you will ultimately find yourself begging for mercy before me. The most thrilling performance of this night is about to commence. Spring Sniper. At this point, Bellamy exerted his legs forcefully, transforming them into springs, and then charged towards Sootsong, aiming for his abdomen. Bang! Sootsong was knocked to the ground. It turns out you're all show and no substance. I thought you were truly formidable. Bellamy once more mocked Sootsong. What's the matter? Are you all right, young brother? We shall intervene. Uncle Diamond and the Monkey Mountain brothers prepared to step in, but to their astonishment, Sootsong stood up and scathed, not interfere. I merely wish to test this fellow's strength. This level of power, not even my body, let alone my clothes, could be harmed. Sootsong was evidently not boasting. Having taken Bellamy's attack head-on, he truly had suffered no harm. Just a stroke of luck. My attack is far from over. With a derisive laugh, Bellamy utilized his formidable leaping ability to spring into action once more, targeting Sootsong. However, this time, it would not be so straightforward. Sootsong thought to himself. Bellamy charged. Sootsong merely tilted his body slightly, evading the impact. Bellamy, however, was not one to concede easily and charged at Sootsong again. Repeatedly. Yet Sootsong's Sharingan had long since anticipated Bellamy's assault, and his speed was not something an ordinary person could match. Time and again, Sootsong dodged the attacks. Impossible. Why can't I land a hit on him? No matter how swift my strikes are. Bellamy began to feel perplexed. That moment, Sootsong, tired of evasion, launched a swift kick in the direction from which Bellamy was coming. Sootsong's speed was rapid, and his predictions were remarkably accurate, allowing him to strike Bellamy squarely in the head. Stunned by Sootsong's blow and the resulting recoil, Bellamy fell to the ground in utter disarray. Impossible. My spring fruit will not yield to anyone. What on earth is happening? Bellamy was now somewhat dazed. Although he had only taken one hit, that blow had nearly cost him his life. That I will show you the true power of the spring fruit. Bellamy's gaze shifted, filled with determination as he struggled to rise. Fixing his eyes on Sootsong, that I await your demonstration. Sootsong replied nonchalantly. With his scarlet three-tomo Sharingan, Sootsong appeared even more formidable than Bellamy. As Bellamy staggered to his feet, his aura had noticeably intensified, shedding his earlier nonchalance, clearly now intent on engaging in earnest combat. However, Sootsong remained unchanged, having activated his three-tomo Sharingan, his expression one of indifference and coldness. Having faced formidable foes such as Crocodile, Fire Fist Ace, and even the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, Sootsong understood that Bellamy was far from their level. Thus he felt no need to take the situation seriously. Spring Sniper. This time, Bellamy unleashed his signature move once again, hurtling towards Sootsong at great speed. At that moment, Sootsong raised his index and middle fingers. Bellamy charged forward, his legs transforming into springs. However, the final outcome was that Bellamy passed right through Sootsong's form, which vanished like a phantom. What is happening? Bellamy was taken aback. He had never encountered such a bizarre occurrence. Behind him, King Ape, King Gorilla, and Uncle Diamond searched frantically. Even they were unsure of Sootsong's true whereabouts. Stop searching. I am right behind you. Sootsong appeared behind Bellamy without a sound, delivering a simple kick that sent Bellamy tumbling forward to the ground. Who are you? Is this your fruit ability? Bellamy asked in astonishment, his body stiffening somewhat. You refer to the body double technique? No, this is merely the most basic of my abilities, Sootsong stated with an air of nonchalance. The more indifferent Sootsong appeared, the more Bellamy struggled to accept it. The once mighty Bellamy, who had dominated Makuzai town, had never suffered such a setback. Self-proclaimed as the New Age pirate, he would not allow Sootsong to surpass him. Thus, Bellamy stood up once more, earning Sootsong's respect for his perseverance. I refuse to believe that your abilities can be used without limit. Even a well runs dry eventually. I will continue my assault until you can no longer utilize your abilities. Bellamy transformed his legs into springs again and propelled himself forward, delivering solid blows to Sootsong's body. This time, you cannot escape. Ha! Bellamy reveled in his triumph for a few seconds, only to be struck with shock the very next moment. For before him, the demon Sootsong had transformed into a large wooden stump. The body double technique, the shadow clone technique. These are the most fundamental ninjutsu, learned even by 3-year-old children. However, you may never adapt to such a combat style, for these are the skills of a ninja. Sootsong continued. However, you are correct. No matter how bountiful a well may be, it cannot provide endlessly. But what if the well connects to the sea beneath? If it were nearly infinite, could you truly destroy it? Sootsong looked down upon Bellamy from a position of superiority. At this moment, Bellamy grew increasingly enraged, shouting, "Fight me with your true strength. Do you mean to say that I, Bellamy, am not worthy of your full power?" Sootsong chuckled. "Ha! Are you jesting? Even the 3 admirals of the Navy or the 4 emperors might not compel me to unleash my full strength. Are you misjudging your own power, or are you simply unaware of mine?" After Sootsong inquired about Bellamy, the latter's expression once again transformed. Sootsong had taken on the appearance of Don Quixote Doflamingo. Although Sootsong had never encountered Doflamingo in person, he vividly embodied the character, thanks to his memories from watching the anime. Subsequently, Sootsong adopted Doflamingo's laugh. "Fufufu, Bellamy, do you see who I am?" Sootsong was merely toying with Bellamy. "Didon Kixote Doflamingo?" Bellamy stared at the figure of Sootsong before him, struggling to believe his eyes. "No, you are not him. You are the demon Sootsong. What fruit have you consumed? How many abilities do you possess? Who exactly are you?" Bellamy was reaching his breaking point, as Sootsong effortlessly exhibited more than 3 abilities in front of him. This was indeed a profound challenge to his understanding of power. Indeed, it's only natural to have so many questions. Every individual who has battled me remains unaware of the extent of my powers, but do not forget the moniker bestowed upon me. I am the super demon who has consumed the super devil fruit. Even in the devil fruit compendium, my fruit's abilities do not appear. The abilities I just displayed are unrelated to him. Sootsong lifted his head, noticing the glimmer of battle intent in Bellamy's eyes, and then said, "Very well, I understand. Since you are determined to fight me, I shall indulge your little wish. Allow everyone to witness the capabilities of my devil fruit." Sootsong was aware that Uncle Rhombus and King Kong were quite curious about his powers, and he intended to showcase them. His body began to undergo a transformation, a layer of black shadow enveloping his skin, reminiscent of Susanoo, albeit on a smaller scale, merely cloaking his body. "This is my first form," Sootsong proclaimed. He categorized his transformations into several tiers, akin to Luffy, but Sootsong organized them based on changes in form. The black shadow on his body intensified, ultimately solidifying into a humanoid demon. Complete with enormous wings sprouting from his back and horns adorning his head, he exuded an aura that was cold and bloodthirsty, intensified by his 3-tomo Sharingan, which caused Bellamy to tremble. "This is my second form. The beginning of my evolution into a humanoid," Sootsong declared, following which he let out a mighty roar. Ha! Sootsong retained some semblance of his human appearance, albeit imbued with numerous demonic traits. However, he had now fully transformed into a demon, his form immense and his presence terrifying to those unfamiliar with Sootsong. One might easily mistake him for a villain. "This is my third form. The complete demon form. In this state, I fear no elemental attacks. My defense, attack power, and speed are all heightened to a new level. You truly believe you can contend with me at this level?" "Ha!" Sootsong struggled to contain himself. His third form was akin to a bloodthirsty beast, and even he felt the weight of its power. "Behold my most formidable form, the fourth form." Sootsong smiled slightly, reverting to his most normal appearance. The only difference was the layer of black mist surrounding him and a mysterious mark upon his forehead. Aside from the black mist and the mark, the whites of Sootsong's eyes had turned a vivid crimson. Is there anything else that distinguishes Sootsong at this moment? The answer is no. This fourth form is something everyone is familiar with. It signifies Sootsong's complete liberation of his super devil fruit's abilities, combined with the initial release of his Shura. However, the enemies Sootsong faced thus far could not even withstand the semi-demon and humanoid demon forms, let alone the third complete demon form and the fourth Shura demon form. Seeing the astonished expressions of those around him, Sootsong reverted to his original, ordinary state. "Are all devil fruit users this powerful?" Uncle Rhombus inquired. Sootsong naturally shook his head, replying, "Certainly not. This fellow is a paramecia type with the spring fruit ability, while the Straw Hat Kid also possesses a paramecia type with the rubber fruit ability. However, there is no hierarchy among devil fruit powers. The key lies in the one who wields them." Sootsong spoke, while looking at Bellamy. At this point, Bellamy was at a loss for words. Although Sootsong had merely transformed and refrained from attacking, the mere experience of Sootsong's transformation and the aura he exuded led Bellamy to understand that he would never be a match for Sootsong. He had encountered the strongest opponents before, yet none had matched the overwhelming presence Sootsong had just displayed. Sensing his hold over Bellamy, Sootsong felt no need to engage further. The form he had just exhibited was a first-time demonstration. In previous battles, Sootsong's overwhelming strength had prevented him from showcasing so much. Moreover, one must not forget that devil fruits can be developed and awakened. Just imagine if Sootsong were to unleash the awakened abilities of his fruit, coupled with the ultimate release of his Shura and even the power of his Manjiki Sharingan or Rinnegan. At that point, it is likely that no one would stand a chance against him. At least not among those Sootsong was aware of. So, have you witnessed the true strength of a formidable warrior, Bellamy? My bounty is 300 million, not 30 million. Take a good look before you seek trouble again. Rest assured, I bear no ill will towards a small pirate who is terrified. So what do you intend to do now? Sootsong refrained from continuing his assault, as further aggression seemed pointless. At this moment, Bellamy appeared to lack the will to fight. Bellamy hesitate, seemingly in a quandary. Ultimately, he gathered his courage and said, "Sootsong, regardless of how strong you are, I must give it my all before I leave. Otherwise, just kill me now." Bellamy remained undeterred, perhaps feeling that fleeing would be too ignoble. Sootsong shook his head, stating, "Very well, I shall grant you 3 seconds. Spring jump." At that moment, Bellamy activated his fruit's abilities to the maximum. transforming his limbs into springs, preparing to charge at Sootsong in the most audacious and powerful manner that in that case. Allow me to welcome you with my own abilities. Demon Fist. Sootsong could easily dodge or evade. But that would hold little significance. What he sought was to shatter Bellamy's arrogance with a single blow. Using only the first form of his Demon Fist, the shadow around Sootsong's hand expanded. Ultimately colliding with Bellamy's fist, the two seemed evenly matched at first. However, upon contact, each realized the other's true strength. Not bad. You indeed possess several million berries, Sootsong teased, feeling no pressure. The question of whether the demon's power surpassed that of the spring was evident. At this moment, Bellamy's expression shifted from shock and surprise to calm acceptance. He had long anticipated the outcome of this clash, and it was indeed as he had envisioned that Sootsong withdrew his hand. While Bellamy found himself propelled back onto the ship, Sootsong cast a nonchalant glance at Bellamy's lackeys, declaring, "Scram, get up. No need to play dead. Do not trouble them again, or I shall not show you mercy." Upon hearing this, Bellamy's followers hastily scrambled to their feet, quickly swimming back to their ship, ultimately fleeing in disgrace with Bellamy. "These fellows certainly know how to make a swift exit," Sootsong chuckled. While Uncle Rhombus and the Gorilla Brothers expressed their gratitude. After all, it was clear that these individuals had come to seize the gold. By the way, have you heard about Nan Nan and the birds? Uncle Rhombus inquired. Sootsong shook his head, responding, "If they found them, they should have returned. However, I have yet to receive any intelligence. It seems there are some complications at that moment." Sootsong's wooden clone, deep within the dense forest, finally laid eyes on the South Bird. The South Bird was quite audacious, flitting about in a rather boisterous manner. Chopper stood by, acting as a translator, declaring, "You think you can capture me? Foolish beings. What? You obnoxious bird. Is that why you chose to reveal yourself?" Usopp exclaimed, raising his slingshot, preparing to knock it down. Just then, Robin appeared just in time. Utilizing the power of her flower fruit, she sprouted two hands directly from the bird's body. Effortlessly capturing it, Sootsong's wooden clone had contemplated employing some wood techniques to ensnare the bird but hesitated, fearing that such a technique might inflict harm that as long as we can see it. "It will be manageable," Robin remarked with a smile. "Well, since that is settled, let us proceed." Sootsong's wooden clone then vanished, while Sootsong himself received the intelligence gathered by the clone. "Okay. We have successfully captured the South Bird. Let us put in more effort." Meanwhile, Sootsong was also busy, collaborating with Uncle Diamond and the Monkey Mountain brothers to reinforce the Going Merry. Once the crew arrived, they silently began fortifying the ship together. By the time dawn broke entirely, they had completed their task and took a brief nap at the uncle's house, only for Sootsong to be awakened. "Goodness, I have never felt this tired before," Sootsong remarked, having risen at such an early hour for the first time. Though he could manage without sleep, he still felt fatigued. "It must be time to set sail. If we don't depart now, we may miss the opportunity to reach the Sky Island." The voice belonged to a woman. Sootsong was startled awake and opened his eyes to see Robin. "Robin? I thought it was Usopp or the others calling me." "My apologies," Sootsong said, offering an apology. "No worries. Quickly get up. By the way, you mentioned there are historical texts there?" Robin inquired. "Indeed, I am certain of it," Sootsong affirmed confidently, as he had read the original work. "Really? That's splendid. It counts as one of our goals for this journey," Robin said, her face flushing slightly before she exited. Sootsong then realized with embarrassment that he was not wearing a shirt. "How awkward," he coughed, hastily putting on his clothes. Everyone else was ready, including Luffy, who surprisingly had gone to catch Hercules' beetles early that morning. What an energetic creature, Sootsong thought to himself, unaware that others often thought the same about him. Meanwhile, the Going Merry had undergone a dramatic transformation after a night of reinforcement. It resembled a charming little rooster rather than the small goat it once was. "Fantastic. Is this the flying equipment for the Going Merry? It really looks like it can fly," Luffy exclaimed in astonishment. "All right. It's time to set sail, brothers," Usopp declared, raising his hand. Subsequently, King of the Monkeys and King of the Gorillas led their respective Monkey Mountain allied forces to provide escort for Sootsong and Luffy's Golden Merry. Uncle Diamond shouted, "Monkey Mountain Alliance, never let your guard down. Even if the sky falls, we must escort these fellows to the end." The crew responded with fervor. Yes, yes, let us set sail," after Luffy and Sootsong simultaneously announced their departure. They hoisted the anchor and sailed straight towards the south, following the direction indicated by the south bird at this moment. Uncle Diamond said, "Little brother, we must part ways here, but there's one thing you must understand." Luffy and Sootsong looked at the uncle with curiosity. The Golden Bell and the Sky Island. No one has ever proven their non-existence. Some may mock me, claiming it to be absurd nonsense. But what's wrong with that? This embodies the romance of a man. Romance. Exactly. Be careful. Don't fall from the sky, Uncle Diamond said as he watched the group depart. Uncle, there is definitely a golden bell in this world. Uncle Diamond, don't be reckless. The companions watched as the island of Gaia receded into the distance, bidding their farewells at that moment. The Monkey Mountain brothers began their lengthy reminders. Listen up, it's now 7 a.m. Estimating our arrival near that current should be around 11 a.m. Just like Dad told you, the upward current erupts from different locations each time. Therefore, I must arrive early to accurately pinpoint its position. Since we set off later than planned, they rambled on, but Luffy hardly paid attention, and Sootsong was equally uninterested. Having reiterated much of what had been previously stated, Sootsong finally conferred with the Monkey Mountain brothers. They respected Sootsong's words and decided to set off towards their destination with a relaxed mindset. After a while, an unexpected situation arose. Sootsong was well aware that unexpected occurrences at sea were the most predictable of events. "Captain, something's amiss," a subordinate called out. "What is going on?" "A storm is approaching from the southwest. It's a cumulonimbus. Is that true?" "What time is it?" "It's 10 a.m. It appeared even earlier than scheduled." "This is dreadful. Does the Gorilla King have a plan?" The king of the gorillas immediately inquired after realizing the situation. The Gorilla King, unyielding, promptly declared, "The exploratory sea diver will mobilize. We must dive to explore the position of the current." Understood. The reconnaissance personnel then plunged into the sea. Back on the Going Merry, the crew sensed something was amiss. "That's a cumulonimbus," Nami remarked as she gazed at the ominous clouds. "The cumulonimbus has appeared earlier than we expected. But we still haven't pinpointed the location of the upward current." Nami continued at that moment. The Gorilla King utilized sound waves for detection. Sound wave reflections confirm. A large current will appear at 12 o'clock. At 9 o'clock, we detected a massive creature. It should be a sea king. At 10 o'clock, there are waves moving against the current, likely indicating a gigantic whirlpool. Upon hearing about the whirlpool, the king of the monkeys immediately reacted. "That's it. Adjust the ship's helm to 10 o'clock. That's where the eruption is happening. We must advance towards that whirlpool. We cannot retreat." Meanwhile, various changes beneath the sea caused the waters to become increasingly unstable. The crew aboard the Going Merry found it challenging to maintain their footing. "The waves have suddenly risen," Nami exclaimed. "The ship is going to sink." Usopp cried in fear. "This is a precursor to an eruption. Everyone, be cautious," Sootsong urged. "Navigator, what direction is the log pose pointing?" Robin inquired. Nami focused on her log pose and replied, "The pointer remains fixed on that cloud." "Is the Sky Island located there?" Usopp asked. Nami, sensitive to the weather, quickly responded, "The wind direction is favorable. The cumulonimbus is moving toward the center of the whirlpool." "Wait, what whirlpool? What whirlpool are you talking about?" Luffy asked, still bewildered and seemingly unaware of the situation. "Brother, it seems this time we cannot be mistaken," the king of the monkeys stated. "The scale of the eruption is significant. All conditions are met." The Gorilla King concurred. "Can we ascend to the skies?" The crew's emotions fluctuated between tension, excitement, and fear. Suddenly, a grappling hook was thrown from the Monkey Mountain ship, allowing them to temporarily secure the escort ship and the Going Merry, preventing the whirlpool from tearing them apart. Let the whirlpool's path guide you. Follow the current. Once inside, as long as you don't turn the helm, you will reach the eye of the whirlpool safely. The king of the monkeys advised, "We're being swallowed." Usopp exclaimed in terror at that moment. The Going Merry was being drawn into the whirlpool, and everyone feared the ship would be engulfed. Honestly, they never mentioned the ship would be swallowed. Nami said anxiously, "Don't worry. I'll protect Nami and Robin." Sootsong declared fiercely. Sanji remarked, "This is the first time I have ever witnessed such a colossal whirlpool." Robin, already lost in her imagination, envisioned the ship being utterly destroyed. "No, I want to go back. I refuse to go to Sky Island." Usopp, having changed his mind, realized it was far too late for regrets. "Give it up, Usopp. It's too late now." Zoro interjected, "Someone's heart has already soared towards Sky Island." Sky Island, here I come, Luffy shouted with unbridled enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Sootsong remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Suddenly, a massive sea king emerged before them. Yet even the ferocious creature was ultimately consumed by the whirlpool, swallowed into the abyss. That moment, the Monkey Mountain brothers released their grappling hook. All right, brothers, now it's every man for himself, they declared. Thank you for the escort. Luffy responded, unfazed by his predicament, waving enthusiastically to bid farewell to the Monkey Mountain brothers. Wait, spare me. I can't take it anymore. Spare me. This is terrifying. Come back. Damn it. I don't want to die. I absolutely refuse to die. Usopp's fear escalated. Although he had anticipated danger, he never imagined it would be so extreme. Even Nami chimed in. You never mentioned there would be such a vast whirlpool. This is deceit. This is deceit. It's turned into night. We've been pulled into the whirlpool. Chopper exclaimed in sheer panic. Sootsong, quickly persuade Luffy. Let's turn back now. It's not too late yet. With such a gigantic whirlpool, we will surely meet our doom at the bottom of the sea. Sky Island is merely a dream within a dream. Usopp grasped at this last lifeline. However, having come this far, Sootsong had no intention of heeding Usopp's pleas to abandon their journey to Sky Island. Luffy clearly heard Usopp's words and replied, a dream within a dream. Indeed, upon noticing Luffy's apparent wavering, Nami quickly interjected, yes, Luffy, I feel we are being too reckless this time. Yet, contrary to their expectations, Luffy asserted, but it's an island of dreams. Missing out on such a grand adventure would lead to a lifetime of regret. Turning his head, Luffy exuded excitement rather than feared. Sootsong understood that Luffy would never relinquish this opportunity to visit Sky Island. The ship swayed once more as Zoro remarked, hey, while you're futilely resisting, the ship is about to be engulfed by the whirlpool. A massive, pitch-black vortex loomed ominously near the vessel, and the Mary sped toward its center. Quick, Nami, dive into my embrace, Sanji shouted, exhilarated. Just then, the entire ship plunged into the eye of the whirlpool. Heavens, we're going to fall. Usopp cried out in terror. However, after the ship descended, the sea astonishingly regained its tranquility. Catching everyone off guard. It's gone? Why? What just happened? How could such a vast whirlpool vanish? The group was bewildered. Perhaps old Uncle Rhombus and the others had miscalculated. As everyone pondered in confusion, Sootsong sensed that the situation was far from simple. What lay before them was merely the calm before the storm. No. The eruption from the seabed has begun. Nami, quick to react, explained. Thus, the eye of the whirlpool has temporarily vanished from view. In no way. At that moment, a voice drew everyone's attention once more. Halt. Huh. They all turned toward the source. That person, Sootsong, Luffy, and Zoro exchanged glances, recognizing the newcomer. Finally caught up with you, the demon man Sootsong and Straw Hat Luffy. I thought you were boasting, but your bounty is indeed substantial. The speaker was none other than Blackbeard, who had begun assembling his own pirate crew, with his subordinates gathering aboard his ship. That person. We encountered him in Magic Valley Town, Nami recalled. Who is he? Sanji asked, completely unaware of Blackbeard's identity. You little brat, one bounty of 100 million, another 300 million. I'm here to collect your heads. Brace yourselves, Blackbeard proclaimed loudly. His appearance instilled a sense of foreboding in the Monkey King and Gorilla King. Huh, why is the weather darkened over there? Blackbeard sensed something was amiss. My head isn't worth 100 million. Luffy, notoriously slow on the uptake, remained oblivious to the current state of his bounty. You truly don't know? Your head is now valued at 100 million. The announcement has been made. As for the demon man Sootsong, his bounty stands at 300 million, and the pirate hunter Zoro, your bounty is 60 million. Blackbeard relayed this news to his crew. Wow, Zoro, you have a bounty in the millions too. Nami exclaimed. Oh, that's it. It must be due to the Alabasta incident that the bounty jumped so high. It skyrocketed to 100 million. Sootsong must have caught the Navy's attention due to his strength. Nami speculated to herself. 100 million. Incredible. Did you hear that? I'm worth 100 million. But Sootsong, why do you have 300 million? That's double my bounty, Luffy said, somewhat begrudgingly. It's 3 times. Sootsong corrected him. Wow, 3 times. This is unreasonable. This is utterly unreasonable. Luffy felt somewhat deflated. Mine is the most absurd. Only 60 million. This is even more unreasonable. Zoro lamented, convinced that his bounty should be higher. Nami, unable to endure any longer, scolded, "You lot, what is there to boast about?" At that moment, the Mary was suddenly lifted by the rising water, which, as it surged upward, pushed Blackbeard's rather ordinary wooden raft aside. "Everyone, hold on to the ship's body or take cover in the cabin," Sanji urged. "We're doomed. We're going to fly," Usopp exclaimed, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. The small Mary found itself precariously perched atop the surging current, but due to the urgency of the situation, none of the crew sought refuge in the cabin. All held firmly to the ship's structure. Everyone, including Suit Song, felt a sense of dread. Even he was experiencing such an event for the first time. The water finally erupted, and the Mary was propelled into the air. Even the Monkey King and Gorilla King's vessels were affected, let alone Blackbeard's raft, which was instantly shoved aside, its disintegration inevitable. "What is happening?" Usopp asked in fright. "The ship is moving vertically along the water column," Sanji explained. "This is exhilarating." Luffy, already excited, was now even more animated. "What is the principle behind this?" Usopp inquired. "It's the wind," Nami replied. "This is fantastic. We're definitely going to reach the sky." "Charge, Golden Mary," Luffy shouted. "Wait a moment. It may not be so smooth sailing," Sanji cautioned. "What's wrong? Did we forget something?" Luffy asked. "The ship is starting to float." Suit Song sensed impending trouble and announced that we can't continue like this. "The entire ship will be thrown off," Sanji warned. "The consequences of that would be unfathomable," Usopp exclaimed. "What do we do?" "All we can do is hold on tight," Usopp said, feeling utterly defeated. "What is that?" Chopper exclaimed. It turned out that the enormous Sea King had just fallen from the current. "See, if we fall like that, it's only a matter of time," Sanji remarked. "What is the point of saying this now? We rode the current up. How can we descend using our own strength?" Zoro retorted. "This truly is a catastrophe," Sanji admitted, feeling powerless. "Wow. So many things are falling from above. Those are the sacrifices of the upward currents." Chopper gazed at the sky, fear seeping into his voice as he exclaimed, "It's over. This time, we are truly finished, falling from such a great height into the sea. We are undoubtedly doomed. Yutsong, remember to save me later," Usopp, trembling with terror, added. Even Yutsong cannot single-handedly turn the tide in such a situation, although Yutsong could employ his wooden clones to utilize his fruit abilities, thereby saving everyone. What would become of the Mary? Fortunately, at that moment, Nami showcased her expertise. "Set sail immediately. Hurry. This is the sea. Not an ordinary water column, but a soaring ocean current. Moreover, the wind rising from below is generated by the explosive updraft of geothermal heat and steam from the ocean floor. Since we are dealing with wind and sea, I have a way to navigate." Were her words to be overheard by a stranger, they might dismiss her as boasting. However, those who understood Nami's capabilities believed her without a shadow of a doubt. "Leave it to me." With Yutsong being the strongest, he swiftly set the sail. "I see. Aside from the soaring ocean current, there is also the presence of wind, which I had overlooked," Yutsong pondered as he raised the sail. "Who is the navigator of this ship?" Nami inquired. "It is Miss Nami," came Sanji's lecherous response. Although the others remained silent, they held deep admiration for her in their hearts. "All right. The starboard is catching the wind. Immediately turn to port. Adjust the ship's orientation to align with the current," Nami commanded. Aye. Everyone obediently complied, for this was a matter of life and death. "Oh no. The ship is about to leave the water. It's going to capsize. We're going to fall." Chopper realized something was amiss and urgently informed Nami. "Think of a solution, Nami." At that moment, Nami calmly asserted, "No. There's nothing to worry about. By utilizing the updraft, along with the wings we modified on the Mary, we can maintain balance with the current. This way, the ship will soar." Indeed, Nami was a genius navigator. Yutsong generously praised her. What transpired next unfolded exactly as Yutsong and Nami had envisioned. The Mary took flight. "Wow. We're really flying. Amazing. Our ship has ascended into the sky," Luffy exclaimed with excitement. "Is this for real?" Usopp thought he must be dreaming. Yo. Chopper looked on in shock, while Yutsong and Robin exchanged knowing smiles. Zoro was smug, and Sanji, with hearts in his eyes, declared, "Nami, you're incredible. I love you. As long as we ride this current, we can soar as high as we desire," Nami proclaimed. "Nami, are we nearing Skypiea?" Luffy eagerly inquired. Nami pointed towards the cumulus clouds and said, If it truly exists, it should be just beyond that cloud. Above the clouds. Huh? What could possibly be up there? Luffy shouted with anticipation. Let us charge towards the cumulus clouds. Skypiea, here I come. Thus, the group soared skyward with the tumultuous ocean current, and soon the Mary plunged into a sea of clouds. Since Skypiea might be on the other side of the clouds, they could only continue riding the current to the other side. Wow! I can't breathe, Luffy exclaimed. Moments later, the Mary finally burst forth from the cloud-covered Haki. That point, the ship's wings had broken off, resting peacefully atop the clouds. On the deck, Nami coughed while catching her breath. And everyone lay flat on the deck. Usopp, whether from fear or something else, had gone completely still. Sanji, Chopper, Zoro, and Robin were all gasping for air. What puzzled Yutsong was that Luffy remained unusually exhilarated. Everyone, look outside the ship. Outside, an endless expanse of white clouds spread before them. It's all white. We must have reached the cloud layer closest to the ocean, Yutsong remarked. Clouds? Chopper exclaimed, his expression one of utter astonishment. We're on the clouds. But why aren't we falling? Nami inquired. Why would we? Clouds can be sat upon, Luffy replied. Where can you sit? The others couldn't help but retort. Oh no. Usopp has stopped breathing, Chopper exclaimed, looking at Usopp. Quick, think of a way to save him. Use mouth to mouth, Sanji volunteered. All right, I'll help Nami with the artificial respiration, Zoro scolded. Idiot, let me handle this, Yutsong said as he retrieved an item from his mysterious bag. Holding it before Usopp, he urged him to take a breath. And instantly, Usopp regained consciousness. What is that delightful aroma? Usopp. Chopper beamed upon seeing Usopp was all right. Where are we? Clouds? What? Is this not clouds? There are too many clouds. What is this? Usopp exclaimed, suddenly agitated. Nami surveyed the area and remarked. So, this is what they call the Sky Sea, an ocean of clouds in the sky. It does seem to make some sense. However, I believe this is not our intended destination. This is not Skypiea. We should find a way to continue upward, Yutsong suggested. Not? Nami checked her log pose. Yutsong is correct. Look, the log pose is still pointing upwards. It seems we are merely in the middle of the cumulus clouds. Robin noted, so it appears we should indeed continue upward. But how do we ascend? Chopper questioned. I'm not sure about that, Robin admitted, somewhat helplessly. I think since the ship can float here, we should search for a way up. Perhaps there is an entrance specifically leading to Skypiea. I just hope it doesn't require an admission fee, Yutsong quipped unexpectedly, causing Usopp to burst into laughter. An entry fee for Skypiea? This isn't a theme park. Haha. Usopp, feeling impulsive, removed his shirt and declared, haha. Step 1. Captain Usopp swims. The surrounding Luffy and Chopper expressed their support. Hey, don't act recklessly. We don't understand the situation, so let us not make hasty moves. Sanji warned, but Usopp paid him no mind. The sea is just the sea. Usopp leaped into the cloud sea, beginning to swim. I envy Usopp. He can swim. It looks so fun. Luffy and Chopper both expressed their envy. Zoro sensed something was amiss and asked, he hasn't shown his face yet. I have a question. Is there a seabed in this place? Robin's question awakened everyone. They finally realized. Did that guy just fall from here? Zoro exclaimed in shock. I told him not to act recklessly. He is such an idiot. Sanji couldn't help but scold. Usopp. Luffy, worried for Usopp's safety, extended his arm. Robin immediately advised, try to stretch your arm as far as possible. But I can't see. I can only grab randomly. Don't worry. Leave it to me. Robin then used her flower fruit powers, and instantly eyes sprouted on Luffy's hand. Luffy extended his hand beyond the cloud layer, finally spotting Usopp, who had fallen outside the cloud. Over there, Robin pointed, 6-petal flower. Ultimately, Robin managed to grasp Usopp. All right, you can let go now. Great. Luffy subsequently retracted his hand, finally pulling Usopp back. Meanwhile, Luffy also brought back some creatures. Oh no, these guys want to eat Usopp. Don't. Nami and Chopper cried out in fear. What is there to be afraid of? Zoro unsheathed his sword, and, with a swift slash, the colossal octopus before him vanished into the vast sea of clouds. Sanji, too, delivered a powerful kick, toppling a creature resembling an eel. Luffy remained idle, fatigued from rescuing Usopp from the monster just moments prior. Yutsong, on the other hand, regarded these creatures with a hint of disdain. Soon, the tranquil ambience of the cloud sea returned. After such brief exertion, Zoro found himself slightly out of breath. This place was suffocating. These creatures certainly possess a peculiar appearance. They hardly resemble fish, Sanji remarked. That octopus inflated like a balloon, so it must indeed be a living organism, both Luffy and Zoro concurred. Who would have thought there were creatures within the clouds? Perhaps we should regard this expanse as a sea to make sense of it. Chopper inquired, "It's a flounder. Flounders are naturally flat," Luffy explained. Usopp then let out a loud exclamation. "Wow, you're so noisy. What is it this time?" "Usopp," Sanji replied, visibly annoyed that it seems there's something in my pants, Usopp said as he pulled out a fish from his trousers. His luck had certainly not been on his side today, Robin awkwardly added. Could this creature be the elusive mentioned in Rolando's journal? Its unique shape must have evolved over time, causing it to inflate like a balloon or flatten like a board. Zoro began to grasp the concept. Indeed, it's likely an adaptation for agility. The buoyancy of the water here is less than that of the sea on land, correct? Robin posited, in a wonder their scales resemble feathers. Complemented by that carnivorous-looking maw, Nami elucidated. Turning around, they discovered Luffy feasting on fish that let's fry it into fillets and see how it tastes, Sanji said, rapidly preparing the freshly caught fish. Delicious, Luffy praised. Shutsang shook his head, and upon lifting his gaze, seemed to notice something, exclaiming, "There's a ship. Would you like to take a look? There are people aboard." "What? Where's the ship?" Although the smoke is rather peculiar, after gathering, they peered through binoculars for a considerable time, only to see black smoke. "This is bad. Prepare for battle." Shutsang clearly observed that the previous ship had been destroyed by someone, and something seemed to be approaching. "What on earth is that?" "Someone is coming." Both Sanji and Zoro spotted an object hurtling towards them at high speed, running atop the clouds. Before they could react, the figure leaped into the air, allowing Shutsang a clearer view. He wielded something akin to a rocket launcher in his right hand. A shield in his left, donned a mask, and appeared to have some device affixed to his feet. "Hey, what do you intend to do?" Sanji inquired. "Eliminate," the figure responded. "This does not bode well." Shutsang remarked that he certainly has some nerve. Zoro commented, remaining impassive. "What is going on?" Luffy was still trying to comprehend the situation. Just then, the individual dashed onto the deck, delivering a powerful kick that sent Sanji flying onto the deck. Upon landing, he immediately leaped again, this time aiming at Zoro. Zoro braced for combat, but, like Sanji, was swiftly kicked to the ground. The strange figure then charged towards Shutsang once more. Humph! Shutsang spread his wings with astonishing speed. Shielding himself to his surprise, the assailant's strength was immense. A single kick caused the deck to buckle. This also showcased Shutsang's formidable defense. Having failed to overpower Shutsang, the figure leaped again, spinning several times before launching another assault. "Rubber, do not interfere, Luffy," Shutsang cautioned, yet before he could finish, Luffy had already attacked. However, the figure's speed was evidently superior, effortlessly dodging and knocking Luffy to the ground. "What's going on? You three can't defeat just one person?" Nami couldn't help but critique. Naturally, Shutsang was not included in that remark. "You little brat, do you wish to compete in speed or strength?" Shutsang declared, immediately employing his instant movement technique. That Shutsang's instant technique, derived from the world of Naruto, allowed for such rapid movement that few could keep up. Although this strange figure was fast, his speed was likely augmented by the device on his feet. His natural speed remained uncertain. The combatants engaged fiercely, with Shutsang activating his Sharingan, skillfully evading the foe's attacks while countering effectively. The figure eventually leapt into the air, aiming his rocket launcher at the Merida. "We're doomed," Chopper gasped. "With me here, there's no need to fear," Shutsang reassured, confident in his ability to prevail, even against a nuclear bomb if necessary. Just then, a voice echoed, "This ends now." A figure riding a monstrous bird descended from the sky, thrusting a sword at the assailant, who blocked the attack with his shield. However, the newcomer possessed incredible strength and swiftly sent the foe flying. He then landed on the deck. "What? Who is this now?" Nami exclaimed, exasperated by the tumultuous events of their Sky Island expedition. The newcomer introduced himself. "I am the Sky Knight." "Has he fled?" the Sky Knight mused, glancing in the direction of the previous figure. "Who exactly is that? And what are you all doing? It's utterly pathetic that three of you can't handle one person." Nami criticized, then turned to Shutsang, stating, "At least Shutsang seems reliable. Do not blame them. We are in the sky, where oxygen is scarce that a slight movement can lead to suffocation." "Then why are you unaffected?" Nami retorted. Indeed. Why am I unaffected? Shutsong genuinely pondered it that moment. A voice resonated within Shutsong's mind. Was that even a question? It's obviously due to the system. System? Shutsong nearly forgot about it. Since leaving Alabasta, the system had been silent. Since I have departed from Gaia, I suppose it is time for you to reappear. Shutsong communicated mentally with the system. By the way, you mentioned I am unhindered by high altitudes. Is that your doing? Shutsong inquired. The system affirmed, stating, while it is accurate to say I assisted you, it is more accurate to say your devil fruit is aiding you. After all, I am the one who gifted you that devil fruit. The system continued. Now, let us attend to more pressing matters. Pressing matters? Stop playing dumb. I am the God-tier sign-in system. Now that you have left Gaia, it is time for rewards. Congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in. This time's sign-in reward is the armament Haki from the pirate world. Shutsong sensed an unusual energy. System, is that confirmation? This reward is indeed armament Haki? Shutsong questioned, somewhat incredulous, while he would eventually learn armament Haki. The system's choice to reward him with it at this moment puzzled him. The system elaborated, host, you should be aware of your devil fruit, right? The super devil fruit is impervious to the elements. Previous immunity to toxins and fearlessness of seawater make this ability extraordinarily powerful. However, it has a flaw, one that could be detrimental to you that if your opponent is a Logia type, your fruit's powers will not function. In other words, your attacks cannot hit an elemental Logia user. The system's words carried a degree of truth that, of course, you cannot compare with Crocodile. His weakness is water. The system subsequently added, I understand now. It seems you are aware that your upcoming journey to the Sky Island may involve a confrontation with Enel, who, like you, is a wielder of natural powers. However, the unfortunate truth is that he appears to be at a disadvantage against Luffy. Shutsong then responded to the system. Indeed, yet the reward for today is the acquisition of the ability to combat natural powers through the use of armament Haki. I am aware that you possess a modicum of knowledge regarding armament Haki. But this particular manifestation is not what you might anticipate, the system remarked enigmatically. What? Shutsong expressed his confusion, struggling to comprehend the system's words. Let us not dwell on that. I shall convey the details of the reward. And you will understand. However, it would be prudent for you to practice this form of armament Haki in advance, for proficiency comes with experience. With that, the system fell silent at that moment. Shutsong felt a wondrous knowledge suddenly flooding into his mind. He was taken aback by the profound depth of the armament Haki bestowed upon him. It was astonishing that the system had delineated it into 10 distinct levels, something he had never previously considered. Shutsong had expected the system to directly grant him the armament Haki, but instead, he received merely a manual. Well then, I shall take my time to learn it, as long as I master the first level before encountering Enel. I should be able to defeat him, Shutsong contemplated, refocusing his attention. The events that had just unfolded transpired in an instant at that moment. The Sky Knight inquired, Are you from the Blue Sea? Nami asked, Blue Sea? What does that mean? By the way, may I ask who you are? As I mentioned earlier, I am a Sky Knight. Blue Sea people is the term we use for those who dwell beneath the clouds. The Sky Knight explained that get to the point. Did you arrive from the Blue Sea? He asked again. Yes, Luffy replied. That explains it. This location is the White Sea, situated 7,000 meters above the Blue Sea, with the layer above known as the White Sea reaching a staggering height of 10,000 meters. Generally, Blue Sea inhabitants would find themselves completely immobilized upon arriving here, the Sky Knight elaborated. Then turned to Shutsong, saying, You are not from the Blue Sea, are you? You seem to exhibit no reaction that I have consumed a special devil fruit, Shutsong stated candidly. That explains it. The Sky Knight conceded without further comment. By the way, could you explain why that person was able to run on the sea? Chopper asked with keen interest. All right, hold on. I know you must have a mountain of questions, but let us first attend to business. The Sky Knight declared. What? Everyone queried in confusion. To be frank, I am a professional mercenary. This sea is fraught with peril. Those unaware of the battles above are either ambushed by the guerrilla fighters or become prey for the sky fish. Therefore, should you blow the whistle, for a fee of 5 million ik, I will come to your rescue, the Sky Knight stated. The group was perplexed by the term ik and asked, What are you talking about? Mistaking their confusion for reluctance regarding the price, the Sky Knight replied, My rates are already quite reasonable. Do not attempt to haggle with me. for I will not lower it by even 1 ick. I also have to make a living. Sanji interjected, we do not understand what you mean by ick, nor what you mean by blowing the whistle. The Sky Knight looked astonished and said, did you not descend from the peak of the Sky Road? Surely you must have passed by at least 1 or 2 islands along the way. Old man, which language are you speaking? Luffy exclaimed, utterly bewildered. Wait a moment. From your tone, it seems there are alternative means to ascend to this aerial sea. Nami inquired. Additionally, you mentioned passing by 1 or 2 islands. Is there not only 1 Sky Island? Nami pressed for more information. The Sky Knight was taken aback, exclaiming, how did you manage to reach here? We ascended along the downward flowing sea current, Robin replied. What? You came up the monstrous sea current? I never imagined there would still be such bold adventurers in this day and age. The Sky Knight responded incredulously. I knew that was no ordinary channel. I knew it. Nami erupted. We nearly perished. It was all your fault. Otherwise, we could have gathered intel and taken a safer route. You must have lost at least 1 crew member. The Sky Knight speculated. No, we are all accounted for, Luffy asserted. Taking other routes would not yield such luck. If 100 people ascend to the sky, only a handful would survive. That in simpler terms, the chances of success are exceedingly low. However, those who come up the downward flowing sea current either all perish or all make it. It's either 0 or 100. The Sky Knight revealed the truth. However, very few dare to take such a gamble. Especially in recent years, from the looks of it, you must be intrepid and capable navigators. The Sky Knight praised. Soothsong was about to express humility when Usopp interjected proudly. These guys rely entirely on me. When they were weeping and lamenting their lives, it was I who encouraged them. My journey at sea has been smooth sailing, if that's enough. Nami chastised, gripping Usopp's face. So, what is this whistle business? Soothsong promptly asked. Keen to learn what everyone was curious about. The so-called whistle is simply blowing this whistle, the Sky Knight explained, tossing his whistle onto the ground. Thus, at any time and from any location, I will descend from the skies to rescue you. Normally, my fee for a single operation is 5 million ick, but consider this a complimentary welcome gift. The Sky Knight began to take his leave. Nami quickly called out, wait, may I ask your name? I am the Sky Knight, gone full, and this is my partner, Pierre. Pierre, the strange bird squawked. That I forgot to mention. My partner Pierre, despite being a bird, has consumed the horse fruit, granting him the ability to transform into a winged horse. Gone full announced. What? Is he the legendary Pegasus? Nami exclaimed, filled with anticipation. Indeed, he is a Pegasus, Gone full replied, but as the transformation ended, the Pegasus still resembled an odd-looking bird, rather unattractive. What a stark contrast, the companions collectively remarked. Warriors, I wish you good fortune, Gone full declared before departing with flair. Naturally, the group could not help but voice their frustrations. That in the end, this Sky Knight failed to address the crux of the matter. Robin noted. Oh yes, he said nothing at all. How do we get up there? All right, blow the whistle. Summon that old man to inquire, Luffy suggested. Wait, hold on, Luffy. This whistle is our talisman for emergencies. If you blow it now, what if that masked creature attacks again? Usopp and Nami exclaimed in unison, blocking Luffy's path. In any case, let us set sail and continue onward. Perhaps there truly is an entrance, just as Soothsong mentioned. Zoro proposed. His suggestion was not born of distrust in Soothsong, but rather a profound belief in him. Thus far, everything Soothsong had claimed had come to pass, leaving the others uncertain if his words were jest or earnest. Look over there. What is that? Chopper pointed in a certain direction. Is that a cloud? It resembles a waterfall, Robin remarked. Let us head there and investigate, Soothsong suggested. Subsequently, the crew steered the Mary towards the direction of the waterfall. Wait, stop, stop, Nami shouted as they approached a large mass of clouds blocking their path. What do we do now? Since it is floating above the sky sea, it surely cannot belong to the same body of water. Right? What kind of cloud is that? If it is merely an ordinary cloud, we should be able to proceed without issue. Nami remarked, why not touch it and find out? Rubber gun, Luffy exclaimed as he stretched his arm out, only to have it snap back. He then leaped up as if he had discovered a new continent. Wow, look, everyone, I can sit on it. I won't fall off. How is this possible? What is this? It's so fun. Luffy began to frolic. Amazing. Chopper expressed his envy. I want to play too. Usopp and Chopper soon joined him, and the three of them started playing atop the clouds. However, Nami was concerned that this would hinder their navigation. Let us see if there are other routes we can take from up here, she suggested to Luffy. All right, Luffy responded that it seems there's something over there, Usopp pointed out, capturing Luffy's full attention. What is that? A door. Yes, there's a massive door beneath that waterfall cloud. Luffy observed. A door? Could there be man-made structures in this place? Nothing was surprising anymore, especially in this seed. Sootsong's words were indeed coming true. There really was a door leading to the upper White Sea. Everyone looked at Sootsong with admiration. That I'll go up and scout the way for everyone, Sootsong said casually, leaping onto the ship and commanding its navigation. Before long, the ship had circled around to the waterfall. Splendid. It seems we've made it around, Nami exclaimed as an artificial structure came into view, with a grand door displaying the words Heaven's Gate above it. Is it really a door? That waterfall cloud is truly a waterfall. The clouds beneath it are different from the previous ones. They flow. Heaven's Gate. How ominous. It feels as if we are nearing death. Usopp quipped. Who knows? Perhaps we are already dead, Zoro jested. That could be the case, making this world quite reasonable, Sanji chimed in. Are we really dead? Chopper asked in terror. Silly child, how could that be? Sootsong scoffed. Heaven, this is so entertaining. So this is heaven. Who wants to die? Luffy exclaimed, overflowing with excitement, prompting Nami to smack him. Look over there. It seems someone is coming out. Usopp pointed as the Mary approached Heaven's Gate. A short old lady appeared, snapping photos with her camera, her back adorned with angelic wings. Look, she has wings on her back. Is she an angel? Is that how angels look? She resembles a sour plum. Luffy humorously remarked. This lady must be collecting entrance fees, Sootsong reiterated in a way. Many of the crew were still skeptical. The old lady stated, I am the inspector of Heaven's Gate, Amazon. Are you here for sightseeing or combat? Luffy replied, we want to go to the Sky Island. The other side of this door must lead there, right? And what do you mean by combat? Amazon explained, it doesn't matter which, if you wish to ascend. You must first pay the entrance fee to heaven, which is 1 billion IQ per person, as mandated by law. Usopp shouted, what? 1 billion IQ. This IQ currency is appearing again. Sanji noted, oh, how much is that in berries? Usopp inquired, by the way, Sootsong, you guessed it again. Indeed, this fellow even knows about such matters. Although the crew was not new to being astonished, Sootsong's predictions always left them in disbelief. One person needs 1 billion. There are 8 of us, totaling 8 billion. Robin quickly calculated the required IQ. That how much it costs to enter? Is it common to require such an amount to enter a country? That old lady is clearly trying to scam us. Before Usopp could finish, Nami covered his mouth, fearing he would offend her and jeopardize their chance to ascend. Regarding this entrance fee, hypothetically speaking, what if we don't have any money? Nami asked, you can still enter, but if you choose not to, that's fine too. I'm neither a gatekeeper nor a guard. I merely wish to know your intentions, Amazon replied, seeing that there was no compulsion to pay. Luffy exclaimed, then let us go. We want to go to the Sky Island. We have no money, so let us in, old lady. Usopp seized the opportunity and chimed in. All right, do all 8 of you wish to enter? Amazon queried. Yes, but how do we get to the Sky Island? Luffy inquired. Just then, the Mary was seized by a pair of crab claws on either side. What is that? Panic ensued among the crew. That's a specialty of the White Sea, the express shrimp, Amazon explained, and the express shrimp began to pull the Mary upward toward the higher White Sea, following the cloud path. Hold on tight. Sootsong warned. The speed is incredible. Wow, there's still a path above. Some crew members were frightened, others excited, while some wore serene smiles. This is astonishing, Sanji remarked. The clouds seem to have transformed into a ribbon-like road. Zoro noted. Such a bizarre phenomenon could not possibly be naturally occurring, Usopp asserted. This must be what they refer to as a high-speed aerial road, Sootsong hypothesized. There's an exit. It looks like there's something written above. Chopper shouted as Sootsong looked up and saw a large sign that read, Island of the Gods, Sky Island. That's not an exit. It's an entrance, Luffy exclaimed, even more thrilled. The clouds above emanated a beam of light. And everyone's faces lit up with excitement, Sootsong included. Ultimately, the Mary burst through the clouds, and the express shrimp flung the ship into the high-speed aerial road. The Mary then landed atop the clouds. And the sight before them left everyone in it's an island. It's the Sky Island, Luffy shouted. Huh, the sign earlier said Land of the Gods, Robin recalled. Yes, it matches the name on the map Luffy discovered. Nami added. This indicates that the grand ship which suddenly fell from the sky before us truly visited this place. They must have witnessed this very scenery 200 years ago. Let us dock first. Our adventure has only just begun, Sootsong suggested. Exploring will surely be delightful, Luffy declared as he leaped down the bottom of this island made of these soft, fluffy clouds. Usopp wondered, and upon accidentally falling, he discovered he wouldn't sink. Sky Island, here I come. Luffy and Usopp rushed forward. I want to go too. Chopper naturally jumped down as well. I'll go change my clothes. Nami decided to descend too. Sootsong, where should we drop anchor? Is there a seabed here? Zoro inquired. No need to worry. It's fine, Sootsong replied. The scenery here was indeed splendid. Zoro couldn't help but praise. Indeed. Just look at those three fools so thrilled. It is impossible to deal with them. Wow. Sanji also took off his shoes, jumping down in excitement. Aren't you the same? Zoro couldn't resist teasing. At that moment, Nami was pecked several times by the irritable guide bird, prompting her to apologize. I'm sorry. The guide bird then flew away. Did I forgot to let it go? Nami said, looking somewhat aggrieved at Sootsong. That it seems there are residents on this island. Staying here shouldn't leave anyone wanting for food or drink. That as long as it tries hard, it can fly back. It's a bird, very convenient, Zoro remarked. By the way, where's the anchor? Nami asked. It has been tossed into the clouds, Zoro remarked. In my opinion, the fluffy clouds they speak of must be the foundation of this island. Zoro speculated. Sootsong gave a thumbs up. Indeed, I never expected you to think of that. It appears that this place resembles an island floating atop the sea. I wonder if we would have reached the same destination had we not been washed ashore, Robin mused at this point. Nothing surprises me anymore. The extraordinary sights we've encountered from beginning to end are simply too numerous. The only certainty is that this is indeed the Sky Island, isn't it? Nami also leaped into the clouds. Look. You can feel it with your body. There's no reason to doubt this sensation. Come on, join me. Don't worry, you can step on it. It's nothing of concern. Nami laughed and ran off. Robin glanced at Sootsong and Zoro, inquiring, what about you two? I want to go down, Zoro nodded. Since we've arrived, let us descend and take a look. But the historical records should be at Appiato, Sootsong stated. What place is that? Robin asked. It's considered a forbidden area of the Sky Island. In any case, let us head down first. Sootsong then jumped down, and indeed, the clouds were soft and fluffy, quite delightful, akin to resting upon a bed of soft alpaca wool. The thrill of adventure. Robin's lips curled slightly. Sailing or landing is, after all, a form of adventure. I had never even considered it before. Subsequently, Robin also disembarked from the ship. Once everyone landed on Angel Beach, they began to play with the clouds. Some lay atop them, while others started to mold the clouds into figures. Nami spotted a gazebo, which housed 2 lounge chairs, also crafted from clouds. Surely the inhabitants here possessed the skill to manipulate clouds. Nami conjectured. This cloud feels different. It resembles fur more than before, Chopper remarked. How leisurely this is. It would be wonderful to vacation here, Sootsong thought to himself, wishing he could stay for a week. But alas, this time they could only remain on the Sky Island for a day. At that moment, Zoro somehow found a small fox, and soon everyone heard the sound of a harp being played. Above the clouds stood a remarkably graceful woman, playing the harp, with delicate white wings and golden hair, appearing anything but malevolent. That's an angel, a real angel. Sanji's eyes were completely transfixed. Belly button, the angel said, looking at everyone with an enigmatic expression. Cece, come here. The angel beckoned the little fox, who trotted over slowly. Greetings, are you all from the Blue Sea? Yes, we came up from below. Do you reside here? Luffy inquired. Indeed, I am a resident of this place, the angelic sister replied. The angel gradually approached, saying, Welcome to the kingdom of God, Angel Beach. Would you like to try this? The angel was naturally addressing Luffy, who assumed the fruit could be bitten directly. Luffy handed the item to the angel, who took the coconut and remarked, the shell of this coconut is remarkably resilient. No matter how you bite it, it won't break. You need to access it from within. The angel gently cut a small hole in the coconut with a knife, inserted a straw, and handed it back to Luffy. Here you go. Upon sipping, Luffy found it so delicious that his tongue curled in delight. Hey, is it really that good? I want some too. It's amazing, Usopp exclaimed, filled with envy, and took a sip himself. That my name is Conies, and this is the Cloud Fox. CC that if you have any questions, I will do my best to assist you. Conies said politely. Please, your gaze has healed the burns within my heart. Sanji, known for his flirtatious banter, was promptly shushed by Nami. Step aside. Nami turned to Conies with a friendly demeanor. That's great. We have quite a few questions. This place is simply too unbelievable for us. Feel free to ask anything. Conies replied. That Sootsong and Zoro noticed someone approaching in the distance and remarked, it seems someone is coming. Conies glanced over and explained, that is my father. Conies, belly button. Father, the two greeted each other, and at that moment, Conies' father appeared riding a marvelous mode of transportation. What is that? What is that thing he is riding? Nami asked, intrigued. Are you referring to the Weepa? Conies countered. While it is called Weepa, a more accurate description would be a jet ski. However, we are not on water, but on clouds. Weepa? Nami repeated, seemingly recognizing the term. I apologize for my rudeness. I need to stop. That Conies' father did not come to a gentle halt, but rather crashed to the ground, then inquired, do you have any matters to discuss? Zoro couldn't help but retort. You should take care of yourself first. Nami then turned to Luffy, asking, Luffy, did you bring that thing up from the seabed? Of course I did. Luffy replied while sipping his drink. That I see. That must be the ship recorded in Rolando's log that sails even without wind. Nami realized that Conies' father asked, Conies, are they your friends? Yes, I just met them. They seem to have come from the Blue Sea. Conies answered. That is that so? You must feel quite confused about many things now that you are here. I apologize for the fright caused by the White Sea. Conies' father said apologetically. Not at all. Usopp and the others replied courteously. I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Pagaya. My apologies, Conies' father continued. Sootsong responded graciously. Not at all. We should be the ones apologizing. Sootsong then provided a brief self-introduction. Father, did you catch any fish? Conies inquired. Yes, a bountiful harvest, Pagaya replied, then began inviting everyone. By the way, would you all like to visit my humble abode and sample the local delicacies of the sea? Is that possible? I want to go, as the team's top foodie. Luffy was naturally very interested in food. Are we making Sky Island cuisine? I want to help. Sanji, too, was eager about cooking. At this moment, Nami asked, excuse me, but how can this travel on water without sails or paddles? Conies explained, are you unfamiliar with DLEL? Just then, Luffy hopped onto the Weepa and took it for a spin, immediately losing control and plunging into the white yacht. It's my fault. I shouldn't have let that little brother use the Weepa. Pagaya apologized. By the way, what happens to those with abilities in this sea? Perhaps Luffy will float, Sanji remarked, unperturbed. Before long, Sootsong saw Luffy slowly sinking into the cloud seat. He's gone down. This one do. Zoro said calmly. This is bad. Only Chopper seemed anxious. Honestly, Sootsong sighed. Each time this happened, it was up to him to handle it. Sootsong spread his wings and flew into the cloud sea, subsequently utilizing his water-resistant fruit abilities to navigate freely among the clouds. Soon, Sootsong found Luffy, who was utterly exhausted. Perhaps it was because this cloud contained elements of the sea. Sootsong ultimately grasped Luffy and lifted him out. It's my fault. I shouldn't have lent it to a novice. I'm sorry, Pagaya apologized again. The Weepa is designed to maximize agility. Its hull is exceptionally lightweight, so even small waves can cause it to turn. If someone isn't familiar with the sea, it's quite difficult to handle. I apologize, Pagaya continued. That I've been practicing since I was a child, only recently mastering it. Conies stated, is the Weepa that difficult to ride? It takes about 10 years of training to get the hang of it. However, at this moment, Nami had already mastered the Wibera with remarkable proficiency. This individual was acutely sensitive to the weather and the waves. Thus, when the direction of movement shifted, she could swiftly acclimate to the opposite motion. Truly a genius. Sootsong couldn't help but praise her. Seeing Sootsong commend her, Sanji, Luffy, and others joined in the accolades. Wow, Miss Nami, you are the best. So cool. Incredible. It's truly hard to believe. Pagaya also found it somewhat difficult to accept, as this feat was undeniably challenging. How did she manage to learn it? It's really quite difficult. Luffy understood the complexity of this endeavor, which is why he admired her. Riding such a thing requires a certain level of skill that Luffy could not replicate. Nami was merely stating a fact. Luffy's expression darkened, and he couldn't help but exclaim, stupid Nami, We're going to Uncle's house. Hurry up and get down. Clumsy Nami, it was truly lacking in grace, Sanji scolded. You all go ahead. Uncle, could I borrow this Wibra to ride for a while? Nami inquired. All right, be careful on the way. Pakaya, witnessing someone utilize this device so adeptly for the first time, naturally had no further thoughts. Riding the Wibra, Nami remarked, I never thought there would be a boat in this world that doesn't require one to consider the wind direction. Allowing one to go wherever they please.it feels like a dream. I wonder if it can be used on ordinary seas? Hey, what's that construction site over there? Usopp climbed to a high spot and asked. That is a site dedicated to the extraction and processing of clouds, Pakaya explained. Clouds can be extracted. Zoro found it quite marvelous. You all arrived at the White Sea via the Cloud River route, right? Pakaya inquired. The Cloud River route refers to that winding sea path, correct? Zoro asked. That place is a cloud canal artificially created from the island clouds extracted here. The clouds in this natural setting can be divided into two types. The ones you entered earlier are sea clouds, while those soft, floating ones above the sea that one can walk on are called island clouds, Pakaya explained while guiding everyone to his house. Neither of them is ordinary clouds, Zoro stated plainly. Indeed, the principle lies in the different condensation nuclei that create the clouds. If I remember correctly, you folks from the Blue Sea have a mineral called sea stone. Pakaya noted. The silent Robin immediately inquired, sea stone? Is that related? Yes, it contains a type of keratin particle we refer to as pyrobroin, which is formed when volcanic eruptions eject particles into the sky and they condense with water vapor, altering density to create sea clouds and island clouds. Pakaya seemed to have articulated it clearly, yet everyone present failed to comprehend his explanation. In summary, the clouds here can be categorized into three different types: natural sea clouds, island clouds, and artificial clouds. Please come in. This is my home. Pakaya finally led everyone to his residence. Oh hi. The view is fantastic. Luffy exclaimed that I can still see Nami's Wibra. Chopper also expressed his excitement at this moment. As Luffy gazed out from a height, Sanji inquired, Hey, Luffy, what are you doing? Why does that Nami ride so effortlessly? Sink down. Luffy felt a twinge of discontent. Oh childish. Sanji gave Luffy a light smack. That hurt. You made me bite my tongue, Sanji, Luffy retorted. Uncle, where's the kitchen? Sanji asked. Yes, it's right here. Subsequently, Sanji went to the back kitchen to assist the uncle in preparing the cuisine of the Sky Island, while the others remained in the living room. Robin asked, Excuse me, Miss Cornice, you mentioned dial earlier. Could you explain it a bit more clearly? Sure, Cornice replied. Let me think about how to explain it best at this moment. Chopper was lazily lounging on a chair. While Luffy picked up a shell, Cornice instructed Luffy to speak into the shell and then press the top. Ultimately, the sound he just made was recorded. What a magical item. It can actually record sound. Zoro and Robin were both astonished at Suit's song. However, remained calm. Such things had become obsolete in his Is this shell what you refer to as dial? Robin inquired. Yes, this is a sound shell. Cornice explained. It has the ability to record and play back audio. A unique shell of the White Sea. But isn't there no seabed here? Where do these shells live? Zoro questioned. In the shallow waters of the Cloud Sea. There are fish reefs, Cornice clarified. Yet I still can't comprehend how it makes the Wibra move. Robin asked once more. The power source for the Wibra comes from this, Cornice said, holding up a smaller shell. Although it appears somewhat diminutive, its principle is the same as that of the sound shell. Cornice raised the shell in her hand and began to blow into it's a wind-blowing device. Suitsong found it quite intriguing. This is called a wind shell. It can store wind and then release it naturally. As for how much wind it can store, that depends on the size of the wind shell itself. When you place the wind shell at the back of the ship, it can propel the vessel forward. Which is the Wibra? After Cornice's simple explanation, everyone gained a better understanding. That's how it generates wind and sails around. Usopp realized. Awesome. Being able to ride the Wibra. Luffy was still harboring a bit of dissatisfaction from earlier. In fact, there are many other types, like ice blade and skateboard types of transportation. Cornice added, I can barely manage to control the Wibra. I wish I could ride it too. I'm so envious of that girl. It's rare that I've already got one, Luffy lamented. You have a Wibra too? Cornice asked. He accidentally saw it. That ship is dilapidated. It's just a thing from 200 years ago. It can't possibly move, Usopp replied. That may not be the case, as the dials used back then were originally made from shell remnants. as long as the shell itself isn't damaged. Its functionality can be considered semi-permanent. Cornus clarified that this moment. Robin pointed to another shell on the table and inquired, "Are there other types of shells?" "What is this?" "That one is called a lamp shell. There are also flame shells that store fire, fragrance shells that store scent, and image shells that can retain images, among various other types of shells." "How fascinating. So much fun," Chopper exclaimed, discovering a new world. In summary, our life in the sky is deeply intertwined with shells. Thus, the culture of the Sky Island can be described as one that coexists with shell energy, Angel Cornus stated. Everyone was completely immersed in this wondrous world of shells. Susong had been rather quiet from the beginning. Although he had never encountered these extraordinary shells, many things from his time could still be realized. While the others were immersed in the surrounding world, Susong slowly closed his eyes, although only a few minutes had elapsed. He had already spent a considerable amount of time within the world orchestrated by the system. Not forget the secret techniques of armament Haki. When Susong resolved to learn, his consciousness was transported by the system into an expansive chamber, where a colossal creature loomed before him. The system informed Susong that only by defeating this monstrous entity could he progress to the next level of armament Haki. Upon vanquishing 10 bosses, Susong's mastery of armament Haki would be completely restored to its original form. Typically, after a successful sign-in, the system would directly bestow upon Susong a certain ability. However, in this instance, he was required to personally engage in combat within this realm, akin to traversing a gaming dungeon. Initially, Susong found the task remarkably easy, yet, upon entering into battle with the creature, he soon realized that it was far from a simple foe. Its skin was extraordinarily tough, its movements swift, and more critically, its offensive capabilities were formidable that a mere brush from it would spell disaster for Susong. Thus, he had been engaged in combat with this creature for a brief while. The creature, entirely encased in black, was evidently covered in hardened armament Haki. With a basic level of armament Haki, Susong exclaimed, "Spiral Sphere." Utilizing his instantaneous movement, he materialized directly in front of the armored beast. Due to the creature's massive stature, Susong was able to strike true. The spiral sphere landed heavily upon the monster, yet Susong felt as though he had struck solid iron. This creature was incredibly resilient. After his initial strike proved ineffective, Susong swiftly evaded as anticipated. The moment he teleported away, the creature unleashed a powerful punch, striking the very spot Susong had just vacated. The creature's speed was astounding, its strength overwhelming, and the entirety of its body was protected by armament Haki, rendering even the spiral sphere incapable of breaching its defenses. This was the first time Susong had encountered such a formidable opponent. Faced with an adversary wielding Haki, he could not resort to elemental immunity. He had to devise a strategy to outmaneuver it. Sharingan. Susong activated the Sharingan, allowing him to accurately predict the creature's attacks. He unleashed the spiral sphere once more, this time augmenting it with his devil fruit powers, diving from above with demon wings, and concentrating an enormous spiral sphere in his hands. Indeed, this was the super-large spiral sphere, an advanced version of the original. This colossal attack resembled a spirit bomb from the Dragon Ball series. Even if it struck a tailed beast, it would surely inflict substantial damage, let alone against a mere armored creature. The radiant blue light of the super-large spiral sphere engulfed the armored beast, and Susong distinctly felt the impact as his attack sent the creature flying, landing solidly upon it. However, in the next instant, Susong was once again taken aback. The armored creature had inexplicably reappeared in another location, resurrected. What was happening? Was this creature incapable of being defeated? If that were the case, what was the point of fighting? Susong muttered in frustration while drawing his shura. With a swift slash, he unleashed a wave of black sword energy. This blade technique, in contrast to the blunt force of the spiral sphere, was far sharper, and in an instant, he severed the armored beast in two. At this time, Susong bore witness to the creature being cleaved asunder. Yet, what puzzled him further was that the creature reappeared once more. And this time, it was not alone. Two had emerged. What was going on? With every defeat, did the creature multiply? What was the nature of this scenario? If this continued, he would never be able to vanquish it. Susong shook his head in disbelief. The two creatures advanced, swinging their black arms towards Susong once again. The demon's fist. Susong opted for a direct confrontation this time. Bang! The fists of the two creatures collided with Susong's own. unleashing a shockwave that radiated outward from him. But Suitsong distinctly felt the pain emanating from his fists. My heavens, these creatures are incredibly tough. Facing two opponents, Suitsong found himself struggling despite holding his ground. At that moment, the system finally spoke up. Host, what are you doing? What do you think I am doing? You provided me with this secret technique, the first layer of armament Haki, Suitsong responded. This is not merely the first layer. It encompasses the first, second, and third layers. The system clarified that it appears you have yet to grasp the rules of this realm. The reason these creatures exist is to facilitate your understanding of Haki. To exit this place, you must comprehend armament Haki to a certain degree. Otherwise, you may find yourself trapped here indefinitely. Moreover, time is frozen in this world. It would not be accurate to say how long has passed here, as only 3 seconds have elapsed in the outside world. In other words, the quicker you comprehend, the sooner you can depart. Should you fail to understand, you will be condemned to remain here forever. The system continued. So, how exactly do I defeat these creatures? The first time, I obliterated one. The second time, I cleaved another. These creatures regenerate infinitely? Suitsong inquired while evading attacks from the two armored beasts. You have violated the rules. Swordsmanship and ninjutsu cannot be employed. You must engage these creatures in hand-to-hand combat. The more you comprehend, the greater their numbers will become. However, fear not, for the space here is limitless. Take your time. Your devil fruit abilities are permissible, the system concluded before vanishing once more. This fellow, Suitsong shook his head. Fine. If he forbids me from using them, then I shall refrain. Subsequently, Suitsong deactivated his Sharingan and began to engage the two armored creatures solely with his devil fruit abilities. Although he did not employ the Sharingan, the demon was innately attuned to its surroundings. The two creatures charged at him. Suitsong chose not to evade, but instead unleashed his second form. The first form was the demon silhouette, while the second form was the demon transformation, maintaining human shape yet adorned with various demonic traits, such as horns upon his head. In this state, Suitsong clashed head-on with the creatures. Boom! With a single punch, he sent both of them crashing to the ground. In his first form, Suitsong could only match the two creatures in a stalemate. Now, empowered by his second form, his abilities had significantly escalated. At that moment, the two creatures vanished, only to be replaced by 10.10. Very well. Bring on 100. It matters not. Suitsong recklessly unleashed his demonic power, pushing the limits of his second form to the utmost. Whoosh! Suitsong weaved through the multitude of creatures with ghostly agility, effortlessly toppling the 10 armored beasts as he had anticipated. Their numbers surged once again, and Suitsong could no longer keep count. Though he estimated it was several times greater than before. 50, the battle continues. With each skirmish, he felt an increasing sense of familiarity, and this time, the sensation deep within him grew ever clearer. Haki. Suitsong sensed that he was gradually grasping the essence of Haki. He could distinctly feel his fists had become significantly harder than before. After all, the more armored creatures he defeated, the more his understanding deepened. Utilizing this nascent Haki, combined with his demonic power, he once again easily felled the 50 beasts. Though fatigued, Suitsong felt a profound sense of accomplishment. Finally, he was capable of channeling armament Haki onto his arms. At that moment, a multitude of armored creatures materialized before him. 100 already. Impressive, truly worthy of being the host. If you eliminate these 100, you shall be rewarded, the system cryptically proclaimed. 100. Is it? Then let them come. Suitsong's lips curled upward slightly as he rushed forward. The disparity between confronting 10 foes and facing 100 was immensely vast, and Suitsong found himself in a flurry of activity. However, at this moment, he was already capable of wielding his armament Haki with relative ease. He enveloped his hands and feet with Haki, propelling himself towards the 100 monstrous adversaries at an astonishing speed. Demon Impact. Having mastered the armament Haki, Suitsong seamlessly combined it with the powers of his devil fruit. The inherent strength of his devil fruit had already rendered him formidable, and with the addition of armament Haki, he became even more powerful. He could sense the surging energy within him. It was not merely the power of the devil fruit, but a completely new form of energy. Was this Haki? It seemed that regardless of the type of Haki, its potency largely depended on the strength of the user. If the user was powerful, then the Haki would undoubtedly be formidable as well. Suitsong mused that Haki resembled a person's aura. The more skilled the individual, the more exaggerated their Haki might appear. With the armament Haki firmly established, Sootsong began to unleash a myriad of his demonic powers. Demon Fist, Demon Claw, and Demon Wings unfurled. He had never realized his abilities could be so potent, in a matter of moments. The 100 monstrous foes he faced were all knocked to the ground. Incredible! The armament Haki was overwhelmingly powerful. In the past, even if he could have dispatched these foes, it would have taken him a considerable amount of time. Sootsong couldn't help but admire his newfound capabilities. Yet, just as he thought it was over, the system reappeared, announcing, "Congratulations, host. You have completed the introductory test." The final aspect of the introductory test is practical application. Although the 100 monsters have been defeated, you have yet to vanquish their fusion form. What do you mean by that? Sootsong exclaimed in astonishment. The IT means exactly what it says. After the system's declaration, the 100 armament-enveloped monsters that Sootsong had just knocked down slowly rose to their feet. Their bodies seemed to attract one another, ultimately merging into a colossal stone giant. This enormous stone behemoth possessed an incredibly terrifying and immense form that would leave anyone in awe. You must be joking. Is this never-ending? How long do you expect me to fight? Sootsong expressed his exasperation, having already battled these armament monsters for quite some time. This is different. This is the final one. Defeated. And your armament Haki will be considered complete at the introductory level. Don't forget, you are currently studying the armament Haki manual, and you are at the first, second, and third tiers. The system replied, "Very well. If you insist, then I shall give it my all one last time." Sootsong then steeled himself against the colossal stone creature. As per the usual rules, he could not use ninjutsu or swordsmanship. So he once again summoned his armament Haki. This time, Sootsong pushed his armament Haki to its limits, making it even more impenetrable on his hands and feet. He gradually approached the stone giant. The stone giant, however, was not gentle. Upon seeing Sootsong, it immediately enveloped itself in armament Haki. It then swung its massive arms, launching an assault on Sootsong. The giant's enormous arms crashed down, causing chaos. Boom! Upon impact with the ground, the earth instantly collapsed, and Sootsong struggled to maintain his footing. Fly! Sootsong spread his wings and began to circle around the stone giant. Now's my chance. Sootsong seized an opening after the giant's attack and charged forward. With the evolution of his armament Haki, Sootsong's defensive capabilities had strengthened significantly. In an instant, he knocked the stone giant to the ground. Roar! The stone giant seemed extremely enraged and swung a fist at Sootsong. Unexpectedly, the giant's speed had increased compared to before, compelling Sootsong to defend with his wings. However, his wings were not covered in armament Haki, resulting in a devastating blow. This was the first time Sootsong experienced such pain. Being struck by such a formidable giant left him utterly helpless. Damn it! Sootsong had inadvertently suffered a setback, and sensing Sootsong's struggle, the giant pursued him relentlessly. "How dare you hurt me? Who am I? I am the one who has consumed the super devil fruit." Sootsong's entire being underwent a transformation. Shifting from his second demonic form to his third, he had completely morphed into a demon. "Armament Haki, harden!" Sootsong bellowed, and at that moment, his entire body was enveloped in armament Haki. Subsequently, he moved with incredible speed to the stone giant's side. Fall down! Sootsong unleashed a fist, creating a powerful shockwave. The stone giant was struck by this wave and fell to the ground. Humph! This is not over yet. Sootsong then began to swing his arms repeatedly, unleashing a barrage of shockwaves upon the stone giant. The giant suffered immensely. With no means of retaliation, Sootsong had unleashed his full power, mercilessly battering the giant without giving it a chance to fight back. What could an armament giant do? When faced with Sootsong's indiscriminate onslaught, it could only endure. Moreover, not everyone could withstand the magnitude of Sootsong's attacks. In a short span, the armament giant lost its balance yet again and collapsed to the ground. One could clearly see numerous piles of stone scattered about, remnants of the stone giant that had crumbled. The final strike. Sootsong vanished and reappeared before the giant's face. Die, giant! Sootsong unleashed a full-force punch, his body resembling a spear, radiating sheer strength. Whoosh! A sound sliced through the air that Sootsong had penetrated the stone giant, who had not anticipated this, ultimately collapsing into a heap of small stones. Sootsong's demonic form rapidly dissipated. Reverting to his original state, it's done, he remarked with a faint smile. "Congratulations, host. You have defeated the entire horde of monsters, and you have successfully mastered the introductory level of armament Haki. although it is just the basics. It is sufficient for most situations. Now, I shall transport you back to that world. A reminder. In that world, you are a guest at Pagaya's house. The system kindly informed him. Understood, let us proceed with the transport. After all, this has been a fruitful endeavor, Su Tsang replied, feeling that the time spent was somewhat prolonged. As soon as his words fell, he found himself back at Pagaya's house on Sky Island. While the others remained blissfully unaware of his absence, that moment, Sanji had prepared a meal, and upon seeing it, Su Tsang felt his mouth water. Before him lay an array of Sky Island delicacies that would tantalize anyone's taste buds. All right, it's ready. This feast includes the exquisite local specialties, fruit, and seafood, Sanji announced. Absolutely splendid.